Chapter 1. A System for Losing Money. In Hansheng, a city in the province of Hua, a spirited young man was seated in a cramped office within a high-end building, facing a balding middle-aged man. This marked the 53rd job interview for the young man, Qian Ziyong. The middle-aged man, Director Chun, sat in his executive chair, a stern expression on his face, and ran a hand through his thinning hair. Glancing at the resume, he inquired, "Are you amenable to working overtime?" Qian Ziyong countered, "Is there overtime pay? If so, I'm willing to work until the end of time." Director Chun was taken aback, as it was rare for recent graduates to be so forthright. Overtime pay meant double wages, which he was naturally reluctant to provide. Frowning, he pressed on, "Are you willing to travel for work?" "Director Chun, is there a per diem for travel?" Qian Ziyong asked. Director Chun, feeling cornered, retorted with some annoyance, "Young people should learn to endure hardship, not just think about money all day." He then launched into a lengthy lecture. Qian Ziyong listened with feigned interest, but inwardly grew impatient. Finally, when Director Chun concluded, Qian Ziyong meekly countered, "Offering a high salary doesn't necessarily prevent me from enduring hardship." Director Chun was left speechless, and then said earnestly, "Young people shouldn't fixate on money." Since the man kept avoiding the topic of salary and only spoke of aspirations, Qian Ziyong stood up, disgruntled. "If young people don't focus on money, should they focus on you instead?" He asked, "Are you attractive?" With his 52 interview experiences, Qian Ziyong knew the company's offer of $3,000 a month meant they expected him to work overtime without compensation and travel. For the company's benefit, without even covering travel expenses, this awful company can have whoever wants it. With that, he turned and slammed the door shut as he left. Watching Qian Ziyong's retreating figure, Director Chen's expression soured. The younger generation was becoming harder to deceive and less willing to endure hardship. He scoffed, "These young people truly overestimate their abilities." The door swung open again, and Qian Ziyong reappeared. Director Chen's face brightened. "What? Did you reconsider?" Qian Ziyong snatched his resume from the desk. "Give me back my resume. It cost me $1 to print." The awful company made him wait for 4 hours for the interview. What a loss. He grabbed the resume and stormed out, in front of the building. Qian Ziyong used his phone to check the details of his 54th interview that afternoon. The job posting advertised a salary range of $3,000 to $6,000, so it was likely another job offering only $3,000. He hoped it wouldn't involve overtime and would be relatively easy. Just then, a transparent screen materialized in his mind. System for losing money is binding. Binding successful. 5 million has been deposited. Host, Qian Ziyong. System funds, 5 million. Personal funds, 1,211. System rules are as follows. A system. Qian Ziyong was overjoyed. He had played games and read novels, so he knew what a system was. He never imagined he would be blessed with one. Qian Ziyong opened the system rules, which consisted of only 2 simple points. Point 1. No illegal activities. 2. The actual amount of loss incurred by the host will be converted into personal funds at the end of the period. However, all actions must be reasonable. He opened the details for his current period. Period, 3 months. Funds, 5 million. After carefully reading the instructions, Qian Ziyong understood how to exploit the system. As long as he could find a way to lose all 5 million from the system funds within 3 months, the system would reward him with 5 million. Even if he didn't lose it all, the system would reward him with the amount he did lose. Earning 5 million in 3 months was difficult, but losing 5 million in 3 months seemed easy. The only drawback was that the system funds couldn't be used for personal gain. They had to be reasonably lost. This meant he would have to survive on his remaining 1,211 for the next 3 months, after which the system would settle his account. The thought of 5 million filled Qian Ziyong with vigor. Countless brilliant ideas flashed through his mind, each capable of easily losing the 5 million. Invest in stocks? That's a good idea, but not stable enough. Even if stocks crash, they can't possibly drop to zero in just 3 months. Then start a business. You can lose any amount of money doing business, and it's always controllable. With a system, why bother with a dead-end job? Had become a boss, and the kind of boss who only needed to spend money and enjoy himself without having to handle the nitty-gritty details. As Qian Ziyong walked and pondered, his stomach suddenly rumbled. It was already afternoon, and he hadn't had lunch that he looked up and saw a large wholesale supermarket across the street called Yonian Supermarket. These types of supermarkets not only sold groceries, but also had fast food snacks, and even movie theaters. However, while the environment was nice, the prices were high. If he managed to exploit the system for 5 million after 3 months, he would enter without hesitation. But now, looking at his meager funds, Qian Ziyong could only rub his stomach and continue walking. After walking down a street, Qian Ziyong spent 15 on a takeout meal from a street-side vendor. As he ate, he pondered how to lose the 5 million. The sound of commotion disrupted his thoughts. He turned and saw a closed supermarket, with people moving goods out. It seemed the supermarket had gone out of business, and the suppliers were reclaiming their products. The place wasn't very big, and a newly opened wholesale supermarket, Yongyan Supermarket, was nearby. Yongyan Supermarket was newly built, well-decorated, and fully equipped, with a commercial street on the upper floors. How could this supermarket compete with Yongyan Supermarket? As he thought, Qian Ziyong suddenly grew excited. This supermarket was bound to lose money, which was exactly what he needed. While they hadn't left yet and still had goods and employees, he could take over directly and start losing money immediately. He could hire more people and easily lose 20 or 30,000 a day. After 3 months, he could declare bankruptcy, pay the employees in one compensation, and the system's 5 million would be his. Most importantly, he wouldn't have to manage anything, exert any effort, or worry about anything. The employees would help him lose money. Afraid the owner might run away, Qian Ziyong didn't even finish his meal. He grabbed his takeout and ran into the supermarket. There were many people inside, some cleaning and others moving goods. Qian Ziyong scanned the area and saw a middle-aged man in a suit and tie directing the activity. He hurried over. "Boss, is this supermarket for lease?" Qian Ziyong asked eagerly. The middle-aged man sized up Qian Ziyong, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and offered one. However, seeing Qian Ziyong holding a meal, he hesitated. Just as he was in a quandary, Qian Ziyong took the cigarette. "I am not the boss, just the manager." "The boss is over there," the middle-aged man said, pointing to a portly man nearby. Chapter 2. The supermarket acquisition surrounded by curious onlookers. Qian Ziyong approached the supermarket owner with purpose, clutching the cigarettes he had just received. "Boss, are you planning to transfer this supermarket?" he inquired. Not wanting his meal to go cold, he hastily took a couple of bites. "Transfer? Of course." The owner accepted the cigarettes, his eyes gleaming with interest as he scrutinized Qian Ziyong, though his brow furrowed with suspicion. "Young man, are your parents looking to take over my supermarket?" he asked. Qian Ziyong shook his head. "It's just me. What is the rent, and what is the transfer fee?" he pressed. "You want my store?" interjected a middle-aged man nearby. The owner introduced him. "This is the landlord, Mr. Zhao." Mr. Zhao was a prominent businessman, owning several establishments beyond this supermarket. "Not at all. I previously rented to Mr. Li for 5 million a year. Business has been tough, so I can offer you 4,900,000 for a year. How's that sound?" Mr. Zhao proposed. Qian Ziyong glanced around. The supermarket was expansive, several thousand square meters in size. Given the rental market in Hansheng, the price was neither exorbitant nor trivial, but reasonable. However, he was reluctant to commit to an entire year at 4,900,000. He needed to exhaust his funds within 3 months. Shaking his head, Mr. Zhao and Appo's disappointment was palpable. It seemed this young man was merely wasting his time. Desperate to lease the space, he knew the market was dire. 5 million was a prize from years past. Rental rates had been declining, and he and Appo's be willing to accept 3 million. "Feel free to discuss, Mr. Zhao said as he turned to leave, not wishing to waste further time on Qian Ziyong. "Mr. Zhao, please wait. I haven't finished speaking," Qian Ziyong called out urgently. "I don't want to lease for a year. I prefer a 3-month rental with a 1-month deposit." Unfamiliar with the norms of leasing large commercial spaces, which typically required contracts of 3 years or more with annual payments, Qian Ziyong was undeterred. He simply aimed to deplete his funds within 3 months. 3-month rentals are acceptable, but the rent must still be calculated at 5 million a year, Mr. Zhao replied sternly, though internally he felt elated. This was quite the extravagant young man, treating a commercial lease as if it were a simple apartment rental. Mr. Li, standing nearby, chuckled silently, shaking his head at the youth's apparent inexperience in business. It was evident that taking over the supermarket would lead to inevitable losses. Upon hearing the owner and Appo's consent, Qian Ziyong beamed with joy. "Excellent. Let us proceed at 5 million. I'm in a hurry. Can we sign the contract now? The system had already begun its countdown of 3 months, and any delay would complicate his plans to incur losses. 5 million for the year translated to 125,000 for 3 months, plus a deposit of 41,600. The total of 166,006 was a fortuitous figure. He intended to hire more staff, cover utilities for 3 months, along with salaries and severance pay, leaving him with 333,003, which he could easily squander. 3 months later, even if he couldn't exhaust the 5 million, he was confident of losing at least 400,000. The prospect thrilled him. Seeing Qian Ziyong eager to sign the contract, Mr. Zhao and Appo's spirits lifted. "Xiao-chun, you," he began, glancing at Qian Ziyong, still unaware of the young man's name. "Qian Ziyong," he replied with a smile. "Prepare a contract for Mr. Qian based on Mr. Lian Appo's agreement. 3 months, 1 month deposit, 5 million a year," Mr. Zhao instructed his secretary. The secretary, elegantly dressed in professional attire, ascended the stairs in her high heels. "Come, Mr. Qian, let us discuss over tea." Mr. Zhao courteously invited him to the conference room on the 2nd floor. As Qian Ziyong settled into the spacious and brightly lit conference room, he admired the surroundings. The room was larger than his own rented apartment, featuring 2 side doors, one leading to the manager's office and the other to the general manager's office, which appeared to contain a bed. After taking a seat, Mr. Zhao personally poured tea for him. "Mr. Qian, will you be transferring funds, or do you need to withdraw cash?" Understanding Mr. Zhao and Appo's concern, Qian Ziyong set aside his empty meal container and retrieved his phone, accessing his banking app to reveal a balance of 5 million. He placed the device flat on the table. Mr. Zhao, captivated by the displayed amount, became even more courteous towards Qian Ziyong. Shortly after, the secretary returned with the contract for Qian Ziyong. He glanced over it briefly. It was a standard lease agreement. Since Mr. Li and Appo's previous rental term had lapsed, there was no transfer involved. However, Mr. Li retained the right to remove any items from the premises. After signing the contract and paying the rent and deposit, Qian Ziyong turned to Mr. Li. "I hope the items in the store can remain. I plan to open a supermarket as well, so I want to be renovating. I'm Li Lian." Mr. Li introduced himself, pouring tea for Qian Ziyong with a wry smile. "To be honest, I've operated the Fu Wang supermarket for 8 years, making a profit for several years, but business has soured recently, and I've been losing money each month. The equipment is outdated and hardly worth anything. I haven't even paid the staff's wages this month. If you could settle their salaries, I'd consider the equipment a gift." The monthly wages totaled over 400,000. As Qian Ziyong was about to agree, he received a system notification. Such transactions were not permitted. The system funds could only be used for operational purposes, and employee wages were a debt owed by Mr. Li, thus not recognized by the system. "How about this?" Qian Ziyong proposed, organizing his thoughts. "You handle the wages, but I will take over all the staff directly. They will become my employees. As for the equipment, let us round it off to 50,000. Mr. Li was taken aback, having never encountered such business dealings where the buyer offered a higher price. Naturally, he was pleased. They quickly printed a new contract, and after Qian Ziyong made the transfer, both signed the document. Mr. Li grasped Qian Ziyong's hand earnestly, saying, "Many of the employees have been with me for 8 years, their SA bond. I hope you won't dismiss them. However, the new manager I hired lacks competence. He merely follows orders without initiative. You may need to let him go and find someone more capable to manage the supermarket. Perhaps it could be revived." Chapter 3. The money earned is returned upon hearing Li Lian and Appo's words. Qian Ziyong was filled with excitement. He appreciated those who were obedient, as they would not act recklessly and complicate matters for him. He had a penchant for compliant individuals. "Good, good, good," he echoed Li Lian, while internally calculating his plans. Many employees had followed Li Lian for 8 years, and it seemed he had no intention of providing the N1 compensation upon their dismissal. Such benefits were typically reserved for reputable companies, which were rare among supermarkets. Nonetheless, Qian Ziyong intended to offer it. This fell within the permissible range of the system. In the boss and Oppo's office, a satiated Qian Ziyong reclined comfortably on the bed. Li Lian was exceedingly courteous, insisting on treating him to a meal. Unable to decline the warm invitation, he spent over 1,000 on a feast. The lamb was remarkably chewy, and even now, Qian Ziyong relished the memory. 500 per person was indeed extravagant. He savored the thought, contemplating the prospect of having 5 million in 3 months. He could certainly afford such indulgences. The anticipation of lavish meals ahead, no longer restricted to boxed lunches, invigorated him. A series of knocks interrupted his reverie. "Come in," he called, sitting up. A neatly attired, middle-aged man entered. He was Zhu Daqiang, the supermarket manager. "Manager Zhu, please have a seat." Qian Ziyong hastily invited him in. Zhu Daqiang entered cautiously, sitting on a nearby chair. No, just call me Xiao Zhu," he replied repeatedly. His previous employer had been quite dissatisfied with him, and had it not been for the supermarket and Oppo's closure, he would have already been dismissed. He wondered what this new boss thought of him. Securing a job had become increasingly arduous, especially one that paid 10,000 a month. With age weighing on him, supporting both his elderly parents and young children, he was uncertain about his future should he leave the supermarket. Qian Ziyong kindly inquired, "Are you comfortable working at the supermarket?" Zhu Daqiang retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, offering one to Qian Ziyong with respect. "I don an Oppo's tea smoke," Qian Ziyong declined. "Boss, I'm quite content at the supermarket. The employees are diligent and united. However, the business is declining, and we are losing money each month," Zhu Daqiang confessed quietly. Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyong felt a surge of joy. Losing money is good. He nodded, adopting a serious demeanor. "I am aware of the supermarket and Oppo's situation. I have my own methods. Just focus on your responsibilities." Zhu Daqiang sat upright, declaring, "Whatever you say, boss, I will not take it upon myself." Qian Ziyong was exceedingly pleased with Zhu Daqiang and Oppo's compliance. "Manager Zhu, I entrust the supermarket to you. I am quite busy, so if any issues arise, resolve them in the usual manner, consulting with the employees as needed," he added. "Understood," Zhu Daqiang nodded. Qian Ziyong then produced a bank card from his pocket, handing it to Zhu Daqiang. "This is the supermarket and Oppo's corporate account. It contains 2 million. I hope that will suffice." The business license had been procured with some monetary assistance, and because it was a sole proprietorship, the process was swift. The registered capital was 2 million, and the supermarket was named Feihuang Supermarket, signifying rapid success. Zhu Daqiang trembled as he accepted the bank card, his voice quivering. "Is it appropriate for you to give this to me? We have only known each other for a day. Your trust is overwhelming." Did the boss not fear he might abscond with the funds? Qian Ziyong chuckled, patting Zhu Daqiang on the shoulder. "I believe in you." Hearing this, the robust Zhu Daqiang's eyes became misty with tears, and he began to sob. "Stop. No need for theatrics. Go on and get to work," Qian Ziyong insisted, ushering Zhu Daqiang out. At last, he had departed. Qian Ziyong sighed with relief, reclining on the comfortable bed and retrieving his phone to open a long-neglected game. "Just one round, and then I and Oppo's. LL sleep early to rise early tomorrow," he reminded himself, indulging in gameplay. His character, Han Xian, was formidable, yet today his teammates were rather incompetent. Despite his best efforts, he lost 6 consecutive matches, consistently achieving the highest economy, but ultimately failing. Frustrated, he vented his anger at his teammates, who retaliated, further igniting his spirits. He played until 3 in the morning before finally succumbing to sleep. The following day, he awoke at noon to find the supermarket bustling with stocking activities. After purchasing a rather unpalatable boxed lunch, he resumed his gaming endeavors. For 3 consecutive days, Qian Ziyong maintained an intense work ethic, experiencing a roller coaster of wins and losses, which left him increasingly vexed. What troubled him even more was that on the 3rd day, while out for lunch, he discovered the supermarket had officially opened. The speed of this development was astonishing. He quickly checked his phone, surprised to find his account still held over 700,000. How could a 5,000 square meter supermarket be stocked with just over 1 million? Observing the outdated shelves filled with merchandise left him perplexed. "Boss, Upon spotting Qian Ziyong inspecting the supermarket, Zhu Daqiang hurried over. Manager Zhu, what is the meaning of this? Qian Ziyong gestured towards the stock shelves. Did these goods only cost a little over $1 million? He had initially planned to allocate $2 million for stocking, intending to limit the supermarket and Oppo's inventory to hinder profitability. He never anticipated the opening would proceed so smoothly. Boss, most suppliers allow for goods to be delivered first with payment later. Only the larger suppliers require cash up front, Zhu Daqiang explained. Understanding dawned on Qian Ziyong. Business had become fiercely competitive, with suppliers willing to extend credit to ensure their products were stocked. By the way, Zhu Daqiang continued, we have received 100,000 in display fees this month. What display fees? Qian Ziyong inquired, scratching his head. How could they earn money before even opening the supermarket? Suppliers must pay us a fee to have their products displayed prominently on the shelves. That is the display fee. Zhu Daqiang patiently clarified. Qian Ziyong and Oppo's expression darkened. This was truly excessive. He had no intention of letting the supermarket profit. If the suppliers sold nothing, the display fees would be a needless loss. No, we cannot accept this money. We must treat everyone fairly, Qian Ziyong insisted, instructing Zhu Daqiang to return the funds. Zhu Daqiang appeared bewildered. It was customary for large supermarkets to collect display fees. For the boss to forego such money seemed unreasonable. Manager Zhu, Qian Ziyong spoke earnestly. In running a supermarket, we must have principles. We will earn every penny that is rightfully ours. But we shall not greedily take what does not belong to us, understood? He intended to impress upon Zhu Daqiang the importance of ethical practices. Qian Ziyong recognized that he could not entirely blame Zhu Daqiang. After all, the supermarket had collected display fees in the past, and Zhu Daqiang was not acting on his own initiative. Yes, Zhu Daqiang responded, visibly shaken, as he repeatedly contemplated the notion of having principles. Qian Ziyong encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder. Work hard, and you and Oppo's LL enjoy a life of luxury alongside me. Zhu Daqiang was eager to comply, always ready to heed his boss's words. Qian Ziyong had already devised a plan. Once the supermarket faced closure and the second round of funds from the system arrived, he would allow Zhu Daqiang to remain as the manager and open new stores elsewhere, continuing to benefit from the system and Oppo's resources. Chapter 4. The insufficient losses. A splendid day was spent immersed in the game. Day after day, time seemed to lose its meaning in this virtual realm, and before long, a whole month had slipped by. On this particular day, a call from his mother broke the silence. Qian Ziyong, you haven and amp? Oppo's. He called home in a month. Have you been ensnared in a pyramid scheme? The familiar tone of his mother resonated through the phone. With unwavering confidence, Qian Ziyong replied, I have secured a very respectable job and expect to purchase a house by the end of this year. Purchase a house? In Han City? You must be dreaming. What is your monthly salary? Have you really fallen victim to a scam? His mother exclaimed in a worried tone. It dawned on Qian Ziyong that mentioning the house purchase would only intensify her suspicions of him being caught in a scam. Never mind, let us do a video call, he thought, eager to provide proof of his innocence. He ended the call, initiated the video, and was met with a near-instant connection. Mom, look, this is my workplace. He pointed the camera towards the office computer, giving a brief glimpse of his surroundings. His mother's anxiety began to ease slightly. Where are you working? She inquired, her face lighting up with curiosity. I'm the manager at a supermarket, he said, briefly showcasing the manager's nameplate next to him. With a broad smile, Chun Huilan declared, My son has made it. Qian Ziyong then opened the room's door and captured a glimpse of the bustling environment filled with countless shelves brimming with products. Only then did his mother feel completely reassured. Ziyong, focus on your work and refrain from excessive phone calls. Your boss might disapprove, Chen Huilan cautioned. Understood, he replied, though internally he felt a twinge of annoyance. She then asked, Is your salary sufficient this month? Absolutely, more than enough, he asserted, determined not to let any cracks show. My monthly salary is 10,000, he boasted. Enjoy your pride while you can. I won't give you any more chances to gloat, she retorted before terminating the call. Today, Qian Ziyong resolved to abstain from gaming and glanced at his mobile balance. Merely 130 remained. A furrow formed on his brow. I'm broke, he lamented. I can barely afford a meal. He had already vacated his previous rental, receiving a 500 deposit back from the landlord. With an initial sum of over 1,000, he had managed to scrape by for a month. Without any salary from the boss, he had to wait 3 months for the system to process his earnings. Even if he took products from the supermarket, he was obliged to purchase them at full price, compelling him to eat out. His food expenses had soared to over 900, coupled with phone bills and other necessities, leaving him with a mere 500 for the month. Now, with only 130 left, he faced imminent starvation if he didn't find a way to earn more. How ironic it is to have over 600,000 in my account, yet be on the brink of starvation. Suddenly, he gasped, "Wait, why do I have 630,000? Panic surged through him. He had unintentionally opened the supermarket account and discovered a balance exceeding 600,000. He had just received his salary yesterday. Logically, his account should be depleted. Where had this money come from? In a flurry, he summoned Zhu Daqiang, the employee. As Zhu stepped into the room, Qian Ziyong urgently queried, "What is the meaning of having 600,000 in the bank?" "I mentioned it yesterday, salary day. Didn't you receive it?" Zhu Daqiang shook his head. "Boss, we distributed the salaries as per your instructions. Besides the regular wages, each employee received an attendance bonus. The 60,000 in the account is the earnings for this month." "Wait, hasn't the supermarket been operating at a loss?" Qian Ziyong countered. He had deliberately done nothing to alter this status, fearing it would disrupt the supermarket and oppose, as fortune. "Indeed, we are at a loss," he nodded. The rent for the store was 41,600 a month, with personnel wages nearing 50,000 and additional expenses of 80 to 90,000, leading to total monthly costs of around 100,000. Yet our revenue stands at a meager 60,000, resulting in a loss exceeding 30,000 this month. However, I am confident that under your leadership, we will turn this deficit into profit. Frowning, Qian Ziyong sank into the sofa. A loss of merely 30,000 in a month, combined with the depreciation of the equipment from Boss Li, calculated to a further loss of 25,000. Should operations continue normally, the total deficit could reach over 120,000. What should he do? Worry etched into his features. "Boss Li is here," an employee announced. "Li?" Qian Ziyong's eyes sparkled with hope. Though inexperienced in running a supermarket, Li had ample knowledge. He could seek advice from Li on how to generate profits and then deliberately do the opposite to ensure greater losses. With renewed energy, he sprang to his feet, rushing towards the rotund Li, grasping his hand with fervor, more affectionate than a son. "Mr. Li, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival," Qian Ziyong exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Seeing Qian Ziyong's enthusiasm, Lilian felt a pang of guilt and shook his head. "Had I known, I would have stopped you from taking over this supermarket. Mr. Li, you are truly a good person." Qian Ziyong ushered him inside, pouring tea and lighting a cigarette. "Little brother, the supermarket is struggling. ISN and oppose. Tea?" Lilian asked after taking a seat and sipping his tea. From their first meeting, he had recognized that Qian Ziyong was utterly clueless about managing a supermarket. Qian Ziyong nodded, giving a thumbs up in admiration. "Mr. Li, you are indeed insightful." Lilian sighed, shaking his head. "It's not too late to pull back now. Losing 100,000 is merely a lesson learned." Qian Ziyong shook his head resolutely. "I refuse to concede. I do not regret losing this amount. I simply wish to acquire experience in supermarket management. As the saying goes, once you enter a profession, you must love it. Since I have embarked on this path, I intend to excel." He was not content with such minor losses. Seeing the unwavering determination in Qian Ziyong and Oppo's eyes, Lilian empathized deeply. He had spent half his life managing supermarkets, evolving from a small shop to a grand 5,000 square meter store. He, too, harbored profound affection for the supermarket industry. "Over the past month, I have visited large supermarkets across the nation and gleaned valuable insights, which I can share with you." With excitement bubbling within him, Qian Ziyong eagerly awaited Li's wisdom. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely instructed Zhu Daqiang, "Manager Zhu, please order us 2 of the most expensive lunchboxes." With only 130 remaining, the most expensive lunchboxes cost 31 each. 2 would total 60. He was willing to splurge to gain knowledge. Without needing Zhu to move, an employee promptly volunteered to fetch the order. Lilian, however, repeatedly declined. Mr. Li, please don't be so polite. You treated me last time. It's my turn to show generosity. Qian Ziyong insisted, thumping his chest. Lilian remained steadfast. In the past, when others invited me to meals, I may have declined as a matter of politeness. But lunchboxes, they are unhealthy and unappetizing. I assure you, I'm not being polite. Confronted with Qian Ziyong and Appo's earnest gaze, Lilian relented. Your hospitality is hard to refuse. I'll accept one. Chapter 5. In reverse, Qian Ziyong was elated as he poured tea for Lilian. The tea was a generous offering, previously stored in Lilian and Appo's office. He could not discern its flavor, only that it was somewhat refreshing. Lilian lifted the teacup, took a sip, and organized his thoughts before articulating. In managing a supermarket, particularly a large one, I believe there are 3 critical points to consider. First, the number of employees should not be excessive. The more employees there are, the greater the costs incurred by the supermarket, thus making profitability increasingly elusive. Qian Ziyong nodded in agreement, recognizing that their total monthly payroll approached 500,000, a staggering sum. Noticing Qian Ziyong and Appo's attentiveness, Lilian continued. Second, the prices of supermarket goods must not be too low. The profit margin typically ranges from 20 to 30% if prices are slashed. Even with a slight increase in sales, profitability remains unattainable. The inherent costs of operating a supermarket must be covered, and once prices are lowered, it becomes exceedingly difficult to raise them again. Qian Ziyong readily concurred, reflecting on the exorbitant prices of even boxed meals. Selling them too cheaply would result in losses, a futile endeavor. He pressed on. Third, when it comes to renovations, one must be willing to invest. It is imperative to create a positive impression that entices customers to enter. Qian Ziyong readily acknowledged this, recalling the impressive decor of a nearby supermarket, despite its high prices. There would always be affluent individuals willing to patronize a more aesthetically pleasing environment. If I had wealth, I too would prefer to dine in a more pleasant setting. Absolutely no more boxed meals. As they spoke, the boxed meals arrived. Qian Ziyong promptly accepted them and handed over the payment to the staff. Manager Zhao, hearing your insights is akin to gaining a decade in Appo's worth of knowledge. Aishan and Appo's say more. The proof is in the meal. I shall indulge first as a mark of respect, he exclaimed, eagerly opening the box. This past month had been a struggle. He had subsisted on instant noodles in the mornings and reluctantly spent 15 on a boxed meal in the afternoons. Now, he savored a hearty portion, replete with meat. Its aroma was tantalizing. His stomach had long been hungry, and the scent of the meal made his mouth water. Seeing Qian Ziyong relish the food stirred some appetite in Lilian too. He reached for the meal on the table, but found it quite unpalatable and overly greasy. Discreetly, he set down his chopsticks, suspecting that it was a pre-packaged meal, poorly seasoned. Why aren't Appo's you eating? The meat is exceptionally flavorful, Qian Ziyong exclaimed, draining his teacup with fervor. The tea helped mitigate the greasiness, invigorating him further. Nearby, Zhu Daqiang refilled Qian Ziyong and Appo's cup. Lilian smiled broadly. This boxed meal is quite delightful. I and Appo's LL bring some for your sister-in-law to try. Little brother, I must take my leave now. It and Appo's your treat this time. I and Appo's LL come again. Brother Li, thank you. Manager Zhu, please see Brother Li out. Qian Ziyong rose, reluctant to let the meal cool, so he refrained from personally escorting Lilian. Once Zhu Daqiang returned after seeing Lilian off, Qian Ziyong had finished his meal and reclined his chair, comfortably enjoying his tea. Boss, Zhu Daqiang returned, refilling Qian Ziyong's cup. Manager Zhu, you heard everything Manager Zhao said, correct? Qian Ziyong inquired. Zhu Daqiang nodded earnestly. I took note. We must limit the number of employees, keep prices up, and ensure quality renovations. Exactly. Qian Ziyong expressed satisfaction. You remembered well. Now, let's approach it in reverse. Reverse. Approach? Zhu Daqiang was taken aback, accidentally overfilling the teacup. Indeed, in reverse. Qian Ziyong affirmed. Manager Li has been operating the supermarket at a loss. If we adopt his strategies in reverse, we shall achieve profitability. Wooden and Amp. Oppose. Do you agree? Is that truly the case? Zhu Daqiang questioned, filled with doubt. Doesn't and oppose. That contradict decades of managerial experience from Bosley? How many employees do we currently have? Qian Ziyong asked. 103, Zhu Daqiang responded. Then we should hire more. Qian Ziyong declared with conviction. How many more? Zhu Daqiang asked hesitantly, still believing that hiring additional personnel would not transform the supermarket and Oppos as fortunes. In fact, it might lead to greater losses. He thought Bosley and Amp, Oppos as strategy was sound, and there was no need to deviate from it. Yet, since Qian Ziyong was the boss, he felt he could not oppose. Let us hire 300 more. That way, we will have 400 employees. Qian Ziyong announced cheerfully. 300 more? Zhu Daqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. But our supermarket is only 5,000 square meters. 400 employees seems excessive. Surely, we would have more employees than customers. Imagine the discomfort of a customer entering with 400 pairs of eyes watching. Qian Ziyong furrowed his brow, pondering, then asked, Our supermarket operates from 9 in the morning until 9 at night, with employees working 12-hour shifts, yet their average salary is only 3,000. This cannot be right. Henceforth, let us reduce the workday to 6 hours and have a 5-day workweek. That way, 400 employees won't feel overcrowded. Indeed, Zhu Daqiang conceded reluctantly. However, this change would triple the supermarket and Oppos' payroll expenses, making it even more difficult to be profitable. Qian Ziyong was still not satisfied. 3,000 is far too little for ordinary employees. Let us raise their wages. How about an increase of 2,000? For a total of 5,000 each month? Additionally, Manager Zhu, you've worked hard. Your salary will be 15,000 monthly. Thank you, boss. Zhu Daqiang managed a strained smile. Though the salaries had increased, the supermarket was bound to lose more money. Qian Ziyong chuckled reassuringly. Do not worry. Even if the supermarket faces closure in 2 months, I will ensure there are sufficient funds to provide you with N1 compensation, calculated at the current salary. His words filled Zhu Daqiang with remorse. Boss, I am inept. I cannot turn the supermarket and Oppos' losses into profits. Rest assured, Qian Ziyong beamed at Zhu Daqiang. I have my plans. You need not worry. Really? Then I shall take solace in that. Zhu Daqiang felt a great weight lift from his heart as he observed the confident smile on his boss and Oppos' face. It seemed Qian Ziyong had everything under control, exuding a sense of certainty. For the past few days, Zhu Daqiang had been residing within the supermarket, adjacent to the boss's office. He noticed that Qian Ziyong only retired for the night, deep into the early hours, rarely emerging from his room aside for mealtimes. Surely, he was tirelessly strategizing for the supermarket and Oppos' future. Qian Ziyong, content with having convinced Zhu Daqiang, felt an immense sense of joy. Zhu Daqiang need not worry. Even if the supermarket were to fail, he would continue to employ him to manage other ventures. Zhu Daqiang was a valuable asset, albeit somewhat slow-witted, always prioritizing the boss's opinions. Even when he had his own ideas, he kept them to himself, dutifully executing the boss's directives. Chapter 6. Starving Qian Ziyong harbored lingering doubts regarding the supermarket. This necessitated the implementation of Boss Li and Oppos' second idea. Manager Zhu, starting today, all items in the supermarket will undergo significant price reductions. As long as there's a slight profit, I want a complete clearance, Qian Ziyong declared. Were it not for the system and Oppos' restrictions against selling at a loss, he would have considered selling at cost. Boss, this makes it even more difficult for our supermarket to turn profit, Zhu Daqiang exclaimed anxiously. Qian Ziyong shook his head, revealing a mysterious smile. I have my own plans. Work diligently and learn well. I have high hopes for you. Fearing that Zhu Daqiang might not execute his order seriously, he added sternly, Do not make any changes. Strictly adhere to my commands. Even Zhu Daqiang felt that the supermarket would incur greater losses. It was clear that he was destined for ruin. This is a sure thing, Qian Ziyong thought to himself, mentally applauding his own cunning. Now, he only needed to wait for the losses to accumulate. 3 months later, he would return all the supermarket and Oppos' merchandise and sell the shelves and other fixtures as scrap, while distributing an N1 subsidy to all employees. He would then manage to siphon all the funds from the system into his own hands. Perfect. Qian Ziyong remained in the store for 7 days, during which he was exceedingly busy, closely monitoring the supermarket until it was genuinely filled with 400 customers and all products were reduced to their lowest prices. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction, especially when he observed customers entering, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny of countless eyes. Upon witnessing the supermarket's dilapidated condition, many would turn and leave, which only reassured him further. With such low prices, even if customers made a purchase, he would hardly earn anything. Qian Ziyong wished to continue observing, but his funds were dwindling. Originally possessing 130 yuan, he had ordered 30 box meals from Boss Li and consumed one, leaving only 70. Over the course of 7 days, he had managed to stretch that 70 yuan, with a daily budget of 10 yuan. He could only afford steamed buns or instant noodles. Merely seeing these two foods made him feel nauseous. And even if he desired something else to eat, he had no money left. He had to earn money quickly. Otherwise, he risked starving in the store. As he left, he made a point to remind Zhu Daqiang to follow his instructions precisely before hastily departing. After Qian Ziyong's departure, Zhu Daqiang continued to patrol the supermarket. His heart weighed down with worry. While the boss appeared unfazed and self-assured, the lack of progress in the supermarket left him deeply troubled. The employees, however, seemed invigorated and full of energy, thriving in their work environment. They had received a pay raise and only worked 6 hours a day. How could they not feel spirited? Zhu Daqiang felt as if he alone bore the burden of concern for the supermarket. Observe closely, learn well. What exactly does the boss want me to see and learn? He murmured to himself. Unbeknownst to Zhu Daqiang, these were merely Qian Ziyong's nonsensical remarks. He made his way to the entrance, where he found it eerily quiet. After all, it was just past 10 o'clock, a time when few would typically visit the supermarket. Just then, a group of elderly women approached, likely on their way to buy groceries. But Zhu Daqiang paid them no heed. Fei Huang's supermarket did carry vegetables, albeit in limited quantities, as their business was poor and fresh produce could not be sold overnight. Yes, indeed, Fei Huang's supermarket. This place is vast and offers everything. But most importantly, the prices are exceedingly low. One elderly woman exclaimed, enthusiastically gesturing to her companions. Yes, yes, everything in our supermarket is cheap. Zhu Daqiang quickly invited them inside. He recognized one of the elderly women. She had shopped at the supermarket the previous day and had returned today with a whole entourage. Zhu Daqiang greeted her with even more warmth. Under Zhu Daqiang and Appo's guidance, the elderly women entered the supermarket. Upon stepping inside, they were greeted by numerous employees. While young customers might feel uncomfortable under such scrutiny, the elderly women relished the attention. Several employees approached to assist them, eager to lend a hand as there was little else to occupy them. I don and Appo's to know about the prices, but the service here is exceptional. They even help us carry our items, one elderly woman remarked. As they explored the aisles, the prices of the products astounded them. Shockingly low. This bottle of mineral water, which usually sells for 2 yuan, is just 1 yuan and 20 cents? One woman exclaimed. Zhu Daqiang nodded. This is what our boss arranged. He said all items are to be sold at their lowest price. Another woman, intrigued, asked, what about a case of water? A case contains 24 bottles, priced at 1.2 each, totaling 28.8 yuan. Zhu Daqiang replied swiftly. As a supermarket manager, mental arithmetic was fundamental. It sells for 31 yuan for a case outside, but here it's just 28.8, and at only 1.2 per bottle. That in Appo's is a wholesale price. This is a wholesale supermarket. The elderly woman responded joyfully. A light bulb went off for Zhu Daqiang, and he was filled with exhilaration. Yes, why hadn't he thought of that? The boss intends for our supermarket to develop along the lines of a wholesale establishment. Yes, yes, we are a wholesale supermarket. All our prices are wholesale prices, Zhu Daqiang declared confidently. The elderly women continued deeper into the store, discovering even more bargains that they simply could not resist. Fortunately, employees were on hand to assist them, fetching carts as needed. Each elderly woman filled their carts with rice, flour, and cooking oil. As they departed, they expressed reluctance, fearing they might miss out on great deals if the supermarket were to close the next day. They lamented that their previous shopping experiences in other supermarkets had resulted in significant losses. The price differences here are astounding. A few yuan adds up to several tens over multiple items. Over time, that equates to millions lost. With their arms laden with bags, the elderly women left the store. Following their departure, a steady stream of new customers began to enter. Zhu Daqiang instructed the employees to present the supermarket as a wholesale establishment during their introductions. That day, the supermarket and Oppo's business flourished beyond previous levels, with most customers spending over 100 yuan. Outside the supermarket, customers emerged with bags galore, drawing the attention of passers-by. Upon inquiry, they learned that this was a wholesale supermarket known for its incredibly low prices and extensive selection. In just a few days, Feihuang's supermarket became a sensation. Notably, retired individuals were willing to take multiple bus rides just to shop here. For them, bus rides could be paid with cards, and time held little value. Being retired, they had ample leisure. Young people also gravitated toward Feihuang's supermarket. Spanning over 5,000 square meters, the supermarket offered a comprehensive range of products at unbeatable prices. A single visit could supply a week's worth of daily necessities and snacks. Chapter 7. Is this my supermarket? On the other side, oblivious to the unfolding events, Qian Ziyong arrived at Xiaohui Square as promised. This place was a hub for day laborers, with no money left for meals. Qian Ziyong had made arrangements with friends to engage in day work together. Regular employment was out of the question. It required a deposit of half a month in Oppo's salary and a month of labor before one could receive any payment. By the time he would have earned his wages, he would have starved 100 times over. Before 9 o'clock, Xiaohui Square was teeming with people. Amidst the throngs, Qian Ziyong sought his friends. "Ziyong, I'm over here." A stout hand grabbed Qian Ziyong and pulled him into the crowd, while the owner of the hand shouted, Two. With that, he was dragged into a bus. Once seated, Qian Ziyong inquired, "Lu Gaoda, what are we doing today?" Lu Gaoda, a hefty fellow and Qian Ziyong and Oppo's college classmate and close ally, had worked day jobs with him in their leaner days, making Qian Ziyong quite familiar with the routine. Lu Gaoda replied with a smile, "Sorting express deliveries, 190 for the day. How about that?" "Not bad," Qian Ziyong nodded. "It's been a month since we last spoke. What have you been up to? Found a job?" Lu Gaoda asked curiously. Qian Ziyong grimaced and shook his head. "If I'd found a lucrative job, I wouldn't be here doing day work. Do you think I came here just to see you?" "I only fancy women," Lu Gaoda emphasized. Qian Ziyong continued, "I did find a job, but there's no salary. I have no money to spare. So I came to scrounge a meal from you. You're treating me for lunch." Lu Gaoda was puzzled. "What kind of ridiculous job is that? No salary? You should take it to labor arbitration." Qian Ziyong shook his head. "There's no point in arbitration. He is the boss. How could I arbitrate against him?" Sensing that Qian Ziyong was harboring something unspeakable, Lu Gaoda refrained from pressing further. At noon, Lu Gaoda generously treated Qian Ziyong to a sumptuous meal with his day's earnings, leaving Qian Ziyong deeply touched. Time passed swiftly, and soon 2 months had slipped by. Qian Ziyong diligently engaged in day work, leaving home early and returning late, leading a life that felt busy yet unfulfilling. He was keenly aware of his supermarket, but had little time to spend in the store itself. As he noticed his bank account dwindling, he felt a sense of relief. Sometimes, after completing day work with Lu Gaoda, they would visit an internet cafe to unwind for a while. After a long day, one must find moments of relaxation. One day, Lu Gaoda discovered a promising day job that paid an entire 200. On the bus, Qian Ziyong exclaimed, "What kind of work pays 200 a day? We must build a good rapport with the boss for future opportunities. It's moving water, a bit strenuous, but worth 200. Lu Gaoda boasted, puffing out his chest. "Don't worry, brother. I've already established a good relationship with the manager. We'll have plenty of work coming our way." Qian Ziyong smiled with delight, recalling that in just 7 days, the system would settle his earnings and he would no longer need to engage in day work. Feeling somewhat apologetic, he said, "In a few days, I might not be able to join you for day work anymore." Soon, he would be a millionaire with money in hand, who would still toil away at day jobs. Lu Gaoda shook his head. Found a job? If you've secured one, go for it. Day work isn't a long-term solution. I've also made up my mind to leave Han City in a few days and try my luck in Shenzhen. As they conversed, the bus came to a halt, and Lu Gaoda hurriedly pulled Qian Ziyong to meet the manager. Be polite when you speak. A 200-a-day job is hard to come by, Lu Gaoda advised, pulling out a pack of cigarettes with reluctance and offering one. Manager Chun, you've worked hard. Have a smoke. Lu Gaoda greeted a middle-aged man with a bow. It was necessary to say some nice words for the sake of the paycheck. Manager Chun nodded, taking the cigarette, and said, work hard. There will be jobs for the next few days. Thank you, manager. Lu Gaoda replied with unbridled joy. Yet, he noticed that Qian Ziyong beside him remained unusually silent. Normally, Qian Ziyong was not so taciturn. What was wrong with him today? Lu Gaoda turned to see Qian Ziyong lost in thought, staring blankly at the supermarket ahead. This is my brother, Qian Ziyong. Don't let his thinness fool you. He is quite strong. Lu Gaoda quickly interjected. Is he asking for help to move goods from the supermarket? Qian Ziyong stammered. Sensing an ominous premonition, countless towering trucks were bustling in and out, creating a scene of frenetic activity. Manager Chun patted Qian Ziyong on the shoulder, saying, do your best. Put your strength to use. If you perform well, I'll increase your pay. Thank you, manager. Lu Gaoda exclaimed loudly. Just then, Zhu Daqiang and a sharply dressed middle-aged man emerged. Manager Chun hurried over to them, wearing an exaggerated smile. Do you know who they are? Lu Gaoda asked mysteriously. Zhu Daqiang. Manager Zhu, Qian Ziyong replied. You know, Lu Gaoda exclaimed in surprise. He is the manager of this supermarket, and the man beside him is the regional head of Waha. I heard he was promoted due to this year's excellent sales. Lu Gaoda continued. This supermarket is remarkable. It sells several tens of millions worth of water each month. Qian Ziyong gasped in astonishment. Selling tens of millions of water each month? How is that even possible, right? You also find it unbelievable. Lu Gaoda chuckled. Just then, they noticed manager Zhu hastily approaching. Lu Gaoda quickly pulled Qian Ziyong aside. They were merely ordinary laborers, lacking the qualifications to converse with the regional head. Don't block their path, Lu Gaoda urged, but he saw manager Zhu alter his course, heading directly toward them. Lu Gaoda swiftly yanked Qian Ziyong to the side, nearly causing him to stumble. Manager Chun and the Waha regional head continued to follow manager Zhu, shifting their direction as well. Even Lu Gaoda, though slow on the uptake, realized they were coming toward them. Boss. Zhu Daqiang bowed respectfully, his tone extremely deferential. Upon hearing Zhu Daqiang and Oppo's voice, the surrounding supermarket employees hastily set aside their tasks and rushed over. Boss, they exclaimed in unison. Rumors of the supermarket and Oppo's owner had circulated. It was said that he resided within the premises. However, the owner was dedicated, leaving before the store opened in the morning and returning only after closing at night, remaining a voice without a face to the new employees who had never seen him. Is he the owner? Manager Chun's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Hadn't he just told the owner to work well? Oh, owner. Lu Gaoda beside, Qian Ziyong widened his eyes, utterly dumbfounded. He had just referred to his brother as the owner. Did that mean Qian Ziyong was the proprietor of Feihuang Supermarket? Chapter 8. An unbearable reality. Lu Gaoda recalled that a little over a month ago, Qian Ziyong mentioned that he was working without receiving salary. How absurd. As the owner, of course, he wouldn't have a salary. Lu Gaoda felt utterly bewildered. The friend he had spent so much time with was hiding such sinister intentions, concealed so deeply. It was time to sever ties. He absolutely had to deepen their relationship. In the boss and Oppo's office, Lu Gaoda sat in chair, sipping tea brewed by manager Zhu. He found himself in a state of confusion. Qian Ziyong, the owner of a supermarket with monthly revenues in the hundreds of millions. Why would he toil alongside him for daily settlements? Was it merely to shock him today and give him a fright? The cost of such a stunt seemed excessively high. He simply could not comprehend it. Truly, he could not. Gaoda, today was unexpected, Qian Ziyong said, his expression dazed, still reeling from the heavy blow. Lu Gaoda nodded. Brother, Are you about to reveal that you're no longer pretending and that you're actually a billionaire? Qian Ziyong shook his head. I never intended this. I had everything planned perfectly. So how did it go wrong? It shouldn't have. He still had not come to terms with the reality. How could the supermarket be doing so well? Countless large trucks were coming and going. Even a market wasn't this bustling. And it seemed they were making quite a fortune. No, he had to remedy this. Qian Ziyong raised his head, looking hopefully at Zhu Daqiang, Manager Zhu. How much have he earned? Zhu Daqiang and Amp. Oppo's expression was one of immense excitement as he retrieved a thick ledger from his pocket and laid it open on the table. Boss, ever since we implemented your methods, we have made a total of 40 million in the past 2 months. Zhu Daqiang expressed with admiration. Lu Gaoda jumped up, exclaiming, so much. 20 million in a month means 240 million in a year? Qian Ziyong was stunned. Had they really made 40 million already? Wasn't it said that earning money was exceedingly difficult? In a flurry, Qian Ziyong stood up, determined to spend all 40 million to avoid incurring losses. However, just as he stood, Lu Gaoda clung tightly to his leg. Daddy, Daddy! Lu Gaoda clung to Qian Ziyong desperately, refusing to let go. Qian Ziyong, in a state of urgency, tried to move forward. He needed to spend that money, and he was in a hurry. Gaoda, calm down. You must calm down. Qian Ziyong pleaded, frantic. Lu Gaoda shook his head vigorously. I cannot calm down. From this day forth, you, Qian Ziyong, are my father. Qian Ziyong shouted. I have no such unfilial son. They were close friends, often joking with each other, calling one another dad occasionally, especially after treating each other to meals in the dormitory. However, he never expected Lu Gaoda to react so emotionally. Dad, I don't want to go to Shenzhen to work for others. The cost of living is high. The food is terrible, and the accommodation is uncomfortable. Lu Gaoda cried, tears streaming down his face. Qian Ziyong sighed, please get up. He understood that Lu Gaoda was not genuinely trying to cling to him for his wealth. Rather, he was struggling to accept the reality of Qian Ziyong and Amp, Oppo's, as newfound fortune. Qian Ziyong himself found it hard to accept. Lu Gaoda stood up with a grin. Brother, now that you have money, aren't you going to treat me to a nice meal? Qian Ziyong shook his head. That is not possible. I truly cannot do that, as treating Lu Gaoda to a meal would require using my own money. With 40 million earned, treating Lu Gaoda would definitely mean an extravagant feast, and I might not even have enough on hand. So stingy, Lu Gaoda teased. Qian Ziyong confirmed, it's genuinely not feasible. However, I can offer you a job, as a special consultant for the supermarket, with a salary of 15,000 a month. Lu Gaoda hesitated, wanting to refuse since he did not wish to work for a friend. Yet, a salary of 15,000 was hard to turn down. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? He pondered. Qian Ziyong shook his head. It's a great opportunity. I need your help. Moreover, this is only temporary. When the time is right, there will be a more significant position available for you, with a salary of at least 100,000. Lu Gaoda's eyes sparkled. 100,000. At that moment, he genuinely wanted to acknowledge Qian Ziyong as his adoptive father. Brother, I need your assistance. The task is incredibly challenging, and I believe only you can help me accomplish it. Indeed, the task was daunting. After all, it involved managing 40 million. How to spend it wisely was no small feat. Qian Ziyong had resigned himself to the fact that it was unrealistic to spend over 40 million sensibly within 7 days. Thus, they would have to wait for the next cycle. I will undoubtedly help you, brother, regardless of the challenges. Lu Gaoda's expression turned serious. At that moment, countless images of competition and deception in the business world flashed through his mind. He was prepared to risk everything. Yes, Qian Ziyong nodded affirmatively. Upon returning to his office, Qian Ziyong collapsed onto the bed, holding a judgment document. He opened the ledger, eager to discover how he had made his fortune. The ledger was too complex. It would take him a long time to finish reading, and he lacked the patience. He asked his employees to fetch manager Zhu Daqiang. Soon, Zhu Daqiang hurried in, clearly anxious. Manager Zhu, why is our supermarket so profitable? Qian Ziyong inquired. Zhu Daqiang's eyes lit up, realizing the boss was testing him. He poured tea for Qian Ziyong, filled with admiration. Boss, I now understand that business can indeed be conducted in such a manner. Your entrepreneurial talent surpasses that of 100 of us. How did you do it? Qian Ziyong was eager to learn how the supermarket had become so profitable. Despite having arranged everything meticulously, Zhu Daqiang continued, "You instructed me to reduce the prices of store items to rock bottom, aiming to establish Feihuang Supermarket as the first comprehensive wholesale supermarket in Hansheng. If it were a newly opened large supermarket, it likely wouldn't have achieved such results. You meticulously selected this supermarket, which already had a minor reputation in Hansheng. So after transforming it into a wholesale market, it became an instant success." Meticulously selected? Qian Ziyong shook his head, smiling bitterly. He had not meticulously chosen. It was merely a coincidence he stumbled upon it while walking down the street. Had he known, he would have never taken over this supermarket. Who would have thought it was so well known in Hansheng? After all, the previous owner had managed it for a full 8 years. Qian Ziyong gave a thumbs up, continuing to praise, "You also instructed me to hire 3 times as many employees. That was truly a stroke of genius. You must have anticipated that our supermarket would thrive. Hence you advised me to recruit a large number of employees in advance and train them so that during busy times, the supermarket would operate smoothly, providing customers with the best experience. Without your arrangements, even if our supermarket were to flourish, it would never have achieved such remarkable results. Boss, you're incredible." Zhu Daqiang looked at Qian Ziyong with sincere admiration, overflowing with respect. Chapter 9. The boss tests me seeing Zhu Daqiang and Amp. Oppo's as adoring gaze. Qian Ziyong felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his heart aching. He wanted to curse, but could not find the words. He wished to strike someone, but lacked justification. In frustration, Qian Ziyong raised his hand and slapped his own face. "Boss!" Zhu Daqiang rushed in front of Qian Ziyong, hurriedly stopping him. "You needn't oppose. Chastise yourself this way. You and oppose. Already done remarkably well." Zhu Daqiang understood that many prodigies possess an extreme nature. While others may deem their efforts commendable, such gifted individuals often feel it is insufficient. In Qian Ziyong, Zhu Daqiang sensed no pride or complacency, only remorse. What was Qian Ziyong regretting? He could not fathom. There must be something that the boss felt had not been executed to perfection. Qian Ziyong's heart felt like ashes. He had accepted the reality. It seemed that it was all his own idea that had caused the supermarket to flourish. He could not blame Zhu Daqiang nor anyone else. They had merely followed his commands. ISN and oppose. It true that our supermarket lacks any decor? One and oppose. Customers find that off-putting? Qian Ziyong inquired. "Are you testing me, boss?" Zhu Daqiang replied respectfully. "At first, I too could not comprehend why such a generous person as you would be so frugal with the store's decor. But then it dawned on me. Your approach is profoundly purposeful. A lack of decoration aligns perfectly with our supermarket's essence." Qian Ziyong was taken aback. The supermarket has an essence? How had he never heard of this? Zhu Daqiang continued. "We are a wholesale supermarket. If our decor resembled that of Yongnian supermarket, it would be quite incongruous. Just as a vegetable market is characterized by its clamor and a hardware store by its disarray, our wholesale supermarket should embody its own identity. The lack of embellishment signals to customers that our supermarket offers exceptional value, allowing us to pass the majority of profits on to them. Hence we lack funds for decor. Wouldn't you agree, boss?" Zhu Daqiang looked at Qian Ziyong expectantly, akin to a schoolchild yearning for a teacher's praise. Indeed, Qian Ziyong thought mournfully. So, this was how his money had vanished. Entirely his fault. But wait, hadn't he lowered the prices to their absolute minimum? Even with high sales, how could he possibly incur a loss of 40 million? He discerned a flaw in Zhu Daqiang and Amp. Oppo's argument. Hope flickered in Qian Ziyong and Amp. Oppo's eyes, as if he had grasped a final lifeline. Zhu Daqiang raised both thumbs in approval. "This is all thanks to you, boss." "Me again?" Qian Ziyong and Amp. Oppo's eyes widened. What had he done in the supermarket that warranted such praise? "Of course, it is due to your astute leadership," Zhu Daqiang asserted confidently. "You instructed me to refund all the display fees to our suppliers." Qian Ziyong nodded, recalling how, Before even opening, suppliers had provided 100,000 in display fees, prompting him to hastily instruct Zhu Daqiang to return it. Zhu Daqiang continued, "Since you mandated the refund, the supplier's attitude towards us has dramatically changed. They offer us exceptionally favorable prices, 1 whole yuan cheaper per box." "Just 1 yuan?" Qian Ziyong thought it trivial. "Do not underestimate that 1 yuan," Zhu Daqiang insisted. "It enables our supermarket's goods to be cheaper than those of our competitors. Coupled with our extensive inventory, more customers are inclined to shop here. Consequently, our sales have skyrocketed. The more we sell, the cheaper our procurement prices become. I have adhered strictly to your directive. You said to lower prices to the minimum, and I executed it resolutely. Eventually, our supermarket's prices were even lower than the procurement prices of other supermarkets, leading many smaller stores to source their goods from us. This further boosted our sales, allowing us to procure at even lower prices. The cycle has become virtuous. Our supermarket now boasts the lowest prices in all of Hansheng." Upon hearing Zhu Daqiang's heartfelt words, Qian Ziyong nearly suffered a heart attack. He picked up the ledger on the table and opened it, where the records were meticulously detailed. Waha had provided them with prices of 25 yuan per box for 1,000 boxes, 24 yuan for 10,000 boxes, 23 yuan for 100,000 boxes, and 22 yuan for 1,000,000 boxes. Their supermarket sold over 1,000,000 boxes of water in a single month. 1,000,000 boxes, if they made merely a dime per box. That would yield a profit of 100,000 in a month. And that was just water. Other snacks and beverages would yield even higher profits. This was truly a case of thin profit margins, leading to high sales. The thought of his supermarket siphoning off his hard-earned money left Qian Ziyong feeling utterly despondent. He wandered out like a specter, witnessing throngs of people outside. They were frantically snatching up various goods, as if money were of no concern. The store employees were desperately restocking the shelves. My money. Observing these individuals purchasing items felt akin to them robbing him of his wealth, causing Qian Ziyong immense pain. Yet, he could do nothing to stop it, helplessly watching as others seized his money. In that moment, he felt an urge to call the police. Zhu Daqiang quietly remarked from behind, "Boss, this is all your achievement." Those words struck Qian Ziyong like a heavy blow, the final straw that broke the camel and Appo's back. He felt blood rush to his head, his vision blurred, and he collapsed. "Boss! Boss!" Zhu Daqiang cried out in alarm. "Oh no, the boss has collapsed." Those with sharp eyes quickly shouted. The surrounding employees immediately paused their tasks. Some called for an ambulance, while others sought a vehicle, causing the entire supermarket to erupt into chaos. Though many employees had never spoken a word to Qian Ziyong, they were genuinely grateful for his generous wages. In the hospital, Qian Ziyong groggily opened his eyes. Before him stood a middle-aged woman, her face etched with concern. "Mom." Tears welled in Qian Ziyong and Appo's eyes. "Ziyong, you're awake." Chun Huilan inquired anxiously. "How do you feel? Is there anywhere that hurts?" Qian Ziyong shook his head. "I feel all right, just a bit weak." The thought of the supermarket making a fortune while he received not a single cent from the settlement filled him with despair. "Mom." Qian Ziyong wept uncontrollably. "Life is so hard. My money is gone. 5 million in total, at 3,000 a month. I would have to toil for 200 years without eating or drinking just to earn it back. Winning the lottery would only yield 5 million. To have money within reach slip away so easily." Qian Ziyong's heart was fragile and could not withstand such a crushing blow. "My son, I know you've been struggling." Chun Huilan expressed her deep concern. "You are still so young, and not only have you turned a massive supermarket from loss to profit, but you've also earned over 40 million. The hardships you've endured are known only to you." Chapter 10. A sea of tears upon hearing the staggering figure of over 40 million. Qian Ziyong felt as though his heart had turned to ash, and tears streamed incessantly down his face. He shook his head and lamented, "Mother, do you know how I've endured these past 2 months? I'm exhausted. Doing odd jobs is incredibly taxing. After 2 months of hard work, returning home late every day, I have barely saved 3,000. He poured out his grievances to his mother, a mere child of over 200 months. Just then, Qian Ziyong's father entered quietly, only to find mother and son engulfed in tears. The middle-aged man stood there, frozen, as if he had lost his soul. Ziyong, he exclaimed, rushing forward. Why must you suffer so? Both Qian Ziyong and Chun Huilan were taken aback. What had come over him? Wiping his tears, Qian Ziyong softly inquired, Dad, what's wrong? Facing the bewildered expressions of his family, Qian Xiuqi cautiously asked, Is it not a terminal illness? Chun Huilan shook her head, No. It's just that my son has earned over 40 million. There's no terminal illness. No terminal illness? Qian Xiuqi rose, perplexed. If there's no terminal illness, why are you both crying so sorrowfully? Wait, did you say my son earned over 40 million? Why are you crying? Should you be celebrating, perhaps dancing in joy, rather than coming to the hospital to weep? Chun Huilan stood in stunned silence. Indeed, her son had earned such a fortune. Why was he crying? It was because her son had expressed his fatigue, and her heart ached for him, prompting her tears. Nonetheless, over 40 million. A bit of fatigue was a trivial price to pay for such future indulgence. At that moment, a round-faced nurse entered, followed closely by Zhu Daqiang. What on earth is all this wailing about? She asked, bewildered. Qian Xiuqi awkwardly scratched his head and asked, How is my son? Nothing to worry about. The nurse replied nonchalantly. The doctor says he is in excellent health and can be discharged. I still feel quite weak, Qian Ziyong protested. Well, if you feel weak, then you should exercise more, the nurse retorted. I still feel a bit dizzy, he added. He truly wished to avoid confronting that 40 million. Dizzy? You ought to get up. Lying around all afternoon would make anyone dizzy. The round-faced nurse replied matter-of-factly. My son is fine. Chun Huilan turned to the nurse. What could possibly be wrong with someone so young, without any injuries or ailments? The nurse perused the various test results again. It's simply shock. P.S. just a bit overstimulated. Just relax. 2 days ago, a lottery winner came here, and today an Oppos. Youth truly have little resilience. Upon realizing her son was genuinely fine, Chun Huilan placed her hands on her hips and declared, Get up. At the sound of his mother and Oppos' command, Qian Ziyong sprang from the bed with remarkable agility. Let us discharge you. There are other patients waiting, the nurse said impatiently. Mom, I feel I still. Qian Ziyong hesitated, searching for an excuse. Seeing her son bouncing about, Chun Huilan was dissatisfied. I think you are just fine, better than anyone. You've been here, crying so pitifully, causing me to shed unnecessary tears. Faced with his mother's ire, Qian Ziyong behaved like an obedient child. Manager Zhu, I believe the supermarket must be quite busy. It needs my presence to oversee operations. He diverted, glancing at Zhu Daqiang behind the nurse. Don't worry, boss. With me here, the supermarket will have no issues, Zhu Daqiang assured, thumping his chest. Right? Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up. Post a notice on the door that the supermarket will be closed for a day tomorrow. The reason for closure? Just say the boss lady has arrived, and we're taking a day off. Huh? Zhu Daqiang looked somewhat bewildered. Why take a day off? What does the boss lady's arrival have to do with the supermarket? Just go. Qian Ziyong waved him off. Understood, Zhu Daqiang responded, standing tall before hastily exiting. Chun Huilan ceased her reprimands, asking, Son, don't worry about us. We can manage a night at a hotel ourselves. You focus on your work. Closing the supermarket for a day will incur significant losses. Earning money is not easy, and you've only just got on the right track. You must not let your guard down. Qian Ziyong shook his head repeatedly, Mom. I am closing the supermarket for a day not because of you, but because the employees have worked too hard these past 2 months. They deserve a break. In the future, I will intermittently give employees time off. This is beneficial for the supermarket. Besides, one must have a conscience. I have earned this money and cannot bear the burdens alone. Qian Ziyong realized he was not very adept at fabricating lies. This was all rather chaotic. In any case, rest is my strategy for improving the supermarket, he resolved firmly. Chun Huilan nodded. Your father and I know little about business. You handle it as you see fit. Qian Ziyong assented, ensuring his parents were well taken care of, treating them to meals, and booking a decent hotel for their comfort. The medical expenses, hotel fees, meals, and other miscellaneous costs amounted to over 2,000. Qian Ziyong discovered that after 2 arduous months of early mornings and late nights, he was left with barely over 1,000. Is there no respite from this struggle? Life is indeed arduous. Returning to the supermarket in despair, Qian Ziyong regretted not taking a day off to check on things while he was earning daily settlements. Sigh. Enough lamentation. Let bygones be bygones. I must regroup. I still have opportunities. Qian Ziyong inhaled deeply. Boss, Mr. Li has arrived. Zhu Daqiang entered the office, pouring tea for Qian Ziyong. Please do come in. Qian Ziyong exclaimed with delight. He remembered that Mr. Li had promised him a meal. It had been a month, and he craved the lamb from that restaurant. Rising, Qian Ziyong personally went to greet him. Mr. Li was already at the door. Upon seeing Qian Ziyong, he expressed his remorse. Boss Qian, I am ashamed for not recognizing your worth and foolishly flaunting my own abilities before you. Having lived many years, I pale in comparison to you. Too kind. Qian Ziyong felt a flush of embarrassment. After all, Mr. Li had genuinely guided him last time, and he had taken advantage of that goodwill. Most importantly, he had failed. Boss Qian, I have booked a table at Jinhailing. I wonder. Mr. Li began, but Qian Ziyong interrupted. I'm free. I'm absolutely free. Mr. Li, you are too kind. Just call me Xiao Qian. In the private room of Jinhailing, the atmosphere was lively as glasses clinked and laughter filled the air. Mr. Li raised his glass. Boss Qian, only now do I understand the meaning of not revealing one's true self. You epitomize how a supermarket should be run. Now, across the entire Han City, no one is unaware of Qian Ziyong. You are the first to make a supermarket more bustling than a wet market. I have no words left. All my admiration is encapsulated in this toast. Chapter 11. A necessary respite. Li Lian downed the contents of his glass in one swift motion. Listening to Li Lian's lamentations, Qian Ziyong felt a profound sorrow welling up within him. Despite his usual restraint with alcohol, he too raised his glass and emptied it in a single gulp. Brotherly, your teachings are etched deeply in my heart. First, the renovations must be impeccable. Second, the staff should not be too numerous. Third, the prices must not be excessively low. How I regret my past decisions. Qian Ziyong reproached himself, wishing he could strike himself in frustration. It was his own impetuousness that had led to the current predicament where the supermarket's earnings were squandered. How embarrassing! How embarrassing! I am merely a novice in your esteemed presence. Please do not hold it against me for my ignorance. It seems unlikely that the supermarket can be revived now, nor will it ever be as bustling as it is at present. Li Lian earnestly reflected, amazed by the operational capabilities of the supermarket. Qian Ziyong had imparted invaluable lessons. He had traveled far and wide across the nation to learn, only to realize that true mastery was right beside him. Had he known, he would have humbly stayed in Han City to learn from Qian Ziyong. Boss Qian, I require your assistance. Might I persuade you to serve as a consultant for the supermarket? Qian Ziyong spoke softly, having devised a plan to transform the supermarket. Ideally, he wished for its original owner to take charge of its operations. Indeed, that would be splendid, Li Lian exclaimed joyfully. I was just about to request that you allow me to learn from you. No, there is nothing of merit in my experience worthy of your emulation. Qian Ziyong quickly interjected, concerned that Li Lian might be led astray. Li Lian was a good man, one who treated others to meals and taught him the intricacies of running a supermarket. Such a generous elder brother was rare. If Li Lian were to appropriate his experiences and open his own supermarket, and if it were to suffer losses, who would treat him to meals in the future? It would be best to work alongside him, drawing from his invaluable experiences of loss to learn prudently. Li Lian raised his glass. Brother, you possess many admirable qualities, yet your humility is excessive. Brother, Qian Ziyong gazed earnestly at the large chunk of lamb before him and called out sincerely, You toil for me, yet I have nothing to offer in return. I feel ashamed. Do not worry about salaries. Li Lian began, but was interrupted by Qian Ziyong's insistence. 100,000 a month. Initially, it can only be this amount, but I assure you, raises will follow. Li Lian sputtered. Wine sprang from his mouth. What? 100,000 a month? He stared incredulously at Qian Ziyong, who, thinking he had offered too little, rubbed his head in apology. I'm sorry, brother, but this is all I can offer at the moment. He wished he could provide a higher salary, yet was constrained by the system. It wasn't that the offer was too meager. It was in fact quite generous. Li Lian felt undeserving of such a high salary. By the way, With such a salary, does the supermarket still yield a profit? How much have you earned over these past 2 months? He inquired quietly. Is 100,000 substantial? Qian Ziyong still believed he had offered too little, assuming that Li Lian, having been a business owner, would find such a fixed salary beneath his expectations. After deducting all expenses and taxes over the past 2 months, the profit exceeded 40 million, Qian Ziyong murmured. 40 million, Li Lian exclaimed in astonishment. Qian Ziyong was equally incredulous. How could they have earned so much? Li Lian felt a sense of inadequacy wash over him. Brother, do you have any idea how much I earned in 8 years of running a supermarket? How much? Qian Ziyong asked, intrigued. Li Lian held up a finger. 1 million. Is that all? Qian Ziyong expressed disbelief. That is quite a sum, Li Lian replied. But of course, compared to your extraordinary talent, it pales in comparison. Qian Ziyong felt bashful at the flattery. Brother, I should be the one paying you for the opportunity to learn from you. Yet you offer me such a generous salary. I feel unworthy, Li Lian insisted. Upon hearing that Li Lian wished to pay him, and was even reluctant to accept his salary, Qian Ziyong leaped up as if his tail had been stepped on. Absolutely not. You are a talent, and talents deserve appropriate compensation. 100,000 cannot be reduced. If you attempt to lessen it, I shall be forced to protest vehemently. It was a rare find to discover someone who could alleviate his burdens, and he was determined to hold on to that opportunity. 100,000 a month amounted to 1,200,000 a year, a considerable relief. Seeing the sincerity in Qian Ziyong's eyes, Li Lian felt deeply moved and raised his glass. Words need not be spoken. Let them be conveyed through our shared drink. With that, Li Lian drank deeply. Within the supermarket, Zhu Daqiang gathered all the employees. Standing at the forefront, he announced, "The boss has decreed that tomorrow will be a day of rest. No one is required to come in, and work will resume the day after." Upon hearing this, the employees did not respond with the anticipated joy. One employee stepped forward and inquired, "Manager, why has the boss granted us a day off? Tomorrow is not a holiday." The employees were puzzled. Because the boss and Oppo's mother is visiting, Zhu Daqiang clarified. The boss and Oppo's mother? Is she beautiful? A female employee asked curiously. I thought the boss was unmarried? Zhu Daqiang waved his hand dismissively. Not the boss and Oppo's wife, but his mother. The crowd finally understood. Yet they remained perplexed as to why the supermarket needed to close for the visit. Manager, I believe we should not take a day off. The supermarket does not need to close. Business is thriving. How much will we lose by taking a day off? One employee protested. More employees voiced their agreement. Indeed, we do not require a day off. Previously, they had longed for days off, but now, working at Fei Huang supermarket, they wish for no breaks at all. The boss treated them exceedingly well. They felt guilty even at the prospect of a day off. At other supermarkets, they toiled for 12 hours a day for a mere 3,000 in monthly wages. Yet at Fei Huang supermarket, they worked a mere 6-hour shift for a salary of 5,000. Furthermore, the boss had promised that even if they resigned or the supermarket closed, they would be compensated at the highest wage +1. Gratitude for the boss's kindness stirred within them. They felt compelled to work diligently to repay his generosity. Let's not rest. We will not rest. It was unclear who raised their arm in enthusiastic declaration, but soon, all 400 employees had their arms raised in unison. No rest. No rest. Zhu Daqiang observed the scene before him, warmth swelling in his heart. This was the cohesion of Fei Huang supermarket. They had truly achieved a people-centered approach, inspiring employees to consider the interests of the supermarket from the depths of their hearts. However, this was a directive from the boss that he was obliged to fulfill. He found himself at a loss for how to communicate this message to the employees. Just then, a commanding voice rang out from the side. A day of rest is necessary and non-negotiable. Chapter 12. Zero settlement who? The employees turned their heads. It was Qian Ziyong who walked in. Boss. Upon seeing their employer, the employees were filled with excitement. The boss had always been so generous to them. Qian Ziyong nodded. I have been observing your efforts these days. You have worked hard. We're not tired at all. The employees chimed in enthusiastically. Qian Ziyong shook his head, sighing internally. They claimed not to be fatigued, yet he had already amassed over 40 million. If they truly worked day and night, would he not be earning a billion? When would he ever manage to spend it all? They needed to rest. They must rest. If not for the fear of raising suspicions, he would have gladly sent them home for a few years, paying them generously. How difficult could it be to spend some money? The supermarket has made profits, and you all must be weary. Take a day off. Consider my request, Qian Ziyong said. With the boss and Oppo's appeal, the employees found it hard to object. All right, everyone, go back. Don and Oppo's tea coming tomorrow, Qian Ziyong declared. He was feeling somewhat despondent and lacked the desire to converse. Waving his hand dismissively, he left with a heavy heart. The employees noted his low spirits. Manager Zhu, what in Oppo's? What's wrong with the boss? He seems unhappy, an employee inquired, jogging over to Zhu Daqiang. Zhu Daqiang replied, it's likely the boss has discovered the supermarket and Oppo's crisis. You know how hard he has worked these past few months, coming in early and leaving late. We only need to focus on our own tasks, but the boss bears the burden of the supermarket. It's truly not easy. Alas, it's my limited capability that prevents me from alleviating his load. Indeed, over the past 2 months, making over 40 million, how significant the boss and Oppo's role has been. Each directive, seemingly mundane, must have been carefully considered before being issued. Now that the boss is in a foul mood, it must be due to the supermarket facing troubles. Ultimately, he shoulders it all alone. Returning to his office, Qian Ziyong lay down on the bed, utterly drained. He had given up hope. The system was about to finalize his settlement, and no matter how hard he tried, it was impossible to spend over 40 million. The thought that the supermarket would generate profits of 20 million each month made his head spin. The responsibility was immense. Forget it, I'll play a game. Tomorrow and Oppo's troubles can wait until tomorrow. Escaping reality, Qian Ziyong opened his phone. He played for an entire week. One morning, he awoke and once again opened his phone. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Beep. System settlement in progress. Settlement complete. Host, Qian Ziyong. Personal funds, 1527. System funds, cash 42. 315, 487. Assets, 10, 121, 241. Settlement, 3, 000, 42, 315, 487, 10, 121, 241. Minus 49, 436, 728. Settlement amount is less than 0. Personal funds settle at 0. Conversion of personal funds, 1527 0, 1527. Settlement complete. Staring at the glaring 0, Qian Ziyong felt like crying without tears. This 0 was the greatest mockery of his incompetence. Second cycle, 3 months, system funds, 50 million, injected into Bankart. System funds, cash 92, 315, 487. Assets, 10, 121, 241. Goodness, 50 million for this cycle. That has half of a small target. If he accomplished this, he would become a millionaire in 3 months. Qian Ziyong was instantly invigorated. However, the thought that the supermarket would also generate at least 60 million in 3 months made the pressure feel overwhelming. At that moment, Zhu Daqiang entered. Boss, Zhao is here, Zhu Daqiang announced. Zhao. Qian Ziyong pondered for a moment, recalling that it was the landlord, Zhao Kuang. Since he took over the supermarket and signed the lease, Zhao Kuang had not appeared again. It had been 3 months, and with the lease expiring, it seemed it was time to pay the rent. The rent for 3 months amounted to 125,000. Not bad. That would cover 125,000. While it barely made a dent in the colossal figure of 160 million, every little bit helped. Please, come in, Qian Ziyong said courteously, personally going to greet him. Mr. Qian, business is thriving, Zhao Kuang said with a bow. Qian Ziyong managed a wry smile. Business is indeed good. You must be here for the rent, right? I have it ready for you. Manager Zhu, please transfer the funds to Mr. Zhao. Not so fast. Zhao Kuang raised his hand to halt Zhu Daqiang's transfer. He produced the contract and stated, Mr. Qian, our agreement was for 3 months. And since the contract has now expired, the decision to renew lies with me. Qian Ziyong nodded. That is indeed correct. Mr. Qian, my shop is in a prime location. I had previously offered you a discount because of your youth, but now it's time to revert to the original price. The rent will be increased, Zhao Kuang declared, waving his hand. Beside him, Zhu Daqiang was infuriated. Mr. Zhao, this is quite unscrupulous. 5 million for a year's rent is already exorbitant. Similar locations are only renting for 2 million. It's increased. Zhao Kuang chuckled. All surrounding properties are mine, and their rents have doubled. I'm not asking for much. I only require 20 million. 20 million for a year. Zhu Daqiang felt his teeth grind in frustration. This was sheer extortion. Zhao Kuang recognized the supermarket and Oppos as profitability and sought to take advantage of it. In truth, the property was not even Zhao Kuang and Oppos'. He merely signed a long-term lease with the actual landlord. He was a sub-landlord. Besides this supermarket, he also managed several other shops in the vicinity. The reason for the rent hikes in nearby shops stemmed from the booming business of Fei Huang Supermarket. Following its success, foot traffic in the area increased significantly, benefiting the surrounding businesses. Zhao Kuang profited handsomely thanks to Fei Huang Supermarket, and instead of expressing gratitude, he came to exploit them. Shameless. Zhu Daqiang glanced at Qian Ziyong, only to find him wearing a broad smile. 20 million? Qian Ziyong pondered. The asking price seemed too low. Just 20 million? That meant only 5 million for 3 months. In the grand scheme of 160 million, this was a mere trifle. Zhao Kuang should have asked for over 100 million. Such a demand would significantly alleviate his burden by over 30 million. Suddenly, an idea struck Qian Ziyong. He had a reasonable justification to close the supermarket. If the supermarket earned 20 million a month, shutting it down would save him that amount. This was far more cost-effective than paying 20 million in rent. Moreover, it was entirely rational. After all, the landlord was raising the rent considerably. In a fit of youthful exuberance, if he decided not to rent anymore, everyone would perceive it as an impulsive decision, not unreasonable at all. What a perfect excuse. He had been troubled by how to manage the additional 60 million, and now Zhao Kuang had come to his aid. Zhao Kuang was indeed a good man. Chapter 13. Close the door now, thank you, Boss Zhao. Qian Ziyong expressed his heartfelt gratitude toward Zhao Kuang, then turned to Zhu Daqiang beside him. Manager Zhu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Upon hearing this, Zhu Daqiang wondered what was about to transpire. It was clear that Qian Ziyong was urging him to make the payment promptly. Qian Ziyong was typically very decisive when it came to financial matters. Zhu Daqiang felt a surge of displeasure. It seemed Zhao Kuang was taking advantage of the situation. However, there was little he could do, as the contract had only been signed for 3 months. I'll head to the bank to make the transfer, Zhu Daqiang said. His spirit dampened. Zhao Kuang was elated. Indeed, his predictions were accurate. Qian Ziyong would compromise for the sake of money. After all, the supermarket was earning 20 million a month. If he raised the rent to 20 million, Qian Ziyong would have no choice but to accept. Who would willingly turn their back on money? No. Qian Ziyong quickly interjected upon hearing Zhu Daqiang's intention to make the payment. I meant hurry up and notify the employees that we're closing down. What? Both Zhu Daqiang and Zhao Kuang were taken aback. Qian Ziyong, unable to restrain himself, insisted. Go now. Immediately suspend operations. Our supermarket is shutting down. The rent increase is unacceptable. Close the doors now. Qian Ziyong was in a state of urgency. As long as the supermarket was still making money, every minute of delay meant hundreds of dollars lost. The sooner they closed, the less he would lose. Wait. Zhu Daqiang and Zhao Kuang quickly tried to intervene, especially Zhao Kuang, who was startled. He had set the annual rent at 20 million because he believed Qian Ziyong would pay it. He never anticipated Qian Ziyong would be so resolute. This was a battle he could not afford to engage in. Zhu Daqiang also hastily intervened. Although he despised Zhao Kuang's opportunistic tactics, it would be unwise to go down with him. In these challenging times, could they really afford to abandon a business that would yield 200 million a year over a single dispute? How impulsive. Qian Ziyong was indeed too rash. He needed to swallow his pride. Let an Oppos negotiate. Let an Oppos negotiate. Zhao Kuang repeatedly asserted, I can consider lowering it a bit. How about 15 million? Not acceptable. Qian Ziyong shook his head. If Zhao Kuang had continued to raise the rent to an exorbitant level, he might have reluctantly agreed. However, with Zhao Kuang lowering it, how would he continue the lease? By not renewing, he would eliminate a burden of 60 million. What a relief! Ignoring Zhao Kuang, Qian Ziyong turned to Zhu Daqiang. Manager Zhu, please escort our guest out. This. Zhu Daqiang hesitated, then steeled himself, and said to Zhao Kuang, "Look, Boss Zhao, please leave." Zhao Kuang was utterly bewildered. Dragged out of the conference room by Zhu Daqiang, he pleaded, "We can negotiate. I want an oppos. T raised the rent." Zhu Daqiang brought Zhao Kuang to the door, closed it behind them, and released him. Manager Zhu, Zhao Kuang, at a loss, sought Zhu Daqiang's assistance. He had not expected Qian Ziyong to be so adamant. Was this a ruse? It didn't seem so. The determination on Qian Ziyong's face indicated he was genuinely considering leaving. If Fei Huang's supermarket ceased to exist, the foot traffic would dwindle, causing a significant drop in rental prices for surrounding businesses. The loss would be considerable. Furthermore, if he hiked the rent and drove away Fei Huang's supermarket, his landlord would be furious. Seeing Zhao Kuang flustered, Zhu Daqiang scoffed. "What were you doing all along?" On the surface, Zhu Daqiang feigned anger, but inside, he was elated. He never anticipated that the young boss would play the game of feigned retreat so skillfully. Zhao Kuang was thoroughly intimidated. At this point, forget 5 million a year. Even 3 million would be within Zhao Kuang and Oppos as acceptance. The boss was remarkably astute. A mere display of resolve had put Zhao Kuang in his place. Such a person deserved to be dealt with firmly. The previous supermarket owner, Li Lian, had to withdraw due to constant rent increases. Manager Zhu, speak kindly to the boss. The rent is negotiable, very negotiable. Li Lian said, sheepishly pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and cautiously offering it. I was foolish. Times are tough, and out of greed, I thought to raise the rent. I was wrong. Please, Manager Zhu, say a few good words for me. The rent is negotiable. All right. Zhu Daqiang accepted the cigarette, nodding reluctantly. You know our boss is young and tends to act impulsively. Once he makes a decision, no one can sway him. I'll give it a try. Zhu Daqiang was thrilled, though he maintained a facade of reluctance. The boss's strategy of retreating to advance was truly masterful. For a fleeting moment, he believed the boss might genuinely close the supermarket. He had deceived him, and it seemed he had completely outwitted Zhao Kuang, the old fox. Zhu Daqiang entered the conference room and approached Qian Ziyong, who was busy scribbling on a piece of paper. Zhu Daqiang gave a thumbs up. Boss, your acting is extraordinary. I was completely convinced. Now Zhao Kuang has sent me to plead with you, saying the rent is negotiable. We can not only lower the rent, but also extend the lease for several years. Boss, you're amazing. You've effortlessly taken control of him. What? Qian Ziyong was puzzled. Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to see Zhao Kuang out and close the supermarket? Huh? Zhu Daqiang was taken aback. Boss, you weren't just acting to scare Zhao Kuang? Of course, Qian Ziyong nodded. I genuinely believe this supermarket is unworthy. I no longer want it. Unworthy? Zhu Daqiang was flabbergasted. A supermarket making 20 million a month. How could it be deemed unworthy? When Li Lian was the owner, he would have been ecstatic to earn 100,000 a month. Now, earning 20 million, and yet the boss found it unsatisfactory. Moreover, I dislike dealing with such landlords. They make me feel repulsed. We'll relocate and continue the business. You'll still be the manager. I've also hired 2 consultants. One is my classmate, and the other is Li Lian, the original owner of Fei Huang Supermarket. Qian Ziyong stated earnestly. Zhu Daqiang quickly urged, Boss, a supermarket earning 20 million a month is already at its peak. It cannot exceed that. Qian Ziyong patted Zhu Daqiang on the shoulder, smiling. Manager Zhu, your perspective is limited. Collaborating with someone like Zhao Kuang, even if he is just my landlord, makes me feel disgusted. Sometimes, one must cut ties decisively to avoid chaos. In any case, I have made up my mind. I will confront him head-on. If Fei Huang's supermarket closes, we will open elsewhere. Unbeknownst to Qian Ziyong, he was berating Zhao Kuang for being unable to withstand pressure, questioning why he would agree to lower the rent. He felt he lacked a solid justification to close the supermarket. However, as long as he acted as if the rent hike had never occurred, It would be as if the increase was a given. After all, it was Zhao Kuang's decision to raise the rent that forced him to shut down. He was also a victim. Li Lian had closed down for the same reason. He was merely following in Li Lian and Appo's footsteps. Entirely reasonable. Chapter 14. The closure at that moment. Qian Ziyong handed a piece of paper to Zhu Daqiang, instructing, "Post this on the supermarket door and hasten to close it." Understood. Zhu Daqiang could only nod in resignation. Upon stepping outside, he found Zhao Kuang waiting for him. "Manager Zhu, what did Boss Qian say?" Zhao Kuang inquired. After Zhu Daqiang had entered, he contemplated the situation and suspected that Qian Ziyong was merely trying to intimidate him. After all, the supermarket was quite profitable. Why would Qian Ziyong choose to abandon it? The closure was likely just a tactic to compel him to lower the rent. It had to be that way. Shaking his head, Zhu Daqiang replied, "It's futile. The boss declared that we are closing today." What? Zhao Kuang and Appo's face was a mask of disbelief. He thought Zhu Daqiang was merely putting on an act, playing a part to the very end. You will surely come to plead with me," Zhao Kuang urged himself, departing from the supermarket. Zhu Daqiang paid him no further mind, adhering the notice given by Qian Ziyong to the supermarket door and ordering the entrance to be locked. Simultaneously, he summoned all employees for a meeting. Upon learning of the supermarket and Appo's closure, the staff expressed their astonishment. What happened? The supermarket was doing well. How could it possibly close? Didn't Appo's profit over 40 million? It seems the landlord increased the rent. I overheard that it's 20 million a year. What? For only 5,000 square meters. 20 million a year? With that amount, one could purchase this place outright. That and Appo's outrageous. I support the boss. Even if we must vacate, I refuse to let such a despicable person prevail. But without the supermarket, what shall we do? The employees engaged in fervent discussions, all worried for their futures. Meanwhile, customers arriving at the supermarket were bewildered to find the doors of Fei Huang's supermarket locked, allowing exit but forbidding entry. The supermarket has closed? They gazed at the large sign affixed to the door, which proclaimed in bold letters, "Due to rising rent and increased operational costs, we can no longer bear the exorbitant rent. This supermarket is closing down." The message seemed to carry an odd hint of cheerfulness. Was it merely their imagination? Yet, with the supermarket's closure, where would they procure their necessities? Countless customers lamented, stamping their feet in regret. I knew it. The prices were so low. They must have been selling at a loss. The supermarket was never profitable, and now look, it's gone. I regret not buying more. What shall we do? Where else can we find a supermarket like Fei Huang, with such affordable prices and excellent service? Who claimed the supermarket earned 20 million a month? A supermarket making that much could never close. Customers expressed their frustrations, calling for the supermarket to reopen. Within, patrons heard the clamorous outcry from outside, realizing that the supermarket had indeed shut down. By today, or tomorrow, there will be nothing left. Initially intending to purchase only a few items, they now sought to take as much as they could. As Zhu Daqiang addressed the employees, most had gathered, aside from a few at the checkout. Hearing the commotion outside, he grew anxious. Could something have happened? A staff member rushed in, exclaiming, "Manager, they're in Appo's trouble. The customers outside are causing a scene. They want to break in." Upon hearing this, Zhu Daqiang hurried outside. "Manager Zhu." As he approached, the crowd ceased their pushing. "Manager, how could the supermarket, which was thriving, suddenly close?" An elderly woman inquired. Zhu Daqiang shook his head. "There's nothing we can do. Boss Zhao raised the rent to 20 million a year, which we cannot afford." "What? 20 million a year? Is he trying to rob us?" The crowd erupted in murmurs. For a 5,000 square meter supermarket to demand 20 million a year is simply outrageous. Is it Zhao Kuang? I know him. He is insatiable. An elderly woman exclaimed angrily. Zhao Kuang and Appo's exorbitant rent provoked the ire of many, especially those residing nearby, who were all too familiar with the situation. They began to curse Zhao Kuang. Yet, as the landlord, he dictated the terms, leaving them with little recourse. I know this Zhao Kuang. He collects rent from many shops in the area. I will never patronize those establishments again. How can someone be so vile? Just because others are thriving, he raises the rent. Not only that, but he demands an astronomical 20 million a year. Does he think he is above the heavens? Outrageous. If I were in his position, I wouldn't rent either. The crowd united in their disdain for Zhao Kuang. Upon hearing of the 20 million rent, their sympathy for Fei Huang's supermarket grew. Manager Zhu, the supermarket is closing tomorrow. Please let us in today. A customer pleaded. Yes. I traveled an hour by bus just to see Fei Huang's supermarket. Another chimed in, seeing the crowd's ardent support for the supermarket. Zhu Daqiang felt a tumult of emotions. After years of service as a manager, he now felt an unprecedented sense of achievement. We at Fei Huang Supermarket sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. He bowed deeply to the crowd. The onlookers expressed their understanding. Zhu Daqiang ordered the entrance to be opened. As the crowd surged in, they realized this was the final day to purchase such inexpensive goods. They hurried to buy as much as possible. In an instant, the supermarket was filled to capacity. Friends called out to one another, causing the aisles to overflow. Zhu Daqiang abandoned the meeting, instructing the staff to restock. Many customers made multiple trips to carry their purchases, returning until they could no longer manage. The influx of shoppers made it nearly impossible to navigate the store. Often, items were snatched from shelves before they could be fully stocked. The checkout lines became a whirlwind of activity. Fortunately, with self-checkout systems available, customers could scan and pay for their items, or else the chaos would have been unmanageable. The next day, the supermarket remained closed. In the manager's office, Qian Ziyong stared blankly at the ledger. Zhu Daqiang had reported earnings of 2 million from the previous day. Qian Ziyong was perplexed. Could the supermarket truly be so profitable? Zhu Daqiang wished to open the store again, hoping to clear out the remaining stock. However, Qian Ziyong swiftly intervened. If this continues, one into amp, oppos, make a fortune? Opening the store again would thwart our plans. Fortunately, Qian Ziyong was astute enough to shut down the supermarket, averting a disastrous outcome. He commended his own cleverness. I have already selected our next location. Our new supermarket will be right here. Qian Ziyong gestured excitedly at the map on the table. This area has heavy foot traffic. It's the heart of Han City. Although the land prices are a bit steep, it aligns perfectly with the high-end quality of Fei Huang Supermarket. As Zhu Daqiang gazed at the location Qian Ziyong pointed to, his eyes widened in shock. This, ISN and Oppos. This directly across from Yongnian Supermarket? It's a dead end. Zhu Daqiang exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 15. Certainly not profitable. Are there many people here? Qian Ziyong inquired. Zhu Daqiang nodded. There are quite a few, but there is already a Yongnian Supermarket. He continued. The most significant point is that Yongnian Supermarket is not merely an ordinary supermarket. It is a vast commercial complex. Shopping, watching movies, dining, it's a one-stop experience. The reason we have been operating at a loss every month is due to the competition from Yongnian Supermarket. It is exceptionally formidable. I've heard it's owned by someone from Sakura country, and their service and decor are commendable. Ever since Yongnian Supermarket opened, our supermarket has been declining steadily, and Bosley had no choice but to transfer ownership. Everyone opening supermarkets in Hanqing wishes to steer clear of Yongnian Supermarket. Yet, Qian Ziyong intends to establish a supermarket right across from it. Is he courting disaster? With your insight, there is no doubt that opening Fei Huang Supermarket here will not be profitable, right? Qian Ziyong asked. Zhu Daqiang concurred. I truly cannot envision what chance we would have by opening a supermarket here. Zhu Daqiang believed that after his remark, Qian Ziyong would surely reconsider. To his surprise, Qian Ziyong, upon hearing his words, exclaimed with delight, "Then let us open it here." But it's directly opposite Yongnian Supermarket. Zhu Daqiang exclaimed in alarm. Qian Ziyong shook his head, stating, "The very fact that Yongnian Supermarket has established itself here proves that this location is indeed prime. Great minds think alike." Zhu Daqiang hurriedly objected, "But that is Yongnian Supermarket, the largest in Hanqing. Are you afraid?" Qian Ziyong lifted his gaze to Zhu Daqiang and declared, "I intend to establish the finest supermarket in the most bustling area of Hanqing. Since I have resolved to open a supermarket, I shall not do so half-heartedly. It must be the best. As long as we surpass Yongnian Supermarket, we will be the unparalleled finest supermarket in all of Hansheng. I, Qian Ziyong, have never known fear, nor do I acknowledge anything but being first. Upon hearing Qian Ziyong's declaration, Zhu Daqiang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. His previously timid demeanor suddenly straightened. Could this be the very distinction between himself and his boss? The boss's perspective was solely on being first, utterly dismissing obstacles, while he had been making excuses for himself. If they truly opened Feihuang Supermarket opposite Yonian Supermarket and managed to surpass it, Feihuang Supermarket would undoubtedly become a legend in Hansheng. It dawned on him that his boss's ambition was to be the best in Hansheng. It was he who had limited vision. "I'm not afraid. Boss, let us establish ourselves directly opposite Yonian Supermarket." Zhu Daqiang gazed at Qian Ziyong, filled with admiration, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the intense gaze of someone over a decade younger. Qian Ziyong waved his hand and instructed, "Go speak with the developers there. Help us secure a space of over 5,000 square meters for Feihuang. If the price is reasonable, proceed with the lease. It must be a 3-month contract. By the way, I, Qian Ziyong, never haggle over prices. As long as it is fair and not excessive, you can sign on my behalf." "Understood." Zhu Daqiang stood tall, feeling immensely proud. His boss placed such trust in him, even assigning him the crucial task of signing contracts. At the entrance of the supermarket, a crowd gathered, staring at the closed doors of Feihuang Supermarket, shaking their heads in despair. What a splendid supermarket, and yet it is closed down. A young man approached, wishing to enter, only to be informed that it had permanently ceased operations. He scratched his head. What gives? Everywhere else is having clearance sales for at least a week. And Feihuang Supermarket is done just like that? The young man was astonished, having never witnessed such a swift closure of a supermarket. Meanwhile, 2 individuals stood outside, their hearts racing. Lu Gaoda, a close friend of Qian Ziyong, and Li Lian, the former owner of the supermarket. Lu Gaoda was bewildered. He had come to work today, having been promised a monthly salary of 15,000. He was prepared to give his all for Qian Ziyong, knowing that Feihuang Supermarket could earn 20 million a month. He had not slept well for several days, ready to immerse himself in the business, treating the supermarket as his own home. But now he discovered it was gone. The supermarket had closed down. How could this happen? Even more perplexed than Lu Gaoda was Li Lian. Qian Ziyong had offered him a salary of 100,000 a month. Such a lucrative offer had led him to abandon his aspirations of being a business owner. After all, being a boss was arduous. He had toiled for 8 years to earn 1 million. Conversely, earning the same amount in 8 years as an employee seemed far more appealing. Why had it closed down? The two hurried inside, rushing to the boss's office. Qian Ziyong sat leisurely, engrossed in a game on his phone. "Ziyong," Lu Gaoda exclaimed, "what happened to my supermarket?" The thought of losing his 15,000 salary, having to toil in Shenzhen for meager earnings, brought tears streaming down his face. With the supermarket gone, so was his salary, and the promise of 100,000 a month from Qian Ziyong had vanished along with it. "Get off!" Qian Ziyong shifted his foot, annoyed by the interruption, striving to complete his game. Just then, Zhu Daqiang returned, bringing with him a contract. "Boss, we've found a suitable location, and I've signed the papers." Zhu Daqiang entered jubilantly, placing the contract before Qian Ziyong. "Everyone, please take a seat," Qian Ziyong instructed, praising Zhu Daqiang. Manager Zhu is always so prompt. Upon opening the contract, he was taken aback to see that the rent was merely 2 million a year. "Why is the rent so inexpensive? I explicitly mentioned not to bargain," Qian Ziyong queried. Zhu Daqiang shook his head vigorously. "I didn't haggle. As per your words, Feihuang Supermarket is an establishment of integrity, and it is a blessing for them to rent to us, hence the lowest price." Lilian glanced at the contract and remarked, "They probably hope that Feihuang Supermarket will attract customers, which is why the owner offered such a low rate. After all, not everyone is like Zhao Kuang, who only sees immediate profits." "Absolutely not." Qian Ziyong rose, shaking his head. "I, Qian Ziyong, have never taken advantage of others. The price is the price. I believe that space is worth 5 million. Zhu Daqiang, you need to cover the difference and sign a new contract." Everyone stared in astonishment at Qian Ziyong. This was their first experience witnessing someone conduct business in such a manner. While others fought tooth and nail to lower prices, Qian Ziyong was willingly raising them. "Isn't this inappropriate?" Li Lian queried. Lu Gaoda pressed his hand on the contract. "Dear father, if you believe that 5 million a year is appropriate, you could simply give me the money. That's an additional 300,000 a year. 300,000. Chapter 16. A change of strategy. Qian Ziyong snatched the contract from Lu Gaoda and Appo's grasp. "Let go. Qian Ziyong, never take what ISN and Appo's rightfully mine." He addressed manager Zhu. "Take the contract back and revise it to 5 million per year." Hearing Qian Ziyong's words, Zhu Daqiang reluctantly accepted the contract. Lu Gaoda, eyeing the contract in Zhu Daqiang's hand, felt a pang of regret. 3 million, just like that, wasted. "All right." Qian Ziyong patted Lu Gaoda on the shoulder. "Let an Appo's. Let's not dwell on this. We need to discuss how to launch the new supermarket." Speaking of a new supermarket, Lu Gaoda recalled the closure of the thriving Feihuang supermarket. "Ziyong, why did you decide to close Feihuang supermarket?" Lu Gaoda lamented. Qian Ziyong declared with unwavering conviction, "I cannot stand Zhao Kuang's character. I, Qian Ziyong, have lived an upright life and will never bow to anyone. Since Zhao Kuang dared to exploit the situation, I naturally had to move out." Li Lian shook his head. "Brother, you acted impulsively." Qian Ziyong shrugged. "Is one truly young without impulsiveness? My ambition, Qian Ziyong and Appo's ambition, is to establish the largest supermarket in Hacheng. That previous supermarket clearly couldn't and Appo's satisfy me, so its closure is for the best. Only by closing it can I fully dedicate myself to greater endeavors." Li Lian regarded Qian Ziyong with curiosity. "You and Appo's, were so confident about the new supermarket?" He struggled to comprehend Qian Ziyong. Initially, when Qian Ziyong took over the supermarket, he anticipated losses. Yet, Qian Ziyong and Appo's earnings exceeded his wildest expectations, amassing 40 million in 2 months, 4 times more than what he had earned in 8 years. Now, Qian Ziyong intended to close the supermarket and open a new one, a decision he couldn't and Appo's fathom. However, he dared not oppose Qian Ziyong now, uncertain of what surprises Qian Ziyong might unveil. "Absolutely." Qian Ziyong nodded emphatically, brimming with confidence. His confidence stemmed not from making money, but from losing it. With a disastrous start facing Yongnian supermarket, how could he not lose money? Even Zhu Daqiang had asserted that opening there would guarantee losses, and Li Lian clearly disapproved of the new supermarket, indicating that this venture was a sure bet he was destined to lose. 50 million. As long as he squandered all the money within 3 months, he could earn 50 million. Qian Ziyong raised his head to look at Li Lian. "Brother, do you also think that opening Feihuang supermarket directly across from Yongnian supermarket will result in significant losses?" Li Lian nodded. "Based on my years of experience, there and Appo's, there's no possibility of defeating Yongnian supermarket." Qian Ziyong and Appo's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile. "That an Appo's, great. Then let an Appo's, discuss how to launch this supermarket." Lu Gaoda scratched his head. As a recent college graduate, he knew nothing about running a supermarket, but something felt off. Still, Qian Ziyong was the boss, with a track record of success, so he should listen to him. Lu Gaoda unconditionally trusted his brother, but losing a supermarket that made 20 million a month was truly a pity. At that moment, Qian Ziyong spoke. "I plan to run the new supermarket according to Brother Li and Appo's guidance." "Huh?" Li Lian was taken aback. Zhu Daqiang and Lu Gaoda were also dumbfounded. "Manager Zhu, do you remember Li Lian and Appo's guidance from 2 months ago?" Qian Ziyong looked at Zhu Daqiang. Zhu Daqiang nodded. "I remember. The renovation should be good. The number of employees should not be too large, and the prices must not be too low. Then you told me to do the opposite, and then?" Zhu Daqiang didn't continue, for making a fortune by doing the opposite would be a slap in Li Lian's face. Qian Ziyong nodded. "This time, we want an Appo's. Do the opposite. We and Appo's do it the right way. We and Appo's have a good renovation. I plan to invest 50 million in the renovation." 50 million. The three exclaimed in unison. Qian Ziyong scratched his head. "Is 50 million for renovation too much?" The three all looked at Li Lian. Lilian used to be a supermarket owner, running a 5,000 square meter store. He had renovated before and knew how much it cost to renovate a supermarket. Lilian said with a wry smile, "I only spent 2 million on the renovation back then." "Brother Qian, do you know how much the shops you rented are selling for?" "How much?" Qian Ziyong asked curiously. "The average price of shops in Hansheng should exceed 10,000. Since it was in the center of Hansheng, the price of shops must be very high." Lilian said, 20,000 per square meter. Because it's a basement, the price is half that of shops above ground, 10,000 per square meter. 50 million can already buy the supermarket directly. That's great. Qian Ziyong nodded with satisfaction. "I like to do things to the best of my ability. So let's use 50 million for the renovation." Now, for the second point. The number of personnel should not be too large. I think we can have more people. After all, we spent so much on the renovation. So let's not skimp on the employees. We can't save much anyway. I've decided that the number of supermarket employees will be doubled, hiring 1,000 people. Lu Gaoda, you and Oppos, LL be responsible for recruiting new employees. The salary is 6,000 a month, working 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. This way, including shifts. About 400 employees will be on duty at the same time in one position. Qian Ziyong was calculating rapidly in his mind. 1,000 employees, 6,000 a month, plus 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. The cost is at least 7,000. 7,000 multiplied by 1,000 employees, and then multiplied by 3 months. That's 21 million. That's more than 20 million gone. Plus in one compensation, that's tens of millions more. Plus the 50 million spent on renovation. 3 months later, when the supermarket closes down, return the unsold goods and declare bankruptcy. The money in his hand should be just about right. Perfect. I'll be in charge of recruitment. Lu Gaoda was overjoyed. He loved doing recruitment work. Qian Ziyong entrusted such an important matter to him, which showed Qian Ziyong's trust in him. He must do a good job. Qian Ziyong patted Lu Gaoda on the shoulder. "I believe in you." Lu Gaoda nodded emphatically. "I will definitely not let you down." Looking at Lu Gaoda's ignorant eyes, Qian Ziyong was completely relieved. He knew his own family's affairs. He knew Lu Gaoda's abilities, which were mediocre. Letting him be the supermarket's recruitment officer would definitely lead to the recruitment of some messy people. The supermarket's closure was even more secure. Qian Ziyong had already arranged all the work, and it was not easy for Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang to voice their objections. Qian Ziyong continued. "As for the supermarket's commodity prices," Zhu Daqiang preemptively said, "Boss, the supermarket's commodity prices should definitely be as low as possible. And we should continue to run a wholesale supermarket. This way, most of our old customers should patronize us, and the supermarket's business will definitely not be bad. We will continue to run a wholesale supermarket and compete with Yongnian Supermarket in a differentiated manner. Maybe we really have a chance to defeat Yongnian Supermarket." Still doing a wholesale supermarket? Differentiated competition? Making money? Old customers? Hearing these words, Qian Ziyong and Oppos' heart pounded in fear. "Absolutely not," Qian Ziyong said decisively. "Our commodity prices will be the same as Yongnian Supermarket." Chapter 17. Make him pay. Qian Ziyong had developed a profound fear of wholesale supermarkets. The vivid memory of countless customers storming into the store, clamoring for products, lingered in his mind. He found himself reluctant to leave his office, terrified of witnessing that chaotic scene once more. Thus, he resolved to never engage in low pricing again. With a firm decision made, Qian Ziyong decisively declared, "Lu Gaoda, you are in charge of recruitment. Begin immediately. Manager Zhu, you will oversee the renovation. Commence at once. Manager Li, you are responsible for pricing our supermarket goods. Should any issues arise, discuss among yourselves to find solutions." He urged everyone to get busy, while he retreated to his room, absorbed in his thoughts. In the office of Yongnian Supermarket, the owner, Shan Zhongyushu, was in a fit of rage. "Why has our revenue plummeted by 30% over the past 2 months?" Opposite him sat manager Qiao, a middle-aged man, who explained, "Boss, it is due to the new wholesale supermarket, Feihuang Supermarket, that has opened nearby. Its low prices and excellent service have made a significant impact in Hansheng, attracting many customers away from us, which is the direct cause of our revenue decline." Feihuang Supermarket? Shan Zhongyushan nodded, having heard of its recent popularity. If Fei Huang Supermarket was indeed siphoning off their business, it was hardly surprising. A 30% drop in revenue meant a 50% reduction in profits. Fei Huang Supermarket was their formidable adversary. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never lose a battle. His eyes narrowed as he commanded, Manager Sun, investigate Fei Huang Supermarket thoroughly. I want all their information. Understood. Manager Sun bowed deeply before hastily departing. Qian Ziyong appreciated efficiency in others. He needed results quickly. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Manager Sun returned. Manager Sun, why haven't you left yet? Qian Ziyong inquired, his displeasure evident. Boss, rejoice. Fei Huang Supermarket has closed down. Manager Sun exclaimed jubilantly. Closed down? Qian Ziyong stood in disbelief. Manager Sun confirmed, I learned that Fei Huang Supermarket was making $20 million a month, demonstrating remarkable profitability. However, due to rising rent, the young owner impulsively decided to shut it down. Are you certain? Qian Ziyong and Amp, Oppos. eyes sparkled. I assure you, Manager Qian, there is no mistake. Manager Sun bowed in affirmation. Haha, this is truly divine intervention. Qian Ziyong laughed heartily. Youth is advantageous. Young individuals often act impulsively. He relished the thought of a competitor who would abandon a profitable venture so recklessly. Manager Sun, arrange a reservation for me. I want to go karaoke tonight. And summon 10 companions. I intend to celebrate. Yes, I will make the arrangements. Manager Sun nodded respectfully before departing. However, barely an hour later, Manager Sun returned in a rush. What is it? Qian Ziyong frowned. It is not yet evening. What could be so urgent? Bad news. Although Fei Huang Supermarket has closed, its owner, Qian Ziyong, has not given up. He is determined to create the largest supermarket in Hansheng and has chosen a location directly opposite ours. What? Qian Ziyong rose, incredulous. He dares to open a new supermarket right across from us? Indeed, it is true. The employees of Fei Huang Supermarket are fully aware of this development. There is no doubt. Manager Sun asserted confidently. How dare he? Qian Ziyong seethed. The owner of Fei Huang Supermarket was clearly dismissing Yongnian Supermarket. He was determined to teach the young man a lesson. However, confronting him directly could yield no benefits, even in victory. It would be preferable if Fei Huang Supermarket moved far away from here. Although they were not afraid of the competition, having them nearby could pose significant challenges. Qian Ziyong paced back and forth, while Manager Sun remained silent, uncertain of what to say. Young people are easy to persuade. Qian Ziyong and Oppos. Eyes lit up. Prepare immediately. We shall visit the owner of Fei Huang Supermarket. Yes. Manager Sun bowed deeply. At Fei Huang Supermarket, employees busily organized products, preparing to transfer all merchandise and shelves to the new location. The new landlord had arranged a warehouse for them. Once renovations were complete, everything could be displayed for sale, and they aimed to open the new supermarket in the shortest possible time. The employees were filled with enthusiasm. Despite the closure of the old supermarket, their wages continued unabated, and the owner had even granted each of them a 1,000 yuan raise. Even the cleaning staff earned 6,000 a month. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Qian Ziyong observed the motivated employees at work, feeling a heavy sense of pressure. It seemed the owner of Fei Huang Supermarket possessed considerable capability. At the very least, the staff's morale was commendable. Qian Ziyong murmured to himself. Who are you? Zhu Daqiang approached with a cigarette in hand. Qian Ziyong bowed slightly. I am the owner of Yongnian Supermarket, here to visit Mr. Qian. This is a small token of appreciation. Manager Sun held a gift of 2 fine cigarette packs. The owner of Yongnian Supermarket? Zhu Daqiang furrowed his brow and hurried to the office. Please wait a moment. I will inquire with our boss. He knocked on Qian Ziyong and Oppos' door. Boss, the owner of Yongnian Supermarket, is here for a visit. Qian Ziyong, engrossed in a game, called out, just a moment. 20 minutes will suffice. 20 minutes later, Qian Ziyong emerged from his room. Zhu Daqiang handed over the cigarettes. This is a gift from the owner of Yongnian Supermarket. 2 fine packs. Qian Ziyong barely paid attention, having no interest in smoking and unaware of their value. He casually inquired, how much are these cigarettes? As the supermarket manager, Zhu Daqiang knew the prices well. Our purchase price is 980 per pack, and we sell them for 1,001. 98. Qian Ziyong was elated. The system had not prohibited him from accepting gifts. This meant that if he sold these cigarettes, he would earn a pure profit of 980. This was his own money. What a generous gesture. Qian Ziyong felt a wave of goodwill toward the yet unseen Qian Ziyong. Moreover, the future profitability of his supermarket hinged on Yongnian Supermarket's performance. Please come in. Qian Ziyong personally poured tea. Actually, I will invite him myself. He pushed open the door and hurried out. Those who brought him gifts and aided in his financial success were all good people. In Qian Ziyong and Amp, Oppo's SI's, Qian Ziyong was undoubtedly a most benevolent individual. Chapter 18. Wherever you open, I shall open. The owner of Yongnian Supermarket made an unexpected visit, undoubtedly with ill intentions. Zhu Daqiang hastily attempted to dissuade him. Ill intentions? That's splendid. I relish the presence of such individuals. The more, the merrier, Qian Ziyong exclaimed with delight. He realized that choosing to establish Feihuang Supermarket directly across from Yongnian Supermarket was indeed a most astute decision. The adversary was poised to strike at Feihuang Supermarket. With assistance from others, he could simply sit back and watch the supermarket's demise. Could there be a more advantageous circumstance? Qian Ziyong dashed outside and spotted a middle-aged man, whom he quickly embraced. Boss, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Your visit is a delightful surprise, especially with such generous gifts. Please do come again, and perhaps bring even more extravagant offerings. I would be most grateful. Zhu Daqiang discreetly tugged at Qian Ziyong and Amp Oppo's sleeve and cautiously pointed to a shorter, impeccably dressed middle-aged man nearby. He is the true owner of Yongnian Supermarket, Mr. Shanzhong. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qian Ziyong scratched his head and turned around, finally noticing a balding middle-aged man. Greetings. I am absolutely pleased to meet you, Mr. Shanzhong. Your gift is truly appreciated. Manager Sun interjected. Our boss's surname is Shanzhong. He hails from Sakura Nation. Qian Ziyong promptly apologized. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Shanzhong. Your presence is most welcome, and I have prepared the finest tea for you. This way, please. Qian Ziyong extended an exceedingly warm welcome, exuding sincerity akin to that of long-lost friends. Although he held a certain disdain for individuals from Sakura Nation, he believed it imperative to maintain decorum and uphold the dignity of his own nation. Basic courtesy must be observed. Mr. Qian is indeed unique. He is not an ordinary person, Shanzhong remarked in admiration. Internally, he felt a weighty seriousness. Despite Qian Ziyong and Amp Oppo's initial blunder in mistaking identities, and his suggestion to bring more valuable gifts next time, he could discern a genuine sincerity in Qian Ziyong and Oppo's gaze. Only a fool would wear all his thoughts on his sleeve. The ability to feign such sincerity towards an enemy indicated an extraordinary character, one imbued with grand ambitions. He would not be easy to contend with. In the conference room, Qian Ziyong personally poured tea for Shanzhong. Watching his technique, Shanzhong frowned slightly. He possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the art of tea, and Qian Ziyong and Oppo's method was simply absurd. This tea is delightful. Do enjoy, Qian Ziyong urged, as he poured himself a cup and took a hearty sip. In the entire supermarket, tea was the sole complimentary offering. Over the past 3 months, he had consumed copious amounts of it, particularly when hunger struck and there was nothing to eat. A bit of tea could serve as a temporary remedy. Mr. Qian has little regard for tea etiquette, Shanzhong remarked. Qian Ziyong nodded. What need is there for such formality? It suffices to quench one and Amp Oppo's thirst. I am not one to indulge in frivolities. I prefer to be direct and to the point, eschewing time-wasting circumlocution. Quite reasonable, Shanzhong agreed. The manner in which one partakes in tea can reveal much about one and Amp Oppo's character. Qian Ziyong appeared to be quite forthright. Yet, such a shrewd individual could hardly be merely straightforward. There was something amiss. Shanzhong probed. May I inquire why you chose to open a supermarket directly opposite Yongnian Supermarket? Qian Ziyong replied, Please do not take offense, Mr. Shanzhong. My sole intention in establishing my supermarket there was simply to be your neighbor, wherever Yongnian Supermarket goes. I shall follow. Should you consider opening a branch, kindly inform me in advance, and I shall find a nearby location for another establishment. He spoke with unwavering honesty, for he was not adept at deceit. Any attempt at lying would reveal numerous flaws. Furthermore, with the valuable gifts Qian Ziyong brought, he felt a natural obligation to reciprocate. If the new supermarket were to fail, he genuinely intended to open more stores in the future, adhering to the current strategy. Wherever Yongnian Supermarket was, Feihuang Supermarket would be there too, trailing behind and incurring losses. Qian Ziyong believed this approach to be remarkably effective, while Qian Ziyong found it quite troubling. What? Qian Ziyong intends to open more supermarkets near Yongnian Supermarket? Qian Ziyong seethed inwardly. Was he really so naive as to believe Yongnian Supermarket was easy prey? He took a deep breath, wishing he could crush the teacup in his hand. One must possess cunning. One must have cunning. Anger was the realm of the incompetent. Qian Ziyong silently reminded himself as he finally managed to stabilize his emotions. As he looked at Qian Ziyong, he found him smiling broadly while pouring tea. That genuine smile was almost overflowing. How could Qian Ziyong express such contemptuous sentiments with the softest of expressions? What an impressive young man. Qian Ziyong and Appo's perception of Qian Ziyong shifted. He no longer regarded him with disdain, but rather as a clever fox, a rival of equal stature. Mr. Qian, may I ask how you plan to surpass Yongnian Supermarket? Qian Ziyong inquired. Qian Ziyong chuckled. Yongnian Supermarket is the largest in Hansheng, undoubtedly raking in substantial profits each month. How could one hope to surpass it? I simply intend to perform my duties. I do not shy away from sharing that I plan to invest 50 million in renovations, hire additional staff, and align our prices with those of Yongnian Supermarket. Qian Ziyong raised an eyebrow, fixated on Qian Ziyong. He could not ascertain whether Qian Ziyong and Appo's words were sincere or fabricated. Meanwhile, Zhu Daqiang grew anxious. Boss, this is confidential information. How can you disclose it to him? What is there to hide? Qian Ziyong replied resolutely. Here, there are no secrets. From now on, all discussions regarding our supermarket strategies will be open and transparent. There is nothing unfit to share. After all, if he intended to incur losses, it would be advantageous for others to know his strategies, allowing them to target him effectively. Hence, with Qian Ziyong's visit, he was eager to bare his heart and divulge all the supermarket and Appo's secrets. Qian Ziyong glanced at Qian Ziyong and then at Zhu Daqiang, uncertain whether to believe him. What? You doubt me? Qian Ziyong exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Manager Zhu, please fetch our leasing agreement and the renovation contract for Mr. Qian Ziyong to review. This might not be appropriate. Zhu Daqiang hesitated. Qian Ziyong asserted, Mr. Qian Ziyong has traveled far. How could this be improper? Reluctantly, Zhu Daqiang complied and produced the contracts. Qian Ziyong laid them out on the table. Mr. Qian Ziyong, please take a look. Both Qian Ziyong and Manager Sun were taken aback. They had come to gather intelligence on their adversary, yet they had not anticipated that Qian Ziyong would lay all the information before them. This was exceedingly direct. They were at a loss for understanding. They had never encountered such an opponent before. Unheard of and unseen. Chapter 19. Trust in your talent in the midst of the mountains. A tree of doubt hesitantly picked up the contract and gasped at the figure. 50 million. 50 million. Without a single discount. Mr. Qian, you are truly extravagant. The expression on the tree and Appo's face grew solemn. He struggled to comprehend why Qian Ziyong would spend such an exorbitant amount on renovations. This approach was in stark contrast to the business principles he had learned since childhood, which emphasized maximizing profit while minimizing costs. Yet, it seemed that Qian Ziyong had given no thought to expenses in running his supermarket. Oh, no. Qian Ziyong humbly shook his head. As the conversation progressed, whenever the tree asked him questions, Qian Ziyong answered without hesitation, offering nothing but honesty, embodying sincerity. After a while, the tree stood to bid farewell. Qian Ziyong personally escorted him out of the supermarket and to his car. As the tree and Appo's vehicle departed, Qian Ziyong sighed. What a good person. I truly hope he visits more often. Initially, he had been troubled about where to find his meals for the next 3 months. Now, the tree had resolved that concern for him. Lu Gaoda was currently in his supermarket, making it impossible for him to join in the daily settlements. Without the tree and Oppos as assistants, he might have been reduced to living on instant noodles for 3 months. The mere thought of subsisting on instant noodles for such a duration sent a chill down Qian Ziyong's spine. In the car, the tree appeared troubled. "Manager's son, what sort of person do you think Qian Ziyong is?" he inquired. Manager's son pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I cannot comprehend him." The tree nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I cannot understand him either. I have encountered countless business elites, yet I have never met a young man like Qian Ziyong. His genuine passion sends shivers down my spine. He is well versed in the history of Huaxia, where strategists of the past were often profound in their machinations, capable of concealing their emotions with great skill. To achieve such composure is no easy feat. When I met Qian Ziyong, I could not discern what was truly on his mind, nor could I grasp his motivations." "Do you think the contract is real?" the tree asked. Manager's son considered and nodded. "It should be authentic. After all, Qian Ziyong could not have anticipated our visit. However, he made us wait for 20 minutes. Could it be that during that time he was preparing the contract?" The tree squinted. "It must be so." His initial aim for this visit had been to dissuade Qian Ziyong from opening his supermarket. Yet Qian Ziyong had directly stated the locations of Yongnian Supermarket and Feihuang Supermarket, leaving him at a loss for words. Qian Ziyong had already declared a battle, even advising him not to set up near Yongnian Supermarket, which would be a humiliation, since they were destined to be adversaries. The tree regarded Qian Ziyong with great seriousness. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. He endeavored to gather intelligence. Yet even now, he could not fully comprehend Qian Ziyong. This was not someone to be trifled with. The tree had completely lost the desire to sing karaoke. Back in the supermarket, Qian Ziyong returned to his room to play video games after seeing the tree off. With 3,000 in hand, he no longer had to worry about meals for the next 3 months, invigorating his spirit and enhancing his gaming prowess. The supermarket staff busily scurried about, managing to clear out everything transportable within just a day, even wishing to uproot the very land beneath them. Once the supermarket was emptied, Zhu Daqiang took Qian Ziyong to the new supermarket. Although renovations were set to start the next day, the landlord had arranged for them to use a warehouse of over 500 square meters, which contained several rooms. Zhu had already prepared a few rooms, with Qian Ziyong set to occupy the largest one. Opposite Yongnian Supermarket, in the new Feihuang Supermarket, Qian Ziyong and Zhu Daqiang stood at the doorway. "Boss, the new office is under renovation, so you'll have to make do with this place for now," Zhu Daqiang explained. "This is already excellent, far superior to the dilapidated room I previously rented. It even has a private bathroom and dressing room." Qian Ziyong exclaimed with delight. He had previously rented a room for 500 a month that was barely livable. This was a true residence, spacious enough at 50 square meters. He was thoroughly pleased, especially since it came at no cost. "I've made up my mind. I will stay here from now on. There is no need to bother with the office anymore. I'm too lazy to move," Qian Ziyong declared. "Great." Zhu Daqiang nodded in agreement. He understood that Qian Ziyong was a person of ambition, who did not sweat the small details and was willing to endure hardships. "I leave the supermarket in your capable hands," Qian Ziyong said earnestly to Zhu Daqiang. Zhu Daqiang assured him with a pat on his chest, "Rest assured, boss. I will handle everything." "Indeed," Qian Ziyong nodded, trusting Zhu Daqiang's competence. He never acted impulsively. At the former site of Feihuang Supermarket, Boss Zhao arrived to find the place utterly deserted. "He is serious?" Boss Zhao was taken aback. The evacuation had been astonishingly swift. Just yesterday, he had mentioned a rent increase, and today the supermarket was completely vacated. A pure profit of 20 million a month, tossed aside without a second thought. How audacious! What should he do now? Just then his phone rang. On the other end was a middle-aged voice. "Boss Zhao, I'm calling to cancel the shop I reserved." Panic surged through Zhao. "Li boss, we can negotiate. I'll reduce the rent for you to half the original price." "No," came the furious response from the other end. "I initially rented it for the foot traffic, but with Feihuang Supermarket gone, I wouldn't even take it for free. I wouldn't rent it to a dog. Your reputation is now tarnished, Boss Zhao. Everyone knows you exploit situations to raise rents suddenly." Who would dare rent from you now? The call ended abruptly, cutting off any further protests. Before Zhao could collect himself, another call came in, this time to cancel a lease. One after another, calls flooded in, all seeking to withdraw their rentals, and it continued for quite some time until silence fell. Gazing at the empty supermarket, Zhao felt as though his heart mirrored its desolation. Had he known this would happen, he would never have raised the rent. Regret was futile now. Tears of remorse streamed down Zhao and Appo's face. Time flew by, and soon a month had passed. In his room, Qian Ziyong realized that his funds were depleting faster than anticipated. His initial plan of spending 30 a day had ballooned to nearly 50. Just a month in, he had already consumed half of his money, leaving him with just over 1,000. Thus, Qian Ziyong wore a frown daily. Several times, Lu Gaoda had come to find him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to ask Lu for daily settlements. Yet he could not bring himself to voice it, unsure of how to explain his predicament. Today, Zhu Daqiang and Lu Gaoda excitedly arrived to inform him that the supermarket was ready to open. So soon, the renovations are complete? Qian Ziyong was thrilled. Lu Gaoda replied, "This is all thanks to you, allowing me to hire more staff. We now have 1,000 employees. Since the supermarket hasn't opened yet, they've been helping with the renovations. With their assistance, we finished much quicker and saved a significant amount on labor costs, around 5 million. We originally planned for 50 million, but we've only spent 45 million. Lu Gaoda was positively ecstatic, proud to have saved Qian Ziyong money. Upon hearing that 5 million had been saved, the smile on Qian Ziyong's face vanished in an instant. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Lu Gaoda, there's a matter of utmost importance that I must entrust to you." "What is it?" Lu Gaoda inquired with a serious expression. Qian Ziyong replied, "Utilize this 5 million for me. Spend it at the supermarket." The 5 million saved by Lu Gaoda signified a cyclical settlement, resulting in a reduction of that same amount. This cannot be permitted, he thought. He had meticulously devised a plan to incur a loss of 50 million and could not allow for any unforeseen circumstances. Since this 5 million was saved by Lu Gaoda, it was only fitting that he be the one to expend it. "And how should I spend it?" Lu Gaoda asked. Qian Ziyong responded, "Consider it yourself. I have faith in your ingenuity." Chapter 20. Hot Pot. Lu Gaoda nodded. He was aware of Qian Ziyong's busy schedule, as he was often holed up in his room, tirelessly strategizing against Yongnian supermarket, sometimes even neglecting sleep late into the night. It was imperative not to trouble Qian Ziyong. Moreover, he had faith in his own abilities. In just 2 days, he had successfully recruited over 500 individuals, a feat for which Qian Ziyong frequently commended his efficiency. "I will get to work. I am certain I will devise a brilliant idea." Lu Gaoda's gaze began to lose focus as he pondered how to spend the 5 million. With that, he departed without a word, lost in his thoughts. Observing Lu Gaoda's retreating figure, Qian Ziyong murmured, "Gaoda is truly my right-hand man. His ability to incur losses is remarkable. When it comes to spending money, he is utterly unhesitant. His approach to work seems entirely disorganized." This time, entrusting Lu Gaoda with recruitment proved counterproductive, as he allowed employees to bring in their relatives. Suddenly, employees were bringing in family members, including an octogenarian who managed the store's entrance. Some even brought their entire families, numbering over 20, to work at the supermarket. Zhu Daqiang had previously warned him that hiring relatives was a grave mistake. When blood relations are involved, the supermarket becomes chaotic and difficult to manage, leading to mutual favoritism. Hiring relatives is strictly prohibited at Yongnian supermarket. Yet Lu Gaoda, seeking convenience, recruited the relatives of employees, which only exacerbates the issue of favoritism. With Lu Gaoda at the helm, losses are guaranteed. Qian Ziyong increasingly admired his foresight in appointing Lu Gaoda to oversee recruitment. It was indeed a stroke of genius. With Lu Gaoda's talent and the formidable presence of Yongnian supermarket, he was assured of significant losses within 3 months. The following day, as the supermarket opened its doors, Qian Ziyong chose to remain in his room, indulging in video games. Only when hunger struck did he venture out, contemplating a meal. With a daily food budget of 30 yuan in the bustling heart of Hacheng, one could hardly find anything palatable. Each day, during mealtime, Qian Ziyong found himself in despair, grappling with the unappetizing fare that 10 yuan could procure, yet abstaining left him hungry. Just then, Lu Gaoda hurried over. "How is business at the supermarket?" Qian Ziyong inquired. "Business?" Lu Gaoda and Oppo's eyes widened in bewilderment. "I have been preoccupied with the 5 million issue and haven't paid much attention to the supermarket's operations. However, it seems there are a few customers coming in, though far fewer than before." "Some customers are coming in," Qian Ziyong remarked, a tinge of disappointment in his voice. Ideally, it would have been better if no one had entered at all. Nonetheless, the supermarket had a loyal clientele, as long as the crowd remained sparse. A lack of profit would not be catastrophic. "Ziyong, I want to open a hot pot restaurant," Lu Gaoda declared. "A hot pot restaurant?" Qian Ziyong gazed at the blazing sun above, momentarily perplexed. How could Lu Gaoda conceive of such a notion during the sweltering summer? Who would dine on hot pot in this heat? Suddenly, a light of realization sparked in Qian Ziyong's eyes. How had he not thought of it sooner? Opening a hot pot restaurant was indeed an excellent idea. After all, he had no intention of making a profit. More importantly, he could indulge in the daily delight of tasting the dishes under the guise of a quality assurance check as the owner. Surely, sampling the offerings of one's own establishment was a reasonable expectation. If he opened a hot pot restaurant, wouldn't it perfectly resolve his dining dilemmas? Qian Ziyong's greatest concern lay in the supermarket's previous experience, where silent operation had yielded a staggering profit of 40 million. Thus, this time, he intended to remain vigilant within the supermarket's confines. "Lu Gaoda, your idea is absolutely splendid. I wholeheartedly support it," Qian Ziyong praised. "You think my idea is great, right?" Lu Gaoda beamed with delight. Qian Ziyong nodded emphatically. "Your idea is indeed remarkable. I hold it in high regard. If it ultimately fails to generate profit, it shall be due to others' lack of discernment." He issued a preemptive caution to Lu Gaoda, lest the hot pot venture's failure dampen his spirits. Qian Ziyong still required Lu Gaoda's keen intellect to navigate their financial losses. At that moment, Zhu Daqiang approached, his demeanor despondent. Upon seeing Zhu Daqiang's face, which resembled one who had consumed poison, Qian Ziyong's excitement surged. "Manager Zhu, what troubles you? Speak up so we may share a laugh." "Boss, today the supermarket's business has been dismal. It falls far short of our expectations," Zhu Daqiang replied in a hushed tone. Qian Ziyong was elated. "We incurred losses?" "Not quite, but our reputation at Feihuang supermarket remains solid. Customers appreciate our exquisite decor. Some affluent patrons express satisfaction with our establishment, believing that Yongyan supermarket pales in comparison in terms of service and ambience. If we continue this way, we should be able to compete with Yongyan supermarket." Yet Qian Ziyong sighed. "Yet previously, we earned 20 million, and now we can barely maintain a modest profit." Zhu Daqiang felt a profound sense of disappointment regarding Feihuang's supermarket's performance. "No matter. We must maintain optimism," Qian Ziyong beamed, patting Zhu Daqiang on the shoulder. "At least we can sustain ourselves, right? Now, let us set aside thoughts of the supermarket. Gaoda is considering opening a hot pot restaurant and hasn't yet chosen a location." "A hot pot restaurant?" Zhu Daqiang was momentarily taken aback. In this summer heat? However, seeing the enthusiasm radiating from both Qian Ziyong and Lu Gaoda, he refrained from objecting, recalling a suitable location. "Boss, we could entirely repurpose this warehouse into a hot pot restaurant." Zhu Daqiang pointed to the storage area behind them. "The end of the warehouse leads to the office and conference room. Isn't this space borrowed from the landlord?" Qian Ziyong had always assumed that aside from the office and conference room, everything else was merely on loan from the landlord. Zhu Daqiang clarified, "Boss, you previously required me to pay 500,000 in rent. The landlord included this warehouse in our deal. The contract stipulates it clearly. I thought you were aware. I should have explained better. My apologies." Zhu Daqiang's voice dwindled as he regretted his oversight. How could he have neglected such a significant detail? Lu Gaoda's eyes sparkled with excitement. "If that's the case, I can set up the hot pot restaurant right upstairs, saving a substantial amount on rent. This is wonderful. Then it's settled." Qian Ziyong waved his hand, feeling a twinge of disappointment for not spending more money. As for acquiring an additional 500 square meter shop, he bore no blame towards Zhu Daqiang. After all, the supermarket was quite busy. Ziyong, how we get the hot pot restaurant started? Lu Gaoda inquired. Qian Ziyong's eyes gleamed with opportunity. Since we intend to open a hot pot restaurant, let us establish the finest one in all of Hansheng. Chapter 21. Free Lu Gaoda leapt up in excitement. Opening the finest hot pot restaurant in the entire city? Absolutely, Qian Ziyong declared. I never engage in mundane ventures. As human beings, we must strive to become heroes. Even in death, we ought to be legendary figures. Such grandeur. Lu Gaoda rubbed his hands together eagerly and asked, so, how shall we commence this hot pot venture? Qian Ziyong, with a bold demeanor, replied, if we are to establish the best, then naturally, we must prioritize the finest flavors, exceptional service, and exquisite decor. Everything must be top-notch. First and foremost, it's about the flavor. Qian Ziyong pondered for a moment, then said, Lu Gaoda, take 1 million and procure the finest hot pot base. Manager Zhu interjected, boss, the flavors of hot pot are relatively similar. We could easily find good ones in the market without spending a fortune. The freshness of the ingredients is paramount. Qian Ziyong shook his head. How could an ordinary hot pot satisfy my aspirations? I demand the best. It must be purchased with money. He continued, you must understand, Zhu manager, that the essence of true knowledge cannot be conveyed through mere words. I desire that very essence. How can one achieve without expenditure? How can one incur losses without investment? All right. Lu Gaoda was brimming with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling. Qian Ziyong continued, fresh ingredients are indeed crucial. Hence we must ensure that all our supplies are of absolute freshness. Anything left over, even if it means discarding it, must never be kept overnight. Lu Gaoda nodded vigorously, feeling the wisdom in these words. However, Zhu Daqiang felt a pang of concern. If we proceed with such extravagance in opening this hot pot restaurant, how much will it cost? Supermarkets can afford it, but they have a cushion. What if the supermarket doesn't turn a profit? How long can Qian Ziyong sustain such lavish spending? Then, Qian Ziyong conceived yet another costly idea. Yes, the service must be exceptional. Therefore, the wages of our hot pot staff cannot be the same as those in the supermarket. A mere 6,000 is insufficient. The starting salary must be 8,000. They serve others and deserve to be well taken care of. We should provide them with quality housing, hire professional chefs, domestic staff, and caretakers to ensure their lives are comfortable. Zhu Daqiang was drenched in sweat. You mean to say we will hire domestic help and caretakers for our hot pot staff? How can that be possible? What restaurant offers such benefits? This was utterly astonishing. Zhu Daqiang thought it was ludicrous, but Lu Gaoda found great sense in it. He thumped his chest and declared, once the hot pot restaurant is operational, I shall reside wherever our employees do. I will ensure they are thoroughly taken care of. He added earnestly, I am not seeking their service for my own gain. Not at all. The thought of having caretakers and domestic help once the restaurant opened, no laundry, no cooking, filled Lu Gaoda with exhilaration. Such a splendid life felt almost divine. Moreover, Qian Ziyong promised him a salary exceeding 10,000 a month. Ah, how delightful! Qian Ziyong patted Lu Gaoda on the shoulder and said, Gaoda, since you aspire to establish this hot pot restaurant, it shall be under your management. You will be the manager, and I previously promised you a monthly salary of 100,000. As you step into this role, I shall honor my word. On the day the hot pot restaurant opens, your salary will be 100,000. 100,000. Lu Gaoda and Appo's eyebrows shot up, his heart racing. Father, I will ensure the success of the hot pot restaurant. I shall not let you down. As long as the restaurant thrives, I shall thrive. If it fails, so shall I. Not so fast. Qian Ziyong shook his head. Focus on doing well. I have faith in you. Even if misfortune befalls us and the restaurant closes, as long as you have given your all, I shall not hold it against you. Absolutely not. Lu Gaoda clenched his fists tightly, aware that this might be the greatest opportunity of his life. Qian Ziyong then shifted the discussion towards the ingredients for the hot pot. I believe some items should be offered free. Free? Lu Gaoda and Zhu Daqiang exchanged glances. No hot pot restaurant had ever offered anything for free. Qian Ziyong asserted, Beverages, fruits, green onions, ginger, garlic, rice, noodles, desserts, ice cream. All of these must be available. And entirely free. With so many free offerings, how will the restaurateur profit? Lu Gaoda was taken aback. Indeed, Qian Ziyong nodded, realizing that while these items may be free, they were still relatively inexpensive. Even if losses were incurred, they would not be significant. What then would be costly? Beef. People are quite greedy nowadays. If we offer beef for free, many will indulge excessively, leaving us at a loss. Precisely. I have decided that our hot pot will include beef as a complimentary item, and it must be of the highest quality. He continued, when customers enter our establishment, we shall have the staff recommend our beef and inform them that it is free for their enjoyment. Additionally, upon their departure, we should present them with a small gift. Ultimately, when customers dine at our hot pot restaurant, it signifies their trust in us. It is our honor, and we must ensure they feel at home. Qian Ziyong grew increasingly animated. With so many complimentary items, the financial outlook for the hot pot restaurant seemed dire. He had already insisted that the ingredients must be fresh and of high quality. Any waste would only compound losses, not only in wages but also in spoiled ingredients. Even if free beef was consumed, it would mean fewer orders for main dishes, leaving us with minimal profit. What a genius idea! And the pricing? Lu Gaoda inquired. Qian Ziyong answered without hesitation. The price should naturally be high, twice that of other hot pot restaurants. He had learned his lesson from prior misadventures with low pricing and would not make that mistake again. Should prices drop too low, it might turn into a wholesale hot pot venture, raking in millions with no recourse for accountability. That's an exorbitant price. Lu Gaoda expressed concern. Ziyong, given the current economic climate, setting prices too high might deter customers. Fewer customers would be preferable. Qian Ziyong thought to himself, but he could not voice such sentiments. Instead, he offered Lu Gaoda a mysterious smile, saying, "Rest assured, this plan is foolproof. Our future will be prosperous, and it all hinges on your hot pot restaurant. I have faith in you." Qian Ziyong held the hot pot venture in high regard, believing it could withstand losses even better than the supermarket. Since you have such confidence in the hot pot restaurant, I feel reassured. But what shall we name our establishment? Lu Gaoda asked. After a moment and damp. Oppos. As contemplation, Qian Ziyong suggested. Let us call it and Oppos. Hilly Lao and Oppos. Simple and straightforward. What a lackluster name. Zhu Daqiang and Lu Gaoda silently critiqued. Chapter 22. The night at Yongnian Supermarket in the boss and Oppos' office was filled with tension. Shanzhong Yushu was extremely anxious as the day's sales figures were about to be revealed. Manager Sun shared his unease, harboring a foreboding feeling that today's revenue would be disappointing. The foot traffic at the supermarket was evidently much lower than the previous day. He opened his computer to check the sales figures. Boss, our sales have plummeted by 30% today. Manager Sun reported. What? A 30% drop again? Shanzhong Yushu exclaimed in fury. Previously, Feihuang Supermarket had already caused a 30% decline in their revenue, which had only recently returned to normal. Indeed, even reached new heights, while Feihuang was closed for renovations last month. Now, on the very first day of Feihuang and Oppos' reopening, Yongnian Supermarket and Oppos' sales had suffered a direct decline. It was clear that Feihuang Supermarket was their formidable rival. Pacing back and forth in the room, Shanzhong Yushu thought, I must devise a strategy. This cannot continue. His expression was grave. To confront the opposition, we must gather intelligence. Did you visit Feihuang Supermarket today? Was their renovation truly worth 50 million? Shanzhong Yushu inquired. Manager Sun nodded. I sent a professional team to assess, and they confirmed that Feihuang indeed spent 50 million on their lavish renovations. Every refrigerator and shelf is brand new, and the floors gleam brilliantly. Even I, with my limited understanding of decor, can see that Feihuang has undoubtedly invested a fortune. 50 million, you say? Shanzhong Yushu frowned. Did you conduct a survey among the customers? What did they say? Manager Sun replied, Yes, I asked over a dozen customers entering Feihuang Supermarket. They praised its excellent atmosphere and the warm hospitality of the staff. What else? Shanzhong Yushu pressed. Manager Sun hesitated before confessing. They said Feihuang Supermarket is superior to Yongnian, offering a more pleasant experience. I suspect that if it weren't for he faltered, reluctant to continue. Fearing Qian Ziyong Yoshu's wrath. Speak plainly. Our sales have already dropped by 30%. What more can I not accept? Qian Ziyong Yoshu demanded fiercely. Manager Sun acquiesced. If it weren't for our business complex, which includes various other shops above the supermarket, our revenue would likely be gradually consumed by Fei Huang Supermarket until we are left with nothing. Qian Ziyong Yoshu's expression darkened further. He trusted Manager Sun and Oppo's judgment, given his 20 years of experience in the supermarket industry. Moreover, if what Manager Sun said was true, that Fei Huang Supermarket offered a better environment, superior service, and comparable prices, even he, as a customer, would prefer Fei Huang. Compared to Fei Huang, Yongnian Supermarket's sole advantage lay in the shops above. Customers could not only shop at the supermarket, but also dine and wander through the mall upstairs. The mall and Yongnian Supermarket were interdependent. If the supermarket struggled to attract customers, the mall's business would also suffer. His greatest concern was the foot traffic, as the shops above also belonged to them. Taking a deep breath, Qian Ziyong Yoshu resolved, we absolutely cannot allow Fei Huang Supermarket to steal our customers. Even if we incur losses, we must reclaim our clientele. Should we lower our prices? Manager Sun suggested. Qian Ziyong Yoshu shook his head. Lowering prices is easy, but raising them back up is challenging. We cannot reduce prices. Clenching his teeth, he declared, we shall match Fei Huang Supermarket's expenditure and also invest 50 million in renovations. In doing so, Fei Huang will hold no advantage over us. I want to see Fei Huang Supermarket collapse. Manager Sun was taken aback, astonished by Qian Ziyong Yoshu's boldness to commit to such a substantial renovation. With this move, they would possess everything Fei Huang had, and with the mall above, customers would be able to enjoy dining and entertainment. Something Fei Huang lacked. I will make arrangements immediately and find the best decoration company to ensure a swift completion. Manager Sun bowed respectfully. Qian Ziyong Yoshu nodded, reminding him, while renovating, ensure that it does not disrupt supermarket operations. The supermarket is large enough to renovate in sections, minimizing impact on business. Understood. Manager Sun bowed once more. The renovation of Yongnian Supermarket progressed at an astonishing pace, completed within just 20 days, day and night. Upon seeing the newly refurbished supermarket, Qian Ziyong Yoshu smiled. How did the sales perform today? He inquired. Boss, your decision was indeed astute. Manager Sun praised. Since we invested heavily in renovations, Yongnian Supermarket has been rejuvenated. Customers are now more inclined to visit us, and our revenue has rebounded, though it has only dropped by 10% from its peak. I believe it won't be long before all customers return to Yongnian Supermarket, leading to Fei Huang and Oppo's inevitable downfall. Qian Ziyong Yoshu burst into laughter. Though he felt a pang for the 50 million spent, the prospect of defeating Fei Huang Supermarket filled him with joy and a profound sense of accomplishment. What if Qian Ziyong is cunning? He's still no match for me. With just a slight effort, Fei Huang Supermarket has been left defenseless. I shall see what means they have to contend with me. Today, we will go sing karaoke. I intend to sing 10 songs. The mere thought of Qian Ziyong, flustered and anxious about the losses at Fei Huang Supermarket, brought a smile to Qian Ziyong Yoshu's face. Meanwhile, Qian Ziyong was not anxious at all. On the contrary, upon learning of the deteriorating business at Fei Huang Supermarket and the onset of losses, he was exhilarated and had not slept a wink all night. 50 million. In just over a month, it would be within his grasp. Should he purchase a luxury mansion or a high-end car? Qian Ziyong already began to fantasize. With the joy of impending wealth, he walked with renewed vigor through the supermarket. His face radiated brightness, greeting everyone with a beaming smile. Boss. Several employees greeted Qian Ziyong. He nodded hello. Well done. I'll be raising your salaries. You all are doing great. His praises for the employees were heartfelt. Chapter 23. Joy. It is precisely because of them that he experiences losses so effortlessly. Each employee who spends a month at the supermarket incurs at least 7,000 in losses. These employees are merely augmenting his personal wealth, his very own fortune bringers. Upon witnessing the radiant smile on the boss and Oppo's face, the employees gradually eased their previously anxious hearts. During this time, the supermarket and Oppo's business has been declining. They brim with enthusiasm, yet find no outlet for it. Working at Fei Huang Supermarket is both relaxed and lucrative. Throughout the entirety of Han City, they have become the envy of countless peers. They are reluctant to lose this job, although the boss has promised that if the supermarket were to close, they would receive an N1 compensation. Such one-time compensation pales in comparison to the perpetual income from employment. Initially, they were greatly concerned, each employee wearing a furrowed brow. However, upon seeing the boss's smile, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. If the supermarket is losing money, it is the boss who should be most anxious. Yet the boss remains unperturbed, instead radiating joy, which indicates that he is not worried at all and has everything under control. With the supermarket's poor performance, if the boss is unconcerned, what do they have to fret about? Zhu Daqiang encountered Qian Ziyong, who was meandering through the supermarket. Seeing Qian Ziyong greet the employees with a smile calmed Zhu Daqiang, who had been anxious. At that moment, Lilian also arrived. He felt particularly ashamed during this time of declining business, as he was unable to assist while drawing a staggering salary of 100,000 a month. Especially with Yongnian Supermarket's recent renovations, Fei Huang Supermarket's business plummeted even further, keeping him awake at night. He wished to consult Qian Ziyong for strategies, but Qian Ziyong had consistently urged them to come up with their own solutions. Now, witnessing Qian Ziyong's delight, he thought to inquire again about potential methods for reviving the supermarket. Don't disturb the boss, Zhu Daqiang interjected, blocking Lilian. Lilian looked at Zhu Daqiang in confusion and said, "The boss seems quite happy. Has he found a way to save the supermarket?" Zhu Daqiang shook his head. Since the supermarket's inception, the boss has always been confident, never worrying about the business's performance. Upon reflection, Lilian realized that Zhu Daqiang was indeed correct. From beginning to end, Qian Ziyong had shown no signs of distress regarding the supermarket's business. Even counting the number of times he entered the supermarket in a month on one hand. He spent most of his time in his office, secluded in his room, working diligently. Even when they sought him out, they often had to wait several minutes, sometimes over 10. Zhu Daqiang continued, "I believe the boss has everything figured out. He has already made all the necessary arrangements. Just like last time, when I was fretting about the supermarket's performance, the boss told me to observe and learn. Then he left the supermarket for a full 2 months, not setting foot inside. Later, as you know, the supermarket thrived, teeming with customers, and earned 20 million in just 1 month. Now, although Fei Huang Supermarket's business is exceedingly poor, it is still better than before. The boss remains assured, visiting the supermarket only a few times a month. There is no need for further inquiry. We should simply observe the unfolding drama. Is it truly so?" Lilian pondered, still skeptical. He could not fathom how Fei Huang Supermarket could surpass Yongnian Supermarket. The renovations were on par with Yongnian Supermarket, offering no discernible advantage. Yongnian Supermarket had a plethora of shops above it, forming a comprehensive commercial complex. Fei Huang Supermarket, in contrast, was merely a supermarket where customers could only browse the aisles. The service might be slightly better than that of Yongnian Supermarket, which accounted for some business. Yet even with that, the current volume of business was insufficient to sustain Fei Huang Supermarket. Although the daily losses were minimal, losses they still were. "How do you think the supermarket will surpass Yongnian Supermarket?" Lilian inquired. Zhu Daqiang shook his head. "The boss's wisdom runs as deep as the ocean. How could I possibly comprehend it? However, I know the boss well. He can foresee crises before they arise. Just like last time, he seemed to anticipate the landlord and Oppo's rent hike. While we celebrated the supermarket earning 40 million, the boss wore a frown. He must have foreseen the supermarket's fate and prepared accordingly. The 2 months the boss spent away from the supermarket were said to be for daily settlements. But I believe that was a ruse. He was actually scouting for new locations. Otherwise, why, upon deciding to relocate the supermarket, did he immediately secure a new site? The efficiency was unprecedented. He must have already made plans in advance, preparing for future eventualities. As for why he chose a location directly across from Yongnian Supermarket, that surely reflects the boss's profound intentions. I simply lack the vision and insight to perceive it. After hearing Zhu Daqiang's words, Li Lian gazed at the beaming Qian Ziyong, increasingly convinced that Zhu Daqiang was right. Upon further contemplation, it indeed made sense. He wondered why, after the supermarket had earned 40 million, Qian Ziyong did not seem particularly pleased. It turned out he had been thinking ahead, aware of an impending crisis. It was baffling. How could someone as young as Qian Ziyong possess such profound insight and intelligence? Li Lian stepped forward. Upon noticing Li Lian and Damp, Oppo's approach, Qian Ziyong beamed with joy. "Brother Li, you're here. It's wonderful to have you at the supermarket." Qian Ziyong laughed heartily and embraced Li Lian. "Brother, the supermarket is fortunate to have you. What would I do without you?" He held a deep appreciation for Li Lian, as Li Lian and Oppo's monthly salary of 100,000 meant that in 3 months, he could incur losses amounting to over 350,000, including social insurance and housing funds. Li Lian was indeed a valuable asset. The system allowed him to offer such a high salary because Li Lian had previously been a supermarket owner, possessing extensive operational experience. Hence, he could afford to pay Li Lian such a generous wage. In contrast, Zhu Daqiang, while also talented, could only earn a maximum salary of 15,000 from a system. Unless the supermarket turned a profit and Zhu Daqiang's abilities improved, he could not be offered a higher salary. Everything had to remain within reasonable bounds. A supermarket manager could not command a salary of 100,000 unless, like Lu Gaoda, he independently opened a store and became a boss akin to Li Lian, allowing him to pay such lofty wages. The more talents like Li Lian they had, the greater the losses he could incur. For Qian Ziyong, who had incurred a loss of 350,000, Li Lian was akin to a walking stack of RMB, making him exceedingly precious. Naturally, he was exceptionally warm and welcoming. Additionally, Li Lian had treated him to mutton meals averaging 500 per person on 2 occasions. Li Lian was like a brother to him, closer than blood relatives. Qian Ziyong addressed him with utmost affection. "Brother, I feel guilty for my lack of ability. I haven't been able to help much yet receive such a high salary. So, please, take back some of the money. Just a symbolic 3 or 5,000 will suffice." Li Lian felt deeply ashamed. Chapter 24. The opening of the hot pot restaurant. The more affably Qian Ziyong spoke, the more embarrassed he felt. Upon hearing that Li Lian intended to reduce salaries, Qian Ziyong reacted as if he had been stepped on. Leaping up in alarm, "A salary cut? Absolutely not. Brother, if you dare to lower wages, I shall sever ties with you." However, the supermarket was currently facing poor business and incurring losses. It was simply unreasonable for him to receive such a high salary. Li Lian felt exceedingly awkward. The surrounding employees shared his discomfort, as they too were earning significantly more than their counterparts in the industry. Moreover, Qian Ziyong was providing them with comprehensive social insurance. In the whole of Hansheng, there was no other supermarket offering such benefits to its staff. A salary of 6,000 yuan was indeed extravagant. The boss treated them exceptionally well. If the supermarket continued to suffer losses, they would prefer a slight reduction in their wages, hoping to alleviate some of the pressure on their boss. "All right." Qian Ziyong patted Li Lian on the back and turned to Zhu Daqiang. "The hot pot restaurant opens today. Let's go and sample its offerings." His exuberance stemmed not only from the supermarket and Oppo's financial struggles, but also from the opening of the hot pot restaurant. With the establishment of this new venture, he had yet another opportunity for potential loss. Most importantly, he now had a reliable option for meals. His daily food expenditure had dwindled to less than 20 yuan. He was reaching his limits. His personal wealth had dwindled to a mere single-digit figure, and his wallet was growing increasingly thin. Each day, he awaited the opening of the hot pot restaurant with bated breath, and now that it had finally commenced operations, it felt like a double blessing amidst the supermarket and Oppo's losses. Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang steeled themselves. "Let's go and eat hot pot." Li Lian wore a strained smile, while Qian Ziyong, brimming with enthusiasm, practically danced his way forward. Anyone observing would perceive Qian Ziyong's joy as genuine. Watching the jubilant Qian Ziyong ahead, Li Lian felt a deep admiration. What I admire most about my younger brother is his ability to smile in the face of adversity, and his infectious smile at that. Zhu Daqiang, puzzled, wondered why Li Lian held such respect for Qian Ziyong in this regard. Li Lian explained with a smile, "You once worked under me. Did you ever see me frowning when the supermarket was losing money?" Zhu Daqiang thought back and shook his head. "Never." Li Lian chuckled bitterly. "To be honest, I simply do not display my emotions at the supermarket, but at home, I toss and turn all night." In truth, he wished to wear a smile every day at work, but it was a challenge he found insurmountable. Zhu Daqiang scratched his head, struggling to comprehend why Li Lian felt the need to smile at the supermarket. Why, even when faced with financial loss, must he present a cheerful demeanor? Li Lian gestured for Zhu Daqiang to observe their surroundings. "Look at the expressions on the employees' faces now." Zhu Daqiang surveyed the room and noticed that the employees had shed their frowns, now bustling about with renewed vigor, as if they had just received a shot of adrenaline. Zhu Daqiang suddenly understood. It was the boss and Appo's smile that had inspired them. "Just imagine," Li Lian countered, "if Qian Ziyong had been sulking in the supermarket. How could the employees focus on their work while witnessing their boss's despair?" Zhu Daqiang shook his head. If the boss appeared as if the world was collapsing, the employees would be even more unsettled, ready to flee at any moment. Now it made sense. Zhu Daqiang realized that there was indeed a purpose behind the boss and Appo's inspections at the supermarket. The boss and Appo's smile carried a profound significance. Looking at the boss and Appo's retreating figure, Zhu Daqiang felt a profound sense of respect. He needed to learn from his quality. Yet he understood that even if he tried, he might never master such an expansive mindset. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Lu Gaoda settled comfortably into his chair, adjusting his position to find the perfect distance between the chair and the table. He had instructed someone to measure and record the distances. A group of employees gathered nearby, watching as Lu Gaoda inspected the fruits and vegetables, occasionally tasting them. Quite fresh. Lu Gaoda nodded in satisfaction. Upon entering, Qian Ziyong was delighted to find the restaurant's staff leisurely at work. Indeed, appointing Lu Gaoda as the manager of the hot pot restaurant had proven to be an astute decision. Unlike the supermarket employees, who were perpetually busy even without customers, Lu Gaoda's presence ensured a more relaxed atmosphere. With him leading the way, the hot pot restaurant was sure to incur losses at a rapid pace. "The boss is here," someone shouted, prompting the staff to line up and stand at attention, awaiting his address. With a new establishment opening, the boss was sure to have a few words to share. "Ziyong, you're here," Lu Gaoda exclaimed excitedly as he rushed over to embrace him. "Do you know how much effort I put into this hot pot restaurant?" Qian Ziyong shook his head. "I don't know. I heard you were living with a hot pot restaurant staff, enjoying good food and restful sleep, with 2-hour lunch breaks every day." Lu Gaoda, caught off guard, smiled sheepishly. "It an amp, Appo's. It's all about balancing work and rest. Over the past 20 days, he had lived in comfort. He didn't need amp, Appo's. He have to wash his own clothes, clean the floors, or even make his bed. Moreover, a dedicated chef prepared meals for him, offering an abundance of meat and fish. He could eat to his heart's content. The only downside was that he had gained 5 pounds in such a short time. He simply couldn't afford to gain any more weight. However, with the restaurant's opening, as the manager, he felt it was imperative to lead by example. If he didn't eat, who would? If he didn't gain weight, who would? Even if it meant gaining weight to an extreme, he was willing to make that sacrifice for the hot pot restaurant. Thus, he resolved to keep eating and to eat more. "Ziyong, the restaurant is fully decorated, and I and Appo's sourced over 50 chefs to perfect the hot pot base. Would you like to give it a try?" Lu Gaoda said eagerly. This was precisely the invitation Qian Ziyong had been waiting for. "Of course I want to try," he replied, bubbling with excitement. Yet, he remembered that the employees were still awaiting his address. He raised a hand to the staff. "We won't be doing any of that here. Go on and attend to your duties." The employees exchanged glances, surprised by this unconventional boss. Lu Gaoda chuckled. "I told you all before, our boss doesn't in Appo's. He play games. He and Appo's. It's very easygoing. They're in Appo's. There's no need to be so tense. Why are you all standing in line?" Qian Ziyong smiled and added, "From now on, you can arrive just in time for your shifts and leave promptly when your work is done. Overtime is strictly prohibited. Anyone who works extra hours will have their pay docked." He could hardly wait to savor the hot pot, urging everyone to return to their tasks. The boss is seated. A beautiful waitress gestured for Qian Ziyong to take a seat. It was then that he noticed the restaurant was filled with attractive young men and women. Lu Gaoda, you are quite unfair. When you hired for the supermarket, you chose older workers, yet for the hot pot restaurant, you've only hired good-looking people. Chapter 25. If you are reluctant to endure hardship, do not expect to suffer. Lu Gaoda offered an embarrassed smile, admitting that at the time he did not fully comprehend that a salary of 6,000 was quite substantial in Seoul, allowing for a selective hiring process. Now, with hot pot establishments offering 8,000, it was only natural for him to prefer younger candidates. However, it appeared that the youth were somewhat averse to enduring hardship. Qian Ziyong expressed his understanding. Who wishes to suffer? Who is inherently destined for a life of toil? I certainly do not wish to endure hardship, and neither do you. Lu Gaoda, if none of us desires to suffer, why should we expect it from others? The trio, Lu Gaoda, Li Lian, and Zhu Daqiang, fell into silence, while the surrounding employees felt a warmth in their hearts. Their boss genuinely empathized with them. Qian Ziyong reproached Lu Gaoda, stating, "You are managing your hot pot restaurant quite well in most aspects, but there is one area where you have faltered, and I must criticize you." Lu Gaoda's eyes widened. Qian Ziyong continued, "You have hired too few people. If you observe their reluctance to work hard, could it be that this is exacerbated by the lack of staff? If you were to hire more individuals and distribute the workload, Wooden and Oppos, that resolve the issues at hand? I have repeatedly urged you to recruit more people, yet here you are, being parsimonious." The employees present revealed that there were only 30 staff members. Even with 2 shifts, the total workforce for the hot pot restaurant amounted to a mere 60 individuals. This was far from sufficient. Even if each employee earned 8,000, plus benefits totaling 9,000, the monthly expenditure would only be 540,000. Adding Lu Gaoda's 100,000 would barely reach 700,000. The financial burden he bore was minimal. Insufficient by far. "Ziyong, enough already," Lu Gaoda explained. "A hot pot restaurant differs from a traditional stir-fry establishment. We do not require specialized chefs, merely servers to deliver food and clear tables. For a 500 square meter hot pot restaurant, 60 staff members are ample. Other establishments manage with even fewer, and I have already heeded your advice to hire more." An employee interjected, "Boss, we are not overworked. There is no need to recruit additional staff. Hiring more would only increase operational costs, and given that they receive high salaries of 8,000, they should be prepared to endure some hardship. If hiring more leads to increased costs and losses, we would feel guilty." Lilian added, "Brother, our hot pot restaurant does not need an excessive number of staff. 60 is more than sufficient. Their feelings of fatigue stem from inexperience. As they become more skilled, things will improve significantly." Before Lu Gaoda could further elaborate, he was abruptly interrupted by Qian Ziyong. "Enough. What you say may hold merit, but I refuse to listen. I assert that if employees feel exhausted, it reflects your shortcomings as a manager and a lack of foresight." "Is that so?" Lu Gaoda gasped, contemplating, but other establishments operate similarly. Qian Ziyong stood up, indignantly retorting, "What others do is irrelevant. Is it not possible that they are mistaken? We must have faith in ourselves. When confronted with a problem, we must seek a solution. If a solution eludes us, we must address the source of the problem." The employees felt a wave of anxiety. Could it be that Qian Ziyong intended to dismiss them? No, Qian Ziyong quickly clarified, "I apologize. I was overly agitated and misspoke. We do not resolve issues by dismissing individuals, but rather by addressing the staff shortage. The company is my family. The funds within are ours to spend. Expenditure relies on all of us." Qian Ziyong realized that his emotional outburst had led him to err in his statements. Just then, as the hot pot began to bubble, Zhu Daqiang placed a few pieces of meat into the pot, cheerfully suggesting, "Let us eat while we converse." "Indeed," Qian Ziyong nodded, his stomach growling in anticipation. He promptly picked up several pieces of meat and dipped them into his meticulously prepared sauce. Even before tasting, he was already salivating. After enduring 2 months of hardship, he was finally able to enjoy a decent meal. As a piece of meat entered his mouth, he sighed in contentment. "Delightful," Qian Ziyong exclaimed. The others followed suit, each savoring the delicious flavors. How does it taste? Lu Gaoda inquired nervously, his heart racing. He had invested $1 million in the hot pot base. If it failed to meet Qian Ziyong's expectations, he would bear significant responsibility. Excellent, Qian Ziyong affirmed, nodding in satisfaction. The praise filled Lu Gaoda with joy. This outstanding base, acquired for just $1 million, means we are truly fortunate. I, Qian Ziyong, am not one to take advantage of others, he declared. Zhu manager, transfer $2 million to Lu Gaoda for the supplier of this base. It is worth at least $3 million. Qian Ziyong lauded, genuinely impressed by its exquisite taste. Lu Gaoda hesitated, but I spent $1 million, and the supplier is already grateful to me. They initially asked for $500,000. If I give them another $2 million, he was uncertain how to approach the supplier with such a substantial sum. A sudden windfall might raise suspicions of ulterior motives. Qian Ziyong pondered, then proposed, why not purchase the entire recipe, ensuring it belongs solely to us at Halilio, prohibiting further sales to others? This $2 million shall serve as the buyout fee. Lu Gaoda hesitated. But $2 million is still too high for a buyout fee. Qian Ziyong slammed the table, declaring, if it is worth $3 million, then spend $3 million. Do not always think of cutting corners. Lu Gaoda, your vision is too narrow. Lu Gaoda felt a jolt of realization, reflecting. I now understand the disparity between us lies in perspective. I have never encountered significant wealth, always adhering to a peasant mentality. Am I correct? Seeing that Lu Gaoda had been swayed, Qian Ziyong smiled and nodded, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It truly was exhausting to spend money. At last, he could legitimately part with $2 million. Lu Gaoda was the unsung hero of this expenditure. Qian Ziyong placed meat from the hot pot into Lu Gaoda's bowl. Patting him on the back, Lu Gaoda, you have worked hard. Look at you. How much effort you have put into this hot pot restaurant. Observing Lu Gaoda est robuste physique. Qian Ziyong felt a pang of sympathy. You've lost weight. Eat more. The more Lu Gaoda ate, the more Qian Ziyong felt the pinch. He sincerely wished that the daily ingredients of the hot pot would not fill the customers' and Appo's bellies, but rather Lu Gaoda and Appo's, allowing him to save a considerable sum each day. Deeply moved, Lu Gaoda touched his round belly and began to eat heartily. A tear fell onto the table. Chapter 26. Delicious enough to weep, Lu Gaoda was unexpectedly moved to tears. Gaoda, what is wrong with you? Qian Ziyong looked at Lu Gaoda with curiosity. Ziyong, you have been too kind to me. Lu Gaoda found himself unable to contain his sobs. This month, Qian Ziyong had already provided him with his salary, an astonishing sum of 100,000, a whole 100,000, that amounted to 1,200,000 in a year. His salary had reached the pinnacle of what an ordinary person could hope for. Most importantly, Qian Ziyong was aware of his dreams, his aspiration to open a unique restaurant. His greatest passion in life was food. Otherwise, he wouldn't and amp. Appo's. He had become so plump. However, he was keenly aware of his capabilities. As a recent college graduate, what could he possibly do to open a hot pot restaurant requiring millions in investment? It was all due to Qian Ziyong's unwavering trust that he had been silently supporting him from behind. On the very first day of the restaurant's opening, Qian Ziyong arrived at an astonishing speed. What was his purpose? Was it merely to enjoy hot pot? Certainly not. He was there to guide him, to assist and nurture him. On the inaugural day of the hot pot restaurant, Lu Gaoda felt a mix of anxiety and relief, knowing Qian Ziyong was there to oversee everything. Qian Ziyong was his pillar of support. Gaoda, after all, you're like a son to me. How could I not treat you well? Qian Ziyong joked. Lu Gaoda wiped away his tears and chuckled. Oh please, I'm older than you. You're more like my son? Lu Gaoda felt a surge of joy. Qian Ziyong hadn't changed at all. Even with wealth, he remained the same Qian Ziyong. Ecstatic, Lu Gaoda picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. This meat is truly delicious. If it's tasty, then indulge yourself, Qian Ziyong urged, piling more meat onto Lu Gaoda's plate. Qian Ziyong felt that the meat was insufficient. He craved more. Come, serve us meat. Let us start with 500 yuan, he declared. Lu Gaoda was determined to help him enjoy the meal, realizing that every bite was from Qian Ziyong's pocket. The more they ate, the more they would lose. You all haven't eaten yet, have you? Go ahead and take a few tables. All the dishes in the restaurant are yours to enjoy. Eat as much meat as you desire. Don't hold back. Qian Ziyong proclaimed. Thank you, boss. The employees exclaimed with excitement. As they feasted, saliva dripped from their mouths. The meat sizzled in the pot, releasing a subtle aroma, and as they lifted the thin slices with chopsticks, they found them to be smooth and delectable, especially as the spices sweet, sour, and spicy burst forth in their mouths. It was a sensation that lingered long after. Most importantly, the staff knew that the ingredients were exceptionally fresh and of the highest quality, having been personally procured by them. It could be said that it was even fresher and of better quality than what they had at home, since it was all covered by Qian Ziyong. They dared not consume the restaurant's offerings without permission. Observing the employees' delight, Qian Ziyong announced, from today onwards, if the employees wish to eat, we will accommodate them. Everyone can dine at the restaurant for free. Even the employees of Fei Huang's supermarket can eat here for free. Zhu Daqiang looked at Qian Ziyong in disbelief. Qian Ziyong nodded. Since they're my employees, they deserve equal treatment. However, Zhu Daqiang was concerned, but Fei Huang's supermarket has 1,000 employees. The cost at the restaurant is high. If they can eat freely, how much would that waste? 1,000 employees would mean consuming several cows daily. What supermarket offers such extravagant benefits? Supermarkets typically operate on thin margins. Such lavish perks could lead to losses for both the supermarket and the hot pot restaurant. Li Lian interjected, Brother, if you grant employees this benefit, the hot pot restaurant will incur losses. Upon hearing the word loss, Qian Ziyong's eyes sparkled. Would a little loss matter? Since employees chose to work for Fei Huang's supermarket and the hot pot restaurant, it was a sign of their trust in us, with their faith in us. We cannot betray their trust. Therefore, the most fundamental benefits of food, clothing, housing, and transportation must be maximized. At this point, Qian Ziyong had an epiphany. Yes, a way to provide employee benefits was to spend the money. Beyond the basic 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, there should be provisions for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. If the hot pot restaurant employees could have their housing covered, why not extend the same to the employees of Fei Huang Supermarket? Not only should they have their rent covered, but they could even be given the option to purchase homes or receive direct financial support. After all, the supermarket's profits were not solely due to him. It was the collective effort of all employees. If mistakes were made, they should bear the responsibility. Publicly traded companies can distribute bonuses to their employees. Why couldn't Fei Huang's supermarket do the same? Qian Ziyong tentatively tested the system and found no restrictions. This indicated that profit sharing was permitted, though the specifics of the limits would only be revealed after actual distribution. The thought of being able to share the profits brought Qian Ziyong immense joy. Realizing that incurring losses could be so effortless, he wondered why he hadn't thought of it before. If he had known, he would have shared some benefits with the employees when Fei Huang's supermarket was making money. It would be wise to prepare the employees in advance. Otherwise, they might struggle to accept the burdens when the time came. Boss, the benefits of food, clothing, housing, and transportation are already maximized. The 5 insurances and 1 housing fund we provide have reached their limits, Zhu Daqiang remarked. Qian Ziyong shook his head. No, we could do even better. How much do we have left? The funds from the system were all in the bank account, temporarily managed by Zhu Daqiang. Zhu Daqiang replied. After deducting the 2 million for the hot pot base recipe, we have over 3 million remaining. Let us set aside 2 million to improve the lives of the employees at the restaurant, Qian Ziyong decided. Ziyong, 2 million is too much. Our lives are already very good, Lu Gaoda interjected hastily. Qian Ziyong glanced at Lu Gaoda and said, given the way you've been pinching pennies, I can tell without looking that your dormitory is definitely not a double room. Lu Gaoda murmured, the dormitory is a 6-person room. It's quite spacious. Not enough. Qian Ziyong waved his hand decisively. Let us convert them all into double rooms. Double rooms? Lu Gaoda's eyes widened in disbelief. This benefit seemed outrageous. Seeing the astonishment on everyone's faces, Qian Ziyong chuckled. In the future, if the supermarket and the hot pot restaurant turn a profit, we will share bonuses with you or even help you buy houses. He aimed to give them a heads up. He had meticulously set up numerous traps for the hot pot restaurant. And if it still managed to turn a profit, that would truly defy logic. However, it was better to be prepared for any eventuality. Previously, Fei Huang's supermarket had inexplicably garnered immense profits. Thus, he needed to have a backup plan in place to spend any profits swiftly if they did materialize. Internally, Qian Ziyong hoped fervently that they wouldn't make a profit, sharing bonuses and buying houses. The employees could hardly believe their ears. Wasn't that a privilege reserved for publicly traded companies? After hearing Qian Ziyong's words, the staff felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 27. The goal of ruin. If others painted grand visions for them, they would have been incredulous. However, Qian Ziyong offered them the highest wages in the entire Han City within their industry. He arranged accommodations and even provided dedicated caretakers. Everything felt utterly surreal. Such a generous employer, promising future dividends, made them somewhat believe. All right, Zhu Daqiang, transfer the funds and arrange their accommodations. We can discuss the dividends later, Qian Ziyong stated. The mere thought of potential profits sent his heart racing with trepidation. After the last overwhelming blow from the supermarket's profits, he had fainted. He dreaded experiencing that again. A few slices of meat to calm his nerves would suffice. Qian Ziyong eagerly picked up the meat from the hot pot and began to eat. After finishing the meat, he took a large gulp of the sour plum juice on the table. Drinking sour plum juice in summer was simply delightful. He drained the entire glass in one go, prompting Zhu Daqiang to refill it promptly. Wait, Qian Ziyong suddenly called out. Zhu Daqiang stared at him, puzzled. Do you want another drink? Qian Ziyong shook his head. You are the manager, and you're also enjoying the hot pot. How can you serve me drinks? He pointed to a waiter. Come, you serve me. The employee rushed over and poured a glass for Qian Ziyong. He gestured towards his drink and remarked, You see, if every customer were like me, asking for staff to refill their drinks, wouldn't we face a manpower shortage? Even if the employees worked tirelessly, they wouldn't and oppose. Manage. Zhu Daqiang and Lu Gaoda were taken aback. Boss, this is a hot pot restaurant. Typically, customers serve themselves drinks, Lu Gaoda explained. As a novice in the hot pot business, Lu Gaoda had learned from other establishments and knew that none of them refilled drinks for customers. With a decisive wave of his hand, Qian Ziyong asserted, I do not want the ordinary. I demand the extraordinary. I am unconcerned with what other hot pot restaurants do. Our Healy Lao hot pot must ensure that customers dine comfortably, eat with peace of mind, and drink without worry. Therefore, drinks must be served. Moreover, we should actively assist in refilling them. When I return, I do not wish to see any customer with an empty glass. At Healy Lao, no glass should ever be empty. Once a drink is below half, it should be refilled. Lilian, Lu Gaoda, and Zhu Daqiang exchanged glances, while the employees were equally astonished. If they were to refill drinks in such a manner, they would indeed be overwhelmed. Is it a matter of insufficient staff? Qian Ziyong inquired. Lu Gaoda nodded, still in disbelief. With fervor, Qian Ziyong declared, If that is the case, then we must hire more staff. How many tables does the hot pot restaurant have? Lu Gaoda replied, Over 102-person tables, more than 54, and 6-person tables, and 10 tables for 6 to 10 people. There are also several private rooms. The supermarket can accommodate up to 600 diners at once. Qian Ziyong was taken aback. In a 500-square-meter hot pot restaurant, you can fit so many tables? Zhu Daqiang interjected, Boss, the landlord, upon learning that you are opening a hot pot restaurant, has gifted us an adjacent shop, totaling 200 square meters. Now our hot pot restaurant exceeds 700 square meters. When did this happen? Why did he offer it? Qian Ziyong's heart raced. His first instinct was to pay the landlord rent. Zhu Daqiang said, It was yesterday. I hadn't had the chance to inform you. The landlord had already renovated that shop, and we just need to tidy it up a bit before using it. Qian Ziyong quickly asked, Why did the landlord give me a new shop? Did you pay him rent? Zhu Daqiang, smiling broadly, excitedly gave a thumbs up. Boss, this is all due to your integrity. You insisted I compensate the landlord $5 million in rent, which he was reluctant to accept. The landlord has high hopes for you, believing you will achieve great things, and has continually supported us. Upon learning we were opening a hot pot restaurant, he promptly gave us the additional 200 square meters. He even insisted it was free for our use, stating that even if we offered him rent, he would refuse. Qian Ziyong was left speechless. Such a person truly existed? Liu Yin remarked, "This is what it means to conduct substantial business. No wonder he has amassed assets exceeding 100 billion. So wealthy?" Both Lu Gaoda and Zhu Daqiang were astonished. Liu Yin nodded. The shops in Han City are merely one aspect of his empire. He possesses numerous other ventures. With my connections, even meeting him would be a challenge. Qian Ziyong covered his face. He had initially intended to insist on paying the landlord's rent. But upon hearing of the landlord and damp, Oppo's wealth, he felt apprehensive. If the landlord were to offer him more space, it would only complicate matters further. Perhaps it was best to simply accept that he would inevitably incur losses of 50 million, avoiding any further troubles. Lilian Siga. Now I understand why he can earn so much. It is clear that his character is beyond what we can compare. Lu Gaoda echoed this sentiment. Indeed, I would never gift several hundred square meters of shop space. Liu Yin smiled. I see a resemblance between you and the landlord, both possessing a generous spirit and a grand vision. Moreover, you are younger. I believe it one and Amp, Oppo's, TB long before you two become a billionaire entrepreneur. Zhu Daqiang wholeheartedly agreed. Lu Gaoda raised his drink, proclaiming, "Cheers to the boss. May your wealth flourish, and may you earn 100 billion annually." Qian Ziyong raised an eyebrow. Such a harsh curse? To wish such a fortune upon me? 100 billion? I am already struggling with a loss of 100 million. How could I bear 100 billion? He quickly interrupted. Do not curse me with prosperity. Let us focus on practical matters and hire more staff. Now that our hot pot restaurant in Oppo's area has expanded and we need to serve drinks, we must ensure our workforce is sufficient. I suggest we aim for not 100 or 200, but directly 500. Lu Gaoda, you are to hire 500 people. Lu Gaoda jumped to his feet in shock. 500? In a restaurant of just over 700 square meters? What are you planning? Before he could voice his objections, Qian Ziyong halted him. I do not wish to hear your reasons. I only want results. 8,000 per person. Can we achieve hiring 500? The supermarket generates cash flow that can be used to pay wages. In this manner, after the first month, if both the supermarket and the hot pot restaurant go bankrupt, I can transfer the supermarket. The proceeds from the shop transfer, along with liquidation funds, will be used to pay wages and N1 compensation, leaving me destitute and devoid of funds. I do not wish to waste a single cent of the 50 million in system funds. I intend to extract every last bit for myself. This plan is splendid. It shall be executed. Qian Ziyong felt a surge of delight, resolutely preventing Lu Gaoda from disrupting his scheme. Chapter 28. Just focus on your salary. Lu Gaoda felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The costs of running the hot pot restaurant were exceedingly high. However, this was a plan orchestrated by Qian Ziyong, undoubtedly with deep intentions behind it. Zhu Daqiang noticed Lu Gaoda and Oppo's concern and patted him on the shoulder, offering a reassuring glance. Don and Oppo's worry, following the boss and Oppo's lead is always the right choice. How can we mere mortals comprehend the wisdom of our boss? Upon hearing this, Lu Gaoda found it reasonable. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Trusting Ziyong is certainly the way to go. Lilian has said that the boss is exceptionally talented. In the future, his assets will surely exceed 100 billion. I must refrain from disturbing the boss and Oppo's plans and focus solely on my own responsibilities. The hot pot meal was delightful. Even more enjoyable was the moment after the meal when Qian Ziyong retreated to his exclusive office, leisurely browsing online listings for villas. He was certain he would secure the 50 million. No one could thwart him. He placed a villa in his shopping cart, alongside luxury cars. And once the 50 million was credited, he would promptly go to view properties and vehicles. However, with an abundance of choices, he found himself overwhelmed by options. Qian Ziyong grappled with the dilemma of which luxurious residence to purchase. He was fond of villas, yet he also admired spacious flats. He adored sports cars, but he equally appreciated comfortable business vehicles. As the afternoon arrived, he visited the hot pot restaurant again, only to find it devoid of customers. Instantly, his worries vanished, replaced by a broad smile. It was a sound strategy. Who would think of enjoying hot pot in the scorching summer? Coupled with the high expenditure at the restaurant and his deliberate choice to forego any promotional budget, no one was aware of its opening. Thus, no patrons would come. It was a solid plan, more stable than a mountain. After dining at the hot pot restaurant, Qian Ziyong wore a grin throughout the day. That night, he awakened from a dream, chuckling. After a quick trip to the restroom, he returned to his delightful dreams. Life was truly comfortable. The opening of the hot pot restaurant had resolved his financial losses and his dining concerns. How splendid! The following day, Qian Ziyong remained in high spirits. As the 3-month deadline approached, his excitement intensified. He was on the verge of becoming a 50 million yuan millionaire. During lunchtime, he arrived at the hot pot restaurant, greeted warmly by the staff. "Boss!" Everyone joyfully called out. Qian Ziyong reciprocated with equal delight. The restaurant was bustling, filled with his employees. With 1,000 supermarket staff eligible for complimentary meals, the restaurant was naturally packed during mealtime. "Enjoy your meal, everyone. Eat to your heart's content," Qian Ziyong cheerfully encouraged. Watching his employees assist him in incurring losses brought him immense satisfaction. His genuine smile was infectious. Initially, the supermarket staff worried that their patronage might exacerbate the restaurant and Oppo's losses. Despite the boss and Oppo's generous treatment and benefits. Yet now, witnessing his authentic smile, all their concerns dissipated. The boss genuinely wanted them to enjoy free hot pot. With so many people, he would surely incur significant losses today. Qian Ziyong felt elated, indulging in the hot pot with gusto. As his employees supported him, he felt compelled to lead by example. Time flew, and soon it was evening. The moment for reconciliation had arrived. Lu Gaoda stood nervously at the cash register, fidgeting, while Qian Ziyong happily sipped his drink. The cashier swiftly printed the day and Oppo's revenue. Lu Gaoda stood frozen upon seeing the figures. "How is this possible?" He gasped eyes wide, noticing Lu Gaoda and Oppo's astonishment. Qian Ziyong curiously glanced at the revenue and chuckled. For such a large hot pot restaurant, only one table was occupied today. Haha. "Ziyong, how can you still smile?" Lu Gaoda's face darkened. He had anticipated poor business, but not to this extent. "Of course, I'm happy," Qian Ziyong replied, intrigued. "But I don't understand why you are not." Lu Gaoda exclaimed. "The restaurant is nearly bankrupt. How could I be happy? Do you receive a commission if the restaurant does well?" Qian Ziyong inquired. Lu Gaoda shook his head. "Then if the restaurant performs poorly, will I withhold your salary?" Lu Gaoda shook his head again. He understood Qian Ziyong. He was a man of his word, never breaking a promise. Qian Ziyong smiled. "As an employee, your only task is to do your job well and collect your salary each month. The restaurant's performance has no bearing on you." "Indeed," Lu Gaoda acknowledged, finding this quite reasonable. Yet suddenly, he leaped up and scrutinized Qian Ziyong. "Buddy, if anyone else had said this to me, I wouldn't have batted an eye. But you're the owner of the restaurant. Shouldn't the owner expect employees to work diligently and generate maximum profit?" With employees surrounding them, Qian Ziyong's remarks were made in full view, not as a private conversation. The staff also found it puzzling. The restaurant and Oppo's poor performance seemed not to trouble Qian Ziyong in the slightest, and he appeared rather pleased. Was this merely their illusion? Work, after all, is a game. Take it too seriously, and you'll lose. Qian Ziyong waved his hand dismissively. "Moreover, I have no desire for excessive profits. To me, creating value for society is the greatest achievement." He struggled to maintain his facade. Patting Lu Gaoda and Oppo's shoulder, he reassured him. "In any case, poor business is no cause for concern. The restaurant's fate is in my hands, so rest assured, it will not close down, it will continue operating, and I plan to open many more branches. Gaoda, as the restaurant manager, you must work with me for at least 10 years. Once you gain experience and enhance your capabilities, I shall consider raising your salary. Enough of that. Let us not dwell on it. The restaurant should remain as it is and operate in its current manner." Qian Ziyong emphasized repeatedly, insisting that no matter what transpired, the restaurant must adhere to his strategy. "All right," Lu Gaoda nodded. Qian Ziyong smiled. "I entrust the restaurant to you. With so many patrons, I feel they might hold back while I'm present. How about this? Please deliver a hot pot to my office every afternoon." And make sure to prepare plenty of meat. In the restaurant, the employees seemed somewhat restrained, even hesitant to indulge in meat. How could that be acceptable? If the staff only consumed vegetables, how could he sustain his losses? For the sake of his losing venture, Qian Ziyong resolved to eat hot pot alone in his office. Alas, his sacrifices for the sake of his losing enterprise were indeed substantial. Chapter 29. Thriving business in the office of Yongnian Supermarket. Qian Ziyong inquired, "Manager Sun, has there been any news from Fei Huang Supermarket in recent days?" Manager Sun shook his head in astonishment, not a whisper. Qian Ziyong seems to have conceded defeat. Qian Ziyong furrowed his brow. Is that truly the case? I find it hard to believe that Qian Ziyong is that kind of person. He recalled how Qian Ziyong had delivered a resolute declaration of war in the softest of tones. Wherever Yongnian Supermarket opened, Fei Huang Supermarket would follow suit. This was a clear indication of a relentless battle to the end. Manager Sun remarked, "I genuinely cannot fathom how Qian Ziyong could possibly turn the tide. Our renovations are at least on par with Fei Huang Supermarket, and in terms of reputation, Fei Huang is far behind us. We have numerous shops above that complement our supermarket. What could Fei Huang possibly use to compete with us?" Qian Ziyong nodded. "It seems I've been overly anxious." Meanwhile, in the office of Fei Huang Supermarket, Qian Ziyong had not ventured outside for a considerable time, choosing instead to immerse himself in video games. During this period, Qian Ziyong felt exceedingly at ease, unburdened by concerns of financial inadequacy, and could indulge in meals to his heart's content. Occasionally, he would visit the supermarket, which continued to show lackluster business. Observing the poor sales, Qian Ziyong felt a wave of relief wash over him, returning to his office to enjoy his games. "My decision has proven remarkably sagacious. Indeed. Across from Yongnian Supermarket, they are bound to incur losses." 10 days passed, and Lu Gaoda was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. He had approached Qian Ziyong several times, but each time, Qian Ziyong urged him to remain calm. How could he possibly relax? Watching the hot pot restaurant suffer losses daily brought him to the brink of tears. Zhu Daqiang occasionally visited the hot pot restaurant, and Lu Gaoda begged him for advice. However, Zhu Daqiang had little to offer. Yet, as time wore on, business appeared to be improving. One day, Lu Gaoda scrutinized the hot pot restaurant and Oppo's sales figures. This was the most tense moment of the day. The restaurant had already reached its capacity of 500 patrons, with monthly labor costs reaching a staggering 5 million. Excluding utilities, they needed to earn at least 160,000 daily to avoid losses. How could they possibly achieve such revenue? The cashier cheerfully announced, "Manager, today's sales figures are quite impressive." "What? Impressive sales?" Lu Gaoda furrowed his brow, feeling anxious from recent losses. Observing the daily income felt akin to undergoing a punishment. He cautiously accepted the paper, and upon unfolding it, discovered a staggering 300,000 in revenue. Was the business truly thriving today? Lu Gaoda was astonished. The cashier nodded with a smile. "Business has been quite good." Lu Gaoda, puzzled, asked, "Wasn't tea business poor in recent days? What caused this sudden improvement?" The cashier shook his head. As an ordinary cashier, he had no insight into the reasons behind the unexpected surge in business. "I must share this good news with Ziyong." Lu Gaoda, clutching the sales report, rushed toward the boss in Oppo's office. Bursting with excitement, he encountered Zhu Daqiang and Li Lian, who were inspecting the restaurant and Oppo's performance. "Manager Zhu, our hot pot restaurant is doing well," Lu Gaoda exclaimed, beaming like a delighted child. Zhu Daqiang smiled and nodded. "I am already aware." "You know?" Lu Gaoda was taken aback. Zhu Daqiang replied, "I have been monitoring the restaurant and Oppo's performance for the past couple of days and have noticed signs of improvement." Li Lian concurred. Lu Gaoda turned to Li Lian, who smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, the hot pot restaurant is bound to thrive. This is merely the beginning." Lu Gaoda and Oppo's joy was palpable as he inquired, "What makes you so certain?" Li Lian replied with a smile, "That is because you have yet to grasp the boss in Oppo's strategy." Qian Ziyong and Oppo's strategy? What strategy? Lu Gaoda was intrigued. Li Lian explained, "The boss has meticulously arranged everything and is fully confident." Have you not noticed that after the restaurant and Oppo's opening, the boss frequently visited? Once everything was properly set up and on track, he ceased his visits. Lu Gaoda nodded in understanding. Indeed, that was the case. Yet, at that time, the hot pot restaurant was not yet profitable. Lu Gaoda remarked, Li Lian Siga. That is the brilliance of our boss. He is truly a business genius. After organizing everything, he knew the restaurant would surely succeed. He is confident in when it will become profitable, possessing a clear vision. Is that true? Lu Gaoda expressed some skepticism. Li Lian smiled mysteriously. Do you know why the hot pot restaurant is successful? Why? Lu Gaoda asked, curious. Li Lian answered, it relates directly to the boss's astute decision-making. Remember when the boss allowed all supermarket employees to dine at the hot pot restaurant for free? Lu Gaoda nodded. I attempted to dissuade him, but Ziyong was resolute. In the end, I had no choice but to comply. Li Lian chuckled. It is precisely because all employees dined for free that the hot pot business began to flourish. Lu Gaoda asked, why is that? Zhu Daqiang was equally curious. Li Lian laughed. What do you think of our hot pot as flavor? It's fantastic. Lu Gaoda affirmed confidently. He had meticulously selected the hot pot base, investing a substantial 3 million into it. How could it possibly taste anything less than exquisite? Li Lian continued. The fact that the hot pot base cost 3 million has become common knowledge, and many are eager to sample it, curious about the taste of a 3 million hot pot base. Do you know who spread the word? Lu Gaoda pondered momentarily before responding. Our employees? At the time, Qian Ziyong had insisted on purchasing the hot pot base for 3 million, despite his strong objections. However, Qian Ziyong was unwavering in his decision, and it was only natural for the news to spread among the employees. Li Lian confirmed, indeed, it was our own employees. The boss allowed them to eat for free, and after tasting it, most found the flavor delightful. Coupled with the knowledge that the hot pot base cost 3 million, they were convinced of its superior taste. Such deliciousness naturally prompted them to share with their friends. Thanks to our employees and Oppo's enthusiastic promotion, many have come to sample the hot pot, and upon tasting it, they found it delightful, leading to an increase in business. Furthermore, everyone is aware that the hot pot base is valued at 3 million, so they do not perceive our prices as exorbitant. After all, good things are inherently costly, and our offerings are indeed exceptional. They are the pinnacle of hot pot restaurants in Hansheng, unmatched by any competitor. Understanding dawned on Lu Gaoda. He had not anticipated that spending 3 million on the hot pot base would spark customer curiosity and validate their pricing as higher than other restaurants. A stroke of genius. Chapter 30. Study diligently. How could he not have thought of this? 3 million could be used for marketing. Ziyong Qian is truly a marketing genius. Lu Gaoda pondered, filled with admiration for Qian Ziyong and Oppo's as financial acumen. How did I not realize how exceptional Qian Ziyong was during our university days? The hot pot restaurant was struggling. When I sought Ziyong and Oppo's advice, he assured me that everything was under control. At that time, I failed to comprehend what he meant, but now that business is flourishing, I finally understand. Lu Gaoda exclaimed. Isn't that so? Zhu Daqiang nodded with a smile. He had also heard Qian Ziyong proclaim that everything was under control. I must share this good news with Ziyong. Lu Gaoda exclaimed excitedly. Zhu Daqiang quickly interjected. Everything is already anticipated by the boss. You need not inform him, for he surely knows. That makes sense. Lu Gaoda conceded. Li Lian chuckled. Moreover, you are now the manager of the hot pot restaurant. The boss has entrusted you with all its affairs. The boss is tirelessly clearing the path for us from behind the scenes. We merely need to follow the established procedures. Being his employee is truly effortless. As long as we fulfill our responsibilities, there is nothing to worry about. If only I had encountered him in my youth, I would have dedicated myself to learning by his side. Li Lian sighed deeply, casting an envious glance at Lu Gaoda. Having a mentor is so crucial. How many detours did he take in his youth before finally finding his way? And that path was just barely sufficient to scrape by. Had he met Qian Ziyong a decade earlier, he would likely have amassed a fortune by now. Lu Gaoda understood Li Lian's envy and clenched his fists tightly. I will study diligently and observe closely. I shall not disappoint Ziyong's guidance. Lilian nodded in agreement. The boss pays us such a generous salary to ensure we perform our tasks well. If we were to consult him about everything, what purpose would we serve? A pig could do the job just as well. You're absolutely right, brotherly. I will refrain from disturbing Ziyong, Lu Gaoda affirmed earnestly. Qian Ziyong pays him a salary of 100,000. He must contribute something, right? He cannot simply run to Ziyong whenever an issue arises at the hot pot restaurant. That would be utterly incompetent, Li Lian remarked. I anticipate that the success of the hot pot restaurant is merely the beginning. The business may flourish even more. Lu Gaoda and Appo's eyes sparkled, filled with vigor. In the afternoon, within Feihuang supermarket, business was bustling today. Most customers who had enjoyed hot pot would often wander through the supermarket. There were also those who had not dined at the Riverside hot pot. They simply came to purchase some items. A couple leisurely strolled through the supermarket. The woman, with her delicate features and twinkling eyes, said, "I am hungry. What shall we eat today?" She playfully touched her belly, half pouting. The man suggested tentatively, "Shall we have hot pot?" The beauty pondered for a moment and shook her head. "But I want to have grilled fish. It's been so long since we had grilled fish. The last place we went had fish that was both charred and tender. Truly exquisite." The man's face broke into a smile. "Then let us go for fish. However, the fish isn't spicy enough. I haven't had anything spicy in a long time. I crave something with a kick." The beauty hesitated. The man grew alert and asked cautiously, "Then should we have hot pot?" "But the fish is far more delicious. Besides, the ingredients for hot pot are mostly not fresh. I worry it might upset my stomach," the beauty replied. "Then shall we have fish?" The man's voice dropped even lower. The beauty, now irate, exclaimed, "You, as a man, could you not have a bit of decisiveness?" The man was on the verge of tears, utterly at a loss. "Do you want hot pot or fish? Who will save me?" Nearby, a supermarket employee, noticing their escalating quarrel, quickly interjected, "Why not have hot pot? We have just opened a hot pot restaurant at Feihuang supermarket, and the ingredients are guaranteed to be clean and hygienic, plus fruits and beverages are complimentary." Surprised by the employee and Appo's words, the beauty exclaimed, "I had no idea Feihuang supermarket even had a hot pot restaurant. Your boss must have a diverse range of businesses." The employee smiled. "Our boss is very generous. All employees of the supermarket can dine at the hot pot for free. I am about to finish my shift and can't wait to enjoy the hot pot. Just thinking about the beef in the pot makes my mouth water." I heard the boss spent $3 million on the hot pot base. Upon hearing about the $3 million spent on the hot pot base, the beauty and Appo's excitement surged. With such an investment in the hot pot base, the taste must be extraordinary. "Let's go and try it." The man let out a long sigh of relief, silently thanking the employee as he hurriedly led the beauty upstairs to the hot pot restaurant. Inside the hot pot restaurant, guided by the enthusiastic staff, the beauty settled into a spacious seat. "These chairs are so comfortable, and the ambience is delightful," she remarked, feeling at ease. The environment was impressive, from the tables to the chairs, and every detail spoke of a significant investment. The employee cheerfully informed them, "Here, sauces, fruits, beverages, and ice cream are all complimentary. Especially our special beef sauce. It is exquisite and also free. If you and Appo's interested, do give a try." The beauty was overjoyed. "Is all this free? I must try it." The man was equally astonished, having never encountered a hot pot restaurant where even the beef was complimentary. He wondered whether the beef would be fresh. They made their way to the sauce station, where several customers were casually preparing their condiments. Two customers, engrossed in their task, filled their bowls with beef until they had amassed a considerable amount before stopping. Nearby, two staff members did not intervene. Instead, they waited until the customers finished before bringing over a massive bowl to replenish the beef in the sauce station. As more customers arrived to serve themselves, one hesitant patron stood by, unsure. The employee cheerfully encouraged, "All sauces here are free, including the beef, which is quite delicious. Feel free to take as much as you like." The man and the beauty each filled their bowls with beef. The man returned to their table, satisfied with his carefully crafted sauce bowl, while the beauty struggled to balance 3 bowls, one for fruits, one for condiments, and one for beef, her heart racing with anxiety. Luckily, a staff member swiftly came to her aid. The beauty quickly expressed her gratitude, but was displeased with her boyfriend, saying, "Humph, didn't you see I was overwhelmed? Why didn't you help me?" The man, flustered and stumbling over his words, could only mutter apologies. Just then, the staff wheeled over their ordered dishes, and the beauty finally ceased her reprimands, focusing intently on the feast before her. Chapter 31. A culinary delight, the server meticulously prepared everything, and the two diners began to indulge in their meal. The first dish they sampled was the complimentary beef. The beauty with large eyes held reservations about the beef, as it was free. However, upon tasting a piece, she was pleasantly surprised to find it even more delectable than her homemade version. Most notably, the beef was remarkably fresh, showcasing exceptional ingredients. It was not ordinary beef. It seemed to have been grilled just moments ago. The man was equally astonished by the quality of the meat. A nearby staff member chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, we prepare a significant amount of beef daily, 2 large bowls worth. The flavor is delightful, but I don't indulge in it much." The man responded, "Why not?" inquired the beauty with curiosity. The staff member smiled and explained, "Because everything we eat here at the hot pot restaurant is complimentary. I prefer the beef tripe. It's both crisp and tender. Free hot pot every day." The man was incredulous. The price of hot pot at this establishment was certainly not modest. The freshness of the ingredients was evident, leading him to wonder how the restaurant could afford to offer free meals to its employees. The staff member responded with a grin. "Yes, we can eat anytime we wish. How wonderful. I wish I could work here," the beauty with large eyes exclaimed enviously. She swiftly picked up a piece of beef tripe, placing it into the pot. 10 seconds is the optimal time for flavor, the staff member advised. Nodding in acknowledgement, she eagerly retrieved the tripe after the countdown. The flavor was indeed exquisite. "This is truly delightful," she exclaimed joyfully after taking a bite. The man was equally pleased with the hot pot. The broth was exceptional, surpassing that of typical hot pot establishments. After savoring several pieces of meat, he took a large sip of his beverage. Noticing his glass was half empty, the staff promptly refilled it. He remained oblivious until the third refill, when he realized that the staff was attentive to his beverage needs. Having enjoyed hot pot numerous times, this was the first instance he experienced such dedicated service. He discovered that their table had a dedicated server, positioned in a way that allowed them to be unobtrusive while remaining available for assistance. It was utterly comfortable. As the beauty indulged in the hot pot, she felt like a princess. Eventually, they finished their meal, thoroughly satisfied. Before departing, the server presented them with snacks and a complimentary ice cream. The restaurant's air conditioning was quite effective, and upon stepping outside, they were struck by the heat. The hot pot restaurant not only boasted excellent flavors, but also exceptional service, prompting the beauty to share her experience on social media. She posted a photo with the caption, "Today's hot pot was absolutely delightful. The free beef nearly made me overeat, and I've gained 3 pounds. How annoying." Accompanied by several photos of her enjoying ice cream and her own glamorous selfies, she cheerfully took her boyfriend's hand and left, exclaiming, "Let us come back tomorrow." As her post garnered numerous likes, the hot pot restaurant quickly gained popularity. The news of complimentary beef, ice cream, and fruit spread rapidly throughout the city. Countless patrons flocked to experience it firsthand. Lu Gaoda suddenly noticed that the hot pot restaurant was bustling, with long queues forming outside. He was ecstatic. The rhythm of prosperity was palpable. Lu Gaoda, weighing 200 pounds, busily flitted around the restaurant, working tirelessly. Although exhausted, he wore a constant smile. The day stretched late into the night, culminating in the crucial moment of tallying the day's revenue. "What was today's earnings?" Lu Gaoda inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow in anticipation. The staff quickly printed out the figures. "Manager, today our hot pot restaurant earned over 600,000. "How much?" Lu Gaoda was taken aback. 63,320. The staff member announced excitedly. Lu Gaoda leapt for joy. "I can hardly believe we earned so much." However, he soon realized he had celebrated prematurely, as the following days saw revenue soar even higher, over 700,000 on the second day and 800,000 on the third, culminating in a staggering 900,000. From 9 in the morning until 3 in the morning, the hot pot restaurant was perpetually full. with customers often waiting in line for 2 hours. Lu Gaoda was living a dream, waking up with a smile. Many of those waiting in line would take a number and then browse the supermarket below, returning just in time for their turn. This synergy significantly boosted the business of the nearby supermarket as well. In the manager's office of the hot pot restaurant, a charming reporter was interviewing Lu Gaoda. "Manager Lu, I'm a reporter from Han City Television. It's a pleasure to have this opportunity to speak with you." She smiled, holding her microphone. Lu Gaoda, looking sharp and full of vigor, replied, "It is an honor to be interviewed by Han City Television." The reporter asked, "Could you share your restaurant and Oppo's daily revenue?" Lu Gaoda responded enthusiastically, "There's nothing to hide. Our boss emphasizes transparency. Yesterday, our supermarket revenue reached 1,100,000. The reporter was astonished, her mouth agape. "There are rumors online that your hot pot restaurant is a rising star in the industry, beloved by consumers. What inspired this innovative business approach? How did you create this new model?" Lu Gaoda's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "This is not solely my achievement. Most credit goes to our boss and Oppo's guidance. Our boss believes that every customer who visits our restaurant is a privilege, and we must extend the utmost sincerity to them. He insists that all ingredients must be fresh, and the hot pot broth must be of the highest quality. Therefore, I invested 300,000 to meticulously select our broth." The reporter, intrigued, asked, "Did you truly spend 300,000 on the hot pot broth?" Lu Gaoda nodded affirmatively. "Why such an extravagant expenditure for a broth?" The reporter queried. Lu Gaoda replied, "Because our boss believes that if we are to do something, we must do it to the best of our ability." The interview continued with the reporter asking about various aspects of the hot pot restaurant, to which Lu Gaoda answered candidly. Soon, the interview concluded, leaving the reporter highly satisfied. In addition to the interview, the reporter captured footage throughout the restaurant, particularly in the kitchen, and interviewed several employees. It was evident that the staff felt a strong sense of belonging and satisfaction in their work. The following morning, as the interview aired on television, the hot pot restaurant popularity surged even further, along with the fame of the nearby supermarket. Chapter 32. I gained fame. In Feihuang supermarket flourished. It turned out that they had opened a lavishly decorated supermarket in Hansheng, with service that reached an unparalleled level. If it weren't an Oppo's tea for the hot pot restaurant, most people would have never heard of the supermarket. As the hot pot restaurant gained popularity, everyone became aware that it was, in fact, owned by the same proprietor as Feihuang Supermarket. With an increasing number of visitors to Feihuang Supermarket, they discovered that it was not only clean and orderly, but also remarkably user-friendly. The entire staff seemed to exude vitality, treating each customer with genuine warmth, making them feel as though they had returned home. The employees truly regarded them as family. Feihuang Supermarket was already one of the finest in Hansheng, and with the added foot traffic from the hot pot restaurant, it soon became bustling with patrons. Qian Ziyong had not visited the supermarket for several days, having spent his time at home engrossed in his phone, either playing games or browsing luxury homes and cars. One day, he stepped out of his office, drawn by the commotion outside. Upon arriving at the supermarket, he was met with a throng of customers eagerly pushing their way inside. Stunned by the sheer volume of people, Qian Ziyong was bewildered. What had happened? Wasn't Oppo's tea supermarket struggling with poor business? How could there suddenly be so many customers? He hadn't Oppo's tea been away for more than a week, yet it felt as though a century had passed. He hardly recognized his own supermarket. "Boss!" The employees greeted Qian Ziyong with enthusiastic waves. What happened? Why is our business thriving?" His voice trembled with uncertainty, a foreboding feeling washing over him. At that moment, he noticed a news segment looping on the supermarket's television, featuring an interview with the popular hot pot restaurant, Li Lao. There on the screen was Lu Gaoda, his plump visage beaming as he was interviewed. Li Lao was on television? This was disastrous. Qian Ziyong's heart raced, and his complexion turned pale. Could it be true that Li Lao had made it to the screen? The footage showed countless patrons inside the restaurant, and Qian Ziyong vividly recalled telling Lu Gaoda to raise the prices at Li Lao to double that of other hot pot establishments. If Li Lao was overflowing with customers, how much profit would he stand to lose? Calm down, he told himself. it might not be as dire as he imagined. He had set numerous traps for Healy Lau and Amp, Oppos, a success, and considering it was summer, there was no reason for the hot pot restaurant to be flourishing. "Boss, are you all right?" The employees noticed his ashen face and rushed to express their concern. Qian Ziyong waved them off, insisting, "I'm Amp, Oppos, am fine." Without further ado, he hurried toward the hot pot restaurant. Soon, he encountered an enormous queue stretching over 100 meters. The shop owners on either side looked on enviously at Healy Lau as they saw Qian Ziyong approaching. They greeted him warmly. "Boss Qian, you and Oppos. He truly accomplished something remarkable, creating a new model for hot pot dining. It and Oppos, that's astounding." Several shop owners praised him, raising their thumbs in admiration. Were these people really coming to dine at his restaurant? Qian Ziyong's voice trembled with disbelief. He remembered that his hot pot restaurant was over 700 square meters, capable of accommodating 600 diners at once. Was it really full? How much profit was he missing out on? Of course, some shop owners, sensing his feigned ignorance, grew slightly annoyed. "Boss Qian, with your prowess, could you perhaps share some insights on how to boost our business? We don't Amp, Oppos, needed to be as booming as yours. Even a tenth of your success would be a blessing." They gazed at Qian Ziyong with eager anticipation, hoping he would impart some secrets. Qian Ziyong opened his mouth. His eyes clouded with confusion. "I have no experience in making money, but I do have plenty of experience in losing it. Would you like that?" The shop owners exchanged awkward smiles. "Forget it, Boss Qian, if you don Oppos. Do you want to share? No need to joke with us. Who in Hansheng doesn't and Oppos? Do you know you? You've reached the pinnacle right from the start. Whether it's the supermarket or the hot pot restaurant, both are at the zenith of Hansheng. Have you ever failed since you graduated? Am I really that famous?" Qian Ziyong asked incredulously, pointing to himself. The shop owners nodded emphatically. He forced a smile, realizing he had indeed gained notoriety, unexpectedly, for his success in business. He had never failed? Was it true he had never tasted real failure? How could he have ended up making money? At that moment, Lu Gaoda, busy managing the queue, spotted the surrounded Qian Ziyong. "Ziyong!" He cheered, rushing over and engulfing him in a jubilant embrace. Overwhelmed with excitement, he inadvertently knocked Qian Ziyong to the ground, leaving him floundering. "That hurts." As he looked up at Lu Gaoda and Amp, Oppos, round face, Qian Ziyong felt a surge of anger. His 50 million. It was Lu Gaoda who had made the hot pot restaurant a sensation, causing his investment to go down the drain. It was all his fault. Qian Ziyong stood up, wanting to lash out, yet he lacked a valid reason. Should he blame Lu Gaoda for doing too well and making him money? There were countless onlookers around. If he scolded Lu Gaoda, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. The law system mandated that everything must appear reasonable. It wouldn't Oppos to be sensible to berate Lu Gaoda, who was making money. Observing the ecstatic Lu Gaoda, Qian Ziyong forced a smile that was more painful than crying. "Gaoda, you're truly my loyal supporter." Lu Gaoda corrected him. "Shouldn't that be an Oppos? Bone and Oppos?" Qian Ziyong shook his head in exasperation. "In Oppos, an Oppos, rib, and Oppos, what you've done has truly struck at my heart. Could it be anything but?" Lu Gaoda, unfazed by the semantics, excitedly grasped Qian Ziyong's arm. "Ziyong, under your brilliant leadership, our hot pot restaurant is thriving. Would you like to go inside and take a look?" Qian Ziyong declined, shaking his head. "Let us not, for I fear I may not withstand the heavy blow." He was genuinely concerned about witnessing the countless customers inside the hot pot restaurant and the cashiers diligently collecting payments. It might be too much for him to handle. Reminiscent of the last time he was so overwhelmed that he ended up in the hospital. If he were hospitalized again, the system would certainly not cover his medical expenses. Most importantly, he still wanted to explore possible remedies. At that moment, Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang approached in unison. Upon seeing Qian Ziyong, they joyfully exclaimed, "Boss, our Healy Lau hot pot restaurant is thriving. Fei Huang Supermarket has also seen remarkable revenue this month." The boss had never shied away from discussing business matters in front of others. He always emphasized that every detail was open for conversation, and he remained unperturbed even with the owner of Yongnian Supermarket nearby. If he was indifferent to adversaries, he certainly would not mind the other onlookers. Chapter 33. 50 million in hatred. Most importantly, they felt no guilt. Business was thriving, and they had not resorted to any unscrupulous means. However, Qian Ziyong's smile had turned awkward and strained. He realized that his desire to incur losses this time would be exceedingly difficult. He had begun to feel somewhat despondent. Now, all he wished to understand was why the hot pot restaurant was so profitable. Even in death, he wanted to die with his eyes closed. Through gritted teeth, Qian Ziyong exclaimed, "Lu Gaoda, it is thanks to you that my hot pot restaurant has led me to financial ruin. You are truly my lucky star." Lu Gaoda laughed heartily. "Ziyong, you must be so overwhelmed by the profits that you've become incoherent. It's not ruin, it's overflowing wealth. This is not my doing. It is entirely due to your astute leadership." Upon hearing Qian Ziyong utter the words financial ruin, the surrounding customers merely chuckled. The hot pot restaurant was bustling with business. Reports claimed its daily revenue exceeded $1 million. Clearly, it was immensely profitable. Although Qian Ziyong was the owner, his youth made him overly emotional after earning such substantial profits, leading him to misuse idioms which they could easily understand. The patrons cast benevolent glances his way. The hot pot served was indeed delicious, and the service was impeccable. For this reason, even if they had to wait an hour, they were willing to do so. Qian Ziyong, however, remained oblivious to the expressions around him, feeling somewhat dazed. All my brilliant leadership? Wait a moment, Lu Gaoda. I have told you before that no decisions I make are to be altered. Have you changed anything? It must be so. Lu Gaoda must have unilaterally altered his strategies for the hot pot restaurant, resulting in its unexpected success. You, Lu Gaoda, I considered you a brother, offered you the highest salary, and yet you repay me with this. He thought bitterly. From this day forth, I shall sever ties with you. Qian Ziyong and Appo's eyes bulged, glaring at Lu Gaoda with a murderous intent. Lu Gaoda shivered. "Ziyong, please don't look at me like that. It frightens me. I truly have not altered your decisions. Everything has been executed according to your instructions." Nearby, Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang sensed the tension and hurriedly intervened. "Boss." Lu Gaoda initially intended to change strategies, but ultimately he realized the error and made no alterations. "I assure you, he has followed your directives without deviation." Qian Ziyong must have misunderstood Lu Gaoda, believing he had acted independently and altered his strategy, which was why he was so furious. "Didn't he change my strategy?" Qian Ziyong's eyes, once foggy, now regained clarity. This was a matter of 50 million. Anyone who dared obstruct him from earning such a sum would be his mortal enemy. Hearing the two affirm that Lu Gaoda had adhered strictly to his strategy left him utterly bewildered. Lu Gaoda exclaimed excitedly, "Ziyong, it was precisely because you instructed me to spend 3 million on hot pot base that I was able to procure the most authentic and delectable hot pot essence. Moreover, customers were eager to come and experience the taste of a 3 million hot pot. No way. How could it be that customers flocked here simply because of 3 million? Qian Ziyong displayed an expression of disbelief. Lu Gaoda replied, "Indeed, boss, perhaps you had anticipated it all along. Spending 3 million on a single hot pot base, while extravagant, wouldn't he raise too many eyebrows? Your foresight in devising a strategy to allow all supermarket and hot pot restaurant employees to dine for free was brilliant. Our supermarket employs 1,000 workers, and after tasting the food, they were thoroughly impressed. Naturally, they recommended it to their friends and family, as well as to customers at the supermarket. The boss did not force employees to promote it. He merely allowed them to enjoy free hot pot. As you know, good things do not require coercion. Once more people experience them, they will naturally spread the word. Your subtle approach is truly masterful." Upon hearing Lu Gaoda and Appo's explanation, the surrounding customers finally understood. So this was how the hot pot restaurant had promoted itself. They provided free meals to employees without issuing any commands to attract customers. This way, neither the employees nor the customers felt any resentment. It was truly a win-win-win situation. Everyone began to applaud, expressing their admiration for Qian Ziyong's marketing acumen. The sound of applause echoed, striking Qian Ziyong's heart with every clap, causing him to stagger backward. What? All of this was my decision? Qian Ziyong's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Lu Gaoda nodded. If it weren't for you, even if our hot pot restaurant became popular, it would have taken a considerable amount of time. With 500 employees and monthly wages reaching a staggering 5 million. If the business had taken too long to take off, the restaurant could have suffered immense losses and potentially faced closure. Fortunately, the boss was wise and conceived such a brilliant idea. Otherwise, the loss of such a fantastic hot pot establishment would have been a significant blow to the hot pot industry, as well as to the entire Han city. Qian Ziyong opened his mouth, but not a single word emerged. The success of the hot pot restaurant was, astonishingly, his doing. Allowing employees to eat for free had merely been his naive attempt to incur losses, as he and Lu Gaoda could not possibly consume much on their own. How could they compete with 1,000 employees from the supermarket? He had simply wanted to lose more money. How had this turned into a promotional strategy for the hot pot restaurant? Furthermore, spending $3 million on the hot pot base was merely his desire to spend more money. There was truly no ulterior motive. Why had customers become curious and eager to sample the flavor of a 3 million hot pot base? 3 million had unexpectedly become a gimmick to boost the restaurant and amp Oppo's reputation. Lu Gaoda continued. By the way, you also instructed me to hire 500 people. Initially, I couldn't comprehend your reasoning. Our hot pot restaurant only spans 700 square meters, and even 100 staff would suffice. Surely, hiring 500 was unnecessary. However, I diligently followed your orders, filling all 500 positions as quickly as possible, even if I didn't understand the rationale. It was only when the hot pot restaurant truly took off that I grasped the brilliance of your decision. As he spoke, Lu Gaoda raised his thumb in admiration. Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang looked at Qian Ziyong with expressions of deep respect. The other shop owners nearby gazed curiously at Lu Gaoda, wondering why Qian Ziyong had opted to hire 500 people. As fellow business owners, why could they not comprehend Qian Ziyong's visionary strategies? It was indeed a marvel that left them in awe, one that they could only admire from afar. Chapter 34. All my fault. Qian Ziyong was engulfed in confusion. How does hiring 500 people relate to the business's success? He inquired. The more staff we have, the more wages we can distribute, Lu Gaoda replied. But what does having more staff have to do with the business thriving? He continued, perplexed. Boss, are you testing me? Lu Gaoda retorted. If you hadn't instructed me to recruit 500 people in advance, how could we possibly manage the overwhelming demand once business flourished? If we are overwhelmed, service quality will undoubtedly plummet. Moreover, we might become flustered and make various mistakes. Even hiring temporary staff would be futile, as they lack the training and adaptability required for the high-paced environment of a hot pot restaurant. Is this my fault? Qian Ziyong felt tears welling in his eyes. Only then did he realize that it was indeed his fault. It was the boss's brilliant strategy. Lu Gaoda corrected him. Exactly. If it weren't for your directive to hire 500 people, we wouldn't have been able to operate in 3 shifts until 3 in the morning. What? Qian Ziyong exclaimed in shock. A hot pot restaurant operating until 3 in the morning? Was this madness? He couldn't fathom that customers would be so enthusiastic. Who would come to dine at his establishment at such an hour? It felt as though they were robbing him of his money. These customers were utterly insufferable. The patrons around them, upon hearing Lu Gaoda's words, erupted into applause. Recognizing a remarkable marketing strategy, an extraordinary operational approach, the foresight to hire ample staff was nothing short of a commercial feast, leaving them more exhilarated than watching a critically acclaimed film with the protagonist standing right before them, a young man, no less. They felt fortunate to witness the rise of a future business mogul, their excitement palpable. Lu Gaoda gave a thumbs up, gazing at Qian Ziyong with reverence, as if he were deity. Boss, your business acumen leaves us in awe. In just 20 days, the hot pot restaurant had amassed 20 million. At this exhilarating moment, Zhu Daqiang also stepped forward, looking at Qian Ziyong with admiration. Boss, our supermarket has earned 30 million due to the influx of customers from the hot pot restaurant. I believe achieving several hundred million in a year is absolutely within reach. The audience gasped upon hearing that the combined profits of the hot pot restaurant and supermarket had reached an astonishing 50 million in merely 20 days. 50 million? How would I spend such wealth? With 50 million, I could live comfortably for a lifetime. I'd ascend to the pinnacle of life. How delightful it would be. Why isn't this 50 million mine? They gazed at Qian Ziyong with envy, contemplating the euphoria of having such riches. 50 million, just sitting in the bank, would yield a staggering 1,500,000 in interest annually, 5,000 a day. It would lead one to financial freedom, to the zenith of existence. But alas, 50 million had vanished. All due to his brilliant strategy, 50 million was lost. If he were to work a job earning 3,000 a month, it would take him 16,666 months, or 1,388 years, to amass such wealth. The mere thought of losing 50 million drove Qian Ziyong to the brink of despair. His eyes turned crimson as he raised his hand and began to slap his own face, the sound sharp and resonant. Ziyong, Lu Gaodao rushed to intervene, desperately trying to stop him. Zhu Daqiang seized Qian Ziyong's hand. Boss, I understand your high standards. 50 million falls short of your expectations. But our capabilities are limited, and we can only achieve this much. Please don't punish yourself. It's our fault too. The onlookers were taken aback. In just 20 days, to earn 50 million and still chastise oneself? My goodness, Qian Ziyong's expectations were extraordinarily high. 50 million seemed a failure to him. They had heard that geniuses often possess a degree of obsession and are harsh on themselves. It was truly disheartening to compare oneself to him. If they were to earn 50 million, they would undoubtedly revel in it. Unlike them, they would indulge in nightlife, purchase extravagant homes and luxury cars. Mere mortals could never aspire to such greatness as Qian Ziyong. If this trivial sum could satisfy him, perhaps he would have achieved such success today. The crowd gazed at Qian Ziyong with newfound respect. Only those with obsession and a relentless pursuit of perfection can attain the highest standards. Qian Ziyong was undoubtedly one of those individuals. After a few hard slaps, the pain jolted him back to reality. There was still hope. He could distribute bonuses. Qian Ziyong recalled that he could still reward his employees. He quickly consulted the system in his mind. Bonus rules stipulated that distributions could occur no more than once every 6 months, with a maximum of 50% of pure profit each time. Additionally, any cash already utilized could not be included in future distributions. Thus, with 50 million in hand, if he opted to distribute bonuses now, he could only allocate 25 million to his employees. However, following this distribution, he would be unable to reward them again for at least 6 months. To distribute or not to distribute. Without hesitation, Qian Ziyong chose to proceed with the bonuses. Simultaneously, he devised a plan for the remaining funds. He believed he could still salvage the situation. With 15 days remaining, the 3-month cycle would conclude. Qian Ziyong resolved to rise to the occasion. Although he knew he wouldn't extract all the fun from the system this time, every bit counted. He stood up, exuding determination. Manager Zhu, contact the landlord. I need to rent an additional 5,000 square meters for the supermarket's expansion. Also, bring in the renovation crew. I will invest 40 million. The supermarket will cease operations from now on. I intend to renovate it day and night within the next 15 days. Understood. Zhu Daqiang replied resolutely. Qian Ziyong pondered for a moment. The hot pot restaurant would surely generate over 10 million in profits during these 15 days. This amount would be factored into the renovation budget, allowing him to allocate all profits toward the renovations, minus the bonuses. However, in the system, renovations were categorized as fixed assets. Fortunately, these fixed assets could be depreciated. If the renovation cost 40 million, it would be recorded as 20 million in fixed assets. The following year, it would further depreciate by 10 million. He was left with no other options. Otherwise, he wouldn't be investing in renovations. Qian Ziyong took a deep breath and addressed Lu Gaodao. You did well this time. Please avoid such situations in the future. I will ensure bonuses for you all, whether from the supermarket or from our river operations. Everyone will receive a share. Take out 25 million from the 50 million for your distribution. Qian Ziyong spoke wearily. Chapter 35. Kindred Souls in Distress, 25 million in dividends? Lu Gaodao exclaimed in astonishment. Li Lian and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. The surrounding customers gasped in unison. To share profits with employees And such a staggering sum of 25 million at that. Were they hiring? They too wish to join the workforce. All the remaining funds will be invested into renovations. I do not wish to see a single penny. Qian Ziyong emphasized. Lu Gaoda inquired, what about you, boss? Others turned their gaze towards Qian Ziyong. Indeed, with 25 million distributed among the employees, what remained, along with the future profits of the hot pot restaurant, would be allocated for renovations. Well, the boss himself, after investing in the supermarket and compensating the staff, was he to retain nothing for himself? I shall forego it. Qian Ziyong shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Seeing you all receive your share brings me joy. He too yearned for a distribution, but the system would not permit it. This boss was indeed beleaguered. Without a single cent in salary, he was denied any dividends as well. Fortunately, the system allowed him to sample the hot pot at the restaurant. Without that, he would surely starve. Yet, one cannot live on sustenance alone. There were countless other expenses to consider. He found himself with a mere 300 yuan to last 15 days. Only 20 yuan per day. Moreover, if he failed to turn a profit within those 15 days, the system would not settle a single penny. The next cycle would last a minimum of 3 months, meaning he would receive nothing at all during that time. 3 whole months without a single cent. How could one endure such a fate? While starvation was not imminent, he could not even afford a pack of toilet paper. A shiver ran down Qian Ziyong's spine as he mused, I cannot afford to receive nothing. Otherwise, life would become unbearable. Lifting his gaze, he saw Lu Gaoda jubilantly dancing, and Qian Ziyong felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. He could no longer seek daily wages unless he left the city. After all, he was likely known throughout Han City. Who would employ him? As a boss with assets exceeding 100 million and a monthly income in the tens of millions, he found himself utterly penniless. It was truly a state of despair. At that moment, an employee rushed over and whispered something in Zhu Daqiang and Appo's ear. Zhu Daqiang quickly approached Qian Ziyong. Boss, Mr. Shanzhong has come to visit you. Mr. Shanzhong? Qian Ziyong and Appo's eyes sparkled. Instantly transforming from a frown to a beaming smile, he exclaimed, Please, no, I shall go and greet him personally. 3 months without a single cent was a profound hardship. Whoever brought him money would be regarded as a dear brother, despite offering Lu Gaoda a generous salary. Lu had not shared a dime. How foolish he had been to consider Lu a brother. Severing ties, Qian Ziyong hurried to the entrance, where he found Mr. Shanzhong accompanied by Manager's son, waiting for him. Upon spotting the gift box in Manager's son and Appo's hands, Qian Ziyong greeted them with exuberance. Mr. Shanzhong, you are exceedingly generous, he exclaimed, arms wide open. Mr. Shanzhong wore a pained expression, but seeing Qian Ziyong and Appo's enthusiasm, he too opened his arms. In his eagerness, Qian Ziyong rushed forward to embrace the gift box, feeling its weight and wishing he could open it immediately, though he knew it would be impolite to do so in front of guests. Noticing Qian Ziyong's singular focus on the box, Zhu Daqiang quickly reminded him. With a jolt, Qian Ziyong realized his oversight, quickly handing the box to Zhu Daqiang before extending his hand to Mr. Shanzhong. Mr. Shanzhong, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Without you, I would be utterly lost. Tears welled in his eyes. Mr. Qian, you are too kind. Mr. Shanzhong bowed in response. Qian Ziyong shook his head, insisting. No need for such formalities. Mr. Shanzhong, though aware of Qian Ziyong and Appo's enthusiasm for the gift, suppressed his own sorrow. Mr. Qian, you seem quite fond of my gift. Why not open it and take a look? Can I open it now? Qian Ziyong inquired, taken aback. Zhu Daqiang interjected, Boss, Mr. Shanzhong is from Sakura country, where it is customary to open gifts in front of the giver as a sign of respect. Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyong hastily apologized. I beg your pardon. I tend to forget these things. I promise to remember next time. With that, he swiftly took the gift box from Zhu Daqiang and unwrapped it with great haste. Inside were 2 exquisitely packaged bottles of wine. Qian Ziyong whispered, How much did this wine cost? 2,000 per bottle, totaling 4,000. Qian Ziyong's eyes sparkled as he regarded Mr. Shanzhong with renewed fervor. I absolutely adore this gift. Manager Zhu, please help me. Help me cherish this gift. He nearly let slip his true desire in his excitement, but managed to recover just in time. "I'm glad you like it, Mr. Shanzhong replied with a smile. However, Qian Ziyong could sense the underlying sorrow in his demeanor. He understood that the success of his Feihuang supermarket, located directly across from Yongnian supermarket, meant hardship for Mr. Shanzhong's business. The thought that Mr. Shanzhong was enduring losses while he was prospering left Qian Ziyong heartbroken. "Mr. Shanzhong, our fates are truly intertwined in suffering." Tears cascaded down his cheeks. They were indeed kindred souls in distress. The anticipated 50 million had seemingly flown away, akin to 5 million lottery tickets whisked away by a gust of wind. The sensation was indescribable, leaving him on the brink of despair. Noticing Qian Ziyong and Oppo's tear-streaked face, Mr. Shanzhong felt a wave of uncertainty. "Mr. Qian, do you pity me?" he asked, a hint of irritation in his voice. Though his supermarket was facing losses, surely it did not warrant pity? Qian Ziyong shook his head. "I do not pity you. I lament my own plight. Mr. Shanzhong, I sincerely apologize. I never anticipated things would escalate to this point. Had I known, I would never have opened Feihuang supermarket across from yours." He lamented, feeling frustration towards Yongnian supermarket. Was it not touted as the most formidable supermarket in Han City? Why had it failed to deliver any results? "Mr. Shanzhong, I hope you will visit me often. I will extend my utmost hospitality." Qian Ziyong vowed earnestly. With 4,000 yuan in hand, he was willing to spend a portion, be it 1,500 or even 300, to entertain his guest. 300 yuan he could spare. Additionally, there was free tea to serve, allowing him to conserve that much more. His personal assets were limited, and he believed in using his resources wisely. Chapter 36. Absolutely not betrayal in the office of the Phoenix supermarket. Qian Ziyong personally poured tea for Shan Zongyushu. "Boss Shan, I truly appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to visit me." Qian Ziyong raised his teacup. Shan Zongyushu reciprocated. "Since you enjoy tea so much, I will bring you some cans next time." Upon hearing that Shan Zongyushu would not be bringing cigarettes or alcohol, but rather tea, Qian Ziyong felt a shiver run down his spine. "I prefer cigarettes and liquor. Tea is not to my taste." He hastily shook his head. Tea is not a hard currency. It simply cannot be sold. If Shan Zongyushu gives it to him, he would only pass it on to others. Alas! Shan Zongyushu suddenly sighed. "Perhaps there will be no next time. I may have to return to Sakura country. Perhaps, Mr. Qian, your Phoenix supermarket will soon face closure." "Really?" Qian Ziyong smiled. "I relish the blessings of others. Boss Shan, you are unlike anyone else. Conversing with you is truly delightful." Shan Zongyushu was aware of the implications of wishing for a supermarket in Oppo's closure, unlike Lu Gaoda and others who incessantly boasted about their profits, often pricking at his heart with their words. Seeing the joyful smile on Qian Ziyong's face, Shan Zongyushu felt a bit bewildered. At that moment, Qian Ziyong's cup was empty, and Shan Zongyushu quickly took the teapot to refill it before Zhu Daqiang could. "Mr. Qian, your heart is as vast as the ocean. I mentioned the possible closure of your supermarket, and not only do you not scold me, but you appear exceedingly happy. Truly, you are an extraordinary individual. Losing to you is no disgrace." Shan Zongyushu marveled. Yongnian supermarket's business had plummeted, incurring losses every day. Moreover, the commercial situation above Yongnian supermarket was in utter disarray. He had to admit defeat. "I am truly sorry. I did not wish for this." Qian Ziyong scratched his head. What a good person Shan Zongyushu is. Witnessing the ruin of his supermarket, Shan Zongyushu shook his head. "I acknowledge my inferiority. However, my younger brother will come from Sakura country to take over the management of the supermarket." Hearing this, Zhu Daqiang trembled. "Could you be from the Shan family?" he inquired. Shan Zongyushu nodded proudly. "In our Shan family, I'm the least capable. My younger brother has been a prodigy since childhood, and in just a decade of business, he has amassed assets exceeding several billion." When discussing his brother, Shan Zongyushu and Oppo's expression was quite complex. Assets exceeding several billion? It cannot be the founder of Yongnian supermarket. "Shan Zhongsong, can it?" Zhu Daqiang exclaimed in surprise. Qian Ziyong, however, appeared utterly perplexed. He quietly asked, "Is the Shan family renowned?" Zhu Daqiang nodded. The Shan family is a highly esteemed family in Sakura country, controlling a vast fortune. Shan Zhongsong has dedicated over a decade to the supermarket industry, demonstrating exceptional prowess. Yongnian Supermarket was established by him, with numerous branches not only in Sakura country, but also in other nations. If Shan Zhongsong were to take over Yongnian Supermarket, then our Phoenix might. Zhu Daqiang hesitated to continue. Having navigated the supermarket industry for over a decade, he was well acquainted with its prominent figures. He had never imagined he would find himself in opposition to such a legendary personage. How could he possibly be worthy of challenging someone like that? Upon hearing that Shan Zhongsong was set to take over the rival Yongnian Supermarket, Zhu Daqiang felt an unsettling drumbeat in his heart. Phoenix Supermarket had only just begun. He never expected to be targeted so soon. What terrible luck! Zhu Daqiang sighed inwardly, glancing at Qian Ziyong, only to find no trace of panic on his face. Will Phoenix Supermarket be driven to closure? Qian Ziyong's eyes sparkled, and his smile grew ever brighter. Shan Zongyushu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my younger brother is exceptionally skilled in business. Since his debut, he has yet to encounter a worthy adversary. How wonderful! Qian Ziyong laughed heartily. Boss Shan, I am immensely grateful for the splendid news you have brought me. Shan Zongyushu and Appo's expression darkened. Mr. Qian, I implore you not to underestimate my brother, Shan Zhongsong. He is truly formidable. Qian Ziyong responded cheerfully. I admire those who are capable. I shall undoubtedly become good friends with your brother. He lifted his teacup, proclaiming, To your brother. Qian Ziyong, brimming with hope, thought to himself, if there were indeed a capable individual who could bring about the downfall of his Phoenix Supermarket, it would be a blessing. Otherwise, earning tens of millions each month was an immense pressure for him. To my brother? Shan Zongyushu, somewhat taken aback, raised his teacup and took a sip. He discerned genuine anticipation in Qian Ziyong and Appo's sighs. The latter did not belittle his brother, but rather looked forward to forming a friendship. Truly, the audacity of youth knows no fear. Shan Zongyushu awaited the outcome, curious to see if, once Phoenix Supermarket faced closure, Qian Ziyong would still wear a smile. Thank you for your hospitality today. Shan Zongyushu stood up. Qian Ziyong hurriedly rose to see him off. Just as Shan Zongyushu stepped out the door, Li Lian rushed over in a flurry. Brother, trouble is brewing. The typically composed Li Lian was panting, his expression extremely anxious. Qian Ziyong felt a surge of excitement and quickly inquired, Is there good news? Li Lian shook his head. It is bad news. Shan Zhongsong has invited Lu Gaoda. He surely intends to poach him. Qian Ziyong raised an eyebrow. Really? Shan Zhongsong is trying to take Lu Gaoda away? That is splendid. He was thoroughly annoyed by Lu Gaoda. Had it not been for Lu Gaoda's insistence on opening a hot pot restaurant, he would not have made such a substantial profit. If Lu Gaoda could be poached away, it would be a stroke of luck. He could find someone else to take over the hot pot restaurant, allowing its business to plummet. Moreover, Lu Gaoda had experience in the river fishery. If he could establish a similar venture in Yongnian Supermarket, that would be utterly perfect. Seeing the smile on Qian Ziyong's face, Li Lian felt a bit bewildered. Brother, people's hearts are inscrutable. Shan Zhongsong is a figure of great repute in the supermarket industry. When he seeks out someone, he will undoubtedly offer an irresistible price. Although Lu Gaoda is close to you, he will not prioritize that over financial gain. There is a strong possibility that Lu Gaoda may betray you, Li Lian said earnestly. Yes, let Lu Gaoda betray me. Qian Ziyong beamed. Fearing that mentioning betrayal might put pressure on Lu Gaoda, he quickly added, This is not betrayal. It is merely a wise bird choosing a tree in which to perch. If Lu Gaoda has a better future, why should he cling to this place? This is not betrayal. It is an aspiration for a brighter future. I have faith in him. Shan Zhongsong is truly impressive. Just moments ago, Shan Zongyushu spoke of his brother's arrival, and he never anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Even more surprising was the efficiency with which the news had been delivered. Truly, a man of reputation is worthy of his acclaim. This opportunity is solidified. Chapter 37. A heart-wrenching melody within the office of the Yongnian supermarket owner. Four identical women stood gracefully to the side, serving tea to two gentlemen. Lu Gaoda sat in a chair, clutching a teacup, his gaze fixated on the quartet. Opposite him, Yamamoto Yuzong smiled warmly. "Welcome, Gaoda-kun." "Thank you." Lu Gaoda quickly glanced at Yamamoto before returning his intent gaze to the four ladies, fearing he might miss even a fleeting moment. "Do you fancy spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums?" Yamamoto inquired with an amused tone. Lu Gaoda and Appo's eyes sparkled like stars as he eagerly nodded. "Indeed." Yamamoto continued. "They are quite fond of you as well and hope to befriend you." A loud, awkward laugh erupted from Lu Gaoda, revealing a rather unflattering expression. Realizing his faux pas, he hastily wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth. The four women stifled their laughter behind their hands, further mesmerizing Lu Gaoda. "Gaoda-kun, since you have such an affinity, why not come to our Yongnian supermarket?" Yamamoto proposed. "If you join us, they would love to be your friends. To get closer to you." "Really?" Lu Gaoda exclaimed, delight radiating from him. However, he hesitated, "But Qian Ziyong treats me very well, and I am quite happy at the hot pot restaurant. I don't want to—" Yamamoto promptly interrupted. "I can offer you triple the salary." "Truly?" Lu Gaoda and Appo's eyes widened. "You would pay me 300,000 a month?" "What? Qian Ziyong pays you 100,000 a month?" Yamamoto exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Gaoda was astonished. "No way. Your managers can't possibly earn less than 100,000. His gaze shifted towards the short manager beside him. After hearing Yamamoto's introduction, he learned that the middle-aged man was the manager of Yongnian Supermarket. "My monthly salary is 30,000. The boss treats me well, and I am quite content." The manager replied. "Such a meager salary?" Lu Gaoda exclaimed, disgust evident on his face. After exchanging a few words, his gaze returned to the four ladies. Yamamoto, taking a deep breath, gritted his teeth and declared, "As long as you are willing to join us, I will offer you 300,000 a month. You can manage a hot pot restaurant here with complete authority." Lu Gaoda hesitated but shook his head in refusal. "Qian Ziyong also gives me dividends, totaling 2 million. You are so stingy. He probably won't give you any dividends." Yamamoto stood up, incredulously asking, "Qian Ziyong gives you dividends? Running a supermarket and a hot pot restaurant is not like a public company. What dividends are you talking about?" Lu Gaoda nodded. "Qian Ziyong invested 25 million in total to distribute among us all. Our hot pot restaurant is quite profitable, and since we have fewer staff than the supermarket, the dividends are substantial. I can receive 2 million, and every other employee at the hot pot restaurant gets at least 20,000. Upon hearing the figure of 25 million, Yamamoto inquired curiously, "How much do you earn in a month?" Lu Gaoda beamed with pride. "The hot pot restaurant earns 20 million, while the supermarket brings in 30 million. The four women looked at him with astonished faces. Seeing their surprise, Lu Gaoda felt even more triumphant, adding, "Although the hot pot restaurant doesn't earn as much as the supermarket, it actually boosts the supermarket's business. Without my hot pot restaurant, the supermarket would still be in the red. The supermarket has over 1,000 employees and spans 5,000 square meters, while my hot pot restaurant only has 500 employees and occupies 700 square meters. With just 500 employees and 700 square meters, we earn nearly the same as the supermarket. Our hot pot restaurant efficiency is superior. If it weren't an Appo's for the size constraints of the hot pot restaurant limiting my potential, I am confident I could earn 50 million a month." Yamamoto's interest peaked at the mention of such profitability. He had already done his research and knew that hot pot restaurants were often bustling with patrons. Even if Lu Gaoda's claims were exaggerated, the earnings would still be impressive. Lu Gaoda was the manager of the hot pot restaurant. If he could be lured away, it would significantly impact Qian Ziyong and Appo's profits, while establishing a similarly thriving hot pot restaurant at Yongnian Supermarket. With determination, Yamamoto declared, "All right, I am also willing to offer you 2 million. If the hot pot restaurant turns a profit, additional dividends can be arranged." "You would give me 2 million? Lu Gaoda was taken aback. 2 million was an immense sum. Yamamoto nodded and waved. "Manager Lee, bring over 2 million. Manager Lee bowed and retreated, soon returning with 2 black boxes in hand. Upon opening them, stacks of cash cascaded onto the table before them. The sheer volume of money dazzled Lu Gaoda's eyes. The 4 women behind him gazed with envy. knowing that with a mere nod from Lu Gaoda, the money would be his. Gaoda-kun, this is our earnest offer, Yamamoto said with a smile. You can take the money and start working at Yongyan Supermarket tomorrow. Lu Gaoda hesitated. Perhaps it was best to decline. Qian Ziyong had been so kind to him, and he could not betray that trust. Yamamoto waved his hand. Gaoda-kun, do not rush your decision. First, enjoy the dance. As enchanting music began to play, the four women gracefully rose, showcasing their elegant postures. They danced like graceful white cranes, captivating Lu Gaoda, whose mouth fell agape in awe. His eyes glazed over, lost in a dreamlike reverie, unable to discern spring from orchid or autumn from chrysanthemum. Everything appeared breathtaking. Never had Lu Gaoda imagined he would experience such a moment. This was his lifelong aspiration, a dream previously unthinkable. The four identical beauties were simply irresistible. I'm willing. Lu Gaoda's heart raced, the melody resonating with the ache of longing within him. Gaoda-kun. Yamamoto laughed. Take the money. Lu Gaoda continued to watch the four women leave, slowly regaining his senses. What did you just say? Yamamoto smiled. Take the money and come to work tomorrow. Lu Gaoda gazed at the money on the table, feeling its warmth in his hands, yet he could not relinquish the love in his heart. He was but a simple man with modest yearnings. If he let this opportunity slip away, who knew when it might present itself again? Do you think they dislike chubby men? Lu Gaoda suddenly felt a wave of insecurity and asked softly. Yamamoto smiled reassuringly. Gaoda-kun, a man's appearance is not of utmost importance. What matters is his talent. They are quite fond of you. Chapter 38 Betrayal Outside the Feihuang Supermarket. Lu Gaoda wandered restlessly. He had not taken the money, yet he felt an overwhelming temptation. There were things more enticing than money, but he managed to resist. I cannot betray my brother Ziyong. He considers me a sibling. How could I aid his adversaries? Lu Gaoda gritted his teeth, resolute in his decision. The courage required to make such a commitment was immense. After solidifying his resolve, Lu Gaoda held his head high, a righteous aura emanating from him. With his heavy steps, he approached Qian Ziyong's office. Upon entering, he found Qian Ziyong, Zhu Daqiang, and Li Lian inside. Ziyong. At the sight of Qian Ziyong, Lu Gaoda felt no guilt and proclaimed with pride, Do you know what I have relinquished? Quadruplets. I have never even seen quadruplets on television. They are stunning and can dance. Leaving them felt like having a piece of flesh torn from my body. A pain that pierces the heart. Though I was never in love, I felt as if I had experienced a heartbreak. Qian Ziyong was puzzled. You could give up 4 beautiful women and a good job? Are you still a man? Lu Gaoda inhaled deeply and replied, The new owner of Yongyan Supermarket wanted to recruit me. My loyalty to my brother is as steadfast as the heavens, unwavering. Really? Qian Ziyong questioned skeptically. He knew Lu Gaoda well. During their university days, he spent every day watching videos in the dormitory. He could not believe that Lu Gaoda would be indifferent to beautiful women. A little tempted, Lu Gaoda admitted, feeling shy under Qian Ziyong and Appo's gaze. I confess I was tempted, but I ultimately regained my senses. Ziyong, you have treated me so well. How could I betray you? Hearing these words, Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang nodded in approval. Lu Gaoda, in his early 20s, was in the prime of his youth. Resisting temptation was no small feat and deserved commendation. Unexpectedly, Qian Ziyong slammed the table in fury. How can you call this betrayal? This is growth. Lu Gaoda, are you still my brother? I regard you as family. How do you perceive me? Stunned by Qian Ziyong and Appo's anger, Lu Gaoda stammered, I regard you as my father? At this, Qian Ziyong almost laughed but maintained a serious demeanor. Though you see me as a father figure, in my heart, I've always considered you a brother. Our relationship can be described as both brotherly and paternal. In any case, you are an immensely important person to me, and I would never impede your growth for mere financial gain. I certainly will not hinder your lifelong happiness. Now, pack your belongings and head to Yongyan Supermarket immediately. Lu Gaoda was taken aback by the sudden demand to leave. Father. He clung to Qian Ziyong and Appo's leg. Tears streaming down his face. You cannot cast me aside. I realize my error. I should not have accepted the invitation from Shan Zhongyu's song. That man clearly harbors ill intentions and brought 4 women to tempt me. He even offered 2 million to buy my loyalty. But my heart has always belonged to Fei Huang. In life, I am a Fei Huang person, and in death, I will be a Fei Huang ghost. I will remain eternally loyal to you, my father. Let go. Qian Ziyong struggled to free his leg. Manager Zhu, brotherly, assist me in removing him. Liu Yin and Zhu Daqiang, bewildered, were unsure of Qian Ziyong and Appo's intentions. Nevertheless, they helped carry Lu Gaoda out. Lu Gaoda thrashed on the ground, wailing like a pig destined for slaughter, desperately trying to burst back into the office. Fortunately, Liu Yin and Zhu Daqiang directed the employees to hold him down. What transpired? What's wrong with Manager Liu? Has he gone mad? Several employees wondered curiously. Zhu Daqiang explained. Lu Gaoda seems to have betrayed the boss, yet perhaps not. Regardless, from today onward, Lu Gaoda is no longer part of Fei Huang. Lu Gaoda himself was confused, unable to comprehend the situation. However, trusting the boss was imperative. Come, let us carry him out. Zhu Daqiang commanded as they hoisted Lu Gaoda high. He was exceedingly heavy. After much effort, they finally deposited him at the supermarket entrance. Ziyong. Lu Gaoda continued his lamentations. To onlookers, it appeared as if he were facing dire consequences. Curious employees and many customers recognized Lu Gaoda. At that moment, Qian Ziyong emerged from the supermarket. Ziyong. Lu Gaoda attempted to rush forward, but was restrained by the employees. Ziyong, I did not betray you. Truly, I did not betray. Lu Gaoda was on the verge of tears, sensing something was amiss, but unable to articulate what. He had not betrayed anyone, so why did it feel as if he had? Qian Ziyong, with a stern expression, declared, regardless, you have betrayed me. Setting aside the facts, have you not betrayed Fei Huang Supermarket? Henceforth, you belong to Yonian Supermarket. Lu Gaoda felt utterly bewildered. Set aside the facts? What shall we discuss then? Good heavens, Qian Ziyong. You know the truth is that I have not betrayed you. Therefore, if we disregard the facts, I am indeed a traitor. Qian Ziyong instructed someone to bring over 2 bags and place them before Lu Gaoda. What is this? My luggage? Lu Gaoda asked, perplexed. Upon opening the bags, he discovered them filled to the brim with cash. The onlookers gasped at the sight of so much money. Qian Ziyong stated, this is your compensation plus last month's salary, totaling 300,000, coupled with your share of 2 million. That amounts to 230,000. Take your filthy money and depart for Yongnian Supermarket. The astonished onlookers were taken aback by the sheer amount of money. 230,000. It was a sum too hefty for any one personal lift. They realized that it would take a lifetime of hard work to earn such an amount. Just moments ago, Qian Ziyong had claimed Lu Gaoda had betrayed him. How could a traitor receive such a bounty? Chapter 39 Settlement on the Road. Lu Gaoda walked towards the bank, a black bag in hand. Zhu Daqiang and Li Lian accompanied him, assisting in transporting the money to the bank. Brother Li, what does the boss mean? Why doesn't he want me anymore? Lu Gaoda lamented, his head hung low. Li Lian shook his head. The boss's thoughts are boundless, and he has never adhered to a fixed method in his dealings. At the same time, Zhu Daqiang, noticing Lu Gaoda's apparent confusion, patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Why ponder so much? Following the boss is never a mistake. The boss has such a good relationship with you. He wouldn't and Appo's harm you. Lu Gaoda nodded. It was due to his obedience to Qian Ziyong's commands that Fei Huang Supermarket and the hot pot restaurant flourished, becoming a force to be reckoned with in Hanqing. Listening to Qian Ziyong has never led me astray. Lu Gaoda declared. When I arrive at Yonian Supermarket, should I keep my true capabilities hidden? Li Lian Kuntarat. Did the boss not just express clearly that he wants you to grow quickly? If you hide your talents at Yonian Supermarket, how can you achieve growth? Liu Yin believed that Lu Gaoda would not conceal his abilities upon arriving at Yonian Supermarket. After all, Lu Gaoda and Appo's eyes sparkled when he spoke of the 4 women he had encountered. Liu Yin felt that with just a few soft words from those 4 women, Lu Gaoda would divulge everything. Additionally, Shan Zhongyo, a seasoned fox in business, would never allow Lu Gaoda to hide anything from him. Zhu Daqiang interjected. The boss has always been direct. He wanted Appo's leave us guessing. When he said to let you fly solo, he meant it literally. Work hard. Once we achieve a scale of 100 billion or even 1,000 billion with Fei Huang Supermarket, you can bring back what you learned from Yonian Supermarket. Observe closely and learn well. Upon hearing this, Lu Gaoda nodded emphatically, his heart brimming with ambition. What excited him even more was the prospect of being with them at Yonian Supermarket. Lu Gaoda left in high spirits. While the two returned to the office of the Fei Huang Supermarket in Damp, Oppo's owner, Qian Ziyong, was busily searching for something online. Boss, Lu Gaoda has already left, Zhu Daqiang reported. Qian Ziyong nodded. Hurry and finalize the renovations and distribute the bonus money without delay. He had nearly forgotten to give Lu Gaoda his bonus when he sent him off. That was 200,000. Every penny was crucial now. Spending a bit more would ease the burden. There was a possibility of incurring losses within 15 days. However, no matter how much loss occurred this month, it likely wouldn't Oppo's amount to much. He was preparing for the next cycle of the system. The most important thing was to undermine the foundation. Ideally, he could disrupt both Fei Huang Supermarket and the hot pot restaurant. Now that Lu Gaoda was gone, the hot pot restaurant lacked management, and he needed to hire someone. He sought an individual who could relieve him of 100,000 each month, while also leading the hot pot restaurant stray, preferably into failure. However, after reviewing numerous resumes online, they all seemed too reliable, graduates from prestigious universities or those returning from overseas studies. He feared that entrusting the hot pot restaurant to them would only lead to another resurgence in business. He needed someone utterly unreliable. The more unreliable, the better. 15 days passed swiftly. During this time, Qian Ziyong was exceedingly busy. He managed to exhaust all his funds just in time for the system settlement. Beep. System settlement begins. Host, Qian Ziyong. Personal funds, 2,224. System funds, cash 5, fixed assets 49, 949, 875.49, 949, 880, settlement 50, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 49, 949, 880, 50, 120. Settlement complete. Personal funds, 2,224.50, 120.52, 344, as he observed his personal funds swell to over 50,000. Qian Ziyong felt a mix of emotions. Initially, it had been 50 million, yet he had ended up with a mere 50,000. To claim he was not disappointed would be a lie. However, he also felt a sense of relief after the storm, at least before the next settlement period. He had some money to use. Taking out his phone, Qian Ziyong transferred 30,000 to his mother in Damp, Oppo's account. This was the first time he had sent money to her, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. When I have more money, I will send my mother 100 million, he thought joyfully. Just then a call came through. It was his mother. Qian Ziyong answered with delight, only to be met with a voice of inquiry. Ziyong, did you send me money? Mom, how about that? Your son is making progress. Aren't you proud? Qian Ziyong replied with pride. On the other end, Chun Huilan frowned. You are just starting your career. You have many expenses ahead. Make sure to spend wisely. Your father and I can't help much. We can only take care of ourselves to avoid worrying you. Don't worry, Mom. I have money, Qian Ziyong reassured her. Chun Huilan shook her head. Fine, I'll accept the money. But if your business fails one day, you should find a good family to marry into. Hearing his mother suggest marrying him off, Qian Ziyong quickly interjected, Mom, I'm an only child. If anyone is to marry, it should be someone marrying me. If I become a son-in-law, who will take care of you in your old age? And why should I wait until I'm broke to get married? Can't I marry when I have money? Chun Huilan scoffed. With money. Do you really think you want to marry? Or just play around? Qian Ziyong was left speechless. You're my mom. How can you say such things about your own son? What about trust between people? Chun Huilan replied, There is nothing wrong with enjoying life. Being young means experiencing more. Don and Oppo's, wait until you and Oppo's remarried and regret it, doing foolish things while married. Meanwhile, Qian Shochi was sweating profusely, hastily saying, Why are you discussing this with our son? All right, take care of yourself and don't overwork yourself. Your father and I have things to attend to, so we want an Oppo's, talk longer. Don't worry about home. Everything is fine, just a bit short on cash. Just focus on making money. With that, Chen Huilan hung up the phone. Why did you say such things to our son? Qian Shochi asked in confusion. Chen Huilan shot him a glance. You think I'd don and amp? Amp, Oppos. Do you know the little games men play? Most importantly, do you think telling him not to have fun will actually stop him? That's impossible. On the contrary, by saying this, he might hold back a little and not go too far. Qin Shochi pondered and found some sense in her words. Young people often dismiss their parents' advice. But Chun Huilan's directness might make Qian Ziyong think twice and refrain from excessive indulgence. Although they had not sought out Qian Ziyong again, they remained very attentive to his business, aware that he was making significant profits, reportedly earning tens of millions each month. Chapter 40. The Master of Success. What misfortune to have such a mother. It's as if I have drained 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Qian Ziyong tossed his phone onto the table, his spirits soaring. He felt a profound sense of accomplishment after giving his mother 30,000 yuan. Yet, the mere thought of Lu Gaoda, with his 4 million and several beautiful companions, filled Qian Ziyong with an inexplicable envy. Lu Gaoda may be wealthy, but I shall surpass him. I hope the tasks this cycle are more challenging. Qian Ziyong accessed the system, which had reset for the new cycle, and he had previously overlooked it. Host, Qian Ziyong. Personal funds, 22. 344. Current cycle task, 100 million. Deadline, 3 months. System funds, 100 million and 2 yuan fixed assets. Upon noticing the system funds had increased by 100 million in cash, Qian Ziyong and Oppos' eyes sparkled with ambition. A modest target indeed. This year, he resolved to extract 100 million from the system. If he could amass such a fortune, he would relish seeing Lu Gaoda's smugness fade. Just days prior, Lu Gaoda had come to visit him, driving a sports car. Although he remained stoic, internally he was brimming with envy. Who wouldn't Oppos? Do you want to experience driving a sport car one-handed at such a young age? With 100 million, he would procure 2 sports cars, one for himself and another for his chauffeur. And why a chauffeur, you may ask? Because he aspired to purchase a mansion, complete with both a chauffeur and a housekeeper. The mere thought of luxury cars and opulent villas invigorated Qian Ziyong. He was eager to shutter the hot pot restaurant, which consumed tens of millions in fixed assets alone. Though he yearned to close it down immediately, the system forbade it. He needed a plausible reason, such as claiming the hot pot restaurant was incurring losses. But how could he orchestrate such losses? Qian Ziyong had already devised a plan to hire an exceedingly unreliable individual to manage the restaurant. In recent days, he had conducted thorough research and had settled on a candidate. Shunsheng, a prosperous prefecture-level city. Today, Qian Ziyong and Zhu Daqiang traveled by plane, journeying a great distance to reach Shunsheng. Within a spacious banquet hall, dozens of people were seated, and a middle-aged man clad in a sharply tailored suit animatedly gestured from the stage. Qian Ziyong and Zhu Daqiang found a seat. "Boss, what are we doing here?" Zhu Daqiang inquired curiously. Qian Ziyong replied quietly, "The hot pot restaurant is in need of a manager. I plan to recruit someone to oversee it." Zhu Daqiang responded, "Since Lu Gaoda departed, the restaurant has been operating smoothly. I believe we could promote a capable individual from within. Many people have submitted resumes to our Feihuang supermarket and the hot pot restaurant, and some of them are quite impressive." Qian Ziyong shook his head. "The hot pot restaurant absolutely requires a manager. I have reviewed those resumes. They are all mediocre and do not meet my standards." Zhu Daqiang, intrigued, asked, "Boss, what kind of person are you looking for? Is he here right now?" He scanned the room, noting only a few who appeared to be mere pawns and some rather dim-witted individuals. Qian Ziyong replied, "No need to look further. The person I seek is on stage." "What?" Zhu Daqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Boss, he's a fraud. I've encountered many like him. Apart from boasting, he has accomplished nothing. Hiring such a person as a manager could lead the hot pot restaurant to ruin." Upon hearing Zhu Daqiang's words, Qian Ziyong's eyes gleamed. "Did you see that? Even Zhu Daqiang recognizes that hiring him could spell disaster for the restaurant. If I were to hire him and further incite chaos, the restaurant and Oppos' closure would be assured." "How splendid." Qian Ziyong shook his head. "I have my own plans. For now, let us listen to his speech." On stage, the middle-aged man, brimming with passion, proclaimed, "Why Haven and Oppos, till you made money, because you are not close to wealth. You must understand that earning money requires not only wisdom, but also courage. Applaud if you understand. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience. With a microphone in hand, the man passionately continued, to succeed, one must first go mad, charging forth without hesitation. Applaud if you understand. The applause continued. Zhu Daqiang was left bewildered. What is this nonsense? This is nothing but the rhetoric of a charlatan, a so-called master of success. A pure 24K fraud. What nonsense? Zhu Daqiang glanced at Qian Ziyong, only to see him engrossed in the performance. Boss, he is a fraud. He is bound to sell courses later. Listening to him will not only waste your time, but yield nothing of value. Zhu Daqiang earnestly attempted to dissuade him. Qian Ziyong nodded. I have my own plans. Just watch. Upon hearing this, Zhu Daqiang ceased his protests, though his heart was heavy with concern, praying that Qian Ziyong would not hire this fraud. The middle-aged man on stage continued. In a narrow confrontation, the brave prevail. Courage is more important than wisdom. Throughout history, those who achieve great things may not be the most intelligent, but are undoubtedly the most courageous. After a lengthy and tedious monologue, Qian Ziyong initially found engaging, but soon began to drowse. The incessant applause around him made it impossible to doze off. Fortunately, after an hour, a much-anticipated intermission finally arrived. The middle-aged man exited for the restroom. Let us go. Qian Ziyong urged Zhu Daqiang to follow. Before they reached the restroom, they overheard a group of burly men shouting angrily. That Zhou Kaidan fellow is in the restroom. Let us beat him up. How dare he scam my money? Today, I'll break his legs. Seeing the aggressive men, Qian Ziyong quickly stepped aside, while Zhu Daqiang positioned himself protectively in front of Qian Ziyong, extending his arms to keep the men at bay. Ignoring the two, the group rushed into the restroom, and Qian Ziyong soon heard cries and commotion from within. Eagerly eavesdropping, he caught the sounds of scuffles and several anguished screams. 15 minutes later, silence fell, and the burly men exited, satisfied with their work. After a moment, the master of success, Zhou Kaidan, emerged from the restroom. His clothes were tattered, his face bruised, and most notably, his trousers were soaked, leaving an unmistakable water stain. Qian Ziyong caught a whiff of a foul odor and instinctively stepped back. However, feeling it was rude, he approached and greeted, Master Zhou. Do you need to call the police? Zhou Kaidan glanced at Qian Ziyong and, upon noticing him retrieving his phone, quickly interjected, no need to call the police. Qian Ziyong had no intention of actually reporting anything and returned his phone to his pocket. He had overheard that Zhou Kaidan had deceived those men out of their money. Master Zhou, I have a matter to discuss with you. May I inquire if you are available? Qian Ziyong asked. Are you interested in enrolling in my course? Of course. I'm available. Zhou Kaidan straightened his clothes, ignoring his wet trousers, quickly regaining his previous radiant demeanor. However, his bruised face looked rather comical. Qian Ziyong shook his head. I'm not here to enroll in your course. I seek your assistance in opening a business. What a waste of expression. Upon hearing that Qian Ziyong was not interested in enrolling, but rather inviting him to manage a business, Zhou Kaidan instantly lost all interest. Chapter 41. I am willing. Zhou Kaidan turned to leave, only to realize that he had just given away all his money and was now left with nothing, not even enough to buy a meal. Feeling embarrassed, he turned back and asked, Brother, could you lend me some money? Rest assured, I just happened to forget my wallet. I will repay you double tomorrow. Qian Ziyong pulled out 20 yuan from his pocket. As Zhou Kaidan took the money and prepared to depart, Qian Ziyong cheerfully added, Oh, I forgot to mention, if you help me manage the store, I will pay you a salary of 100,000 a month. Zhou Kaidan, who was already on his way out, turned back in astonishment. What did you just say? He inquired. My hot pot restaurant is in need of a manager, and I'm offering a salary of 100,000. Will you take the position? Qian Ziyong replied casually. Although his tone was light, to Zhou Kaidan, it sounded like thunder. 100,000. Zhou Kaidan worked tirelessly for a month and couldn't even earn 30,000, let alone 100,000. Sometimes, if luck was against him, he might even incur losses. If someone were to offer him a salary of 100,000, he would gladly do anything, even sell himself. Boss, done and amp. Amp, oppose, hire him. He and amp, oppose, unreliable. Zhu Daqiang exclaimed anxiously. He never imagined that the boss would actually consider hiring Zhou Kaitan, especially at such an exorbitant salary. Qian Ziyong waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further, and instead focused on Zhou Kaitan. Zhou Kaitan scrutinized Qian Ziyong from head to toe. You can truly offer a salary of 100,000? You're not scamming me, are you? Qian Ziyong gestured to Zhu Daqiang, who, feeling helpless, took out his phone and displayed the balance on his bank card. Zhou Kaitan was taken aback upon seeing the figure of 100 million. My goodness, it was his first time witnessing 8 zeros together. It was utterly astonishing. Despite his nonchalance about money on stage, he had never even seen 1 million before. Well, what do you say? Are you willing to join us? Just give me a clear answer. Qian Ziyong urged. I have limited time and cannot afford to waste it. I'm willing, boss. Zhou Kaitan replied immediately. From now on, I will do whatever you ask of me, without any second thoughts. Qian Ziyong nodded. I will advance you 10 days' salary, so you can buy some clothes and tidy yourself up. Meet me at the Huqing River Hot Pot restaurant. Afterward, Qian Ziyong instructed Zhu Daqiang to transfer the money. Despite Zhu Daqiang's reluctance, he complied and sent Zhou Kaitan 30,000. Upon receiving the money, Zhou Kaitan was beaming with joy and respectfully asked, Boss, have you eaten? Are you tired? Shall I arrange a private room for you? Enough. Qian Ziyong waved his hand. I'm busy. Come find me quickly. I need to return now. After a long day in Deep City, Qian Ziyong finally caught a flight back to Han City in the afternoon. In the evening, upon entering Fei Huang's supermarket, he immediately spotted Zhou Kaitan. Boss! Zhou Kaitan rushed over. Qian Ziyong was somewhat surprised. You came so quickly? You just got hired this morning and you're already here this afternoon? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhou Kaitan chuckled, Boss, if I come earlier, I can earn another day's salary. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Qian Ziyong's face. Not bad. Zhou Kaitan, I appreciate your enthusiasm. What enthusiasm? Zhou Kaitan asked. The enthusiasm for spending money. Qian Ziyong replied, amused. Zhou Kaitan was eager to spend his money for him. The earlier Zhou Kaitan arrived, the more he could earn. An extra 3,000 was nothing compared to 100 million, but Qian Ziyong appreciated his proactive attitude. Zhou Kaitan scratched his head, struggling to understand Qian Ziyong. You haven't an amp, oppose, to eaten, have you? Come, let's go eat hot pot together to welcome you. Qian Ziyong said with a smile. Boss, you're too kind to me. Zhou Kaitan beamed. Unfortunately, there were no seats available at the hot pot restaurant, so the group headed to Qian Ziyong and Appo's office to eat. The table was laden with various meats, and the bubbling hot pot made Zhou Kaitan and Appo's mouth water. However, Qian Ziyong refrained from eating. He resisted the urge to indulge. Donna and Amp, Appo's, be shy, eat more. Qian Ziyong encouraged, taking a piece of meat but quickly switching to vegetables. For the past few months, he had been eating hot pot daily to save money. While the hot pot from the river was delicious, eating it every day had grown tiresome. Zhou Kaitan, having not eaten all day, devoured the food voraciously. Delicious. This is truly exquisite, he exclaimed joyfully. The more Zhou Kaitan ate, the happier Qian Ziyong became. After all, this was money. Eat as much as you like. Qian Ziyong cheerfully served Zhou Kaitan more dishes. Initially, Lu Gaoda had been the biggest eater among them, but he had been lured away by a woman from Sakura country. Now the hot pot restaurant would rely on Zhou Kaitan to take up that mantle. Curious, Zhou Kaitan asked, was Lu Gaoda the former manager of the hot pot restaurant? Qian Ziyong nodded while Zhu Daqiang elaborated on the situation regarding the hot pot restaurant and Lu Gaoda. After listening attentively, Zhou Kaitan nodded. So Lu Gaoda betrayed the boss. Exactly, Zhu Daqiang confirmed. Although calling it betrayal was a bit strong, Lu Gaoda was indeed now working at a rival supermarket, Yonian Supermarket. Zhou Kaitan was astonished. He betrayed the boss, yet the boss still gave him 2 million? Zhu Daqiang nodded. The boss treats us very well. My salary has now risen to 50,000, and this is manager Li Lian, who earns 100,000. Lu Gaoda's salary was also 100,000 before he left. Additionally, all employees at our hot pot restaurant now earn over 10,000. The minimum salary at Fei Huang Supermarket is 8,000. By the way, whether at Fei Huang Supermarket or the River Hot Pot restaurant, Everyone works a maximum of 6 hours a day. Although you are now the manager, you are still limited to 6 hours at the hot pot restaurant. The boss does not allow anyone to work overtime under any circumstances. Ensure you do not breach this rule. Zhu Daqiang felt it necessary to remind Zhou Kaitan, as he was new and should avoid making mistakes. Zhou Kaitan was bewildered. What kind of extraordinary company was this? No overtime allowed, only 6 hours of work a day, and the salaries were outrageous. How was it possible to be profitable without incurring massive losses? Boss, does our hot pot restaurant actually make money? Zhou Kaitan asked quietly. Qian Ziyong sighed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kaitan thought to himself, as expected, offering such high salaries must mean they were losing money. Qian Ziyong replied helplessly, we do make money, and quite a lot. At the very least, it earns me 30 million a month. 30 million? Zhou Kaitan was astounded. What kind of hot pot restaurant could earn 30 million a month? Even those large companies with thousands of employees often struggle to achieve such profits. Chapter 42. The divine job. The mere thought of managing a hot pot restaurant that generates 30 million a month filled Zhou Kaitan with anxiety. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming gratitude for Qian Ziyong's trust in him. Boss, you are exceedingly generous, not only granting me such a substantial salary, but also entrusting me with such a significant responsibility, Zhou Kaitan declared, lifting a bottle of wine, eager to impress Qian Ziyong. Stop! Qian Ziyong quickly interjected. The wine isn't complimentary. I paid for it myself. If you wish to express your appreciation, refrain from drinking and indulge in more meat. The more meat you consume, the happier I shall be, Qian Ziyong remarked. Hearing this, Zhou Kaitan paused momentarily. Tentatively, he proposed, then, boss, may I offer you a piece of meat? Qian Ziyong's eyebrows lifted in delight as he raised a slice of meat. Let's all partake. Cheers! The more we eat, the more I profit. Conversely, the more we drink, the more I incur losses. Eating meat is commendable, while drinking is detrimental. The group savored their meal, and Qian Ziyong added, in the future, please minimize your alcohol consumption. It harms the body. Encourage the staff to feast on meat and limit their drinking. The employees nodded in agreement, filled with deep reflection. The wine was not complimentary, yet Qian Ziyong encouraged them to drink less. The meat, however, was reimbursable, and he urged them to indulge. Such a considerate employer, willing to suffer losses for the benefit of his staff, surely inspired unwavering loyalty among them. As the evening progressed, Zhou Kaitan quietly inquired, Boss, why did you choose me as the manager of the hot pot restaurant? Deep down, he was aware that Zhu Daqiang and Li Lian held little faith in him. Yet, in Qian Ziyong and Appo's eyes, he perceived profound regard. With a smile, Qian Ziyong replied, because I have great faith in you. Your talents are exceptional and precisely the end Appo's talents and Appo's I require. In truth, Zhou Kaitan was a swindler, any erstwhile, undeniably not a virtuous individual. To those he deceived, he was nothing more than a beast. However, Qian Ziyong was in dire need of his assistance. With Zhou Kaitan's help, how could the hot pot restaurant possibly decline? Unaware of the underlying implications in Qian Ziyong and Appo's words, Zhou Kaitan mistook them for genuine praise. Boss! He gazed at Qian Ziyong with heartfelt admiration. It is rare to find a kindred spirit in life. I never imagined I would encounter someone like you. I shall dedicate my very being to you from this day forth. With that, the man, despite his stature, began to weep. Qian Ziyong quietly shifted his chair aside. My friend, I am not your confidant. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities. Your life is yours to cherish. Save it for your wife. Upon hearing the word wife, Zhou Kaitan suddenly threw his head back, sobbing uncontrollably. Boss, my life has been tragic. I'm already 43 and have yet to find a wife. I have not even held a girl in Appo's hand. My life is a complete failure. Yet, I refuse to accept it. I do not wish to live in poverty forever. I have stolen and deceived. Can you fathom the gnawing hunger that devours the stomach? Can you grasp the disdainful gazes of those around me? Money. Only money can save me. It can rescue my family. Tears streamed down Zhou Kaitan's face, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Who would have guessed that beneath the facade of a swindler lay such a tragic existence. 43, and he had never even held a girl in Appo's hand. Sighing, Qian Ziyong remarked, I only hope you can unleash your potential. Work diligently, and I assure you, your salary of 100,000 a month will not be compromised. As long as Zhou Kaitian could utilize his cunning talents, the hot pot restaurant would not falter. Should it fail, he would undoubtedly become a billionaire. Indeed, Zhou Kaitian nodded emphatically. I shall endeavor to work diligently. Qian Ziyong nodded in satisfaction, patting his shoulder. From tomorrow onward, the restaurant is entirely in your hands. Fearing Zhu Daqiang and Li Lian might interfere, he instructed, Zhou Kaitian is the manager of the hot pot restaurant. All decisions are to be made by him. Do not meddle in the restaurant's affairs. With this decree, stability was assured. Once the restaurant was in Zhou Kaitian's hands, it would not be long before it fell into disarray, allowing Qian Ziyong to close it without contest. Though both Zhu Daqiang and Li Lian were apprehensive about entrusting the restaurant to Zhou Kaitian, they had no choice but to acquiesce to the boss's decision. Yes, they replied reluctantly. Zhou Kaitian felt deeply moved. The following day, Zhou Kaitian arrived at the hot pot restaurant brimming with enthusiasm. The staff welcomed him warmly, as he was the boss and Appo's designated individual. Delighted by their reception, Zhou Kaitian wandered through the establishment, yet found no tasks requiring his attention. The restaurant was vast, and despite his thorough inspection, he could not grasp its operational intricacies before the end of his shift. End of the day already? Zhou Kaitian was taken aback. Time had flown by. Merely 6 hours had passed, and he had yet to find his rhythm before it was time to leave. After work, the employees prepared hot pot for themselves, inviting Zhou Kaitian to join. Observing the table laden with meat, he inhaled deeply. This job is remarkably easy. I accomplished nothing today and still earned 3,003. Moreover, the boss even provides meals, and what a feast it is. This life was akin to that of a deity. Manager, will you be joining us this afternoon? An employee inquired. Is it free in the afternoon? Zhou Kaitian asked, astonished. Are we allowed to come back for a meal? The employee nodded. Not only is it free in the afternoon, but you can come anytime. The boss said that even if the restaurant ISN and Appo's open, even in the dead of night, if you wish to eat, just open the door and prepare your hot pot. Zhou Kaitian was speechless. He felt as though he had traveled far and wide, not accumulating wealth, but certainly gaining wisdom. Since joining this hot pot restaurant, his worldview had continually expanded. After finishing the hot pot, the current employees departed, and a new batch of invigorated staff arrived for their shifts. Upon learning that he had already worked 6 hours, they insisted he return to rest, cautioning him against violating the restaurant's unwritten rules. Zhou Kaitian could only leave quietly. Back at the hotel, he lay in bed, lost in thought. Where am I? What am I doing? This hot pot restaurant seems unchanged with or without me. So why did Qian Ziyong recruit me as manager? Right? He said he wanted me to excel and to unleash my potential. What potential do I possess? Zhou Kaitian pondered. Little did he know, Qian Ziyong had hired him with the intent of incurring losses. Thus, Zhou Kaitian remained perplexed, questioning what talents he possessed that warranted Qian Ziyong's attention and his long journey to recruit him. Unable to discern his value to the hot pot restaurant, Zhou Kaitian continued to reflect. Even the following day, as he returned to work, he was simultaneously learning and contemplating. Thus a month passed, and Zhou Kaitian successfully received his salary for the month. Chapter 43. To succeed, one must first go mad while other companies distribute salaries mid-month. Qian Ziyong offers his employees their wages on the very first day of the month. Upon receiving his paycheck, Zhou Kaitian was overwhelmed with emotion. However, he felt a profound sense of shame, realizing he was unable to contribute anything meaningful in the restaurant. Seeking guidance, he approached Qian Ziyong, who encouraged him to unleash his own talents. When Zhou inquired about what talents he possessed, the boss merely smiled mysteriously without a word. What talents could he possibly have? Zhou Kaitian was painfully aware of his own shortcomings, feeling utterly inadequate except for his ability to speak and deceive. Yet, a light bulb went off in his mind. He could inspire his colleagues through motivational speeches. With renewed vigor, he found his purpose. The next morning, Zhou Kaitian arrived early at the hot pot restaurant and gathered all the staff. With fervor, he spoke passionately, declaring, "To succeed, one must first go mad. Charge forth without hesitation." His enthusiasm was infectious. The thought of receiving such a generous salary from his boss filled him with genuine gratitude. The employees listened raptly, and thunderous applause erupted spontaneously without him needing to ask for it. In a mere 20 minutes, the audience was stirred, feeling as if they stood upon the grand stage of the world, ready to change it. Zhou and Appo's speech was profoundly moving, igniting a spark of motivation within each listener. Everyone he encountered was genuinely smiling. After delivering his speech, Zhou Kaitian left with a sense of accomplishment. As the next shift of employees arrived, he delivered another speech, fully realizing his talent for oration. In the past, he had honed this skill out of necessity, even if his words were sometimes insincere. He had learned to make the false sound true, simply to survive. Days turned into weeks, and time passed swiftly. During this period, Zhou frequently addressed the staff, not only at the hot pot restaurant, but also at the supermarket. Each person who heard him speak felt invigorated, as if they had been electrified. Customers at Fei Huang supermarket and the hot pot restaurant noticed a marked change in the employees' spirits. They became vibrant and brimming with optimism about the future. The uplifting atmosphere was palpable, and customers left feeling as though their lives were filled with sunshine. Meanwhile, at Yongnian supermarket, the hot pot restaurant was set to open. They were distributing coupons to supermarket customers to entice them to dine at the new establishment. Today, Lu Gaoda was the star of the show, dressed in a suit and greeting incoming patrons at the entrance. Though he felt weary, a sense of achievement washed over him. After a month of effort, he had finally launched the hot pot restaurant. Yet, he sensed an underlying discomfort among the employees, who seemed to carry an air of resentment. Lu preferred to remain at the door, welcoming guests rather than lingering inside. As the day drew to a close and the time came to tally the earnings, Qian Ziyong felt anxious. The business had performed decently, but he was uncertain about the figures. When the earnings report arrived, it revealed a revenue of 400,000, a commendable sum for a newly opened hot pot restaurant. "Lu Gaoda, you've done well," Qian praised, a smile gracing his face as relief washed over him. "It's all part of my duties," Lu responded modestly. Qian nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the positive feedback from customers who remarked that the hot pot at Yongnian was nearly on par with that of River Catch. He considered using River Catch's base ingredients, but unfortunately, they were sold out, and even though Lu knew the recipe, he dared not use it openly for fear of legal repercussions. Fortunately, the taste was still satisfactory, and customers were pleased. "Thank you, Qian Ziyong, for guiding me towards a new avenue of income. Once I establish the Yongnian hot pot restaurant and build its reputation, I shall expand it across the globe." Qian pondered, realizing that the true essence of River Catch's success lay in its advanced philosophy and unmatched service standards. Yongnian hot pot also offered complimentary beverages, fruits, and beef condiments, effectively replicating River Catch's model. That night, Qian drifted into blissful dreams, concluding a fulfilling day. The following evening, he was promptly stationed at the cash register, with Lu Gaoda also present. Lu felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that today and Appo's business might not match yesterday and Appo's peak. When the figures were printed, they revealed a deficit of 50,000 compared to the previous day. Qian frowned, noting the lack of the anticipated fervor. Having visited River Catch earlier, he saw a long queue of eager customers outside, while only those unwilling to wait chose to dine at Yongnian Hot Pot. "Why is our business declining?" Qian inquired, directing his gaze toward Manager Li, who had conducted a discreet investigation. "Boss, many customers feel our restaurant pales in comparison to River Catch," Li reported. "In what aspects?" Qian pressed, casting a sharp glance at Lu Gaoda. Lu shuddered, hastily assuring, "I've replicated everything precisely. There shouldn't be any discrepancies." Li elaborated, "Customers have mentioned that our service lacks the warmth of River Catch. They feel something is missing." Qian turned to Lu, who pondered for a moment before a realization struck him. "I understand now," he exclaimed. "It's about work ethic and enthusiasm. Qian Ziyong treats his employees exceptionally well, providing dedicated support, offering salaries of 8,000 for only 6 hours of work each day, plus free hot pot. Unlike us, We offer none of those benefits and demand 12-hour shifts for a mere 5,000. To be honest, if it weren't for the vibrant quadruplets, I wouldn't want to be here either. The hours are far too long. At River Catch, one works only 6 hours a day. What a heavenly existence. I look forward to going to work there. The camaraderie among colleagues is harmonious, while here, it feels like a funeral when it oppos. It's time to clock in. I'm fortunate to earn $300,000 a month. But what about those employees? They make only $5,000. Alas, they are young. Why weren't they born into a better hot pot establishment? Lu Gaoda lamented for them. Chapter 44. The Great Deception. It came as a revelation. In the mountains, Song was deep in thought, his head bowed as he tapped his fingers on the table. He was well aware that offering better treatment to employees could ignite their passion. Yet he hesitated. The competition with the River Hot Pot restaurant loomed large. If they fell short against it, not only would the hot pot establishment perish, but also the Yongnian supermarket and all the shops above would suffer losses. The only path to survival for Yongnian supermarket lay in defeating Feihuang supermarket and luring away its customers. Therefore, sacrifices had to be made. Gritting his teeth, Song declared, having already invested 30 million, I fear not in investing another 30 million. We shall adhere strictly to the standards set by the River Hot Pot restaurant. The River Hot Pot restaurant employed 500 staff members, each earning 8,000, which amounted to a staggering 4 million merely in wages, including various costs. Their monthly expenditure reached 500,000, excluding rent. To match their standards, they would need to spend just as much. This meant he required a daily profit of at least 200,000 just to break even, and sales needed to reach 400,000 for any profit to materialize. Song was a man of determination. Having made up his mind, he raised employee salaries the very next morning. Everything aligned with the River Hot Pot's practices. A 6-hour workday with the added perk of dining on hot pot at the restaurant. The staff were elated. Their morale visibly soared. Thus, Yongnian Supermarket's hot pot business began to flourish, achieving sales of 400,000 on the third day and 450,000 on the fourth. However, after just 2 days of improvement, sales plummeted again. On the fifth day, revenue dropped to a mere 350,000, an alarming decline. What's going on? Song fumed. He instructed Manager Li to investigate. Soon, Manager Li returned with answers, accompanied by Lu Gaoda, who was also curious about the decline in business despite Yongnian Supermarket's hot pot being on par with that of the River Hot Pot. Boss, I've discovered the reason. Manager Li reported, panting. Lu Gaoda shared his curiosity. Why is it that Yongnian Supermarket's hot pot, which is equally good, continues to decline in sales? Manager Li explained, Boss, Qian Ziyong has invested heavily in hiring a lecturer who gives daily motivational speeches to the employees. Under the lecturer and Oppo's encouragement, the staff exudes enthusiasm, treating customers with warmth and sincerity. Patrons feel as if they've returned home when dining at the River Hot Pot, enjoying a sense of ease. They say the employees at the River Hot Pot are amiable, creating a very comfortable atmosphere. Is that so? Song was taken aback. In the realm of business, Qian Ziyong had resorted to psychological tactics, hiring a lecturer to invigorate his employees. Such cunning should not be underestimated. Song began to pace the room, contemplating a singular solution, to also invest in a distinguished lecturer. Manager Li, depart immediately and secure a gold standard lecturer for 2 million. The fees for top-tier lecturers were exorbitant, with speaking engagements costing no less than 50,000. While it was possible to hire more affordable lecturers, he believed that quality came at a price. Since Qian Ziyong was willing to spend lavishly on a premier lecturer, he too would do the same. Engaging a top lecturer required significant financial commitment, including a generous salary. Manager Li hastily left, while Song felt increasingly anxious. Qian Ziyong's strategy was ruthless and imaginative. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent before. Taking a deep breath, Song inquired, Lu Gaoda, what kind of person is Qian Ziyong? What are his weaknesses? Lu Gaoda pondered carefully. He possesses numerous weaknesses, avarice and lust, like any ordinary person. Moreover, he enjoys playing games and reading novels. However, he is not particularly skilled at gaming, often dragging me down. As he spoke of gaming, Lu Gaoda became animated. But Song's expression darkened. I inquired about his business acumen. Business? Lu Gaoda reflected deeply. I realize now, Qian Ziyong is quite devious. He is incredibly cunning. To shock me, he concealed his identity and worked alongside me for 2 months on a daily wage. You must understand, daily wages are grueling. Yet this billionaire, just to astonish me, toiled for 2 full months at such a laborious job, arriving early and leaving late. You cannot fathom the shock I felt upon discovering his true wealth. Lu Gaoda lamented, tears streaming down his face. Brother, this is no life for a man. Each day is fraught with anxiety. Life was far more pleasant in Qian Ziyong's company. Even if the pay was less, the joy was greater. Observing Lu Gaoda's distress over Qian Ziyong, Song sighed. It seems Qian Ziyong has treated you poorly. Rest assured, stay with me, and we shall witness the downfall of Fei Huang's supermarket. Manager Li worked swiftly, and within 3 days, he had secured a gold standard lecturer. With a lecturer's influence, business stabilized. Meanwhile, at Fei Huang's supermarket, Qian Ziyong, upon learning of Zhou Kaitan's motivational speeches, promptly called a halt to them. Summoning Lilian, Zhu the Qian, and Zhou Kaitan to his office, he unleashed his fury. What is the meaning of this, Zhou Kaitan? Upon seeing Qian Ziyong's rage, the 3 exchanged glances. Zhu Daqiang quietly remarked, Boss, Zhou manager has performed admirably. Thanks to his speeches, both the hot pot and supermarket businesses have seen a slight improvement. With Yongnian supermarket now in operation, their presence has inadvertently boosted our own sales. Li Lian nodded in agreement. Initially, both he and Zhu Daqiang held disdain for Zhou Kaitan, viewing him as a fraud. However, they were surprised to discover that this fraud possessed real talent. Yet, it seemed that Qian Ziyong was not particularly pleased with Zhou Kaitan. Qian Ziyong, taken aback, asked, Didn't you too label him a fraud? What has caused such a drastic shift in your opinion? Li Lian stepped forward, brother. Spare us the mockery. My judgment was clouded compared to your keen insight, recognizing Zhou Kaitan's true abilities. Your discerning I can only be described with one word, divine. He raised his thumb, his gaze filled with admiration for Qian Ziyong. Qian Ziyong was truly adept at utilizing resources and maximizing potential. Who would have imagined that a fraud could wield such substantial influence? Moreover, Zhou Kaitan was not inherently malicious. He was merely driven to desperation by his financial struggles. His character was commendable. These revelations came to light only after a month of acquaintance. Yet Qian Ziyong, with a mere glance, discerned it all. Perhaps this was the chasm that separated him from the rest. Chapter 45. An inch of time is an inch of gold, Zhou Kaitan smiled and said, Thank you all for your kind words. I am merely doing what I can. Qian Ziyong responded, Manager Zhou, from today onward, please refrain from giving speeches to the employees. Why? Zhou Kaitan was puzzled. Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang also looked at Qian Ziyong in confusion. Qian Ziyong explained, I have long maintained that meetings with employees are prohibited. At most, we can hold 1 meeting a week. By delivering speeches daily, you are wasting a significant amount of their time, which is unacceptable. Zhou Kaitan hurriedly clarified, I only took up 20 minutes of their time. He felt somewhat aggrieved. After all, it was merely a short delay. It is worth noting that the newly hired top instructor at Yongnian Supermarket speaks for an hour each day. Qian Ziyong shook his head. It's not just 20 minutes. Not even a single second is permissible. We have 1,500 employees. If you delay each one by 20 minutes, that totals 30,000 minutes. That equates to 5,000 hours. 208 days. Haven and Oppos. We've been taught that an inch of time is worth an inch of gold. And that gold cannot buy an inch of time. You are wasting 208 days of others' lives each day. How much time are you squandering? Qian Ziyong and Oppos. Words left Zhou Kaitan bewildered. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt regarding his recent actions, though he couldn't and Oppos quite pinpoint what was amiss. Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang exchanged glances. Li Lian stepped forward, but Manager Zhou and Oppos' speeches have increased our supermarket and hot pot restaurant and Oppos' revenue. Qian Ziyong waved his hand dismissively. Haven't I just said? An inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time. Money can be earned again, but time is far more precious. Qian Ziyong believed that it was precisely Zhou Kaikian and Appo's speeches that had boosted the supermarket and hot pot restaurant and Appo's revenue, which was why he firmly insisted on putting an end to them. This situation could not continue. Zhou Kaikian, feeling somewhat wronged, nodded in acquiescence. Upon seeing Zhou Kaikian agree, Qian Ziyong felt satisfied. Meanwhile, at Yongnian Supermarket, Manager Li entered the boss and Appo's office, brimming with excitement. "Boss, I have splendid news. The top instructor at Fei Huang Supermarket has stopped giving speeches." "Really?" Qian Ziyong's eyes widened in surprise. Manager Li nodded emphatically. "Indeed. My informant at Fei Huang Supermarket has conveyed that it seems Zhou Kaikian has offended their boss and has been suspended from speaking." He even overheard Qian Ziyong venting his fury in the boss's office. After Zhou Kaikian exited, an order was immediately issued to cease all speeches henceforth. "Ha!" Qian Ziyong laughed heartily. "This is truly a stroke of luck." Manager Li was equally elated. Only Lu Gaoda, standing nearby, appeared less than pleased. Noticing Lu Gaoda and Appo's demeanor, Qian Ziyong frowned slightly. "You are now part of Yongnian Supermarket. Do not harbor lingering feelings for Fei Huang Supermarket. Understood?" "Yes," Lu Gaoda replied, lowering his head in dismay. Qian Ziyong smiled and turned his attention to Manager Sun. "We must seize this opportunity to intensify our efforts. Let's ensure that Yongnian Supermarket never rises again. Let's increase the top instructor's hours. Every employee must listen to at least 2 hours of speeches. I will make the arrangements." Manager Li dashed out, brimming with excitement. At Fei Huang Supermarket, Zhu Daqiang rushed into the boss and Appo's office. "Boss, we have a crisis." Qian Ziyong, lost in thought, was immediately delighted by Zhu Daqiang and Appo's urgency. He stood up and inquired, "What has happened?" "Zhou Kaikian has gone missing," Zhu Daqiang replied. "I searched his apartment, and he was nowhere to be found. He is not at the hot pot restaurant or the supermarket." "Zhou Kaikian is missing?" Qian Ziyong was taken aback. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, he asked, "Has he resigned?" Zhu Daqiang shook his head. Qian Ziyong chuckled. "Then what is there to worry about? In my view, Zhou Kaikian and Appo's departure is a blessing. As long as we can still pay him, it is of little consequence. After all, Zhou Kaikian has caused me a great deal of trouble in the supermarket, while simultaneously earning me a considerable profit. I have been contemplating ways to dismiss him. Now that he is absent and I can still pay him, it is quite advantageous." Seeing Qian Ziyong unfazed, Zhu Daqiang scratched his head. Qian Ziyong remarked, "He is over 40 years old and has traveled far and wide for many years. Are you truly concerned for his safety?" Zhu Daqiang shook his head. Qian Ziyong laughed. "Perhaps Manager Zhou, at his age, has finally held a woman's hand. Let's not disturb his newfound life." While he certainly did not wish to intrude upon Zhou Kaikian and Appo's existence, his true concern lay with the supermarket and hot pot restaurant. After all, they were engaged in fierce competition with Yongnian Supermarket. "Boss, I have heard that Yongnian Supermarket and Appo's top instructor is now delivering 2-hour speeches to the employees. If this continues, one and Appo's they surpass us in performance?" Zhu Daqiang expressed his concerns. Qian Ziyong, however, chuckled. "They may be making their employees listen to speeches for 2 hours. But just consider how much time they are wasting." Zhu Daqiang countered, "But they are wasting the employees and Appo's time, not the supermarket and Appo's." Naturally, he could only voice such thoughts internally. He dared not utter them aloud, for their boss placed immense importance on the employees. After a moment's thought, Qian Ziyong mused, "Speaking of employees, I believe we should offer them additional benefits. It seems the number of employees dining on hot pot has decreased recently." Zhu Daqiang replied, "Boss, it's not that the hot pot has become unappetizing. Rather, many have grown weary of it after several months. Moreover, you have encouraged the employees to consume more meat. While it may seem delightful at first, daily feasting on meat becomes quite intolerable." Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyong nodded in agreement. He too had been indulging in hot pot every day for the past few months. After all, it was free. Although he had previously taken advantage of the system to save 5,000. He was reluctant to spend that money. He still had a villa to purchase. Reluctant to spend his own money on meals and feeling weary of hot pot, Qian Ziyong contemplated. This cannot continue. If employees refuse to eat hot pot, how can I sustain my losses? They must eat. After pondering, Qian Ziyong declared, I have made a decision. We shall introduce a new employee benefit at Feihuang Supermarket, a home-cooked meal service. People may tire of hot pot, but they will never tire of home-cooked dishes. Zhu Daqiang nodded in agreement. Home-cooked meals are indeed timeless. After all, everyone enjoys them daily and monthly. Boss, our business has seen a decline recently. I believe we should refrain from increasing employee benefits any further. We cannot allow costs to rise, or we shall incur losses. Zhu Daqiang expressed his reservations. Chapter 46, Welfare Enhancement Humph. Qian Ziyong exclaimed in anger, and amp, oppose. Manager Zhu, your ambitions are insidious. How dare you prevent me from improving employee benefits? I have always despised capitalists. Speak. Are you not a lackey of the capitalists? Zhu Daqiang protested vehemently. Boss, I am solely considering the supermarket's interests. How could I be a lackey of the capitalists? Qian Ziyong retorted. If that is the case, why do you obstruct my efforts to enhance employee welfare? Zhu Daqiang replied, but we are competing with Yongnian Supermarket. So what? Qian Ziyong countered. Must our employees suffer alongside us? They came to work at Feihuang Supermarket, not to engage in competition with Yongnian Supermarket. The saying goes, marry a man for clothing and food. Employees join our supermarket for the sake of their livelihoods. They desire decent clothing and good meals. Thus, enhancing their food quality is imperative, and oppose. Zhu Daqiang fell silent. The boss and oppose. S argument held considerable weight, yet he struggled to reconcile it within himself. After all, who among the proprietors truly cared about the employees and oppose, clothing and sustenance? They were not marrying into the supermarket, and oppose, boss. How about we wait a moment, and oppose, Zhu Daqiang suggested, and oppose. Let us concentrate all our resources to compete with Yongnian Supermarket first, defeat them, and then we can improve employee benefits later. I believe the employees will understand. In this crucial moment for the supermarket survival, we should tighten our belts and prepare ample funds for competition. Qian Ziyong firmly opposed. No, we cannot allow employees to endure hardship. If I, as the boss, must suffer, so be it. But how can we impose suffering on our employees? If I had not noticed their poor meal quality, that would be one thing. But now that I am aware, can I simply feign ignorance? I may pretend not to know, but my conscience will not allow it. Therefore, right now, immediately, I need you to go to the second basement of the supermarket, clear out a space, hire a chef, and improve the quality of our meals. This may not be appropriate. Zhu Daqiang hesitated. Qian Ziyong erupted in fury. What is inappropriate? I think it is an excellent idea. Furthermore, I never said we could not open to the public. Hire more staff and operate externally. Initially, Qian Ziyong had no intention of opening to the public. However, upon reflection, he realized that by doing so, he could roll up his sleeves and work vigorously. Zhou Kaitian had been utterly unhelpful. After a month at the supermarket, he had cost him 100,000 in wages and merely delivered speeches to the employees. Qian Ziyong had placed his hopes in Zhou Kaitian, only to be sorely disappointed. Now that he had left, he had to devise his own plans. With Zhu Daqiang and oppose as reminder, he felt inspired to venture into the restaurant business within the supermarket. By scaling up operations and hiring more staff at lower prices, even if customers came in, he would not necessarily make a profit. Moreover, employee wages were high. Each employee could cost him at least 8,000 a month. Excellent. Qian Ziyong was very pleased with his idea. Boss, how should the new restaurant be operated? Zhu Daqiang inquired, his eyes gleaming at the prospect of a new dining venture. Qian Ziyong pondered briefly before stating, and oppose. If we are to proceed, we must do it well. The ingredients must be of the highest quality, especially the seasonings and oils. I want premium oil, the kind that costs 50 yuan per liter. And as for the meat, go directly to the pig and cattle farms to procure the finest cuts. The vegetables must be absolutely fresh. Anything heavily treated with pesticides is strictly forbidden. and fruits must be complimentary and of excellent quality. In summary, everything must be of the best standard. Understood. Zhu Daqiang nodded emphatically. This was characteristic of Qian Ziyong, and he had grown accustomed to it. Zhu Daqiang then asked, "What about the prices for the dishes? Should they be comparable to Healy Lao, at twice the price of other establishments?" Upon hearing the mention of Healy Lao, Qian Ziyong shuddered. "We cannot follow in their footsteps. If we do, we will end up profiting excessively. We must keep prices low and amp, oppos, and amp, oppos, lower than other restaurants by 10%, and amp, oppos," Qian Ziyong declared. No, upon further contemplation, he found that to be unsuitable. Restaurant prices outside appeared quite high. In light of this, he decided to simplify matters. With a flourish of his hand, he proclaimed, "Lower than fast food restaurant prices by 10%. You remember the box meals I used to eat, right? Let our prices be 10% lower than those. And oppos, and oppos, and oppos." Zhu Daqiang gasped in astonishment. "And oppos, 5-star quality, 1-star prices. Is there any profit to be made? And amp, oppos," Qian Ziyong chuckled. "And amp, oppos. This is primarily for the benefit of our employees. Whether it generates profit is irrelevant. And oppos," Zhu Daqiang nodded in sudden understanding. "And oppos, now makes sense. After all, we are not relying on this for profit. How much investment are we looking at?" "And amp, oppos," Zhu Daqiang inquired. Calculating mentally, Qian Ziyong waved his hand. "And amp, oppos, let us invest 30 million. No, 50 million. I have another 100 million. It must be spent wisely. During this cycle, we cannot distribute dividends. Thus, the new restaurant will inevitably require a larger expenditure." 50 million. Zhu Daqiang was taken aback. Hadn't the boss just stated that the purpose of the new establishment was to enhance employee welfare? It was not to generate profit. If that were the case, why such a substantial investment? Or was there another plan in place? Qian Ziyong remained deep in thought. If he intended to invest 50 million, he needed to devise a way to ensure that money was utilized effectively. The renovation costs would be minimal since it was within the supermarket. The supermarket was already established. Even a reconfiguration would only necessitate the construction of a new kitchen. "I want the finest tables and chairs. They must be made of marble, and they must be of imported quality. Perhaps we should avoid imports. Let us support domestic products." And oppos, though Qian Ziyong desired to spend extravagantly, he was reluctant to invest in foreign goods. He preferred to incur a smaller loss, opting for domestic materials instead. "Good." Zhu Daqiang quickly noted down the details. Qian Ziyong continued, "Additionally, all tableware must be reusable, no disposables allowed, only genuine ceramic. Each bowl must cost at least 10 yuan. And oppos, understanding that the new establishment would necessitate a substantial inventory of plates and bowls, given the wholesale nature of the purchase, the prices would undoubtedly be lower. He could not expect Zhu Daqiang to buy them at retail prices. That would be nonsensical. Since high-priced purchases were out of the question, they would simply buy in bulk to achieve cost efficiency. And oppos, order me 100,000 bowls and plates, and ensure they are of high quality. And oppos, Qian Ziyong instructed. And oppos, 100,000? And oppos, Zhu Daqiang gazed at Qian Ziyong in disbelief. And oppos, 100,000 bowls and plates could fill several warehouses. And oppos, indeed. 100,000, and amp, oppos, Qian Ziyong affirmed. And amp, oppos, make sure to jot this down meticulously. Do not question me further. Just follow my instructions. And amp, oppos, Zhu Daqiang nodded. And amp, oppos, understood, boss. And amp, oppos, he refrained from voicing any further objections. Chapter 47. Price War. Qian Ziyong continued. "I wish to use the finest materials for the renovation. I demand the best equipment. I want my employees to dine here as if they were at home." "Certainly," Zhu Daqiang nodded, though he secretly mused that with 50 million invested, it would be even more comfortable than home. Qian Ziyong felt satisfied. "That will suffice. Please make the arrangements. If there is anything I have overlooked, you may address it yourself. In summary, I want only the best. My employees must not be shortchanged." Zhu Daqiang assured him. "Rest assured, boss. I will manage the new store effectively. I will hire the best chefs at high salaries to ensure both customers and employees are thoroughly satisfied. Employing the finest chefs could indeed lead to success given the foot traffic we anticipate, he added. However, Qian Ziyong frowned, concerned that the new restaurant might become overly popular, reminiscent of the previous hot pot establishment, where Lu Gaoda had sourced excellent broth, resulting in delighted patrons. He could not afford to repeat that mistake. The chefs must not be too skilled, yet they cannot be subpar either, as he himself will be dining there. Qian Ziyong stated, "There is no need to hire chefs separately. We shall utilize our supermarket staff." What? Zhu Daqiang gasped. In a restaurant, the chefs are of utmost importance. We can compromise on decor and service, but the flavor must never falter. The boss has spent a fortune on renovations and service, yet is skimping on the most critical aspect. What do you mean? Qian Ziyong replied. I have already stated that it will be home-style cuisine. Since it is home-style, it must be the kind of dishes every household can prepare. Lu Gaoda previously hired many mothers for the store. They all cook at home, so let them handle it. Cooking is arduous work. Thus, we shall increase their salaries to 10,000 a month. The boss and Oppo's reasoning seemed sound, yet Zhu Daqiang felt an inner conflict. We need to maintain a workforce of 1,000. Qian Ziyong instructed. The supermarket has grown larger than before, yet we haven't increased our staff. We still maintain 1,000 employees. How many more do we need? Zhu Daqiang inquired. Qian Ziyong pondered briefly. Let us add 500 more. Zhu Daqiang was astonished. 500? To specifically recruit 500 just to prepare meals for 1,500 people? Indeed, with 500 staff in the supermarket and Oppo's cafeteria, the restaurant must be enormous. It should be at least 2,000 square meters. Zhu Daqiang exclaimed. We are running a supermarket, not a factory. Besides, which factory requires such a vast employee dining hall? Boss, that seems excessive. Zhu Daqiang cautioned. Qian Ziyong remained resolute. Not excessive. That is how it shall be. You go and make the arrangements. Understood. Zhu Daqiang nodded helplessly. Suddenly, Qian Ziyong added, By the way, you will oversee the new restaurant since it is located within the supermarket. We shall name it Fei Huang Restaurant. And since you are now the restaurant manager overseeing an independent department, your salary will increase to 100,000 a month. Zhu Daqiang and Oppo's eyes glistened with tears. Boss, how about we wait until the competition with Yongnian Supermarket concludes before increasing my salary? Qian Ziyong shook his head. I have already stated that the competition between Fei Huang Supermarket and Yongnian Supermarket pertains solely to the supermarkets and bears no relation to anyone else. In the Yongnian Supermarket office, Qian Ziyong frowned. He realized that after hiring a renowned instructor and opening a hot pot restaurant, there had been some impact on Fei Huang Supermarket's business, albeit not significantly. It was impossible to force Fei Huang Supermarket into collapse. Currently, Fei Huang Supermarket was still profitable, though not as much as before, while Yongnian Supermarket was not losing money, but also not thriving as it once did. A portion of their foot traffic had been siphoned off by Fei Huang, significantly affecting the upstairs shops. This cannot continue. Qian Ziyong decided to act swiftly. Manager Li beside him remarked, Boss, this situation is indeed untenable. With the profits from the He Li Lao hot pot restaurant, Fei Huang Supermarket will never go under unless we manage to capture all their customers. Fei Huang Supermarket and He Li Lao have high labor costs. They are still recruiting staff, which will only escalate their expenses. If we can lure away their customers, it won't be long before they incur losses due to excessive costs. Qian Ziyong nodded. The only solution is to lower our prices. Our financial resources are far superior to Fei Huang Supermarkets. By reducing prices, we could drive them to closure. This is a desperate measure, inflicting 1,000 losses while suffering 800 ourselves. However, I am left with few alternatives. We cannot allow Fei Huang Supermarket to establish a foothold here. Otherwise, Yongnian Supermarket may have to coexist with Fei Huang Supermarket, resulting in significantly reduced profits or even losses. Given my larger operations, a reduction in rent for the upstairs shops would lead to substantial financial losses. Yongnian Supermarket soon announced a price reduction. Qian Ziyong swiftly received this news. In his office, he allowed a triumphant roar. nearly jumping for joy. Li Lian observed Qian Ziyong and Amp. Oppo's exuberance with confusion. Brother, Yongnian Supermarket and Amp. Oppo's price reduction is a significant blow to us. He cautioned. I'm aware. Qian Ziyong nodded. He understood that in the marketplace, a price war is the most ruthless of battles, consuming vast amounts of capital, and at times requiring financial sacrifices. Previously, he had been contemplating how to incur losses. Now, Yongnian Supermarket had handed him the opportunity on a silver platter. Excellent. I shall also reduce our prices and share in the losses. Let the storm rage even more fiercely. Qian Ziyong declared, let us immediately align our prices with Yongnian Supermarket. We shall reduce our prices as well. Hearing this, Li Lian was taken aback. Boss, we cannot engage in a price war with Yongnian Supermarket. They are backed by the Shan family, with far greater financial resources than we possess. Ultimately, we will be the ones unable to endure. Qian Ziyong and Oppo's excitement only grew. Though he feigned concern, he pretended to frown and sighed dramatically. There is no other choice. I'm being forced into this. It is all Lu Gaoda and Oppo's fault. If he hadn't opened a hot pot restaurant for Yongnian Supermarket, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. However, it is too late to regret now. As he spoke, Qian Ziyong patted Li Lian on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. Competition is inherently ruthless. Whether we accept it or not, we must adapt. Let us reduce prices. This is business, a battlefield where we must be prepared for sacrifice at any moment. But rest assured, even if the supermarket were to close, I would ensure all employees receive in one compensation. Chapter 48. If you wish to battle, I shall battle. Li Lian has witnessed the harsh realities of the marketplace. With a sigh, he remarked, the business world is akin to a battlefield. Boss, you must endure. He feared that the young proprietor might succumb to the immense pressures of ruthless commercial competition. However, to his surprise, Qian Ziyong wore a beaming smile. Rest assured, I am better than ever. Seeing that Qian Ziyong was undeterred by the fierce competition, Li Lian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Boss, with Yongnian Supermarket lowering their prices, must we truly engage in a price war with them? Li Lian hesitata. Qian Ziyong contemplated for a moment, gathering thoughts of sorrow, before suddenly slamming his palm on the table and declaring, Yongnian Supermarket is bullying us. I shall fight them to the bitter end. Is it merely a price war? Qian Ziyong, fear them not. Even if it leads to mutual destruction, even if it costs me everything, I shall contend with them to the last breath. Whether I am here or not, the supermarket shall endure. Strike hard, do not fear them. Lower the prices, lower them drastically. Qian Ziyong and Oppo's impassioned speech reverberated throughout the supermarket, rousing the staff's spirits. A young man in his 20s, unafraid of the formidable Yongnian Supermarket. This was their boss. The employees outside, having heard their leader's heartfelt words, felt their hearts surge with emotion, especially for Li Lian, who gazed at Qian Ziyong and Oppo's imposing figure, feeling a rush of adrenaline. Boss, Li Lian and Oppo's eyes brimmed with tears. Qian Ziyong met his gaze with unwavering determination. This was no mere act. He was genuinely ready to risk it all, prepared to wage a bloodbath against Yongnian Supermarket. He feared not the battle itself, but the prospect of Yongnian Supermarket shying away from confrontation. We must instill our resolve in our employees. Let us convene, Qian Ziyong announced. Despite his disdain for meetings, he would rather indulge in a game than spend 20 minutes in a meeting. Yet, to convey his fighting spirit and determination to Yongnian Supermarket, a semblance of formality was necessary. At the entrance of Feihuang's supermarket, 1,000 employees filled the square to capacity. Qian Ziyong stood at the forefront, his resolute gaze fixed ahead. Across the street lay Yongnian Supermarket directly before him. I apologize for taking up your time today amidst our busy schedules, he began. I shall speak briefly. Clearing his throat, he raised his fist and bellowed, Charge! 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 To succeed, one must first embrace madness and charge forward without hesitation. His fist pointed directly at Yongnian Supermarket. The employees were momentarily stunned, but soon one shouted, Charge! 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 The collective roar echoed, "Charge! Charge! Charge!" Qian Ziyong, invigorated, proclaimed, "If you wish to battle, I shall battle alongside you until the end of time." The employees followed suit, raising their fists, "Battle! Battle! Battle!" With salaries of 8,000. Such high wages for merely 6 hours of work. No one would back down. The atmosphere was electric, but just as they anticipated an elaborate speech from Qian Ziyong, he concluded, "Well, that's the situation. Fight to the end." Meeting adjourned. With that, he departed, leaving the employees bewildered. They had braced themselves for hours of discourse, yet received only a few brief words. Nevertheless, those few words ignited a fervor within them, ready to face any challenge. Qian Ziyong returned to his office, shutting the door behind him and bursting into laughter. He had clearly established his stance before the employees, a relentless battle against Yongnian Supermarket. No one could thwart his decision to lower prices, and surely, Yongnian Supermarket was aware of this. Indeed, Qian Ziyong and Appo's intuition was correct. Yongnian Supermarket not only knew, but had witnessed Qian Ziyong's impressive display from above. Shan Zhongyou's expression darkened, fists clenched tightly. How outrageous! How outrageous! His brows furrowed in anger. If a war was to be declared, why such a grand spectacle? It was as if he had wronged Fei Huang Supermarket. After all, Yongnian Supermarket had established itself first in that location, with Fei Huang following suit. Manager Li quietly inquired, "What shall we do now?" Shan Zhongyou replied, "What else can we do? We shall fight. Let us lower our prices even further." Thus, the price war between Fei Huang Supermarket and Yongnian Supermarket commenced. Not only the supermarkets, but even hot pot restaurants felt the ripple effects. Whatever price Yongnian Supermarket set, Fei Huang Supermarket matched, each side retaliating against the other. The beneficiaries of this fierce competition were the customers of Hansheng, who suddenly realized that the prices at both supermarkets were astonishingly low, almost akin to giving them away. Countless customers flocked to both supermarkets, quickly overwhelming them. Gradually, customers discovered that Fei Huang Supermarket was superior to Yongnian Supermarket. With a larger staff, they managed to serve customers efficiently, regardless of the crowd. In contrast, Yongnian Supermarket, spanning over 5,000 square meters, employed merely over 100 workers. Fei Huang Supermarket, however, boasted a workforce of 1,500, with 500 newly hired employees. All staff were seasoned veterans mentoring the newcomers. Fei Huang Supermarket welcomed relatives in their hiring practices, resulting in a surge of old employees bringing in their kin. Naturally, these relatives were trained with care. In a short time, the new recruits became adept. Given their shared backgrounds and familial bonds, the atmosphere was harmonious. The saying "brothers in arms" aptly described Fei Huang Supermarket, which thrived on this camaraderie. Their teamwork was seamless, and their actions swift. Typically, this was not apparent, but during peak hours, the supermarket's strength became evident. In this regard, Fei Huang Supermarket decisively outperformed Yongnian Supermarket. Fei Huang Supermarket operated systematically, ensuring customers felt comfortable and attended to, leaving no stone unturned. Conversely, Yongnian Supermarket descended into chaos. As throngs of customers surged in, the employees were utterly bewildered, unaccustomed to such overwhelming crowds. In the ensuing confusion, orders broke down, leaving both staff and management in disarray. Most critically, with business booming, Yongnian Supermarket and Appo's insufficient staff struggled to cope, leaving them exhausted and overwhelmed. With a salary of 3,000, you expect us to go all out? Many employees abandoned their posts on the spot. Whoever wants to take my place can. In an instant, Yongnian Supermarket found itself short-staffed, even lacking enough cashiers. Customers grew impatient, chastising the cashiers for their slow pace. The cashiers, in turn, felt aggrieved. After working 12 hours for a meager salary, they were subjected to customer ire. What is the purpose of working here? Enraged, a cashier tore off their uniform and engaged in a heated argument with a customer. In that moment, Yongnian Supermarket descended into utter disarray. Manager Sun found himself overwhelmed, darting from one altercation to another. One moment he was mediating a dispute, the next another erupted. Some employees even threatened to resign on the spot. At a time when the supermarket was critically understaffed, losing employees was not an option. Manager Sun resorted to sweet words, promising to raise salaries to retain them. However, a few employees remained resolute, refusing to be persuaded, and walked out. Chapter 49, marking the purchase price. Manager Sun dashed into the boss and Oppo's office, breathless and panicked. "Boss, we have a major problem," he exclaimed as he hurried. Qian Ziyong was seated in the boss and Oppo's chair, his expression darkening. "I'm already aware," he replied. "You need to recruit new staff immediately." Manager Sun countered, "Boss, it's not just a matter of hiring. Our wages are too low, and the employees are unwilling to work. There has been discontent among them, and many have left for Fei Huang Supermarket. I hear they are still hiring, and our employees are having second thoughts. If we don't raise salaries, we might struggle to recruit, and even if we do, we won't be able to retain them." Qian Ziyong inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of discomfort. "The wages in Hansheng are 3,000. How can Fei Huang Supermarket afford to pay 8,000? He thundered. "This is malicious competition. By inflating wages so high, how can they continue to exploit their workers? More importantly, with their workload being only half of ours while earning several times more, who wouldn't Oppose. Feel aggrieved?" With gritted teeth, Qian Ziyong declared, "Then we shall raise our employees' salaries to 8,000. Furthermore, let us recruit an additional 1,000 staff. We absolutely cannot lose to Fei Huang Supermarket." He understood that if they did not act decisively within a month, customers would gravitate towards Fei Huang Supermarket, leaving Yongnian Supermarket in oblivion. This was a matter of survival. They could not afford to show weakness and must fight to the end. Yes, Manager Sun finally smiled at the prospect of matching Fei Huang Supermarket and Oppo's wages. Soon, Yongnian Supermarket and Oppo's salaries were raised to 8,000 as well. In a bid to match Fei Huang Supermarket and Oppo's service quality, Yongnian Supermarket began a frenzied recruitment drive. Additionally, we must clear out our warehouse, renovate it, and expand the supermarket to 10,000 square meters. Qian Ziyong was determined. However, Manager Sun hesitated. "But we have no money left in our accounts." Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyong felt a pang of regret. In the face of competition with Fei Huang Supermarket, we need capital everywhere. He resolved, "I will invest another 50 million. Do not hesitate in your actions. We must expand the supermarket in the shortest time possible." Understood. Manager Sun nodded. For the next 10 days, the two sides engaged in a fierce struggle. Qian Ziyong was increasingly anxious within the supermarket, while Zhu Daqiang beside him was equally distressed. "Boss, the supermarket is losing money every day, relying solely on the hot pot restaurant's profits. This cannot continue," Zhu Daqiang lamented. "Fei Huang Supermarket used to be profitable, but is now starting to incur losses." Qian Ziyong inquired, "How much are we losing daily?" Zhu Daqiang calculated and replied, "Our supermarket is losing over 100,000 each day, while the hot pot restaurant earns around 1 million. Li Lian, on the other hand, remained unconcerned. "As long as we remain profitable overall, it doesn't matter. Yongnian Supermarket must be losing even more. However, I worry that once they fill their positions, the impact on us will be significant." Qian Ziyong, initially anxious, felt a sense of relief from Li Lian and Oppo's words. "So, we just need to wait a while, and our supermarket will incur massive losses?" he asked. Li Lian shook his head. "Boss, you need not worry. We at Fei Huang Supermarket have a first-mover advantage. Even if Yongnian Supermarket fills their positions, defeating us will be a lengthy process. My greatest concern is that they might target our hot pot restaurant." Upon hearing that it would be a long process, Qian Ziyong grew anxious again. Will we truly incur losses? He felt as if he was waiting for something that would never arrive. The lengthy process was unbearable, with just over a month left before the settlement period. He estimated they would need to incur another 50 million in losses just to reach the minimum threshold. This meant losing 1 million daily, and that was merely to meet the bare minimum for losses. His goal was for both the supermarket and the hot pot restaurant to close down. Even if that didn't happen, he wanted to ensure losses of several tens of millions. This way, he could extract a few tens of millions from the system. Therefore, he needed to lose at least 2 million daily. That was his objective. Yet now, they were still earning over 100,000 daily. He could no longer afford to wait. Qian Ziyong felt that Shan Zhongyuzong was not up to the task. The reality was far from his reputation. Shan Zhongyuzong and Appo's abilities were severely lacking. With a lonely shake of his head, Qian Ziyong realized he had to take action himself. Shan Zhongyuzong was unreliable. He sent people to Shan Zhongyuzong while proposing plans to the other side. Yet this was the result of his efforts. His expectations were dashed. "Boss, we must remain vigilant," Li Lian cautioned. Yet in his heart, he greatly admired Qian Ziyong. The audacity of youth, fearless and untested. Unlike others who lacked skill, Qian Ziyong had risen to prominence immediately. His strategic maneuvers had left Yongyan's supermarket scrambling to defend itself. Although they were currently suffering losses, Yongyan supermarket was losing even more. "Very well, since Shan Zhongyuzong is not taking action, I shall," Qian Ziyong resolved. "From today onward, we will lower prices of the hot pot restaurant to align with ordinary hot pot restaurants and Appo's prices. Additionally, let us further reduce prices on supermarket products." After a moment of contemplation, Qian Ziyong concluded that this approach would be too cumbersome. He commanded, "Display the purchase prices for all goods, regardless of the item, and indicate our costs. Let customers see the costs of our products and how much we earn from each sale." Li Lian was taken aback by Qian Ziyong's words. "Boss, we cannot do that. We must never disclose our purchase prices. It is a fundamental taboo," he urged repeatedly. Curious, Qian Ziyong asked why not. He could not comprehend why revealing the purchase price was unacceptable. Li Lian explained, "Throughout history, merchants have never revealed their purchase prices. Once you disclose your costs, customers will feel as if you are profiting at their expense. No one enjoys feeling that their money is being exploited. Thus, during price negotiations, business owners often claim, 'I'm selling this at a loss.' For instance, stores advertising clearance sales generally see decent business." Qian Ziyong pondered this, realizing that was why there were so many clearance sales on the streets. They claimed to be selling at a loss, while actually profiting handsomely. He also understood why displaying costs was a bad idea. Customers always preferred buying at extremely low prices. If costs were displayed, how could merchants make a profit? However, did he care about profit? Not at all. He was merely concerned about not incurring enough losses. Since that was the case, what was there to wait for? "I have made my decision. We will display the purchase prices," Qian Ziyong declared with a flourish. Both Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang were left dumbfounded. After everything just said, he had not absorbed a single word. Li Lian insisted, "Boss, this will lead to losses for you." Qian Ziyong, brimming with confidence, replied, "Brother, you need not persuade me further. I am resolute in displaying the purchase prices. I have made up my mind. I shall lead the way for all." Chapter 50. The Great Loss Promotion. Had he known that this venture would lead to losses, Li Lian would have set the prices differently. "Why didn't you warn me earlier?" he lamented. "Otherwise, I would have been swimming in profits by now. However, it is not too late." Witnessing Qian Ziyong and Appo's obstinacy, the two had no choice but to comply. Qian Ziyong declared, "Shan Zhongyuzong has been too hesitant. We must press him harder. Help me raise the banner so that Shan Zhongyuzong can witness our prowess." "What banner?" Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang inquired, puzzled. Qian Ziyong smiled mysteriously and pointed to a nearby stack of red cloth. "Besides the banner, once Yongyan supermarket has gathered enough staff, we will initiate our activities," he added. Li Lian, filled with curiosity, asked what kind of activities. Qian Ziyong shook his head. "Buy more, get more is not as appealing as offering direct low prices. We will launch a $1 million promotional event. Each time a customer checks out, we will allow them to draw for discounts, such as 20, 30, 80, or even free." After contemplating, Li Lian found this idea quite promising, as it would surprise the customers. However, the specifics of each discount were crucial. Qian Ziyong then pulled out a large sheet of paper, laid it on the table, and drew a circle. With a black pen and a ruler, he swiftly divided the circle into 9 equal parts, labeling them from 1 to 8 with a free option. "What does this mean?" Zhu Daqiang asked. Qian Ziyong explained, "We will create a large wheel. After customers finish their purchases, they will spin it to determine their discount." Li Lian studied it closely and raised his head. "Boss, this isn't right. Why is there no 9? Qian Ziyong chuckled shyly. "I apologize, but with an even division and a 9, there simply wasn't space for 9. Let it be," He continued, I believe customers will appreciate it more this way. Li Lian observed, customers will certainly enjoy it, but this means the discounts we offer are quite substantial. The more we sell, the more we lose. Qian Ziyong understood that he could not afford to incur losses deliberately. The system would not permit it. Nevertheless, exploiting a competitive edge against Yongnian supermarket to allow for slight losses was acceptable. Let us impose some limits. Each person can redeem a maximum of 200 yuan, and products over that value will not be eligible, he proposed. Li Lian queried, what about rice, flour, and oil? The profit margins on those are minimal, and we are already selling them at cost. If we discount them further, our losses will be proportional to the discounts we offer, Qian Ziyong mused, scratching his head. I see now that the margins on these essentials are razor thin, so we must discount them even more. With a decisive wave of his hand, Qian Ziyong declared, I, Qian Ziyong, absolutely detest such restrictions. Offering discounts that exclude certain items is simply unpalatable. If it's a promotion, let it be genuine. Discount the profitable items and the unprofitable ones alike. That is a true promotion. Otherwise, it's merely a merchant-esque tactic to entice customers. I, Qian Ziyong, am an honest man and cannot resort to such trickery. Thus, everything including rice, flour, and oil will be discounted. And naturally, our hot pot restaurant, Hili Lao, must also participate in the discounts. Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang felt a chill run down their spines. A quick calculation revealed that, with their current business model, following Qian Ziyong's approach would lead to a daily loss of at least 2 million. If Hili Lao also offered discounts, it would result in pure losses. Li Lian hesitated and cautioned, Boss, if we proceed this way, we will incur a net loss of 2 million daily. Upon hearing Li Lian and Appo's words, Qian Ziyong's eyes lit up. He had intended for the losses to reach that figure, thus achieving his goal. What is there to hesitate about? Let us go for it. I have declared $1 million subsidy. Therefore, we must genuinely invest that sum. To defeat Yongnian supermarket, a few losses are acceptable. Sometimes, a man must be ruthless with himself. His fists clenched tightly, excitement coursing through his trembling hands. He felt like a genius. With this plan, incurring a daily loss of 2 million would allow him to reap a windfall of 10 million from the system come settlement day. If it weren't for Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang by his side, he would have howled in triumph. At that moment, only a poem could encapsulate his elation. Flying Phoenix, I revel in losses, fortune descends, a stroke of luck. Laughing heartily, I step outside, for I too shall join the ranks of billionaires. Ahaha! Qian Ziyong was filled with joy, brimming with delight. Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang exchanged glances, bewildered by their boss's exuberance. Zhu Daqiang whispered, Boss, how long do we intend to incur these losses? Until Yongnian supermarket collapses, Qian Ziyong replied matter-of-factly. Having finally found a legitimate excuse to incur losses, he was determined to exploit it fully. He had heard that Shanzhong Yusong possessed assets worth billions. This minor sum was trivial in comparison. He hoped that Shanzhong Yusong would endure until the end of time, so he could accompany him on that journey. In this manner, the next cycle of system tasks would also be assured. Shanzhong Yusong was indeed a benefactor, albeit somewhat mediocre in ability, but undeniably a harbinger of wealth. The excitement swelling within Qian Ziyong was beyond words. He needed to play a game to heighten the thrill. Now you too. Take these banners outside and hang them up in the supermarket. Also, Manager Zhu, remember to expedite the preparations for the Flying Phoenix restaurant. Be generous with the budget. If it can be done faster, I would rather spend an additional 10 million. Zhu Daqiang nodded in agreement. The two departed with the banners. With a furrowed brow, Zhu Daqiang felt a sense of foreboding, convinced that the supermarket was doomed. Their boss was spending extravagantly. The most crucial aspect was that precious capital was being wasted on unnecessary ventures. Retaining that 50 million to compete with Yongnian supermarket would have been far more prudent than opening the Flying Phoenix restaurant or providing employee benefits. Sighing, Zhu Daqiang felt helpless. Despite his attempts to advise the boss, Qian Ziyong remained resolute. As they walked, Li Lian remained deep in thought, frowning. Noticing Li Lian's silence, Zhu Daqiang turned to him and asked, What are you pondering? Li Lian lifted his gaze and replied, I wonder if there is a deeper meaning behind the boss's actions. There is such a vast disparity between our understanding and his. Some of his arrangements are beyond my comprehension. I fail to grasp why we are promoting in such a manner, and even more so, why we are establishing a restaurant at this critical juncture. Chapter 51. The tortoise Li Lian was perplexed, and Zhu Daqiang was even more so. With Qian Ziyong providing no answers, they could only harbor their doubts in silence. The two hung the red cloth in the supermarket, and soon the entire establishment was adorned with banners that boldly proclaimed, "If you wish to fight, I shall fight. Roll up your sleeves and get to work." To achieve success, one must first go mad, charging forward with eyes closed. Who fears whom? The tortoise fears the hammer. Customers, upon seeing these slogans, understood that Fei Huang Supermarket was determined to battle Yongnian Supermarket to the bitter end. What astonished them even more was when they were informed at checkout that they could draw discounts, with the amount they drew determining their discount. The customers gazed incredulously at a circular wheel divided into 9 sections, their eyes nearly deceiving them. Instead of typical discounts like 90 or 95, the wheel displayed numbers from 1 to 8, alongside a free option. The magnitude of this promotion was unprecedented, leaving them in awe. Today was indeed an eye-opener. Courtesy of Fei Huang Supermarket, one after another, customers twirled the wheel with excitement, their faces glowing with anticipation. With eyes shut, even the minimum discount was 20, an unprecedented reduction. Many fortunate customers even landed on the free option. The supermarket staff, beaming with joy, congratulated them and offered free bags, holding products worth 200 yuan. The customers were bewildered, elated by their good fortune and the thrill of acquiring goods at no cost. Such fortune was even more delightful than finding money. How could they not share this good news with their friends and acquaintances? In an instant, Fei Huang's supermarket became the talk of the town. A wave of eager patrons surged toward Fei Huang Supermarket. Fortunately, the supermarket was spacious enough. After its expansion, it boasted an impressive area of 10,000 square meters. Even with 2,000 square meters occupied by new restaurants, it still had 8,000 square meters available. The workforce had swelled to an astonishing 1,500 employees. No matter how many customers arrived, Fei Huang Supermarket was well equipped to accommodate them. Staff members were exhilarated while customers enthusiastically made purchases. Some customers even attempted to snatch items. Had it not been for the timely intervention of employees who informed them that only purchases over 200 yuan were eligible for the discount draw, the supermarket would have been thoroughly emptied. Various suppliers were also highly cooperative, transporting countless goods to the supermarket. With prior collaboration experience, this new partnership was seamless. Numerous day laborers were hired at premium wages to directly stock the supermarket. Fei Huang Supermarket had previously dealt with wholesale, and many employees were highly experienced, working in perfect harmony. Fei Huang Supermarket was thriving, and the undercover agents dispatched by Manager Sun reported all developments back. Manager Sun hurriedly rushed to the boss and Amp, Oppo's office, anxious about any new actions from Fei Huang Supermarket. Yamamoto Yosong's expression turned grave. He had begun to dread encounters with Manager Sunday. Each meeting seemed to herald misfortune. Since taking on this managerial role, not only had he failed to earn profits, but he had also lost a staggering 100 million. "Manager Sun, it's bad news," he exclaimed. "Fei Huang Supermarket has launched a loss-leading promotion, allowing all customers to participate with remarkably low discounts." Manager Sun meticulously detailed the promotional specifics to Yamamoto Yuzong. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Yuzong could no longer contain his tightly clenched fists, slamming them down onto the table. The cup on the table clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound. "How dare they?" Yamamoto Yuzong inhaled deeply, his eyes ablaze. This was sheer loss, akin to sacrificing 10,000 to eliminate 8,000. Qian Ziyong had gone too far. Manager Sun hesitated before adding, "Moreover, they have hung banners inside the supermarket that read." Yamamoto Yosong's eyes narrowed, burning with a murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Manager Sunday. The flames of rage within him threatened to ignite the room. Manager Sun nervously wiped the sweat from his brow and quietly said, "They insult you as a tortoise." "A tortoise?" Yamamoto Yuzong was puzzled. as he was from Sakura country and did not fully grasp the meaning. Manager's son explained, in our Hua country, there's a term head shrinking tortoise, which is a far worse insult than calling someone an animal. At this, Yamamoto Yosong's fury escalated. Qian Ziyong not only declared war on the streets, but also insulted him within the supermarket. This was a blatant disregard for him. If he backed down now, how would others perceive him? Would he still have any face left? Who would ever fear him again? Manager. The most concerning issue is that customers who were originally headed to our Yongnian supermarket have now flocked to Feihuang supermarket upon hearing about their promotion. Currently, aside from our 1,500 employees, their ISN and AMP, Oppos, to a single customer in our supermarket. What shall we do? Yamamoto Yuzong suppressed the rage swelling within him. Qian Ziyong's tactics were relentless, leaving him utterly disoriented. Now, the situation was even more dire. He was losing millions daily in an effort to undermine him. He had never encountered such a fierce competitor. Business should be conducted amicably, he thought. Yet, Qian Ziyong was unyielding, seeking his ruin. If they promote, then we shall promote too, Yamamoto Yuzong commanded. Yes, manager's son nodded, yet he lingered. Yamamoto Yuzong questioned, why are you still here? Manager's son replied, boss, such promotions require funds, and our card is running low. Hearing this, Yamamoto Yuzong felt conflicted. He was reluctant to invest further. Despite his ownership of billions in assets, those were merely on paper. Most of his assets were mortgaged. Each month, he had substantial repayments to the bank. His cash reserves were also limited, having already invested 100 million. If he were to allocate more funds now, he would have to draw from other areas of liquidity. Extracting too much liquidity could potentially trigger systemic risks and disrupt the funding chain. Who would casually leave over 100 million in a bank? Encountering someone like Qian Ziyong, who was willing to spend recklessly, was akin to a novice throwing wild punches at a seasoned master. Quickly arrange a discount event. I will transfer the funds shortly, Yamamoto Yuzong instructed. Yes. Manager's son hurriedly exited. Before long, Yongnian Supermarket also initiated its discount promotions. An influx of customers began to arrive at Yongnian Supermarket. After all, with so many patrons at Feihuang Supermarket, those who preferred a more relaxed atmosphere gravitated toward Yongnian Supermarket. As the number of customers increased, the employees at Yongnian Supermarket gradually found themselves overwhelmed, especially at the Yongnian Hot Pot restaurant. With significant price reductions and unprecedented discounts, the Hot Pot restaurant was finally bustling with activity. Most of the staff at Yongnian Hot Pot were newly hired. In times of high demand, new employees were prone to errors. Prolonged fatigue could lead to a lack of focus, increasing the likelihood of mistakes. Fortunately, Yongnian Hot Pot had a renowned instructor. The high-priced instructor worked diligently to uplift the morale of the staff. Witnessing such positive results, Manager Sun arranged for the instructor to conduct 3 hours of training each day, 1 hour in the morning, 1 at noon, and 1 in the evening. Chapter 52. A deep pit. The business of Yongnian Supermarket and Yongnian Hot Pot Restaurant flourished more with each passing day. In the mountains, Shan Zhongyo was in a state of frantic agitation. The more customers purchased, the greater his losses became. As he gazed into his dwindling pockets, he felt a murderous intent rising within him. Meanwhile, Qian Ziyong, observing the bustling clientele in the supermarket, could hardly contain his joy. The business was thriving even beyond his expectations. Losing millions daily, it would not be long before he incurred a loss of 100 million. He had successfully fulfilled his mission, initially anticipating a daily loss of 2 million. Yet it exceeded his projections, with losses reaching at least 3 million daily. Many patrons from Wushi City, a regional city with a population exceeding 10 million, flocked to the supermarket, causing a significant stir in Wushi. The scene was one of overwhelming crowds, with the air filled with the sound of drums and gongs. In pursuit of his financial downfall, upon witnessing the supermarket staff overwhelmed with work, Qian Ziyong even took to selling goods himself. This state of affairs persisted for 20 days, until Yongnian Supermarket could no longer sustain itself. Manager Sun rushed into the boss's office in a panic. Boss, this is bad. Upon seeing Manager Sun, Shan Zhongyo slumped in his chair. What now? He inquired, noticing Sun and Oppos' troubled expression. The manager looked up, realizing that his boss and Oppos complexion was far from healthy. Dark circles under his eyes resembled smudged coal, and bloodshot veins marred his gaze. After just a few days apart, the boss appeared as though he had risen from the grave, likely having gone several nights without sleep. Losing millions each day would keep anyone awake. "Are you all right, boss?" Manager's son asked quietly. Qian Ziyong shook his head. "Iem fine. Speak up. What has Fei Huang's supermarket done now?" Manager's son replied, "It's not Fei Huang's supermarket. It's our hot pot restaurant that's in trouble." "In trouble?" Qian Ziyong's eyes widened. Under Lu Gaoda's management, the hot pot restaurant had been lukewarm at best. However, since hiring that renowned lecturer, the employees had become highly motivated, and business had gradually improved. Now, with the restaurant's major promotions, it was packed to capacity every day, causing Qian Ziyong immense distress over the escalating losses. "What has happened to the hot pot restaurant?" Just then, a hesitant knock came at the door, tinged with uncertainty and trepidation. "Come in," Qian Ziyong called. It was, as anticipated, Lu Gaoda, who entered with a timid demeanor, lacking decisiveness in his actions. Initially perceived as a talent due to his reputation for founding a successful hot pot restaurant, prolonged exposure revealed him to be an ordinary recent graduate. "Boss, our hot pot restaurant employees have lost their spirit," Lu Gaoda lamented as he entered. Qian Ziyong frowned, bewildered. Why would they lose their enthusiasm? Warren and Oppos, they always so lively? Lu Gaoda glanced at Manager Sunday. It's because of him. He brought in some lecturer who incessantly fills their heads with motivational speeches. Now, it has backfired. They're all lethargic. They show no interest in their work or life. They only desire to hear the lecturer's impassioned talks. Even when I ask them to work, they procrastinate and question whether they can earn $1 million a year. How should I respond? Should I tell them that no matter how hard they work, their salary will only ever be $10,000 a month, and they and Oppos, LL never reach $1 million? I merely said that the possibility is slim, but with hard work, they could afford a home in Hansheng. But do you know what he told me? He said, "A life without $1 billion is imperfect." He insisted that a man should treat himself well, claiming that life is not just about survival, but also about poetry and distant dreams. He said there's no poetry here, so he wants to leave. What nonsense is this? They have been thoroughly brainwashed by the esteemed lecturer, filled with unrealistic fantasies about the future. Upon realizing that their dreams are unattainable, they have lost all motivation for their work and have become listless. Manager Sun pondered for a moment before saying, "I've noticed a similar trend among the supermarket employees. Though it in Oppos, it's not as pronounced as it is in the hot pot restaurant." The three began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The esteemed lecturer was detrimental to their staff. The continuous consumption of this toxic motivational rhetoric had left the employees disoriented. What about Fei Huang's supermarket? Didn't we model ourselves after them? What's their situation? Qian Ziyong inquired. Manager's son replied, "Boss, the esteemed lecturer from Fei Huang's supermarket has long since departed. He has been seen in ages. I mentioned before that he had a fierce argument with Qian Ziyong, who forbade him from lecturing." At this moment, Qian Ziyong recalled how delighted he had been upon hearing of the lecturer and Oppos' disappearance, viewing it as an opportunity. He had even encouraged his employees to listen to an extra hour of lectures each day. Suddenly, it dawned on him. I see now. Qian Ziyong has been leading me astray. He urged me to hire the esteemed lecturer at a high price to indoctrinate our employees, and then, upon realizing my folly, he promptly dismissed the lecturer. What a cunning scheme. Qian Ziyong slumped back in his chair, realizing he had fallen into Qian Ziyong and Oppos' trap. That esteemed lecturer was merely a pit he had dug for him, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The employees had been under immense stress for months without rest, and now their mental state was severely compromised. What to do now? How ruthless? Manager's son shivered. "Boss, Qian Ziyong is exceptionally sinister. He has ensnared us all without our knowledge, setting such a massive trap. I wondered why he continually slashed prices, forcing us to compete with him. It turns out he had a backup plan, knowing that as business picked up, our employees would crack under pressure." Qian Ziyong and Oppos' mind swirled with thoughts of Qian Ziyong. Are there any more traps he has laid for us? Any further schemes? His greatest concern was that the esteemed lecturer was merely one of many pits awaiting him. The three pondered, struggling to conceive what other schemes Qian Ziyong might have devised. Taking a deep breath, Qian Ziyong concluded, "Now we can only take it one step at a time." Manager's son immediately dismissed the esteemed lecturer and properly addressed the employee's emotional needs. If that fails, we may need to grant them a few days off. While it may impact business, it is far better than having them resign en masse. Most importantly, Qian Ziyong pressed his hand against his chest. The most crucial thing is to provide them with bonuses. Having been inundated with countless motivational speeches, mere words may not suffice. It must be through monetary compensation. Each person should receive 20,000. My heart aches just thinking about it. That is all my money. With 1,500 employees in the supermarket and 500 in the hot pot restaurant, that amounts to 40 million. Just like that, I have lost 40 million. It feels as if a piece of flesh has been carved from my body, leaving me in a state of disarray. Chapter 53. Ordinary in the Mountains. Qian Ziyong found himself in a predicament. If he chose not to follow the losses at Feihuang supermarket, all his prior investments would evaporate. Yet if he continued, the losses would gnaw at his very core. He believed that Qian Ziyong, with his financial backing, could not possibly outlast him. His endurance was surely inferior. A fierce resolve surged within Qian Ziyong. He would persevere, for victory was destined to be his. At Yongyan supermarket, the disbursement of a 20,000 yuan bonus had indeed invigorated the employees. Both Yongyan and Feihuang supermarkets were incurring substantial losses daily. Qian Ziyong had visited the hospital several times, wishing to lie there in peace due to the financial strain. Meanwhile, Qian Ziyong, despite the losses, indulged in beer, champagne, and soft drinks, singing loudly with abandon. Witnessing their boss's exuberance, the employees were equally animated, buoyed by the hope that they might soon triumph over Yongyan supermarket. Today, Qian Ziyong was particularly jubilant, for the grand opening of Feihuang restaurant had arrived. This confirmed that he had spent his 50 million yuan in full. With just 20 days remaining until the system's financial settlement, everything was in place for him to be crowned a billionaire. He walked with an air of confidence, his voice resonating with enthusiasm. Upon reaching Feihuang restaurant, Zhu Daqiang rushed to greet him. The first words out of Qian Ziyong and Oppo's mouth were, "Has the money run out, boss?" "Indeed, every last penny, a total of 50 million, has been invested," Zhu Daqiang replied, eliciting great delight from Qian Ziyong. With just 20 more days of losses, he would deplete his cash reserves entirely. At that point, he could declare bankruptcy and liquidate the stock, selling off the merchandise while transferring ownership of the supermarket. The proceeds would serve to compensate employees with their N1 severance pay, leaving him utterly destitute. The system settlement would promptly reward him with 100 million yuan. The mere thought of that sum, luxury cars, and opulent villas sent Qian Ziyong into a frenzy of excitement. Lu Gaodao flaunts his sports car before me. Once I possess my 100 million, I shall acquire a car worth twice his. He mused, envisioning Lu Gaodao's vehicle trailing in his dust. As Qian Ziyong strolled through the 2,000 square meter restaurant, he declared, "It's time for lunch. Bring me a dish to try." Zhu Daqiang immediately set to work. Soon, exquisitely crafted tableware adorned with mundane dishes was presented. The tableware suggested high-end cuisine, yet the contents revealed simple stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, accompanied by a rustic pork stir-fry, a seaweed soup, and a modest portion of greens, an authentic trio of dishes with soup. Zhu Daqiang had already served Qian Ziyong a bowl of rice. Upon tasting it, Qian Ziyong found it utterly ordinary, truly unremarkable, akin to a home-cooked meal. "What do you think?" Zhu Daqiang asked anxiously. "Ordinary," Qian Ziyong replied. Hearing this, Zhu Daqiang and Oppo's face fell. "Boss, you too find it ordinary, don't you? This is disastrous. Who would choose to dine out only to find the fare indistinguishable from home cooking? If dining out is no different from home, why not just cook at home? Boss, if our restaurant serves such fare, we will surely attract no customers. Perhaps we should consider a chef change." Zhu Daqiang thought a change could salvage the situation, for the tableware, ambience, and even the service met 5-star standards. But the cuisine was simply lackluster. "Change chef? What for?" Qian Ziyong retorted, annoyed. Isn't it costly to change chefs? Although ordinary, I find it perfectly acceptable. If some prefer cooking at home, let them. I have stated that this restaurant primarily serves as an employee benefit. If it is a benefit, health must take precedence. The taste need only be tolerable. As they spoke, the supermarket reached lunchtime, with employees queuing eagerly for their meals. Their faces lit up with excitement as they gazed at the array of dishes before them, thrilled to have an employee cafeteria. They were aware that the meals served were clean, hygienic, and healthy. No longer would they need to cook at home. What a delight! Seeing Qian Ziyong, they greeted him with smiles, which he reciprocated. Observing their joy, he felt it was all worthwhile. He patted Zhu Daqiang on the shoulder, who still wore a worried expression. With free, healthy meals, how could they not be happy? Come on, you Haven and Amp, Oppos, eaten yet, have you? Join me. Qian Ziyong smiled. Meanwhile, Feihuang supermarket was bustling with customers. A group of elderly women, having taken the free bus, hurried into the store. Upon spotting the spinning wheel at the checkout still in place, their hearts soared. It's still here. The supermarket is having a grand sale. They exclaimed. What are we waiting for? Let us buy. If we purchase, we profit. In the past, when Feihuang supermarket was located along that road, they frequented it often, but alas, it had closed due to overwhelming customer demand. Now, with the current promotions, prices were even lower than before, and they wondered how long this would last. They felt compelled to buy now, lest they miss out in the future. As the grandmothers discussed among themselves, it was evident they were loyal patrons of the supermarket. However, due to their remote residences, they had only just learned of the sale and rushed over. Upon entering the store, they were astonished to find the prices displayed next to the goods, revealing the wholesale costs. Are these wholesale prices genuine? One grandmother asked. Nearby, a staff member smiled and clarified, the wholesale prices are absolutely authentic. The purchase orders are posted on the wall at the service desk. The grandmothers noted that the supermarket and Oppos, as prices were lower than those of others, with most items marked just slightly above wholesale. Their satisfaction was palpable. After all, they understood that supermarkets had to make a profit. There was no way they would sell at wholesale prices directly. With discounts and grand sales, they felt they had struck gold. Look, this dress is beautiful, and the price is only a yuan more than wholesale. One grandmother exclaimed excitedly, before her companion could come over to see. The dress was snatched away by another customer, prompting a flurry of anxiety among the group. How could we have missed such a great find? They lamented, but fortunately, the supermarket staff was quick to replenish the stock. With renewed spirits, they picked different colors of the same item. The grandmothers browsed and marveled at the affordability of everything. With discounts abounding, they shopped on, eagerly buying. Eventually, they paused to rest. One grandmother remarked, let us head back. I haven't eaten since noon, and am starting to feel hungry. However, some were reluctant to leave, feeling they hadn't explored enough. Look over there. Isn't their restaurant? One pointed towards the elegantly decorated establishment in the distance. After all, it was built with RMB, exuding an air of sophistication and grandeur. Chapter 54. The restaurant becomes popular. Perhaps it is better not to dine here. Typically, the restaurants within shopping malls and supermarkets are rather expensive. One frugal woman suggested, let us take a look. Perhaps Feihuang's supermarket is different? The others found this reasoning sound and approached to inquire about the prices of the dishes. What? Stir-fried pork is 5 yuan a bowl? What? Tomato and scrambled eggs are 3 yuan a portion? What? Vegetables are 1 yuan each? What? Rice is 50 cents a bowl? The women were taken aback. This was the most affordable restaurant they had ever encountered, without exception. They had always believed that the notion of being full for 8 yuan and well-fed for 10 was merely a roadside advertisement. Now they realized that such restaurants truly existed in the world. Through the glass, they could see the chefs bustling about inside, equipped with enormous automated vegetable washing machines, large dishwashers, and sterilizers. The shelves were laden with freshly washed vegetables, while numerous chefs worked diligently and methodically to prepare the dishes. All cooking procedures, as well as the oils and seasonings used, were open and transparent. Whether the food tasted good was uncertain, but it was undoubtedly hygienic and healthy. One woman exclaimed, "Look at the oil they use. It is even better than what I use at home." The others gaped in disbelief. Fei Huang Restaurant had completely revamped their perceptions. "Let us eat here," someone proposed, and this suggestion was immediately met with unanimous approval. Generally, at their age, they preferred not to eat out, fearing poor quality oil, unsanitary conditions, and high prices at restaurants. However, with Fei Huang's supermarket offering affordable and hygienic options, they had no reason not to give it a try. As they queued to get their meals, a young waitress with a smile on her face asked, "Would you like less salt and oil? Or perhaps dishes specifically designed for middle-aged and elderly patrons?" The women were somewhat surprised. "You have special dishes for middle-aged and elderly people?" The waitress replied with a smile. "We eat here too. Many of our staff are middle-aged and elderly, so naturally, we prepare dishes that suit your tastes." Upon hearing this, the women were delighted and expressed their eagerness to try them. The waitress personally served them their dishes at the table. As the 6 women sat around the table, they marveled at the exceptional service at Fei Huang's supermarket. "That young lady is truly warm and friendly." They all nodded in agreement. Having visited numerous supermarkets, they found the service at Fei Huang's supermarket to be in a league of its own. There was simply no comparison. They expressed genuine admiration for the supermarket's human-centric approach. After tasting the dishes on the table, they found the flavors rather ordinary. However, whether it was the exquisite tableware or the recent warmth from the waitress's smile, the food felt surprisingly delightful. "Quite good. I find the taste pleasing," one woman remarked. "At home, I have to add more oil and spices to cater to my son and daughter-in-law and oppos as preferences. But now, this food truly aligns with our tastes." Their overall satisfaction was evident. When the bill was tallied, they discovered that the 6 of them had spent a mere 30 yuan, just 5 yuan each. My heavens! Even if they were reluctant to spend, this price left them immensely satisfied. Curiosity piqued. One woman stopped a waitress to inquire, "With such low prices, do you still make a profit?" The waitress, smiling, replied, "There are many items we sell at little to no profit, some merely to give back to our customers. The Fei Huang restaurant primarily caters to our staff, and only secondarily to sales. We do not rely on this for profit. Thus, our dishes are priced similarly to fresh ingredients at the market, if not cheaper." Upon calculating, the women realized this was indeed correct. A family of 5 typically spends around 50 yuan on groceries, while dining at Fei Huang supermarket also costs about 50. Moreover, the variety of dishes was vast. Beyond the stir-fried options, they also offered soups. The women watched as employees opened high-pressure cookers, revealing pots filled with fragrant soups. Curious, they asked, "How much does this large pot of lotus root and pork rib soup cost?" The waitress replied with a smile, "Pork ribs are 24 yuan per pound, and lotus roots are 3 yuan per pound. This pot uses 1.5 pounds of pork ribs and 2 pounds of lotus roots, totaling 45 yuan, including labor and seasoning costs." The women were astonished. A pot of soup with 1.5 pounds of ribs would cost at least 120 yuan outside. Here, cooked dishes are sold at the price of raw ingredients. Even if they bought the ingredients at the market and cooked it themselves, the cost could easily exceed 45 yuan. One woman exclaimed, "Such quality ribs for only 24 yuan a pound?" The waitress, recognizing her as a frequent shopper, explained, "Fei Huang supermarket also sells vegetables. If you buy them at the market, the prices will be higher." This made sense, and the others nodded in agreement. The vegetable sellers must make a profit, right? But Fei Huang supermarket? They are essentially their own vegetable sellers. They could choose to profit twice, from selling raw and cooked items. But Fei Huang supermarket opt to profit only once, or perhaps not at all. What a remarkable supermarket. The women eagerly began calling their friends and family. Why bother cooking at home when we can eat here? With the establishment of Fei Huang restaurant, weary customers wandering through Fei Huang supermarket found themselves dining there. No one claimed the food was exceptional. They simply felt it was decent and unremarkable. 3 days passed, and Fei Huang restaurant surged in popularity. Zhu Daqiang found it perplexing. How had the restaurant suddenly become a sensation? He and T promoted it at all. He was still troubled about enhancing the flavor of the dishes. How could it possibly be thriving? The food at the restaurant was subpar, distinctly inferior to that of other establishments. Those experienced in the culinary field understand that taste is paramount in a restaurant. Yet, The flavor of the dishes at Fei Huang restaurant was merely average. Zhu Daqiang hurriedly conducted an investigation and discovered that the restaurant's success was not solely due to its low prices, but also because of its minimal oil usage, making it a non-greasy option. He promptly reported this news to his boss. "Boss, Fei Huang restaurant has become popular," Zhu Daqiang exclaimed. "Popular?" Qian Ziyong looked up at Zhu Daqiang, feeling bewildered. The taste of the dishes was quite ordinary. How could it possibly be thriving? Zhu Daqiang gave a thumbs up and said, "Boss, now I understand why you didn't hire a professional chef." "Huh?" Qian Ziyong inquired. His reluctance to hire a professional chef stemmed from the concern that expertly prepared dishes might elevate the restaurant and amp Oppo's status. Chapter 55. The supermarket is my home. How did the restaurant become so popular? To prevent it from gaining traction, he hadn't and Oppo's even advertised. Qian Ziyong hurried to the restaurant. Typically, he was quite lazy, with employees delivering meals to his office during lunch. After a few days away, how had the restaurant suddenly become packed? If it were filled with elderly patrons, he could understand, but why were young people flocking here? Sitting next to a young man of similar age, Qian Ziyong smiled and asked, "Brother, is the food here good?" The young man looked up, failing to recognize him as the owner of Fei Huang supermarket. He shook his head and replied, "Not particularly, but if you haven't eaten yet, I highly recommend you give it a try." He assumed Qian Ziyong was there to dine, concerned about the quality, hence the inquiry. Hearing the young man claim the food wasn't great, yet still urge him to try it, Qian Ziyong felt uneasy. "Are you curious why the food isn't and amp Oppo's good, yet I suggest you try it?" The young man asked, taking a bite. Qian Ziyong nodded. The young man chuckled and said, "Do you think the meals we eat at home are delicious?" Qian Ziyong shook his head. "Not really." The young man continued. "Yet we eat at home for at least 300 days a year. Why? Because it's not tiresome, and even if it's not tasty, it's not unbearable. Plus, if we go too long without home-cooked meals, we start to miss them." As he spoke, Qian Ziyong nodded in agreement. It was true. During his job search, he often longed for the meals prepared at home. Were they delicious? It was hard to say, but the absence made him nostalgic, and somehow they never grew tiresome. The young man scratched his head and smiled. "Honestly, I don't enjoy cooking, but eating takeout is unhealthy. If there were meals that are cheap, healthy, convenient, and never become monotonous, why would anyone refuse? Try it, and you'll see. You'll fall in love with this place. Every time it's mealtime, my legs just take me here." "Thank you." Qian Ziyong expressed his gratitude, though his expression darkened as he wandered around the restaurant. Compliments for Fei Huang restaurant surrounded him. Alas, such a fantastic restaurant. Why didn't I discover it sooner? I've been eating instant noodles for half a month. Had I known there was such an affordable and healthy restaurant, I would have sworn off instant noodles forever. Truly regrettable, a young man lamented. A companion beside him remarked, "You couldn't have discovered it sooner. The restaurant has only been open for less than a week." Upon hearing it had only been a week, the young man was distraught. Why didn't the owner of Fei Huang restaurant open it earlier? He truly deserves a thunderous reprimand. His companion wholeheartedly agreed. "We've been stuck with takeout and instant noodles for so long. He certainly deserves some comeuppance. I've decided I'll come here every day for both lunch and dinner and never miss a day. Such a wonderful restaurant. Fei Huang supermarket deserves to profit handsomely." Hearing this, Qian Ziyong and amp Oppo's face turned a shade darker. He could never have imagined that the restaurant's popularity stemmed from the food being less than satisfactory. What had he just heard? People were comparing the dishes at Fei Huang restaurant to instant noodles, saying the noodles were enjoyable at first but became increasingly unpalatable with each bite. In contrast, the food at Fei Huang restaurant was initially unappetizing but grew more delectable with each visit, until one could not do without it. Many had already made plans to come daily. Daily? Would they not allow anyone else to live? They actually treated the supermarket as their home. Qian Ziyong was furious at the laziness of these young people. They were simply too indolent, refusing to cook for themselves and treating his establishment like a cafeteria. As a pillar of society, how could they be so lackadaisical? Qian Ziyong was deeply pained. Society was doomed. The current generation of youth was truly incapable of bearing any responsibility. "Boss, your methods are truly remarkable." Zhu Daqiang, who had been present the whole time, raised his thumb at the appropriate moment. Qian Ziyong forced a smile, pushing Zhu Daqiang into Appo's thumb back down. "I have a fear of heights. Please don't flatter me further." He was utterly speechless regarding these young individuals. Yet, he did not feel too disheartened. Given the restaurant and Appo's low prices, he wasn't in Appo's team making much profit anyway. Thus, even with a crowd, it had little impact on him. He merely sustained a slight loss. In a matter of days, he would show these young patrons who was truly formidable. The thought of the restaurant, along with the supermarket, closing down in just a few days filled him with a mischievous delight. Huh, let you buy. Huh, let you eat. You'll see how it feels. Meanwhile, at Yongyan Supermarket, Manager Li and Manager Sun arrive at the office of Yongyan Supermarket's owner. Inside, Shan Zhongyo Song and Shan Zhongyo Shu were present. Shan Zhongyo Shu had initially returned from Sakura country. He had great trust in his brother, believing that whatever he undertook would be effortlessly achieved. Yet, unexpectedly, his brother had not bested Qian Ziyong even once during his extended stay. In a corner sat Lu Gaoda. "This is bad," Manager Sun exclaimed. "What is the matter now?" Shan Zhongyo Song lifted his weary eyes. He and T slept a wink the previous night. "Boss, Fei Huang Restaurant has become a sensation," Manager Sun reported. Shan Zhongyo Song was taken aback, sitting up straight. Wasn't it said that Fei Huang Restaurant was merely an employee cafeteria? How did it become so popular? He was well aware that Fei Huang Supermarket was establishing a new restaurant designed to enhance employee benefits. Initially, he had been skeptical. However, Qian Ziyong was indeed very good to his employees. Moreover, Fei Huang Restaurant had not engaged in any external advertising, seemingly not intending to profit from the restaurant. So he had dismissed it from his mind, especially since on the very first day of its opening, he had sent someone to sample the food. The flavor had been exceedingly mediocre, and the prices were absurdly low, indicating no intention to profit. It was undoubtedly an employee cafeteria. If it was merely an employee cafeteria, how could it possibly be thriving? Manager Sun declared, "That cunning and ruthless fellow, Qian Ziyong, is incredibly deceptive. He knows that today's youth are quite lazy and disinclined to cook. So, he crafted the restaurant's dishes to be homely and reminiscent of family meals, all at remarkably low prices. The young workers and nearby residents have started treating Fei Huang Restaurant as their own kitchen, one where they don't even need to buy groceries or lift a finger. If we don't devise a plan soon, they will truly consider Fei Huang Restaurant their home." Chapter 56. Is this military strategy? The saying goes, milk is a mother and amp, Appo's love. Dining daily at the Phoenix restaurant, patrons are likely to develop an emotional bond with it. Eventually, they may never set foot in Yongyan Supermarket again. Even if they inadvertently do, a sense of guilt for betraying their home will envelop them. The trees and pines in the mountains have both recognized the gravity of the situation. It turns out that Qian Ziyong had laid a trap for them long ago. He had meticulously planned to engage in a price war, ultimately delivering a devastating blow through the Phoenix restaurant. The situation has become exceedingly challenging. Even if they continue to incur losses, a majority of the customers will still flock to Phoenix Supermarket. Is there anything more disheartening than losing money and failing to retain customers? Such ruthless calculations. Could this be the military tactics of Huagua? Shan Zhongyo Song's expression was unusually grave. He felt increasingly helpless. After opening numerous supermarkets, he was encountering such a formidable opponent for the first time. The competitor had initiated a price war, striking him with unexpected blows. Initially, he had assumed the adversary to be a mere brute, considering the damage inflicted upon themselves in the process. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that countless traps had been set for him. This was no simpleton. He was a cunning fox, honed by centuries of experience. Shan Zhongyo Song sensed that he was not contending with a mere youth, but rather a being of exceptional intellect and guile. Every move he made seemed erroneous, as did the decision to remain passive. He felt as if he was being led by the nose at every turn. Observing his brother, who appeared dejected like a frost-bitten eggplant, brought a wave of emotions over him. Shan Zhongyo Shu reflected on the countless times his younger brother had triumphed. At home, He had always been overshadowed by this prodigious sibling. There were moments when he felt discomfort, even experiencing jealousy towards his own brother. Yet, witnessing the latter's current state of disarray stirred a twinge of sympathy within him. Brother, it's all right. So what if you faced a few defeats? It's nothing to fret over. Since we cannot outmaneuver him, let us defeat him through honorable means. Qian Ziyong lifted his head, his eyes brimming with hope. What method? Qian Ziyong and Apos. Gaze drifted to Lu Gaoda, standing nearby. Gaoda, you may leave for now. Lu Gaoda exited, visibly disheartened. Once he was gone, Qian Ziyong confided, after being bested by Qian Ziyong, I've been delving into Huagua and Apos' military strategies. The military doctrine states that in warfare, one should engage with righteousness and achieve victory through cleverness. If cleverness fails, then one must utilize overwhelming force to suppress the opponent. Qian Ziyong's greatest weakness, compared to you, is his lack of funds. Thus, we shall imitate his actions while leveraging our ample financial resources to ensure our triumph. Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyong pondered deeply. His brother Apos' words held merit. Since they could not rival Qian Ziyong in cunning, they would face him head-on in an honorable confrontation. Manager's son, Manager Li, Qian Ziyong and Apos' eyes sparkled with determination. Present, the two rose promptly. I shall invest 50 million, create a restaurant identical to Phoenix Supermarket and Apos'. Remember, it must be an exact replica with no alterations. Furthermore, I shall add another 10 million with one stipulation. It must be completed within 5 days. The additional funds were intended to accelerate the restaurant and Apos' establishment. As long as the money was in place, speed would not be an issue. He intended to summon every renovation company in Hansheng. Yes, both men were invigorated. Upon receiving the orders, they immediately set off to make arrangements. Once they departed, Qian Ziyong slumped into his seat, utterly fatigued. His earlier bravado had merely been for show. In truth, his financial resources were dwindling. His liquidity was insufficient, and he had been juggling funds from various sources. However, he had the backing of his family. He resolved to borrow some funds from them. Borrowing from the family came at a cost. Double repayment was required. Thus, he sought to avoid borrowing if possible. Regardless of the price he had to pay, he was determined to defeat Qian Ziyong. Brother, may I borrow some money? Once I apply to the family later, I will repay you, Qian Ziyong requested. His brother was taken aback by the request. How much do you need? Qian Ziyong inquired. 60 million, Qian Ziyong replied. 60 million? Have you completely run out of money? Qian Ziyong was astonished. How much have you spent at the supermarket these past 2 months? 200 million, Qian Ziyong replied wearily. 200 million. Even thrown into water, it would make a splash. Yet, competing against Qian Ziyong yielded not even a sound. The money was spent, yet Yongnian Supermarket had not genuinely improved. Presently, business was decent due to promotional losses. Once Yongnian Supermarket and Phoenix Supermarket both ceased their loss-leading promotions. Yongnian and Apos' business would plummet. The more they competed, the fewer customers he retained. Qian Ziyong and Apos' tactics were relentless. Customers had all flocked to Phoenix Supermarket. However, should they persist and ultimately defeat Phoenix Supermarket, reclaiming all the customers, they could restore their former glory. Upon hearing the figure of 200 million, Qian Ziyong was taken aback. Then you're utterly out of funds? Qian Ziyong nodded. After some contemplation, Qian Ziyong reassured him, it and Apos is all right. With the family and Apos' support, Qian Ziyong and Apos' funds are no match for yours. Qian Ziyong forced himself to muster some spirit. Indeed, Qian Ziyong is no match for me. His eyes reddened, filled with a fierce resolve. He yearned for Qian Ziyong's downfall. These past 2 months had been torturous, filled with sleepless nights, particularly after the loss-leading promotions. He had witnessed his funds vanish before his eyes. Little did he know, Qian Ziyong was enduring similar losses. Why then did he seem so composed? How could he sleep at night? The news that Yongnian Supermarket would be opening a restaurant soon reached Qian Ziyong. Ah! He leaped for joy. Yongnian Supermarket was also venturing into the restaurant business. Qian Ziyong's song was truly impressive. His elation knew no bounds. What a generous man Qian Ziyong's song is. He continues to aid my losses. Truly a great benefactor. Observing Qian Ziyong and Appo's exuberance, Zhu Daqiang stood nearby, bewildered. Boss, this is bad news. Qian Ziyong's song is opening a restaurant just like us. They will snatch our customers. Many patrons are already inclined to switch. Once they become accustomed to dining at Yongnian Supermarket, they will consider it their home. If customers view the supermarket as their home, our business will flourish, even without discounts. They will still come. But if Yongnian Supermarket does the same, a portion of customers will become loyal fans of theirs. This is extremely disadvantageous for us. Zhu Daqiang could not fathom why the boss was so jubilant in the face of such a crisis. Just then, Zhu Daqiang's phone rang. He hurriedly stepped outside to answer. After a while, he returned, brimming with excitement. Boss, good news. Master Zhou Kaidi has quietly accomplished a significant feat, a monumental good fortune. Chapter 57, A Legend Good News? Qian Ziyong sat upright. Typically, when Zhu Daqiang shared good news, it was and Appo's tea particularly promising. Zhu Daqiang exclaimed excitedly, Boss, Master Zhou is giving a speech in the deep market to promote our Healy Lao hot pot, and a group of angel investors have taken notice. They want to invest in our hot pot restaurant. They intend to invest 300 million. 300 million. Zhu Daqiang danced with excitement. Qian Ziyong was taken aback. What? Has Zhou Kaitian run away? He has gone to the deep market? It had been a long time since Qian Ziyong had heard Zhou Kaitian's name. Nevertheless, he continued to pay him a salary. He would not miss any opportunity to lose money. But why would Zhou Kaitian go to the deep market? And why would he be giving a speech about their hot pot restaurant? He didn't want financing. The thought of 300 million being deposited into their account instantly shattered his plans for financial losses, sending Qian Ziyong into a complete panic. Let us go. Quickly. We're headed to the deep market. Qian Ziyong jumped in urgency. Zhu Daqiang laughed heartily. I knew the boss would definitely go to support Master Zhou. I've already bought the plane tickets. Support? I feel like lighting a lantern for him. A sky lantern. The system S-100 million is mine. Anyone who dares to stop him will meet their demise. God will be slain by God, and Buddha by Buddha. The airplane was swift. Yet the impatient Qian Ziyong found it too slow. He wished he could replace the pilot and fly himself. Pilot, can't you step on the gas? Why are you moving at snail's pace? Are you racing a tortoise? Finally, they arrived at the deep market. Qian Ziyong hurriedly rushed to the venue. It was a grand hall filled with countless successful individuals, and on a massive stage stood Zhou Kaitian. Qian Ziyong and Zhu Daqiang stealthily slipped in from the back. Qian Ziyong was eager to see what Zhou Kaitian had been up to during his absence. On stage, Zhou Kaitian was impeccably dressed in a suit, his eyes shining, and his voice resonant. Those who betray our boss receive 2 million, and those who remain loyal will earn billions in the future. Applaud if you understand. The audience erupted in applause, their excitement palpable. Qian Ziyong raised his hand dismissively. The familiar atmosphere felt the same as ever. However, this time, he noticed no puppets in the crowd. He was somewhat puzzled. In the time they had not seen each other, Zhou Kaitian's ability to mesmerize had seemingly improved dramatically. To accomplish tasks, one must spend money. Those who refuse to spend will never earn. Dare to spend 1 million today, and tomorrow you'll earn 2 million. Dare to spend 10 million today, and tomorrow you'll earn 100 million. Our boss dares to spend 100 million, and he will earn 1 billion. Those who don't even know how to spend money can't possibly earn. The audience and Appo's eyes shone brightly, their applause thunderous and ceaseless. The atmosphere was electric. Zhou Kaitian continued, fortune, destiny, and feng shui. Success requires luck, and earning billions necessitates even more. Yet, most people lack this luck. Should we give up? No. If one lacks luck, can one not borrow it? As long as the money is invested in the right people, luck can be borrowed. Then the money flows in like a waterfall. Qian Ziyong furrowed his brow. Why did he feel as though Zhou Kaitian was speaking directly about him? Just as he sensed something amiss, Zhou Kaitian declared, it doesn't matter if one doesn't know how to make money. There are plenty of people who do. Just like Mr. Buffett. Those who invested in him decades ago are all billionaires now. We all understand that professional tasks should be entrusted to professionals for maximum efficiency. Our boss, Qian Ziyong, has always been exceptional since he began his entrepreneurial journey. When he took over a bankrupt supermarket, what do you think was his first order of business? What? The crowd looked on with curiosity. Zhou Kaitian proudly stated, he provided employees with ample rest time. Previously, employees worked 12-hour shifts. After our boss took over the supermarket, he cut their hours to 6. Do you think their wages went up or down? You probably think their wages decreased, right? I tell you, you are wrong. The boss raised every employee's salary by 66%. The audience spontaneously applauded. Zhou Kaitian continued, while all other bosses exploit their employees, squeezing their pennies. Our boss chooses to spend generously. Can you guess whether our supermarket profited or lost under his brilliant leadership? The crowd was filled with intrigue. Everyone knew that as costs rise, the difficulty of making profits increases. Zhou Kaitian chuckled. In just 1 month, the supermarket turned from a loss to a profit. It earned 20 million in a month, becoming the most profitable supermarket in Han City, bar none. The audience gasped in astonishment. That's a business legend. Someone suddenly stood up to ask, is your boss a rich second generation? Zhou Kaitian laughed and shook his head no. Not only is he not a rich second generation, but he is also an ordinary student who just graduated from university, just like Mr. Jobs. The crowd was even more amazed. Zhou Kaitian continued, you must think our boss will work hard to continue managing this supermarket. You are mistaken again. The boss closed the supermarket, earning 20 million in a month, 42 million in a year, and he closed it on a whim, without a hint of hesitation. Because our boss believes that running a supermarket is not challenging enough. He wants something more difficult. Our boss chose to open a hot pot restaurant in the sweltering summer. The crowd burst into laughter. Opening a hot pot restaurant in the heat of summer seemed like a death wish. Zhou Kaitian declared from the very start, it earned 30 million in a month. Not only did it attract customers from Han City, but it also drew visitors from across the nation. Perhaps you've heard of it, Hili Lao Hot Pot. Upon hearing Hili Lao, the audience was astounded. Clearly, some had visited or heard of it. Isn't that the one with 5-star service? A customer exclaimed, I've been there. They offer free fruits, free ice cream, and even free beef in the condiments. Although the prices are a bit steep, it is truly worth it. The place is always packed with lines outside. Saying it earns 30 million in a month is not an exaggeration at all. The crowd buzzed with excitement, sharing their own experiences with the hot pot restaurant. In fact, Hili Lao Hot Pot had already gained fame online. Yet, many had not realized that the boss Zhou Kaitian spoke of was the very founder of Hili Lao Hot Pot. Even more surprising was that he was dissatisfied with a business that earned 20 million in its first month. The audience seemed to witness a legendary new star rising on the horizon. Chapter 58. The size of this pot, a bald man rose, exclaiming, I shall invest. I will contribute 100 million. Another individual sprang to his feet, fervently declaring, do not compete with me. I will invest 300 million. I aim for the Series A round. I possess resources. Let us take the hot pot restaurant public. As more investors stood up, a sense of urgency swept through the crowd. They waved their checks, rushing towards Zhou Kaitian. No investments allowed. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the throng. Who said that? The irate big boss who pledged 300 million demanded. I did. Qian Ziyong stepped onto the stage. Boss, what brings you here? Zhou Kaitian was taken aback. Qian Ziyong's face was ashen. Thankfully, he arrived just in time. Otherwise, his enterprise would have been seized by Zhou Kaitian. With so many eager to invest in the hot pot restaurant, if he had accepted, would he not end up penniless? Truly a calamity. Fortunately, he recognized the situation early. Upon hearing Zhou Kaitian address him as boss, the crowd in Oppo's anger swiftly transformed into joy, smiles illuminating their faces. Boss Qian, I've come to deliver money. The bald man chuckled nervously. A graceful woman approached, carrying a tray adorned with champagne. She gently bowed before Qian Ziyong and said softly, Boss, please, let us open the champagne. Open champagne? Qian Ziyong shook his head. The wine is quite expensive. We shall not open it. I hereby declare that our hot pot restaurant will never seek financing, nor will it go public. Gasps of disappointment echoed through the crowd. Many attempted to persuade Qian Ziyong, but he remained resolute, firmly refusing to yield. Even when tempted by alluring charms, Qian Ziyong steadfastly declined. In a modest restaurant, within a spacious private room, 3 individuals sat down to dine. Qian Ziyong voraciously consumed his rice. Having rushed over without eating, he was now ravenous. Master Zhou, what prompted your visit to the Shenzhen market? What led you to seek financing and consider taking the hot pot restaurant public? Qian Ziyong inquired, perplexed. He had meticulously arranged everything, awaiting the system to settle 100 million for him. Had he not intervened in time, his enterprise would have unknowingly gone public, raising hundreds of millions. He would have gained not a single cent from the system settlement. It was you who taught me, boss. Zhou Kaitian replied with certainty. Qian Ziyong was baffled. When had he ever imparted such wisdom? Zhou Kaitian raised his glass. Boss, I am grateful for your mentorship. I shall drink to that. Qian Ziyong sipped his plain water. Unperturbed, the boss acted according to his nature, displaying indifference to such trivial matters. He added, you have guided me to unleash my potential. What is my greatest talent? Is it not deceit? Qian Ziyong mused inwardly. This was his intention in hiring Zhou Kaitian. A deceiver could hardly manage a hot pot restaurant well. Yet Zhou Kaitian had caused chaos instead. Zhou Kaitian exclaimed, my talent lies in public speaking. Therefore, I inspire employees in supermarkets and hot pot restaurants. But later, I was halted by the boss. Zhou Kaitian added, a hint of grievance in his voice. Qian Ziyong apologized. I should have allowed you to continue speaking in the supermarket. He truly believed he had erred. Had he not prevented Zhou Kaitian from speaking, he would not have come to Shenzhen to create turmoil. Zhou Kaitian smiled, no, boss. You clearly recognize my talent. Only in Shenzhen could I truly make an impact. You did not inform me directly, but rather forbade me from speaking in the supermarket. Upon returning home, it soon dawned on me, and I rushed to Shenzhen overnight. His abrupt departure was due to his own uncertainty about his capabilities. To everyone, he was merely a deceiver, and even he doubted himself. One misstep could lead to eternal regret, and the thought of returning might only result in surrender. Yet, the boss trusted him, offering a monthly salary of 100,000. It was your faith that restored my confidence, allowing me to stand proudly at the center of the stage once more. Suddenly, Zhou Kaitian knelt, exclaiming, boss, you're like a reborn parent to me. Without you, I could never have found the right path. Your trust transformed me from a deceiver into a true success. Tears filled Zhou Kaitian and damp, Oppo's eyes as he prepared to bow to Qian Ziyong. Qian Ziyong hurriedly lifted him up. Master Zhou, what is the matter? He asked, genuinely concerned. He would not bear this burden. It was Zhou Kaitian who nearly caused his downfall, not his teachings. Trust? He trusted Zhou Kaitian to run the supermarket into the ground. Zhou Kaitian had perfectly betrayed that trust. Zhou Kaitian was too heavy. Qian Ziyong struggled to lift him. Fortunately, Zhu Daqiang was nearby to assist. They managed to seat Zhou Kaitian comfortably in a chair. Qian Ziyong inquired, why did I not see any hired actors at the event? Zhu Daqiang, equally curious, echoed his question. Zhou Kaitian retorted, if I had hired actors, would that not make me a deceiver? Upon returning to Shenzhen, I have not once hired an actor. Every round of applause was genuine. Qian Ziyong questioned, without hired actors, why did they believe you? Zhou Kaitian confessed, initially I too was perplexed. Why would these big bosses trust me? I had never been able to invite such influential investors before. However, I eventually realized that when your words are sincere, they naturally possess an infectious quality. Most importantly, they do not trust me. They trust you, boss. Zhu Daqiang pondered, seemingly in agreement. Indeed, Zhou Kaitian and Oppo's recent speech was even more absurd than the last. Yet he spoke the truth. The more outrageous his claims, the more astonished the audience became. Investors were naturally intrigued by Zhou Kaitian and the hot pot restaurant. Zhou Kaitian smirked mysteriously, boss, you may not know this, but many of these investors have already visited our hot pot restaurant for inspections. So on the surface, it appears they made impulsive investments, but in reality, they have contemplated this for quite some time. After all, This is a matter of hundreds of millions, not a trivial sum. As he spoke, Zhou Kaitian reflected on his past. Deceiving those individuals out of 10,000 was a strenuous endeavor. Often, after an entire speech, only a few would believe him. And whether they made a profit was purely a matter of fate. Now, however, one speech could yield hundreds of millions. If the boss so desired, the hot pot restaurant would undoubtedly go public. The thought of participating in such a monumental venture was beyond his wildest dreams. The boss was indeed my benefactor. No, he was my reborn parent. Chapter 59. A good brother. As Zhou Kaitian was enjoying his meal, a commotion erupted outside. He hastily rose to investigate. After a short while, he returned, carrying something in his hand. Boss, son boss wishes to pay you a visit. Zhou Kaitian added. He's the one who wants to invest 300 million. Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyong's temper flared. Absolutely not. Tell that scoundrel to keep his distance. I have no need for his filthy money. Anyone who associates with him is my sworn enemy. Then he turned to Zhou Kaitian. By the way, what do you have in your hand? Boss, it's wine. Zhou Kaitian replied. Zhu Daqiang glanced over and remarked, these 2 bottles of wine cost 100,000. 100,000. Qian Ziyong tossed his chopsticks aside. Quick, bring my father in. He dashed to the door and flung it open, revealing a balding uncle standing outside. Father-in-law, why didn't an amp? Oppos, do you just come in? Qian Ziyong exclaimed, embracing him warmly. The uncle was somewhat portly, and Qian Ziyong expressed his concern. Father-in-law, please take care of your health. His gaze toward Sun Boss was filled with affection. Ha! Sun Boss patted Qian Ziyong and amp, Oppos, hand. I appreciate your candidness, young man. Qian Ziyong invited Sun Boss inside, personally pulling out a chair for him. Zhou Kaitian attempted to pour wine for Sun Boss, but was swiftly intercepted by Qian Ziyong. Let me handle that. He filled the glass to the brim, calling out father-in-law affectionately with every sip. The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable kinship, as if you were a long-lost family member. Please visit me often. If you could bring some gifts, that would be even better. Truly, it's not for the gifts, but to grow closer to you. With sincerity radiating from him, Qian Ziyong raised his glass. Father-in-law, I will drink this toast, and you may drink as you please. Just as he was about to down it in one gulp, Sun Boss interjected, but my daughter is only 3 years old. 3 years old? Quick to respond. Qian Ziyong exclaimed, brother, now I understand. You are my long-lost elder brother. Brother, what a remarkable fate it is for us to meet amid such a vast sea of people. From this day forth, you are my dear brother, my cherished kin. He lifted his glass. To you, brother, I shall drink. Without hesitation, Qian Ziyong downed the entire glass in one go. Setting the glass down, he subtly nudged the 2 bottles of wine on the floor towards Zhu Daqiang. Understanding the unspoken message, Zhu Daqiang gave him a reassuring glance and carefully concealed the bottles. As the evening wore on with rounds of drinks and delicacies, Qian Ziyong became thoroughly intoxicated. The next day, upon learning that Sun Boss had covered the previous night in amp, Oppos' expenses, his gratitude swelled even more. Just as he stepped out of his room, Zhou Kaitian approached. Boss, Li Boss has arrived. Qian Ziyong felt a slight dizziness and was reluctant to meet anyone, having consumed far too much alcohol the night before. He has also brought 2 bottles of wine, just like those from Sun Boss, Zhou Kaitian informed him. If an esteemed elder brother wishes to see me, why delay? Qian Ziyong immediately perked up. Thus, he spent several days in the deep market, where the warmth of his elder brothers was overwhelming, showering him with wine daily. In just a few days, his private account swelled by 500,000. Additionally, the elder brothers treated him to extravagant meals at high-end restaurants. He remembered nothing clearly, except for the enormous size and exquisite taste of the seafood. Who would have thought that there existed delicacies even more sumptuous than lamb? He had resolved that once he had reaped a fortune of 100 million from the system, he would treat a few elder brothers in return. At Yongyan Supermarket, Manager Sun and Li rushed into the boss's office in a panic. Boss, we're in big trouble. Having heard this phrase countless times, Shan Zhongyou's heart sank. Each time he heard such alarming news, his wallet seemed to bleed millions. What is it this time? Manager Sun explained. Zhou Kaitian has gone to the deep market to seek financing. Who is Zhou Kaitian? Qian Ziyong inquired. The name seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't place it. Manager Li chimed in, "Boss, he's the one Qian Ziyong brought in from the deep market, the master who spoke at the supermarket and energized the employees." Qian Ziyong recalled the incident. "Oh, that guy, the one who cost me millions." His heart ached anew at the thought. "Medic, medic." Qian Ziyong clutched his chest, collapsing to the floor. The two managers rushed forward, finding a bottle of medicine in his pocket, and quickly administered a pill. Gasping heavily, Qian Ziyong struggled to breathe. His health had deteriorated since taking over the failing supermarket, plagued by sleepless nights. After months of insomnia, he felt as though his vitality had been drained, and nightmares haunted his slumber. He had gained nothing but a heart condition. At that moment, Qian Ziyong entered, noticing his brother gasping for air. He hurried over, asking, "Brother, are you all right?" Qian Ziyong angrily shoved his brother into amp. "Oppos, S hand away. It an amp. Oppos, that's all your fault. If it weren't into amp, Oppos, T for your wretched supermarket. I wouldn't Oppos, T have lost so much money or developed this heart condition." Recalling the tribulations of the past few months caused Qian Ziyong to spiral into despair, alternating between furious outbursts and tears. Witnessing his brother's breakdown, Qian Ziyong embraced him and gently reassured, "It will be fine. We have more wealth than Qian Ziyong. He is no match for us. United as brothers, our strength is unbreakable." Hearing his brother into amp, Oppos, S words, Qian Ziyong gradually calmed down. Qian Ziyong sighed. His brother was indeed a genius, possessing immense wealth at such a young age. Yet, his brilliance had shielded him from failure, making him susceptible to emotional collapse upon facing setbacks. Qian Ziyong believed his brother would eventually find his footing again. Qian Ziyong smiled. "Do you remember what you said when you first arrived here? That Qian Ziyong is just a young fool, and with just a little effort, we could have him begging for mercy." Chapter 60, Afraid of the Pit Indeed. In the mountains, Yuzong clenched his fists, declaring that their resources were far more substantial than Qian Ziyong and amp. Oppos, S, rendering him an inconsequential competitor. The restaurant had commenced operations, and business was showing signs of improvement. From now on, whatever Fei Huang's supermarket engaged in, we would follow suit. I refuse to believe he can surpass us. With his brother S consolation, Yuzong regained his confidence. The two managers observed Yuzong and Oppos' renewed vigor, and they felt genuinely pleased. They understood the gravity of his situation. After all, they had incurred losses amounting to billions. If it were them, they would likely be in a far worse state. No one remains composed after losing billions. "What has happened with the supermarket?" Inquiring about business matters, Yushu asked upon confirming his brother was unharmed. Manager's son stepped forward. The long-absent Zhou Kaidan has suddenly resurfaced in the Shenzhen market. It turns out he was securing financing during his disappearance. Yushu did not pay much heed and leisurely took a seat, pouring himself a cup of tea. The angel round, Kuden and Oppos. "Tea have yielded much, could it? How much did they manage to raise?" Manager's son replied, according to reliable sources, "Someone intends to invest 300 million. "What? 300 million? Yushu choked on his tea, coughing violently. Yuzong, hearing of the 300 million financing, hastily retrieved medicine from his pocket, pouring it all down his throat without a moment to spare. 300 million, and that was merely the A round. What sums might they secure in the B and C rounds? They had just begun calculating how to utilize their substantial capital to compete with Fei Huang and amp, Oppos' losses. Goodness. Qian Ziyong had directly sought external support in Shenzhen. Could they possibly rival Fei Huang? Even if they wagered the entire Yuzong family, it might not suffice. Most critically, the Yuzong family was not solely his to command. Borrowing money entailed repayment along with exorbitant interest. Defeated, Yosong's face paled, despair enveloping him. He felt utterly vanquished. Yuzong slumped in his chair as manager's son interjected, "Boss, Qian Ziyong did not accept the financing. He stated he would never seek financing in his lifetime." Not accepting? A glimmer of hope flickered in Yushu and Oppos' eyes. Yuzong bitterly shook his head. "Brother, Qian Ziyong is a cunning fox. He is merely waiting for us to fall into his trap. if we believe he won't accept financing and proceed to compete with him over capital. He will undoubtedly strike us at a critical moment. Do you not recall the Fei Huang restaurant? Indeed, Yu Shu fell silent. It was precisely when the two supermarkets were competing in losses that Qian Ziyong, without scruples, opened a Fei Huang restaurant. Astonishingly, customers treated the Fei Huang restaurant as their own, and the Fei Huang supermarket as theirs. They had no choice but to invest 60 million to establish a restaurant of their own, which was now operational, with staff hired just in time for its opening. Now, news of further financing for Fei Huang supermarket emerged. Clearly, this was all a ruse. They were being manipulated at the opponent's whim. Yu Zong slammed the table, rising. From the very first day Fei Huang supermarket opened, Qian Ziyong has been plotting against us. I have finally grasped the full picture. Yu Shu looked at his brother in confusion, and the two managers shared a look of bewilderment. Yu Zong paced the room, his eyes narrowing with malevolence. Before Fei Huang supermarket opened right across from us, they had already forged robust partnerships with wholesale supermarkets and distributors. It is likely that 80% of the distributors in Hansheng have collaborated with Fei Huang supermarket. Thus, when Fei Huang supermarket suddenly slashed prices, we were caught off guard. They moved their troops before the supplies arrived, while the distributors in Hansheng served as Fei Huang supermarket and AMP, Oppo's lifeline. We rushed into battle without preparation, acquiring goods from distributors at prices significantly higher than those of Fei Huang supermarket. Moreover, Fei Huang supermarket had prior experience with wholesale supermarkets. They were well equipped for this challenge. And what about us? We had no such experience. How could we possibly contend with Fei Huang supermarket? From the very beginning, we were ensnared in their scheme. Understanding dawned on Yu Shu, who felt a chill at the thought that their adversary had begun plotting 6 months prior, laying one trap after another. They had foolishly leapt into the pit like Na'vi children, sending shivers down his spine. Terrifying. Such cunning was almost supernatural. Yu Zong continued, moreover, Qian Ziyong sought to deplete our funds by first hiring a renowned speaker. I investigated, and it appears that hiring this speaker cost him little. Meanwhile, we squandered millions. This would have been bearable, but most importantly, we naively trusted this so-called expert, believing they would uplift employee morale. Instead, we ended up over-brainwashing them, leading to mental breakdowns among the staff, necessitating substantial expenditures to placate them. In the realm of the speaker alone, I've been duped out of at least 30 million. And capital is the most precious ammunition in this war. We have fallen victim to Qian Ziyong's machinations, squandering vast amounts of it. Yu Shu began to comprehend the full extent of the situation. His eyes hollow, he mumbled, I see now. The Fei Huang restaurant was also a trap, a colossal one. It cost us 60 million. Now we find ourselves short on funds, while Qian Ziyong returns from Shenzhen with ample resources. If we continue to foolishly compete with him over capital, he will ensure we feel just a step away from victory, compelling us to keep pouring in more money. Ultimately, he will suddenly accept financing and obliterate us with unrelenting force. It is all clear now. Everything is Qian Ziyong and Oppo's conspiracy. All traps. The speaker, a trap, 30 million. The Fei Huang restaurant, a trap, 60 million. Plus the expansion of Fei Huang supermarket, which we also followed suit on, over 50 million. Just like that, we have been ensnared for an astonishing total of over 140 million, not to mention the hot pot restaurant, which has never turned a profit, instead demanding continual investment, at least 100 million. That brings us to 240 million. The supermarket and Oppo's promotional activities have drained even more funds, hundreds of thousands daily, with no end in sight. There are simply too many traps, dense and tangled. The path ahead is obscured, resembling a putrid ditch. They exist within this abyss, never having risen. It is ruthless. He is merciless, and I am unjust. Yu Zong's eyes displayed madness. Manager's son, Managerly, please excuse yourselves. Yu Zong dismissed the two. Chapter 61. You bastard. After the two managers departed, Shan Zhongyou's eyes became both frenzied and venomous. I will burn down Fei Huang supermarket. Let us see how they dare to contend with me. Shan Zhongshu was horrified. You must consider the consequences. If you are discovered, your life will be utterly ruined. Arson is a grave crime in Huagua. I and Amp, Oppos, V already invested 300 million. Qian Ziyong retorted. Do you think I could turn back now? 300 million in cash. If the funding chain breaks, the bank will liquidate all my assets. You should be well aware of the repercussions of insolvency. Of course, Qian Ziyong understood that insolvency would lead to frozen bank accounts and the auctioning off of all assets under his name. Qian Ziyong would transform from a billionaire to a debtor in the blink of an eye. He would find himself worse off than a beggar. For at least a beggar carries no debt. I am trapped in a dire situation. Qian Ziyong and Amp, Oppos, eyes were bloodshot. All I desire is for Fei Huang's supermarket to collapse. Qian Ziyong ceased his attempts at persuasion, realizing it was futile. If Yongyan's supermarket continued on its current trajectory, it would not be long before Qian Ziyong's funding chain faltered. The family could not indefinitely extend financial support. At most, they could lend him 100 million. Meanwhile, Qian Ziyong could effortlessly raise 300 million in the deep market. In the realm of legitimate business competition, how could they possibly rival Qian Ziyong? In a dimly lit room, Qian Ziyong and Oppos' face was contorted with madness. Before him stood two somewhat seedy, middle-aged men. Boss Qian, you were so eager to summon us. Is there something urgent? Inquired the gaunt man. They had been involved in numerous unsavory dealings for Qian Ziyong, who compensated them handsomely. This time, he was particularly anxious, which prompted them to rush over at his call. I need you to help me set Fei Huang supermarket ablaze. Qian Ziyong declared with chilling cruelty. Arson? The two men hesitated. That is a serious crime. If caught, it's a minimum of 10 years. Qian Ziyong pointed to a bag on the floor. There are 3 million inside. Upon successful completion, there will be another 3 million. Should you find yourselves in a bind, I will hire the best lawyers to defend you. Furthermore, for every year you spend in prison, I will compensate you with 1 million. The men opened the bag, revealing it brimming with cash. Once this job is done, we'll never have to worry again. The burly man exclaimed. The other man gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, we'll take the job. Excellent. Qian Ziyong responded, satisfied. You know the rules. Even if you're caught, claim it was your own idea and that you simply had a grudge against Fei Huang supermarket. You must not implicate me. Otherwise, you will not only serve time, but will also forfeit any chance of payment. The two men nodded. If they were to expose Qian Ziyong, would offer them 1 million for each year spent in prison. That night, amidst the inky darkness illuminated by the hazy glow of neon lights, the two men cautiously carried gasoline canisters over the wall and arrived at the supermarket in Amp, Oppos' warehouse entrance. They were familiar with the process, quickly producing a pair of heavy-duty pliers to sever the lock. This is far too easy, the lean man rejoiced. Having staked out the location the previous night, they had noted the supermarket and Oppos' lacked security. After all, it was merely an ordinary supermarket, typically concerned with preventing theft rather than arson. Why would they impose such stringent measures? Masked, they planned to ignite the fire and leave without a trace. Even if there were surveillance cameras, their identities would remain concealed. This money is too easy to earn. The burly man scoffed. The guard is an old man, over 80, with failing eyesight. The lean man queried, with over 1,000 employees at such a large supermarket, why is an 80-year-old guarding the entrance? The burly man shrugged. Who knows what the supermarket owner was thinking? But this makes it easier for us. Let us finish quickly and leave. They opened the gasoline cans and poured the contents into the warehouse. The supermarket was filled with flammable materials, requiring little gasoline. Once finished, the lean man retrieved a lighter from his pocket. What are you waiting for? Light it, the burly man urged. The lighter is broken, the lean man replied. Panic setting in. Useless, the burly man exclaimed, producing a high-quality windproof lighter he had bought for $3. Suddenly, a deep voice interrupted, startling the two men. Standing at the warehouse entrance was the elderly guard, hunched over and wielding a flashlight. The old man detected an unusual odor in the air. Gasoline. They were planning to set fire. He immediately spoke into his walkie-talkie. Hello, this is the warehouse. There are people attempting to commit arson. The walkie-talkie crackled with chaotic responses. What? Someone is trying to set fire in the warehouse. Impossible. We live in a society governed by law. We've never encountered such a scene. Arson. There's someone setting fire. The old man saw the two men attempting to flee, casting aside his cane. He lunged forward, gripping the lean man and Appo's leg tightly. The flames had already ignited, and the old man was frantic. With his shouts, countless lights flickered on around them. Someone is setting fire. Damn it, who dares to commit arson in our supermarket? We'll dig up their ancestors' graves. Quick, summon Uncle San and Uncle C. Hurry. Chaos erupted around the supermarket. Unlike others, Fei Huang's supermarket did not require employees to have degrees. It valued connections. Many residents living nearby worked at the supermarket, and they often recommended relatives for employment. After all, the average salary in Hansheng was merely 3,000, while Fei Huang's supermarket offered an astonishing 8,000, with only 6-hour shifts and weekends off. Which supermarket in Hansheng could rival Fei Huang's supermarket? Now that the supermarket was in trouble, the employees were more anxious than anyone else. This was their family's livelihood. They would risk their lives to protect their family's source of income. Anyone who dared to jeopardize their means of sustenance would face dire consequences. Chapter 62. 10,000 celestial soldiers. The clamor escalated. In a desperate move, someone grabbed a megaphone and began rallying the neighborhood. A cacophony of sounds erupted around the Phoenix supermarket, drawing a multitude of residents who rushed towards the warehouse. The two burly men, witnessing the sudden illumination of the surrounding apartments, paled with fear. How could this be? A mere shout had transformed the tranquil night into a scene more chaotic than daylight. It was clear they were being hunted. The two men turned to flee, but the skinny one found his leg ensnared. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't Appo's break free. What do we do? The stout man wondered, initially intending to help his partner. However, spotting figures sprinting towards them, he covered his head and abandoned the skinny man, scrambling away as fast as he could. The skinny man panicked, summoning every ounce of strength to heave his leg upwards. Damn it! Despite his lean frame, the skinny man possessed surprising brute force. He managed to lift himself along with his trapped leg. To his dismay, even as he flailed, the old man and Appo's grip remained unyielding, his arms like gnarled roots. As the skinny man thrashed, blood trickled from the old man and Appo's mouth. Grandpa and Appo's, that's just a job. Only 3,000 salary. Why are you risking your life? The skinny man cried, desperate. The old man gritted his teeth. My salary isn't 3,000, it's 10,000. My wife, son, daughter-in-law, grandson, granddaughter-in-law, granddaughter, and grandson-in-law all work at the supermarket. You dare set fire to my supermarket? I'm not done with you. Crimson blood flowed freely. Yet the old man held on, refusing to release his grip. Even as he was dragged across the ground, his face scraped raw. He clenched his jaw and desperately pulled at the skinny man and Appo's leg. In a moment of desperation, the skinny man retrieved a large pair of bolt cutters from his waist. If you don an Appo's, let go I and Appo's, LL smash you to death. He threatened, brandishing the tool. The bolt cutters glinted ominously under the streetlights, casting an unsettling aura. The old man stared intently at the skinny man, ignoring the weapon. His unwavering gaze made it clear. He was determined to apprehend him. The skinny man snapped. He had committed many misdeeds, but he had never encountered such a tenacious security guard. In other companies, guards fled at the mere sight of a weapon. Why was this place different? Did Qian Ziyong truly pay his guards 10,000? You could hire 3 young, strong college graduates for that price. Hiring an octogenarian for that sum? Was he insane? The skinny man hesitated. If he didn't Appo's strike, he faced a decade in prison. But if he did, he would be guilty of murder and arson, a crime punishable by death. As he wavered, several young men sprinted towards them. Grandpa, one of them cried, his voice filled with anguish as he saw the old man covered in blood. Grandson, you and Appo's. Re-here, the old man said, a faint smile gracing his lips before he closed his eyes and collapsed. Grandpa, the young man wailed, rushing to cradle the old man in his arms. Others quickly subdued the skinny man. It wasn't an Appo's, me. I didn't an Appo's, do anything. The skinny man protested, tossing the bolt cutters aside and surrendering meekly. A massive crowd was approaching. He looked up to see a sea of faces, at least 300 people. In moments, the warehouse was surrounded. Working together, the crowd quickly extinguished the fire, preventing any significant damage. Someone had already called the police and an ambulance. Sirens wailed as the ambulance, police cars, and fire trucks raced to the scene. For nurses and a doctor emerged from the ambulance, rushing over with a stretcher to examine the old man. "He's gone," the doctor announced after examining the old man and Amp, Oppo's, dilated pupils. There was no pulse, and he had stopped breathing. The doctor concluded that the patient was deceased and that transporting him to the hospital was unnecessary. The skinny man was stunned. The ambulance had arrived so quickly, yet the old man was already dead. He had an Oppo's. He even struck him with the bolt cutters. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The skinny man sobbed. He couldn't and Oppo's. Accept the reality. If the old man was dead, he would be a murderer and arsonist. He didn't want to kill anyone. He was innocent. "Grandpa, if only we had let you rest in the hospital," the young man lamented, tears streaming down his face. "My grandfather has terminal liver cancer. The doctor said he only had 3 months left to live. We all told him not to work, but he said he loved this place and didn't end Amp, Oppo's. Do you want to wait for death at home?" I never thought. Hearing about the terminal cancer, the crowd understood why the old man had passed so quickly. Terminal liver cancer weakened the body, making it unable to withstand such physical strain. The police arrived and immediately arrested the skinny man. "It an Oppo's. That's not my fault. He was already sick," the skinny man protested. The police officer scoffed. "Didn't you hear the young man? He had 3 months left. If it wasn't for you, the old man wouldn't have died. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Arson and murder. You're going to be eating peanuts soon. Confess everything, including the mastermind and your accomplices, and you might have a chance to redeem yourself." Hearing the threat of execution, the skinny man broke down. He had millions of dollars stashed away. He didn't in Oppo's. He want to die. More importantly, Qian Ziyong would pay him $1 million every year in prison. But what good was $1 billion if he was dead? He might as well burn it all. I'll confess everything. It was Yongnian Supermarket's boss, Qian Ziyong, who ordered me to do it. I even have a recording. The skinny man was completely broken, answering every question. He didn't end Oppo's. He didn't want to kill anyone. He only wanted money. Who would risk their life to harm others? To save his own life, the skinny man confessed everything he knew. Upon learning that the mastermind was the owner of Yongnian Supermarket, the crowd erupted in fury. Resorting to such underhanded tactics instead of competing fairly was despicable. Many cursed Qian Ziyong. Some grabbed sticks and headed towards Yongnian Supermarket. Qian Ziyong is the mastermind. He and Oppo's. The main culprit. We can Oppo's. Let him escape. News of the incident at Phoenix Supermarket spread like wildfire. A fugitive was still at large. People called their friends and family, and countless residents emerged from their beds in the middle of the night. One woman, awakened by her husband getting up, flew into a rage. "Why are you getting up in the middle of the night? Are you going to see some other woman? Tell me, don't you love me anymore?" "They're in Oppo's. That's no time to explain," the man said urgently. Phoenix Supermarket was set on fire by the owner of Yongnian Supermarket. Hearing this, the woman was shocked. "Our supermarket was set on fire. Then what are you waiting for?" "I'm going to." Within an hour, at 1 a.m, a crowd of 100,000 people had gathered, searching for Qian Ziyong and the stout man. Chapter 63. The home has been raided. Qian Ziyong learned of the news the following morning. The night before, he had been drinking with some old friends. Truly, it was merely a gathering for drinks, devoid of any female company. Consequently, he was utterly inebriated. Upon receiving the news in the morning, he hastily returned. To his dismay, he discovered that Yongnian Supermarket had closed its doors. How could this be? He had only visited Shenzhen for a brief period. During his stay, he had narrowly avoided a financial catastrophe that almost cost him $300 million. Thankfully, he had managed to thwart it. Yet, upon his return, he found that his own home had been raided. Now, every customer entering the supermarket was effectively robbing him. Each one took a little, and he felt as though he was on the brink of financial ruin once more. "Boss," Lilian laughed heartily as he approached. "Qian Ziyong has been apprehended. He was the one who orchestrated the arson at our supermarket. He is currently detained at the police station. Yongnian Supermarket has also been shut down, They have surrendered, and we have triumphed. Boss, we are in for a windfall. With Yongnian supermarket closed, our business will flourish. We have become the trendy supermarket. Many people are coming here to check in. Additionally, Fei Huang restaurant is already packed even before mealtime. Li Lian was brimming with excitement. After enduring hardships, they were finally reaping the rewards. He had been restless lately. Although the supermarket was thriving, Li Lian understood that the more they sold, the more they lost, due to the exorbitant discounts they had been offering. Now that Yongnian supermarket had closed, he promptly lifted all the discounts. While this would have some impact on business, it was minimal since their prices were already quite low. Moreover, with Yongnian supermarket's closure, their former customers had nowhere else to go, naturally gravitating toward their establishment. What was even more significant was the scandal surrounding Yongnian supermarket's owner, which involved arson and even murder. This was sensational news. People were drawn to the drama, and their footfall increased. Did you cancel the discounts? Qian Ziyong inquired. Li Lian replied matter-of-factly, Boss, you said that as long as Yongnian supermarket remained open, we would keep our discounts. Now that they have gone out of business, we naturally will no longer offer discounts. Qian Ziyong scratched his head, recalling that he had indeed made such a statement. At that time, he never anticipated that Yongnian supermarket would collapse under his influence. He would claim that Shanzhong Yusong possessed assets worth billions. He had merely incurred minor losses, yet Shanzhong Yusong could no longer sustain himself. What a disgrace! Qian Ziyong yearned to continue offering discounts. He wanted to prolong his losses, unwilling to profit. However, just as he was about to voice his intentions, the system intervened, stressing that all actions must be reasonable. He could not allow anyone to suspect he was deliberately incurring losses or think of him as a fool. With Yongnian supermarket and Oppo's demise, there were no competitors left and business was flourishing. If he continued to offer discounts, he would ultimately drive his supermarket to ruin, which would be utterly unacceptable. Any rational person would question his mental state as he observed the removal of promotional signage and the absence of discount displays. A wave of desolation washed over him. It felt as if he had suffered a significant defeat, with the enemy breaching the walls and seizing his banner. What about my elder? Qian Ziyong asked. On the phone, Li Lian mentioned that the elderly man who guarded the supermarket had encountered misfortune. He remembered that kind-hearted elder, who would always rise to open the door for him, regardless of how late he returned from his late-night internet outings with Lu Gaoda. Upon hearing Qian Ziyong inquire about the elder, the others expressed their deep sorrow. While others were preoccupied with concerns about their profits and the extent of the losses from the fire, their boss was solely focused on the elder's well-being. The elder has passed away, Li Lian said mournfully. His body is at their home, waiting for family members to return before we lay him to rest. Passed away? Qian Ziyong was taken aback. Li Lian continued, Boss, I didn't elaborate on it over the phone to spare you worry. Hearing this, Qian Ziyong felt a heavy weight in his heart. Let us go and pay our respects to the elder, to give him a proper farewell. Moreover, we must compensate his family for the loss he endured while serving the supermarket. His voice trembled with emotion as he recalled his own grandfather, who had also passed away from cancer. Occasionally, he dreamt of his grandfather, who would always smile at him in those dreams. In a humble dwelling adorned with white cloths, Qian Ziyong approached with a heavy heart, and the sobbing around him deepened his sorrow. It was all his fault. Had he not invited the elder to guard the supermarket, this tragedy would not have occurred. Boss, some relatives of the elder rushed out to greet him. What brings you here? A middle-aged man with stubble inquired, jogging forward. Li Lian introduced, this is the elder's son, who also works at our supermarket. Hello, uncle. I came to pay my respects to the elder and to bid him farewell. Qian Ziyong said earnestly, it is all my fault. Had I not asked the elder to oversee the supermarket, this would not have happened. I am truly sorry. He repeatedly expressed his apologies. Boss, this is not your fault. The middle-aged man shook his head vigorously. A nearby woman added, Father loved the supermarket. He felt there was a warmth here. Unlike the hospital, where everyone awaited their end, it was lifeless there. He didn't want to remain in that atmosphere, nor at home. In the supermarket, seeing his family working there, he was always full of smiles. Li Lian chimed in to console. Boss, the elder passed away peacefully. I believe he never regretted working at the supermarket. The others echoed words of comfort. Although Qian Ziyong felt a deep sense of accountability for the elder and Appo's death, he found solace in their words. Under the guidance of the elder and Appo's family, he offered incense and bowed 3 times before the body. From his pocket, he took out 2,000 yuan. This is a small token from the younger generation. The woman and the middle-aged man vehemently refused, insisting they could not accept it. I have come to honor the elder. Please, you must accept this small gesture. Qian Ziyong insisted. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, the woman finally relented. Clutching the money tightly and sobbing softly, Qian Ziyong stated, "The elder's sacrifice for the supermarket. We cannot neglect to show our appreciation. The supermarket will provide 3 million yuan for funeral expenses as a token of our gratitude." The 2,000 was from his personal account. Although others perceived the supermarket as his sole proprietorship, he felt that withdrawing 2,000 from his personal funds represented his true sentiments. While compensating the elder and Appo's family could be covered by the supermarket and Appo's finances. 3 million was the maximum amount permitted by the system. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The woman attempted to decline, but it was an amount too significant for her to decide upon. 3 million. After a long pause, as if making a monumental decision, the middle-aged man spoke solemnly. "Boss, you are offering too much." Qian Ziyong shook his head. "This is a sincere gesture from a supermarket. I implore you to accept it." Chapter 64. Getting to the point, Manager Li, "Transfer the funds to them," declared Qian Ziyong. Li Lian nodded, retrieving his phone to provide them with the account details. The middle-aged man hesitated momentarily, but ultimately accepted the money. Upon returning to the supermarket, a heavy weight lingered in Qian Ziyong's heart. "Boss, the old gentleman and Appo's passing might be a blessing in disguise. You need not bear such a heavy psychological burden," Li Lian reassured him. Confused, Qian Ziyong inquired further. The old gentleman was diagnosed with terminal liver cancer, with only 3 months left to live. The final moments are often fraught with immense suffering. Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyong checked online, and indeed, the information was accurate. The knot in his heart loosened significantly. With this newfound clarity, he redirected his focus to the supermarket. He felt a pang of regret over his finances, realizing that he was making money each day. This one in Appo's. "Do. I must find a way to remedy the situation. There is still a chance." With 10 days remaining until the system's settlement, hope flickered within him. It was impossible to halt the supermarket and Appo's profits, as it had already become a sensation. The riverfront hot pot restaurant was likely thriving as well. Beyond merely cutting costs, he now needed to explore new revenue streams. The time for cost-cutting had passed. It was time to generate income. How could he spend the money effectively? Just then, Zhu Daqiang entered with a cheerful demeanor. "Boss, our landlord has arrived." Qian Ziyong recalled the landlord, whom he had never met before. After paying the rent, the landlord had returned some funds to him, insisting on giving him a 500 square meter shop. It was this very generosity that had allowed the riverfront hot pot restaurant to flourish, filling his pockets to the brim. "Get lost," Qian Ziyong exclaimed, his anger flaring. Zhu Daqiang, confused by his boss and Appo's ire, scratched his head. He had always been the one dealing with the landlord. Perhaps the boss didn't even have the landlord's number. "Boss, the landlord doesn't intend to raise our rent, and even gifted us 500 square meters. He is a good person, our friend." Zhu Daqiang aimed to change the boss and Appo's perspective, mentioning the 500 square meters. However, upon hearing this, Qian Ziyong grew even angrier. A friend from afar deserves to be treated with respect, yet his intentions are questionable. The farther his thoughts are from mine, the better. By the way, Zhu Daqiang continued, the landlord mentioned hearing that you enjoy wine, so he brought you 2 bottles. Those 2 bottles were exquisite, valued at 200,000. Qian Ziyong and Appo's eyes sparkled at the mention of such an amount. Gifts from a friend, unrelated to the system, could be pocketed. Manager Zhu, please be direct in your communication, Qian Ziyong instructed. Since the landlord had bestowed such a valuable gift, he felt compelled to treat him to a sumptuous meal. Thus, he brought them to the riverfront hot pot restaurant. In a private dining room, the landlord, Chun Jingfu, occupied the head seat, flanked by a rather unattractive young man and an unexpectedly familiar figure, the bald uncle who had come from Shenzhen. Brother Chun, brother Sun, allow me to toast to you. Qian Ziyong raised his glass and downed it in one go. Brother Sun, Sun Yu and Oppos, and laughed heartily. Brother Qian, you are quite the straightforward person. You youngsters are so healthy. Unlike me, I can't drink much anymore. Qian Ziyong shook his head. Health is fleeting. I'm nearly bleeding from my stomach from all this stress. He racked his brain, struggling to conceive a method to lose 100 million in such a short span. The business at the supermarket and riverfront hot pot was thriving, earning him 5 million daily. To reach his goal, he needed to squander 100 million, all while ensuring neither establishment could afford to fail. Fortunately, renovations and equipment could depreciate by half, or else his fixed assets would have reached 100 million. After depreciation, he estimated them to be around 75 million. This meant if he could exhaust all his funds, he might manage to extract 25 million from the system. While he and T succeeded in closing the supermarket, gaining 25 million would still be quite advantageous. He resolved to strive diligently in the final 10 days to devise a strategy for incurring a loss of 100 million. The thought of the supermarket and hot pot restaurant earning him 50 million in that time filled him with anxiety. Sighing, he lamented his limitations. The young man across from him snorted disdainfully. Oh, so you acknowledge your own inadequacies? You and Oppos, merely fortunate, just a nouveau riche, unlike me, who has been in business for 3 generations with assets exceeding 1 billion. Puzzled, Qian Ziyong regarded the young man, unable to comprehend the source of his hostility. May I ask who you are? He inquired, noting the young man's companion, a striking young woman. As Qian Ziyong's gaze inadvertently fell upon Zhou Kaitan, he noticed him drooling over the young woman's beauty. Gently nudging him with his elbow, Zhou Kaitan finally snapped back to attention. The young man, sensing Zhou Kaitan and Oppos' gaze, proudly wrapped an arm around the young woman's waist. Brother Chen introduced, "This is Shi Hongzhuang. His family owns Qingyue Milk Tea." Upon hearing Qingyue Milk Tea, Zhou Kaitan was taken aback. That was a publicly listed company with formidable strength. Realizing he had just been caught staring at the young woman, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Brother, allow me to toast you." Zhou Kaitan quickly stood, forcing a smile. "Who are you? To earn my respect." Shi Hongzhuang lifted an eyebrow, dismissively glancing at Zhou Kaitan. Brother Chun and Sun Yuan exchanged uneasy glances. They were guests, and this was rather disrespectful. Yet, Qian Ziyong chuckled. "Manager Zhou, since he refuses your toast, let be a penalty drink instead." "Who dares impose a penalty on me?" Shi Hongzhuang retorted arrogantly. Though uncomfortable, Zhou Kaitan forced a laugh. "It was my mistake. This drink isn't a toast, but a self-imposed penalty. I'll drink 3 cups. He downed 3 cups in quick succession. "Oomph." Shi Hongzhuang scoffed. "I already knew you were eyeing Xiaoxin. It's no big deal. I brought her out. So why should I care if you look? It's not that I mind, but you simply don't measure up. Next time you toast, consider your own status before mine." Qian Ziyong slammed his hand on the table. "Who do you think you are? What status do you hold?" He despised self-important individuals. Zhou Kaitan, grinning nervously, replied, "Boss, let it go. It's my fault. I'll be sure to remember my place." Qian Ziyong waved dismissively. "Regardless of your past status, you are my manager now, a part of my team. When we are out, you represent my dignity. Let us see what makes him so special." "Oomph." Shi Hongzhuang pointed at himself. "What am I? Let me tell you, Qian Ziyong, you will never surpass me. You are merely a nouveau riche. I've done my research. Your parents are pitiful, and your family has been farming for generations. You should be grateful to live in modern times. Otherwise, you'd be a eunuch in ancient times." Having spoken, Shi Hongzhuang turned his gaze toward Zhou Kaitan beside him and remarked, "And you, at the age of 43, you remain without a wife, nothing but a deceiver. It is only due to the benevolence of Qian Ziyong that you were appointed as manager. To me, you are nothing more than a vile creature. I fear that stepping on you would soil my shoes." Chapter 65. Jealousy. The atmosphere was tense, with everyone's expressions darkening. Qian Ziyong's face turned ashen. While he could tolerate many things, insults directed at his parents were entirely unacceptable. Anger surged within him, urging him to strike back. Shi Hongzhuang, noticing the displeasure etched on Qian Ziyong's face, burst into laughter. Am I mistaken? When has your family ever known wealth? You are nothing but a pauper, so destitute. You hardly deserve to exist in this world. Enough. Chen Jingfu slammed the table, rising to his feet. Shi Hongzhuang, you have crossed the line. Go back to where you came from. Don't provoke me into striking you. With that, he raised his enormous hand, resembling a clay pot. Shi Hongzhuang trembled in fear and fled with his companion. As they departed, Shi Hongzhuang spat out a threat. Chen Jingfu, how dare you treat me this way? Just you wait. You will never receive a single penny from the Shanjing family. Even after Shi Hongzhuang had left, Qian Ziyong remained unsettled, akin to stepping in dog excrement. No real harm done, yet it was thoroughly disgusting. Chen Jingfu lifted his wine glass and said, Brother Qian, I acknowledge my fault for bringing him here. I shall drink 3 cups as penance. He then proceeded to down 3 cups of alcohol in quick succession. The potency of the drink caused his face to flush a bright crimson. Though Qian Ziyong felt a lingering discomfort, he could not help but chuckle. This wine is from my establishment. You ought to drink less lest you impoverish me. Both Chen Jingfu and Sun Yuan joined in laughter. With a fortune exceeding 100 million, Qian Ziyong hardly felt a pang over the cost of wine. His jest signified forgiveness. Yet was Zhou Kaitian. The trio turned to him, only to find him staring vacantly at the entrance. What's wrong? Qian Ziyong nudged him with his elbow. Zhou Kaitian murmured, so beautiful. How can there be such stunning girls in this world? Their laughter erupted once more as Zhou Kaitian and Amp. Oppo's face turned beet red upon realizing his gaffe. Chen Jingfu laughed heartily. Manager Zhou, you're smitten? Qian Ziyong added, a man unmarried, a woman unwed. Attraction is simply attraction, nothing to be ashamed of. Zhou Kaitian waved his hand dismissively. What status did he hold in comparison to her? As Shi Hongzhuang had remarked, did he truly deserve her? He was merely a fraud who could not even secure a wife. Sensing Zhou Kaitian's inner turmoil, Qian Ziyong patted his shoulder in silence. At that moment, he recalled Shi Hongzhuang's final words and pondered. Why did he claim to belong to the Shanjing family when his surname is Shi? Is the Shanjing family not one of the illustrious clans of Sakura country? The name Shanjing clearly does not belong to Huagua. Chen Jingfu sighed. Their Qingwen milk tea is controlled by the Shanjing consortium. I cannot fathom why our own milk tea is under their dominion, leading them to identify as members of the Shanjing family. Even if he aspired to join the Shanjing consortium, he might not be welcomed. Qian Ziyong speculated. He continually emphasizes the brilliance of his ancestors. Perhaps he yearns to be part of the Shanjing consortium, to claim their lineage as his own. In the eyes of outsiders, he could then regard the ancestors of the Shanjing family as his own. The notion unsettled Qian Ziyong. Could there truly be someone who despised their own heritage as a Huagua citizen? This was a lineage rich with 5 millennia of glorious history, the blood of dragons. He felt a deep pride in being a descendant of the dragon. Chen Jingfu shook his head. Who can truly know his thoughts? Yet, he certainly reveres the Shanjing family, speaking of them with admiration. I brought him along because he wished to meet you, and I had my own reasons for needing him. Curious, Qian Ziyong inquired. What does he want to meet me for? Sun Yuan interjected, Brother Qian. Are you not aware? You are now the foremost young entrepreneur in the country. Countless young individuals admire you. Perhaps his companion is among them. It is no surprise that someone like him would envy your talents. Upon seeing you, he realizes you are merely an ordinary person, which fuels his arrogance. Unable to compete with your commercial acumen, he resorts to boasting about his lineage. Sun Yuan scratched his head. Could this have anything to do with me? I have often praised Brother Qian in his presence, calling him a prodigy of business. Is that the reason for his jealousy? After all, who wouldn't raise their thumbs in admiration after hearing about Brother Qian's exploits? Qian Ziyong was left speechless. It was the first time in his life he had been the subject of someone's jealousy. Enough about him. Qian Ziyong waved his hand dismissively. Do you know where Qingwen milk tea is located? I am contemplating opening a milk tea shop right across from theirs. He had just been mulling over how to incur losses, and sure Hong Zhuang had unwittingly provided him with a splendid idea. A milk tea shop. What a marvelous concept. A single shop could lose hundreds of thousands, and if he opened a few thousand, he could easily incur losses amounting to tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. Moreover, with the competition from Sure Hong Zhuang S. Qingwei, it was perfect. With Yongnian supermarket having collapsed, he was in dire need of strategy to bleed money. The answer lay with Qingwei milk tea. Qian Ziyong boden novedad. Truly, for he preferred to settle scores immediately. Well, opening a milk tea shop is not about revenge. It is simply a matter of incurring losses. Really, it is quite straightforward. Upon hearing Qian Ziyong's words, the two men were taken aback. Sun Yuan quickly cautioned, "Brother Qian, one must not act on impulse in the business realm. Personal grievances should remain separate from business dealings. Never let them intertwine. The adage in Oppos, harmony brings wealth and Oppos, rings true. Harboring personal resentments in business can lead to losses." Chun Jingfu added his voice of reason, "Brother, while I share your disdain for Sure Hong Zhuang, I must admit that his family possesses considerable expertise in the milk tea industry. Coupled with the backing of the Shanjing Consortium, you may not be his match." "Really?" Qian Ziyong's eyes sparkled. If he was not a match for Qingwei milk tea, then competing with them would surely lead to inevitable losses. The background of Qingwei milk tea was formidable, with the Shanjing Consortium supporting them. They were not comparable to Yongnian Supermarket. The owner of Yongnian Supermarket boasted of having tens of billions, yet with a loss of a few billion, it collapsed. They were inept. The Shanjing Consortium was anything but. Perhaps they could even afford losses in the hundreds of billions. Qian Ziyong erupted in laughter, slapping the table. "I have made my decision. The supermarket and hot pot ventures lack challenge. I shall invest in a milk tea shop. Master Zhou, you shall assume the role of general manager at the milk tea shop. Once it expands, you will be the CEO." Qian Ziyong was brimming with excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness to open the milk tea shop. Chapter 66. Take me along. In just 10 days, he aimed to squander $1 billion. And he had a plan, a bubble tea shop. He was determined to dissipate that fortune in the shortest time possible. With time pressing and tasks mounting, he had to act swiftly. Once the bubble tea shop was operational, regardless of how much profit the supermarket and hot pot restaurant made, it could all be funneled into the bubble tea venture. The next cycle of tasks would thus be executed with remarkable ease. He was indeed a genius. Qian Ziyong, brimming with excitement upon envisioning the money, had his eyes sparkling with ambition. Sun Yuan and Chun Jingfu exchanged glances. Did Qian Ziyong believe that a bubble tea shop was a lucrative endeavor? Had he stumbled upon a golden idea? It must be so. They had approached Qian Ziyong precisely for investment. Now that he had a profitable avenue, what hesitance remained? They would invest, though the Shanjing Consortium was formidable. This was Huahua. "Brother, if you plan to open a bubble tea store, may I join you?" Sun Yuan Amp, Oppos, and raised his glass with a beaming smile. Chun Jingfu followed suit, lifting his glass as well. "Count me in. Though I may be short on funds at the moment, I can still manage a few $100 million. He had several $100 million tied up in stocks, just waiting to be tapped for investment. Upon hearing that someone was willing to invest, Qian Ziyong shook his head repeatedly. "I have never managed a bubble tea shop, so I cannot predict whether it will be profitable or not. Please do not involve yourselves." He was set on losing money, and who has to say that anyone's funds were simply blown in by the wind? It would be quite embarrassing to lose their money. Moreover, his tasks were already substantial. Adding their funds would only amplify his burdens. "I trust you, brother." Sun Yuan Amp, Oppos, and asserted. Chun Jingfu nodded in agreement. "I too have faith in you. It is only natural for investments to yield both gains and losses, even if you incur losses. We will not hold you accountable." Sun Yuan Oppos, and chuckled. "In my years as an angel investor, most of my investments have resulted in losses. Yet there have been a few that were profitable enough to offset the losses, leading to an overall gain. No one can expect every investment to succeed. Not even the venerable Mr. Buffett." Qian Ziyong resolutely shook his head. "I am not like others. It is simply not possible. You too are truly good-hearted, but I cannot let you lose money." He remained steadfast. Chun Jingfu interjected. "I have a case of wine worth $1 million. I will have it delivered to you shortly. I too possess a case of fine wine, also valued at about 1 million. Sun Yu and Appos, and added knowingly. Investing is not out of the question. With that, Qian Ziyong immediately stood up to pour wine for the two men. Turning to the side, he called out to Zhou Kaitan, Master Zhou, what are you still standing there for? They are the future financial backers of the bubble tea shop. As the CEO, how can you not cater to the investors properly? Do not let the waitstaff serve meat and wine to the brothers. Zhou Kaitan promptly left to ensure the waitstaff brought food and drink as swiftly as possible. Brothers, why do you have such unwavering faith in me? Qian Ziyong asked, puzzled. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities, recognizing himself as merely an ordinary university student. One must possess self-awareness, and he certainly did. Yet the generosity of his brothers was overwhelming. 2 million. While he believed he could extract 20 million from the system this cycle, securing tangible funds was paramount. Wasn't it merely an increase in difficulty? Even if it meant sleepless nights for 10 days and nights, he vowed to squander every last penny. Chen Jingfu laughed. I cannot speak for others, but I have absolute trust in you. Your series of maneuvers has left me in awe, dazzling, and bewildering all at once. The supermarket and hot pot restaurant are thriving, all thanks to your remarkable business acumen. You, Qian Ziyong, possess many admirable qualities, yet one flaw. You are excessively humble. If others had achieved your success, they would have long been boasting in the markets, seeking every means to secure funding. Yet here you are, when we wish to invest, you are reluctant. Qian Ziyong scratched his head, curious. How did I defeat Yongnian Supermarket? Even now, he could not fathom why Yongnian Supermarket had suddenly shut down. If there are trees in the mountains, why would the one tree be set ablaze? The closure seemed utterly nonsensical. Reflecting on Yongnian Supermarket and Appos, demise stirred frustration within him. They had vowed to fight to the end and to stand united. How could they simply close their doors? Had Yongnian Supermarket not shut down, it was likely that both the supermarket and hot pot restaurant would have collapsed. Why would the one tree set fire to itself when it was flourishing? Now, the fire had turned upon itself. What a self-destructive act. Qian Ziyong felt he had been grievously harmed by the reckless actions of Yongnian Supermarket. Yet, at least they had a decade to start anew. They too had suffered, so he could hardly berate them. He remained perplexed, wondering why Yongnian Supermarket had resorted to such desperate measures. This time, he had truly profited in an inexplicable manner. Chen Jingfu burst into laughter. Now, throughout the entire investment community, your remarkable maneuvers, Qian Ziyong, are well known. Allow me to dissect this for you and see if I am correct. In ancient times, strategists calculated the heavens, the earth, and human hearts. You, Qian Ziyong, have accounted for heaven, earth, and humanity. How could you possibly fail? First is harmony among people. You hired employees, all of whom are related, even friends and family, and offered exorbitant salaries. They are more concerned about the supermarket and Appos' survival than anyone else. So how could they not work tirelessly? Qian Ziyong remained pensive. Lu Gaoda had recruited them. But how could Lu Gaoda be so astute? During the hiring process, he had merely sought convenience, hiring anyone available, even those of advanced age. It was simply a case of if they come, they are hired. Any human would do. As for the high salaries, that was merely an intention to incur losses. There was no ulterior motive. Chen Jingfu took a sip of his wine and continued. Next is geographical advantage. This hardly requires elaboration. Your Feihuang supermarket had established strong local relationships long before opening the wholesale supermarket. Almost every distributor in Hansheng has collaborated with Feihuang supermarket, while Yongnian supermarket is managed by individuals from Sakura country, who are outclassed by you in every aspect. Qian Ziyong nodded. He was indeed aware of his good rapport with distributors, having refunded all display fees. Moreover, due to the high volume of goods sold by his supermarket, many distributors thrived, with some even getting promoted. Yet, the refunding of display fees was purely a strategy to incur losses. Finally, there was the timing. You opened the hot pot restaurant in summer, establishing a reputation, and during the winter, when the hot pot restaurant was thriving, you sought funding in the deep market. Qian Ziyong shook his head. I never considered seeking funding. Sun Yu and Appos, and burst into laughter beside him. Initially, I too thought you were seeking funds, but later realized you were simply driving the owner of Yongnian Supermarket to madness. The owner of Yongnian Supermarket, confident in his superior financial resources, was unafraid of losses. Yet he soon discovered that your funds were ceaseless, and he was far from your equal. To lead a person to ruin, one must first drive them to madness. You calculated every move, forcing him into a corner, ultimately leading him to his demise. Sun Yu and oppose, and patted his own belly, marveling. Your understanding of human nature is so profound that it borders on the supernatural, truly terrifying. Upon hearing their words, Qian Ziyong was taken aback. He merely wished to lose money. How had it turned into driving the owner of Yongnian Supermarket to madness? How had it led to his downfall? Chapter 67. Inappropriate Qian Jingfu chuckled. What I admire most is this remarkable strategy of leveraging one opportunity to create another. It truly astonishes me. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu and Amp oppose and nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, this will undoubtedly leave a significant mark in the annals of marketing history. Qian Ziyong scratched his head in confusion. What do you mean by leveraging opportunities? How does that relate to marketing? Qian Jingfu laughed heartily. Oh, dear brother Qian, do not feign ignorance. The entire investment community is already aware of it. There has been a meticulous analysis. Sun Yu and Amp oppose, and interjected eagerly. Let me explain. Brother Qian, see if I am correct. You deliberately compete with Yongnian Supermarket, slashing prices to the bone to attract customers. However, merely dropping prices will not yield substantial results. Thus, you utilize the competition with Yongnian Supermarket as a clever ploy, providing customers with a perfect excuse to indulge in their shopping. People are naturally drawn to bargains and are intrigued by gossip. What bargain could compare to your grand wheel of fortune? What gossip rivals the intense competition between the two largest supermarkets in the city, each losing millions daily? It is no wonder customers flock to you. Qian Jingfu could not help but chime in. Indeed, the most formidable strategy is leveraging one opportunity to create another. Although your supermarket incurs losses, consider it a marketing expense. All the losses have been transformed into renown. Meanwhile, Yongnian Supermarket has suffered losses and is now facing closure. Their marketing efforts, which barely attracted customers, have all ended up at your establishment. Moreover, your supermarket is integrated with a hot pot restaurant. Once customers visit the supermarket, how could they resist trying a hot pot? Opening a hot pot restaurant in summer is akin to sowing seeds, establishing its reputation. Now, in winter, especially with customers visiting from other provinces, even if they must wait in line, they are eager to sample the hot pot's famed flavors, curious to see if it lives up to its online reputation. Qian Jingfu added, Yongnian Supermarket is like that unfortunate chicken that laid eggs but ended up with nothing. Sun Yu and Amp oppose, and countered, no, dear brother, they have boiled the chicken. Yongnian Supermarket and Amp oppose. S reputation is thoroughly tarnished, and the owner is imprisoned. It will likely be a decade before they see the light of day. Qian Jingfu shook his head in lamentation. Such ruthless tactics, murder, heart-wrenching betrayal, skinning, and muscle extraction. Truly merciless. You young folks surpass my generation. Brother, I raise a glass to you. Only a fool like Shi Hongzhuang would fail to recognize your prowess. Suddenly, Sun Yu and Amp oppose and remarked, I find myself somewhat concerned for Shi Hongzhuang now. At that, both Qian Jingfu and Sun Yuan erupted in laughter. Through their analysis, they felt increasingly confident that Qian Ziyong could assist them in generating profits. Meanwhile, Qian Ziyong listened on, utterly bewildered. He found their conversation incomprehensible. Upon exiting the hot pot restaurant, Qian Ziyong hurried to his office. Manager Zhou, I need to establish the milk tea shop at the quickest possible pace. I require additional personnel. Inform Zhu Daqiang and Li Lian. We will head to Shenzhen together. Furthermore, we need to recruit more staff. Qian Ziyong insisted urgently. He realized some positions were lacking personnel. In the past, he would have resorted to hiring unreliable candidates. However, since recruiting Zhou Kaidiang, who nearly secured him $300 million in financing, Qian Ziyong had come to understand that unreliable individuals were even more unreliable. It was better to try hiring some competent candidates first. The recruits should not be overly intelligent. Exceptionally clever individuals might lead him to earn a fortune. Numerous candidates had submitted their resumes, and he began to sift through them. Ultimately, he selected several individuals and promptly called them for interviews. Those he could not reach were eliminated without a second thought. After merely half an hour, the interviewees began to arrive one after another. This is somewhat inconvenient, Qian Ziyong mused. He had numerous tasks at hand, and with Zhu Daqiang managing Fei Huang restaurant, the absence of an assistant was proving to be quite challenging. It seemed he ought to recruit an assistant first. Moreover, hiring an assistant would allow him to offer a high salary, which could help offset his losses. He should have done this long ago. It was a missed opportunity. Zhou Kaidiang entered. Boss, I have informed Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang. However, they mentioned that the restaurant and supermarket are too busy to spare anyone. Qian Ziyong shook his head. Opening the milk tea shop is more crucial. They must find a way to come. Also, their SA travel allowance of 1,000 per day for the business trip. Tell them to delegate their tasks, and we'll depart shortly. Time is of the essence. We need to move quickly. Qian Ziyong repeated the word quickly 3 times. His urgency palpable. Zhou Kaidiang nodded. By the way, the interviewees have already arrived. Should I have them come in now? Yes. Qian Ziyong sat upright, determined to make a good impression on the candidates. Zhou Kaidiang went to notify them, and the first interviewee knocked and entered. She was an exquisitely refined woman, dressed appropriately and wearing glasses, exuding an air of intellect. Hello, Boss Qian. The woman entered and promptly sat in the chair opposite him. Qian Ziyong poured her a cup of tea and asked, "Could you please introduce yourself?" The woman radiated confidence as she replied, "My name is Wei Xiaoyan, and I have just graduated from Harvard." Wait a moment. Qian Ziyong carefully examined her resume, which contained a string of incomprehensible English. He stood and apologized. "I'm terribly sorry. I misread it. I thought it was from some obscure foreign university. I didn't realize it was the illustrious Harvard." Wei Xiaoyan raised her head with pride. She was accustomed to the fact that upon revealing her Harvard education, others would immediately treat her with much greater respect. She had received several job offers, yet none had met her expectations. She held high hopes for the Healy Lao hot pot restaurant and was quite curious about its founder. She was somewhat disappointed to discover he was merely an unremarkable young man. Nevertheless, she believed that anyone capable of creating Healy Lao must possess considerable talent and could not be judged solely by appearances. Wei Xiaoyan was confident that he would eagerly invite her to join the team. No company could afford to reject a Harvard graduate. I'm sorry, but you're not quite suitable for this position, Qian Ziyong stated apologetically. However, your travel expenses for coming here will be reimbursed. Someone will provide you with 100 yuan on your way out. With that, he resumed scrutinizing her resume. It was evident that one must take their studies seriously. Otherwise, one might struggle even with simple English, wasting valuable time. Upon hearing Qian Ziyong's rejection, Wei Xiaoyan stood in disbelief. Why? Is it because of my qualifications? Or do you think I'm lacking in some way? Qian Ziyong shook his head. You possess many admirable qualities. I simply believe you would be better suited elsewhere. Also, when you leave, please call on the next candidate. Qian Ziyong had little patience for interviewers who, upon rejecting someone, would make them wait for a notification. It merely created unnecessary anticipation. Such interviewers were not to his liking. Chapter 68. A unique company charter. Wei Xiaoyan stepped outside, her mind seething with anger. She could not fathom the reasons behind her rejection. The assertion made by Qian Ziyong that she was too exceptional for the position struck her as nothing more than a polite dismissal, akin to handing someone a good person card. It felt as though he was saying, "I think you are a wonderful person, but we are simply not a match." In blunt terms, it signified a lack of appreciation. Qian Ziyong had bestowed upon her a card of excellence, proclaiming her to be remarkable, yet declaring that the supermarket was not suited for her. Contemplating this, Wei Xiaoyan chose to remain seated, determined to observe who would ultimately remain. The venue was bustling with candidates, but upon a cursory glance, she found them all to be mediocre, utterly incomparable to herself. Oblivious to Wei Xiaoyan and Appo's as thoughts, Qian Ziyong welcomed the second interviewee, a rather assertive young woman who appeared somewhat dazed. Upon entering, she bowed to him. "Please have a seat." Qian Ziyong urged her to sit down. Now, kindly introduce yourself, he prompted. The girl pondered briefly before cheerfully stating, My name is Yi Xiaoqin. Although my name contains the character for celery, I do not enjoy eating it. I love swimming, and I used to enjoy playing basketball, but Qian Ziyong gently interrupted, Please share your strengths, particularly in a professional context. Yi Xiaoqin, looking perplexed, pondered for a moment and confessed, My strengths, After a lengthy pause, she could only conclude that aside from her good physique, she had little else to offer. You're hired, Qian Ziyong declared decisively. If you are agreeable, we can finalize your employment today and consider it your first day of work. He continued, Your salary will be 20,000, no, 50,000 a month. Due to the demanding nature of the job, the pay is higher than that of other employees. Additionally, you'll have all public holidays off, and overtime will be compensated at double the rate. Am I hired? Yi Xiaoqin pointed to herself in disbelief. Qian Ziyong nodded. We will be departing for a business trip to Shenzhen shortly. Do you have your identification? We will need it to purchase plane tickets. If all is in order, please proceed to sign the contract. Noticing Yi Xiaoqin and Oppo's confusion, he realized she might not be the sharpest candidate, yet she was precisely the employee he required. She dazedly exited. After notifying the two individuals waiting outside, Zhou Kaitian returned and escorted her to complete her onboarding. As they walked, Yi Xiaoqin suddenly grasped the magnitude of her new salary. Wait, 50,000 a month? 50,000. My heavens. My previous salary was only 4,000 a month. Now 50,000 is over 10 times that. 50,000 a month, she exclaimed joyfully, her excitement evident. Upon hearing of Yi Xiaoqin and Oppo's immediate hiring at such a lucrative salary, the other candidates were filled with envy. They had already heard that the owner of Feihuang Supermarket was exceptionally generous, but they had not anticipated such generosity. Earning 50,000 a month meant soaring to the pinnacle of success. Everyone else gathered their spirits, determined to perform admirably in order to seize this rare opportunity. Qian Ziyong welcomed the next candidate, a middle-aged man applying for a finance position. As it was a partnership in a joint stock company, a separate financial officer was necessary. After the man introduced himself, Qian Ziyong inquired, Please share your strengths and skills. Upon hearing the question, the middle-aged man replied, I have worked in finance for over 10 years. Qian Ziyong nodded impassively. The man sensed that this qualification was rather unremarkable and lacked any competitive edge. In a hushed tone, he added, Boss, I can cook the books and minimize tax liabilities. Qian Ziyong and Oppo's expression changed abruptly. Sorry, but you may not be suited for our company. We will reimburse your travel expenses. Please leave now. The middle-aged man was taken aback and attempted to salvage the situation. But Qian Ziyong had already lost interest in further conversation. Resigned, the man exited. Qian Ziyong rubbed his chest, bewildered by such individuals. Paying taxes is a civic duty. How could someone harbor such impure intentions? The next candidate was a young man dressed somewhat awkwardly, also applying for the finance position. My name is Chun Tenghua. I have worked in finance for a year, and my accounts have never had any discrepancies. He stammered, visibly nervous. Qian Ziyong patiently waited for him to finish, then smiled. You are hired. Your salary will be 30,000, and you may sign the contract immediately. If all is well, please join us tomorrow for your first day. Wait, what? Chun Tenghua was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the news. His performance had seemed lackluster. Thank you, he exclaimed once he regained his composure, leaving the office with gratitude etched on his face. Unbeknownst to him, the landlord, Chun Jingfu, and Sun Yu and Oppo's, and had been waiting outside. Qian Ziyong introduced, This is the new financial officer I just hired for the milk tea shop. Both Chun Jingfu and Sun Yuan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Chun Tenghua bowed respectfully. After he left, Chun Jingfu and Sun Yu and Oppo's and stepped inside. The previous finance candidate seemed rather underwhelming. Sun Yu and Oppo's and remarked, He appeared somewhat dull. Chun Jingfu added, Accounting is a straightforward task. The more honest, the better, Qian Ziyong responded. Sun Yuan contemplated this and found it to be quite reasonable. Feeling increasingly reassured about Qian Ziyong and Oppo's decision-making. With such a straightforward finance officer, It would be challenging for Qian Ziyong to engage in any unscrupulous activities without being discovered. Perhaps hiring such a candid finance officer was a strategy to ensure their peace of mind. Chen Jingfu chuckled. Brother, your judgment is reliable. You truly consider every detail. Qian Ziyong scratched his head, puzzled by Chen Jingfu's praise. What brings you here? He inquired. Sun Yuan laughed. Brother, have you forgotten? We have yet to finalize the company charter. Realization dawned on Qian Ziyong. They had yet to establish the company. Fortunately, this aspect was manageable. They merely needed to finalize the charter, and the rest could be delegated to others. Chen Jingfu remarked, while the other details of the charter can be easily managed, the most crucial aspect is the regulations regarding entry and exit. Qian Ziyong pondered this and suddenly brightened. He was reluctant for his two companions to incur losses. Yet the million they had provided was impossible to decline. If he could reclaim their shares after incurring losses, it would mean he was not the sole bearer of the financial burden. After careful consideration, Qian Ziyong proposed, I believe we should establish a mandatory buyout mechanism. If a shareholder wishes to sell, they should be able to forcibly acquire another's shares. To prevent hostile takeovers, I suggest using either the market valuation or double the amount of capital the other party invested. Whichever is higher should govern the forced acquisition. Sun Yuan opposed, and then Chen Jingfu burst into laughter. Brother Qian, you are exceedingly generous. Chen Jingfu exclaimed. Sun Yuan opposed, and added, I sense a profound sincerity in your approach. I have invested in many individuals, yet only you genuinely consider every condition for the benefit of the other party. Many others seem eager to tilt every term in their favor. Qian Ziyong mused inwardly. Of course, I am considering your interests. After all, it is the system and Oppo's funds at play. Moreover, you are investing a substantial 2 million in cold, hard cash. If I do not treat you well, whom should I treat well? Furthermore, the forced acquisition mechanism is designed to mitigate losses. When I execute a forced acquisition, will it not lead to substantial financial ruin? Chapter 69. Better than Lu Gaoda having finalized the company and Oppo's articles of association, the two individuals transferred funds. One invested 100 million, with the option to add more if necessary. Qian Ziyong remarked, Gentlemen, I shall not keep you any longer. I must head to the Shenzhen market. So soon? Sun Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Qian Ziyong chuckled. When I undertake a task, I adhere to one principle: speed. Chen Jingfu laughed. Brother Qian, you truly embody decisiveness. Sun Yuan patted Qian Ziyong on the shoulder and said, Brother Qian, when you return, I shall invite you to my home. Initially, he had come to extend an invitation for Qian Ziyong to visit, but he did not anticipate Qian Ziyong and Oppo's swift action. All right, brother. Qian Ziyong responded with enthusiasm. As Qian Ziyong exited, Wei Xiaoyan, who had been waiting outside for quite some time, glared at him in frustration. Qian Ziyong scratched his head. I remember you were Wei Xiaoyan, and you dislike celery. Wei Xiaoyan, hands on her hips, retorted, I actually like celery. I don't understand why you chose them over me, when I am undoubtedly more capable. Is the role of your secretary so trivial that I cannot excel? I graduated from Harvard, and numerous companies have offered me positions. Qian Ziyong scratched his head again. The truth was, he found her too outstanding. He feared that hiring her might lead to substantial profits for the milk tea shop. With both gentlemen present, each investing 100 million, revealing the truth might lead to dire consequences for him. Sun Yuan opposed and glanced at Wei Xiaoyan, smiling as he said to Qian Ziyong, I think she's quite impressive. Chen Jingfu nodded in agreement. She appears capable and, being a Harvard graduate, is precisely the talent our milk tea shop requires. Resigned, Qian Ziyong conceded very well. Since both of you believe she is suitable, then you may start working. Seeing Qian Ziyong reluctantly accept her, Wei Xiaoyan huffed in indignation. She was a Harvard graduate, not from a mediocre university. She had always looked down on others. When had it become her turn to be disregarded? Qian Ziyong and Oppo's expression suggested he truly did not wish to accept her, yet felt compelled to do so out of social obligation, akin to swallowing a fly. And she, in his eyes, was that very fly. At that moment, Wei Xiaoyan silently vowed to earn Qian Ziyong's respect and demonstrate the worth of a Harvard graduate. Meanwhile, Zhu Daqiang, Zhou Kaitan, Lilian, and Yi Shaoqin were already waiting outside. Qian Ziyong, accompanied by Wei Xiaoyan, left in a grand procession. "It is rather inconvenient without a vehicle," Qian Ziyong remarked. "Boss, take my car. I've purchased a new one," Zhu Daqiang said with a smile. Without delay, Zhu Daqiang hurried to fetch the vehicle. Soon, a 7-seat business van arrived, much to their satisfaction. "Manager Zhu, this vehicle is requisitioned by the company. The funds will be transferred to you. You can purchase another for yourself," Qian Ziyong stated. With the company expanding, having no vehicle was indeed inconvenient. "Understood," Zhu Daqiang nodded. This vehicle was acquired following a salary increase and bonuses thanks to Qian Ziyong. Initially aiming for a regular car, he opted for a business van instead, considering the lack of vehicles for the company. Qian Ziyong contemplated the growing company and realized the system now permitted him to purchase vehicles. One car seemed insufficient. He decided to buy two. However, as fixed assets were already valued over 75 million, he could not afford to increase them any further until the system and Oppos, as funds improved. After some thought, Qian Ziyong declared, "The company requires another vehicle. Since we already have a business van, let us procure a sports car." "A sports car?" The group was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly a necessity for the company, or merely a personal desire? "What kind of sports car are you considering?" Zhu Daqiang inquired. "One that costs twice as much as Lu Gaoda's," Qian Ziyong replied. Zhu Daqiang immediately understood. Then he remembered, "By the way, Manager Zhu, now that Yi Shaoqin and Wei Xiaoyan are my secretaries, I shall entrust them with this task. Miss Xiaoyan, I presume purchasing a vehicle should be a simple task for you." Wei Xiaoyan crossed her arms, unwilling to engage with Qian Ziyong. Yi Shaoqin, with her charming figure, smiled and said, "Boss, I can handle the car purchase. Allow me to take care of it." Qian Ziyong responded, "Yi Shaoqin would be the better choice. She has adorable dimples when she smiles." Wei Xiaoyan fumed internally. She silently cursed Qian Ziyong for being lecherous. Was it simply because Yi Shaoqin had a more voluptuous figure? Men often became infatuated with women based on their appearance. She was determined to show Qian Ziyong that a woman and Oppos' abilities and ambitions could rival those of any man, beyond mere looks and physique. Unbeknownst to Qian Ziyong, Wei Xiaoyan was silently judging him. He was lost in thoughts of flaunting his new sports car in front of Lu Gaoda. However, that was a matter for next month. Just then, an employee rushed over, exclaiming, "Boss, Manager Lu is looking for you everywhere." Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyong frowned. He had yet to purchase a vehicle, and Lu Gaoda was already on his way. Moreover, he was pressed for time, needing to incur a loss of 300 million within just 10 days, 30 million a day. The urgency to stem financial losses left little room for idle chatter with Lu Gaoda. "I and Oppos am rather busy at the moment. Please inform him that any matters can wait until my return," Qian Ziyong instructed, turning to Zhu Daqiang, "Drive faster." Understanding the urgency, Zhu Daqiang pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving Lu Gaoda and Oppos' hefty form struggling to keep up. Upon arriving at the airport and boarding a flight, Qian Ziyong quickly reached Shenzhen, arriving at the commercial street where Qinghua Milk Tea was located. The foot traffic was vibrant, with numerous young women shopping, and a line snaked in front of the Qinghua Milk Tea shop. Without hesitation, Qian Ziyong entered a competing milk tea shop. Zhu Daqiang comprehended Qian Ziyong's intentions and promptly approached to negotiate. After a short while, he returned, reporting, "Boss, their owner will be here shortly." Qian Ziyong nodded, purchasing a cup of milk tea for each of them while he indulged in a large bucket for himself. Before long, the shop owner, a middle-aged man with short hair and a commanding presence, approached. Qian Ziyong wasted no time and declared, "Owner, I am interested in your milk tea shop and wish to acquire it." Recognizing the business acumen of Qian Ziyong and Oppos' entourage, the shop owner understood that they were here for serious negotiations. It was evident that a whole commercial team stood before him, and if they were interested in his establishment, they would not hesitate to offer a generous price. Chapter 70. Caught in the middle, the boss pondered for a moment before stating, "If you wish to take over my shop, it is not impossible, but I shall require a flat price of 10 million. Zhu Daqiang spat out his milk tea in shock. How much? 10 million? Lilian exclaimed. Although this was the deep market, where every inch of land was precious. The shop before them was barely 20 square meters. They were merely transferring the lease, not selling the property. Even if commercial real estate was exorbitantly priced, it could not possibly reach 500,000 per square meter. 10 million would be sufficient to purchase 2 shops. And this was merely a transfer fee. Had this individual lost his mind over money? Yi Shaoqin clutched her chest, feeling lightheaded at the mention of 10 million. Qian Ziyong frowned. Regardless, he was prepared to incur losses. If the other party was willing to pay such a high price, it was not entirely out of the question. However, he felt as though he were being taken for a fool. Excuse me. Qian Ziyong shook his head and headed toward the clothing store next door. It was a mere 30 square meters. Young man, don and Appos, to go. If you find the price too steep, we can continue negotiations. The boss grew anxious. Was this how business was conducted? He had set an exorbitant price, and the other party could counteroffer on the spot. What did it mean for him to simply leave? Why not propose a counteroffer? As long as it was reasonable, he would agree. Truth be told, the milk tea shop had been operating at a loss. It had once been profitable, but after the arrival of a new milk tea shop across the street, his business had steadily declined. Now, it was a rare opportunity for someone to take over. Ignoring the boss, Qian Ziyong walked into the clothing store and politely asked a middle-aged woman, I wish to take over this shop. Is the owner available? The woman smiled and replied, I am the owner, but I am not planning to transfer the shop. Qian Ziyong nodded with a smile. I really like this shop and am prepared to offer 2 million. How much? The woman could hardly believe her ears. 2 million. Qian Ziyong reiterated. Of course, I will transfer it. The woman did not hesitate, excitement bubbling within her. Qian Ziyong gestured to Zhu Daqiang, transfer the funds. Zhu Daqiang whispered, Boss, I think 1,500,000 would be reasonable too. Qian Ziyong shook his head. I believe this shop is worth 2 million. If it has that value, then let us purchase it at that price. I, Qian Ziyong, never buy anything cheaply, nor do I wish to take advantage of others. He internally added, provided it in AMP, Appos, as with the system in AMP, Appos, as funds. When using my own money, I save every cent. Zhu Daqiang quickly produced the contract and initiated the transfer. Qian Ziyong paid no mind to the proceedings, allowing his companions to handle the details. Soon enough, the shop belonged to him. Contact decoration companies in the deep market. The more, the better. The larger, the better. I want our Bingmi milk tea shops to saturate the entire deep market. Wherever there is a Qingyue milk tea shop, there shall be our Bingmi milk tea shop. For every one they open, we shall open 2. In short, we must sandwich the Qingyue milk tea shop in between. The headquarters of Qingyue milk tea was located in the deep market, which also had numerous branch stores. Understood, Zhu Daqiang nodded. Qian Ziyong continued. The decoration of the milk tea shop need not be extravagant. It simply needs to be functional. However, selling milk tea is exhausting. And considering the high cost of living in the deep market, we must offer competitive wages for our employees. Let us set it at 10,000 a month. Additionally, there should be meals subsidies, transportation allowances, and housing assistance. After all, there are no Fei Huang restaurants here, and daily meals could pose a significant issue for the staff. Therefore, the meals subsidy should be generous, 50 a day. I've heard the housing prices in the deep market are steep, so let and AMP, Appos, allocate 50 a day for rent assistance. Transportation and communication allowances should be 500 a month. Make sure to include all these in the contract. Upon hearing this, Zhu Daqiang calculated and exclaimed, Boss, with all the allowances and wages, it will cost at least 13,500 a month. And with the 5 insurances in one fund, the labor cost will reach around 17 or 18,000. The others gasped in astonishment. Isn't that expenditure far too high? Qian Ziyong waved his hand dismissively. What kind of place is this? It's the deep market. In Hansheng, I pay my employees 10,000. Offering only the here would be quite stingy. In any case, we at Fei Huang never skimp on our employees. If we pay less, others might think Fei Huang is financially struggling. We can never allow anyone to underestimate us. In his mind, Qian Ziyong calculated the expenses. The shop in Oppo's S renovation would be regarded by the system as a fixed asset. Employee wages, however, would be counted as immediate consumption. Thus, he learned from past experiences to economize on renovations while offering higher wages. Were it not for the potential suspicion of deliberate losses, he would have considered paying his employees 100,000 a month. Zhu Daqiang whispered, "Boss, the reason we pay employees at Fei Huang Supermarket and the Hot Pot Restaurant 10,000 is that both businesses are profitable. But for the milk tea shop, to be honest, the foot traffic on this street is decent, but with two existing milk tea shops, it's going to be genuinely challenging to turn profit." Qian Ziyong smiled. "The milk tea shop ISN and Oppo's to even open yet. How can you be certain at one and Oppo's to be profitable? Now, stop being so miserly. One cannot earn significant profits by being stingy. Am I right, Master Zhou?" Zhou Kaidi bashfully scratched his head. If it were anyone else, he would certainly say, "Spend $1 billion today, earn $10 billion tomorrow. The more you spend, the more you gain. Understand?" But facing Qian Ziyong, he decided against it. "The boss is correct. I have faith in him," Zhou Kaidi declared loudly. Since the boss had made his decision, Zhu Daqiang naturally would not oppose. "By the way," Qian Ziyong turned to Zhou Kaidi, "you will serve as CEO of Bingmi Milk Tea, overseeing the entire company and Oppo's S operations. Wei Xiaoyan, I appoint you as vice president to assist Zhou Kaidi in managing the company. Your primary task is to open more stores and recruit staff." Zhou Kaidi stood straight, determination in his eyes. "Yes, boss." Wei Xiaoyan felt a surge of joy within, but outwardly feigned reluctance. "Yes, chairman." To be assigned to work under Zhou Kaidi? What abilities did he possess? During their time together on the plane, she had discerned that Zhou Kaidi seemed rather mediocre, far inferior to her classmates at Harvard. How could such a person possibly be the CEO of a 3 billion milk tea chain? Was this not a stroke of fortune for her? She possessed both capability and cunning. She would marginalize Zhou Kaidi, leaving him bewildered within the company. In such a scenario, would not the 3 billion Bingmi milk tea chain ultimately be under her control? The reason she had declined offers from other companies to join Fei Huang Group was precisely for this opportunity. She had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Moreover, Qian Ziyong was truly oblivious. She had just joined Fei Huang Group, and he had already bestowed upon her such a significant position. Clearly, Qian Ziyong was in dire need of competent personnel. Indeed, the newly hired Yi Shaoqin, aside from her large stature and charming dimples, was practically useless. Zhou Kaidi was unreliable, and while Li Lian had some capabilities, his lack of a college education rendered him unremarkable. It appeared that among the entire team, she was the only reliable one. Thus, it was no wonder Qian Ziyong entrusted the company to her alone. Chapter 71. "You have passed, Zhou," Kaitian inquired. "Boss, how many people should we hire for the milk tea shop?" Zhu Daqiang interjected. "I believe 5 individuals would suffice. 2 per shift, divided into 2 teams, with 1 additional person as a substitute." His impolite interruption stemmed from his desire for the boss to minimize hiring. He was aware that the boss would never permit employees to work for 12 hours straight, leading him to conclude that 5 would be adequate. In his view, even 2 would be enough, given the lucrative salary. Qian Ziyong pondered for a moment and resolutely shook his head. 5 is too few. We need 10 for per shift, with 2 rotating for breaks, working 6 hours each day, and absolutely no overtime. As for the scheduling, you may arrange it as you wish." In his mind, Qian Ziyong calculated the expenses. A cost of 17,000 per person amounts to 170,000 for 10 employees each month. With 100 shops, the monthly cost escalates to 17 million. 1,000 shops would mean a staggering 170 million. Most importantly, this is a recurring monthly expenditure. Delight surged through Qian Ziyong. His ambition was to open 1,000 outlets. This way, he would incur a monthly loss of 170 million, effectively funneling the profits from Fei Huang Supermarket and the Hot Pot Restaurant into this venture. He envisioned a stable loss-generating enterprise. ISNT passive income, all the rage now. Once the milk tea shops are operational, he could simply lie back and watch the losses accumulate. Essentially, passive income. "How many shops should we open?" Zhou Kaitian asked. Qian Ziyong clapped Zhou Kaitian on the shoulder, declaring, "I am entrusting you with a formidable task. Invest 300 million within 10 days, opening as many shops as possible." 300 million? Zhou Kaitian's hand trembled. Qian Ziyong was indeed serious about investing 300 million, and all within 10 days. Zhou Kaitian felt an urge to howl at the heavens. Today, Zhou has arrived. Spend 100 million today, earn $1 billion tomorrow. 300 million in 10 days. The grand claims I once made are about to come to fruition. Who dares question me now? I shall brandish the transaction slips before them. At that moment, Zhou Kaitian contemplated a name change. Why remain Zhou Kaitian when he could be Zhou Sanyi? Zhou, 300 million. Zhou Kaitian was exhilarated, and nearby, Wei Xiaoyan felt a surge of excitement as well. A graduate of Harvard, she found herself at the helm of a milk tea conglomerate valued at 300 million, something she had scarcely imagined. Rarely did she smile so warmly at Qian Ziyong. What about the specific operational strategy for the milk tea? Wei Xiaoyan inquired. Zhou Kaitian responded, "I'm well versed in this. We must use the finest fruits, the freshest ingredients, and provide customers with the best experience." Qian Ziyong had always been unconventional and remarkably generous in his business dealings, whether with supermarkets or hot pot restaurants. He never sought the most expensive options, but rather the best quality. Unexpectedly, Qian Ziyong fervently shook his head. "No, we shall not pursue the highest quality. We will opt for economical choices. Food hygiene and safety must be non-negotiable. This is our baseline. Beyond that, let the ingredients be simple, ideally sourced online. As for the decor, let it be as uncomplicated as possible, no extravagant frills." The high-quality ingredients and pricing of the hot pot restaurant had once filled his coffers, but this time, he insisted on low prices. In the realm of dining, if the ingredients were subpar, even the most skilled employees could not concoct delicious milk tea. Qian Ziyong was determined. He could not fathom incurring losses under these conditions. Wei Xiaoyan and Zhou Kaitian exchanged glances, somewhat perplexed. Yet, Wei Xiaoyan felt no qualms. After all, she was merely a recent graduate with little experience in managing a milk tea shop. Perhaps this was Qian Ziyong and Oppo's unique business strategy. He had thrived with supermarkets and hot pot restaurants. In matters of business, she acknowledged her limitations. Whatever Qian Ziyong proposed, she would follow. Zhou Kaitian felt no dissent either. He harbored blind admiration for Qian Ziyong. Wherever he went, he would proclaim, "My boss is incredible. A good boss. We shall complete the task with utmost urgency." Zhou Kaitian stood tall. Qian Ziyong nodded. In the bustling city, within a spacious office building, the new headquarters of Bingmi Milk Tea was established. Inside, Qian Ziyong was in the midst of recruiting staff. Zhou Kaitian and the others had gone to open the new milk tea shop. He found it cumbersome to move around, so he opted to recruit within the new company. Having already posted job listings on various platforms, he invited all applicants for interviews, embracing a relaxed approach. Qian Ziyong noticed a number of fresh graduates from prestigious universities applying. Was it truly so competitive that graduates were seeking employment in a milk tea shop? He was somewhat baffled. Despite his own background from a second-tier university, he felt inclined to assist them if he could. He ordered takeout and began to indulge in his phone. Before long, the first interviewee arrived. Qian Ziyong, already well acquainted with the interview process, instructed the candidate to introduce themselves before proceeding to hire them directly. Some expressed disdain for selling milk tea, but upon hearing the salary of 10,000, along with various bonuses, they eagerly signed contracts. After interviewing dozens of candidates, none left without being hired. All were welcomed into Qian Ziyong and Oppo's fold. Recruiting was indeed simple. Post online, conduct interviews, present salary conditions, and they would agree immediately before signing the contract. His takeout arrived just as he was conducting interviews. Grabbing the pork trotter rice from the delivery person, he relished the fact that he could now order meat dishes. With over 2 million at his disposal, he felt liberally indulgent. Before the interviewee could begin their self-introduction, Qian Ziyong, eager to savor his meal, declared, "You're hired. Please wait a moment. I'll finish my meal shortly." He then began to enjoy his food. The interviewee was momentarily taken aback, and even the delivery person was stunned. The delivery person joked, Will your boss fire you for interviewing while eating? Qian Ziyong confidently shook his head. I am the boss. Who could possibly fire me? After which, he took another bite. The porchata rice, priced at 51, was genuinely delightful. The interviewee asked, I haven't even inquired about the salary yet. Feeling directly hired, they were somewhat anxious. Surely the salary would differ from what was advertised online. Perhaps it was much lower? Qian Ziyong replied, the salary details are already posted online. If you haven't seen them, I shall reiterate. The monthly salary is 10,000, along with various bonuses, ensuring you will earn at least 12,000. If you wish for a raise in the future, opportunities will certainly arise. Although he didn't remember every detail of the bonuses, he was certain they would earn a minimum of 12,000, which was reassuring for the candidate. Chapter 72. Just don't call me master. Upon hearing that the salary was 10,000, with various subsidies totaling 12,000, the applicant was elated. Qian Ziyong handed over the contract, and the applicant, unable to contain his excitement, promptly signed it. At that moment, Qian Ziyong glanced at the applicant's resume, noting that he graduated from a prestigious university. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, You graduated from a top university. Why do you wish to work at our milk tea shop? The applicant chuckled, Because I have loved milk tea since childhood and aspire to make my mark in the domestic milk tea industry. Is that so? Qian Ziyong was skeptical. If it had been a young woman professing a lifelong love for milk tea and ambitions in the industry, he might have believed her. However, a young man, he couldn't and amp. Oppose, T dismissed the possibility entirely, yet the likelihood seemed exceedingly slim. Nearby, a deliverman interjected, What is so surprising? The salary is attractive. Despite being in a bustling city, it was rare for freshly graduated university students to earn over 10,000, especially with the demanding 996 work schedule. The applicant suddenly asked, by the way, What are the working hours here? Qian Ziyong replied, At our Bingmi milk tea shop, overtime is strictly prohibited, and any overtime will be deducted from your salary. If the management insists on overtime, we shall dismiss them. To reassure the applicant, he added with a smile, These stipulations are clearly stated in the contract. If they breach it, you could take me to court. Regarding working hours, he explained, You will work 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, with holidays off, although it will be on a rotating basis. Qian Ziyong wished to allow employees to take holidays off, but it was impractical. After all, a milk tea shop thrives during holidays. If they were to close during those times, it would raise suspicions of intentional losses. As anyone with common sense understands that service industries cannot afford a rest during peak seasons. Such an approach would be unreasonable, and the system would never permit it. Upon hearing about the 6-hour workday, the deliverman was astonished. 6 hours? He repeated incredulously. Qian Ziyong nodded. Indeed, 6 hours. The deliverman sought confirmation again. No overtime, double weekends? Qian Ziyong affirmed. No overtime, double weekends. 2 days off a week, though not necessarily Saturday and Sunday. The deliverman's eyes widened. Just selling milk tea? No heavy lifting at construction sites? Qian Ziyong frowned. I run a milk tea shop. Why on earth would we be lifting bricks? It's merely a milk tea shop, devoid of unnecessary complications. If a manager asks you to do something else like distribute flyers, tell them to do it themselves. I am hiring for selling and making milk tea, and that's all that should be outlined in the contract. Moreover, he added, if you were to be dismissed, a month's notice is required, along with N1 compensation. What a remarkable company, the deliverman thought. After years of running deliveries and visiting countless companies in the city, even publicly listed ones, he had never encountered one quite like this. Most impressively, all benefits and salaries were documented in the contract. The sincerity was palpable. Boss, you're really handsome, the deliverman remarked. Qian Ziyong adjusted his hairstyle. Right? You think I'm quite handsome too. Boss, may I apply? The deliverman gazed at Qian Ziyong with hopeful eyes. Qian Ziyong assessed him and, noting no disabilities, replied, Why not? It's merely selling milk tea. I believe you can certainly handle it. The deliverman exclaimed, Then I'll apply right now. But I didn't bring my resume. Is it acceptable if I write one by hand? Qian Ziyong shook his head. That is too much trouble. Just introduce yourself. The deliverman promptly introduced himself. Qian Ziyong nodded. Very well, you've passed the interview. Come to work tomorrow. Really? Just like that? The deliverman was taken aback. He hadn't even mentioned his special skills yet. Was it truly sufficient to simply state his name? No. Perhaps Qian Ziyong was so indifferent about hiring that he didn't even care to know details. No training? The deliver man asked softly. Qian Ziyong replied matter-of-factly, "It's just selling milk tea. Who doesn't know how to do that? Is training necessary? Just like how you deliver my order, it's that simple." Qian Ziyong then recalled, "Oh, I'll share the milk tea recipe in the group chat. You can follow the recipe to make it yourself. If you find something amiss, feel free to modify it. As for the selling price, just add 20% to the material cost." He had sourced the recipe online, certain it wasn't anything exceptional. Having learned from past experiences, where Lu Gaoda spent millions on hot pot-based ingredients only to discover they were unexpectedly delicious, Qian Ziyong was wary of purchasing an expensive milk tea recipe that might yield a delightful product. He resolved never to fall for that trick again. Instead, he casually searched for a recipe online, confident that no one would discern its origins. The delivery man gazed at the meticulously detailed contract before him, feeling as if a substantial fortune had unexpectedly fallen into his lap. Truly, the contract outlined everything explicitly. They were to work at the milk tea shop, selling milk tea, with no overtime allowed, rotating holidays, a salary of 10,000, and ample subsidies. Moreover, comprehensive benefits, including social insurance, exceeded the minimum standards. If one resigned for any reason, they would receive N1 compensation. Surely, even state-owned enterprises could not match such generous. What was there to wait for? He signed. After signing the contract, the delivery man carefully handed it back to Qian Ziyong. Qian Ziyong produced the company's seal and affixed it with a decisive thud. "All right, you'll start work tomorrow. If you haven't completed your affairs, it's fine to wait a couple of days." Qian Ziyong smiled as he returned the contract. The delivery man took the contract and inquired, "I have some colleagues who are also interested in selling milk tea. Many of them aspire to make a name for themselves in the milk tea industry. Do you think they could apply here as well?" Qian Ziyong was speechless. Surely they were drawn by the high salary. He could barely believe one person wanted to make a mark in the milk tea industry, let alone a whole group. This was the milk tea business, not some prestigious field. "All right," Qian Ziyong nodded. "Let them come to work. If you find suitable candidates, please help me recruit them." Recalling the matter of age, he added, "But make sure they are under 60. Absolutely no hiring of octogenarians. Those of such an age should not be laboring. They ought to enjoy their twilight years at home." The delivery man laughed. "Who would be foolish enough to hire an 80-year-old? We have to climb stairs for deliveries. An octogenarian wouldn't manage that." With that, Qian Ziyong felt entirely reassured. "Good, then you can bring them in for onboarding tomorrow." The delivery man was overjoyed. Chapter 73. The irrevocable path. After the delivery worker departed, Qian Ziyong gathered all the interviewees outside and ceased online invitations. Instead, he reclined comfortably, indulging in his gaming escapades. On the other side, upon removing his clothing, the delivery worker took out his phone and swiftly began editing a message in his friends and Oppo's group chat. "Brothers, I have fantastic news. I landed a great job. Soon, congratulations poured in." One person remarked, "Congratulations, Lu. What position did you secure?" Another lamented, "Alas, the current economic climate is grim. I can barely receive a few orders a day. Contemplating resignen." Someone else chimed in, "Every day I deliver for 12 hours, constantly outsmarting security. It's exhausting. I've decided to quit as well. Tomorrow, I'll apply to be a security guard and keep deliveries at bay." Observing his friends and Oppo's banter, Lu Feijian smiled and replied, "The job is quite decent. I work 6 hours a day, enjoy 2 days off weekly, and can rotate holidays." The group was astonished. One inquired, "Dude, the pay must be low. In the bustling city of Shenzhen, who could find a 6-hour workday? Even if it's minimum wage, I'd still be content. Delivering used to be manageable. I earned several thousand daily, sometimes even over 10,000. But now his discontent was palpable. Curiosity sparked among the others, prompting questions about Lu Feijian's new job. With a proud grin, he announced, "The monthly salary is 10,000 plus various allowances, amounting to over 10,000 after taxes. And I also get social insurance." The mention of social insurance ignited a frenzy in the chat. "Is this something we can actually attain? Goodness, I've been a contracted employee for 3 years. 10,000 a month? That's incredible. And he works only 6 hours a day. What kind of job is this? I'd gladly carry bricks on a construction site for that. One close friend discreetly messaged Lu Feijia, brother, while delivery work is tough, it's honest money we earn. I know you're saving to marry. Your ex left you for being poor, but don't lose hope. Upon reading the message, Lu Feijia fell silent, reminiscing about his former girlfriend, whom he loved dearly, but couldn't provide the future she desired. The friend continued, once you enter the dark side, it's hard to escape. 3 to 5 years without rest, and by night, your back aches with new faces beside you. Please, do not tread the path of no return. Lu Feijia chuckled, thinking he was being compared to a different line of work. He typed a response, you're mistaken. I'm just selling milk tea. His friend replied with a question mark. Lu Feijia then sent a photo of his contract, and after a moment's thought, he shared it in the group. Suddenly, silence enveloped the chat. After 5 minutes, the group erupted in excitement. My goodness, just selling milk tea? What a divine job. Lu, I envy you. No, I'm jealous. I adore milk tea. I swear, I dream about it every night. When I was born, the skies proclaimed, Milk Tea Prince. Lu, can you help me join this company? I truly love milk tea. Countless messages flooded in, expressing admiration for the milk tea position, intertwined with a strong sense of jealousy. Is this milk tea? No. It's the tea of my dreams. Lu Feijia smiled and announced in the chat, the company still has openings. If anyone wishes to join me, let us meet at our usual spot tonight for beer, drinks, and some barbecue. The chat erupted with enthusiasm. Wait for me, brothers. This round is on me. Let me handle it. No one stop me. This feast is for my adoptive father's birthday. The following day, Lu Feijia arrived with a throng of friends. Entering the office, he startled Qian Ziyong, who was engrossed in his game. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Call the boss. Lu Feijia exclaimed. Hello, boss. They chorused in unison. Good. Qian Ziyong glanced down, realizing he had just been defeated in his game. Did you recruit all these people? Qian Ziyong was astonished. Lu Feijia had significantly lightened his workload. I can take it easy for the next few days. Lu Feijia assured him. Rest easy, they are more than capable. Qian Ziyong waved his hand. I'm completely at ease. Putting his phone down, he remarked, the milk tea shops are nearly renovated. You can choose one close to home for work. He had witnessed the astonishing speed of progress in Huagua. With funds in place, towering structures rose swiftly, and the Great Wall could be built in a day. That afternoon, 10 milk tea shops would open, and 30 more the next day. Qian Ziyong believed that within 10 days, his 300 million would be entirely expended. Excellent. 10 people per shop. You could divide the work among yourselves, Qian Ziyong added, sending the new store addresses to the group. These were locations sourced by Zhou Kaitian, already renovated, with unrenovated ones listed in the chat. Lu Feijia added everyone to the group, and they eagerly chose their workplaces. He carefully placed a stack of contracts on Qian Ziyong's desk, each with 2 copies. Boss, we have quite a few people, 43 in total. The contracts you provided yesterday are insufficient. Lu Feijia scratched his head. Qian Ziyong smiled. Thanks to you. You solved a big problem for me. I was thinking if you didn't come today, I'd need to search online for more candidates. As they spoke, Qian Ziyong printed blank contracts for them to sign on the spot. Lu Feijia shyly remarked, as long as you don't think I've recruited too many. I'm relieved. He had an abundance of friends. After all, they all moved in the same circles. Word spread quickly that he had secured a remarkable position. Therefore, many friends had shown up the previous night. He feared he might have overreached with his recruitment, but seeing the boss's beaming smile eased his concerns. Too few people. Qian Ziyong frowned. Although 40-some seemed like a lot, combined with his recruits from yesterday, there were only about 70. Yet, with 10 shops opening that afternoon, he needed 100 employees. It appeared he would have to recruit more. Alas, no gaming for him that afternoon. Chapter 74. The joy of having employees upon hearing his employer express dissatisfaction with the insufficient workforce. Lu Feijia eagerly volunteered. Boss, I have a plethora of friends in the delivery industry. If we are short-staffed, I can summon them to join us. He had secured such excellent employment for these brothers that they regarded him as a paternal figure. Presently, he stood out as the most distinguished among them. Could he also assist in recruitment? The expression on Qian Ziyong's face radiated surprise. With a smile, Lu Feijie asserted, "Boss, just give me the word, and I can fill our bubble tea shop with employees in no time. How many do you require?" Qian Ziyong began to calculate in his mind. Based on the current operational costs, 300 million should suffice to acquire 600 stores. This equated to a need for 6,000 employees. "Goodness," Qian Ziyong exclaimed, startled by the realization. 6,000 employees. How long would it take to recruit them? To hire 600 in a single day? With a 6-hour workday? That would necessitate the recruitment of 100 individuals per hour, 2 every minute. Could that even be feasible? Even allowing interviewees 30 seconds for self-introductions would be insufficient. Surely, he could not deny them that respect. Alternatively, he could work overtime to meet the demands. But why should he, when employees only work 6 hours? He had no desire to work extra hours. He preferred to take it easy during work and enjoy 2 days off. No, it would be prudent to delegate recruitment to someone else. Qian Ziyong contemplated Lu Gaoda. Although he lacked reliability, his speed in completing tasks was commendable. However, Lu Gaoda was currently in Hansheng. But didn't he have an employee here who could assist him? "Can you help me recruit 6,000 people?" Qian Ziyong inquired. Lu Feijie was taken aback. "How many?" 6,000. Qian Ziyong reiterated. "Such a large number?" The others were equally astonished. Lu Feijie asked, "Boss, how many stores does our bubble tea shop have?" "Not many," Qian Ziyong replied. "I plan to establish 600 new stores within 10 days, with a gradual expansion to 1,000. The transfer fees for stores in the deep city are exorbitant. Otherwise, 300 million could easily secure 1,000 stores." The transfer fees in deep city were indeed steep, as Tsinghua bubble tea shops were generally situated on bustling streets. The busier the street, the higher the transfer fee. Of course, for the first store he personally acquired, he had paid a premium. Zhou Kaitan and his associates did not pay such high prices. They endeavored to negotiate downwards. In certain areas, they did not even need to transfer ownership. They could rent suitable premises directly. 600 stores. 300 million. The crowd felt lightheaded. Having heard of billions online, they now encountered such a significant business in reality for the first time. 600 stores, with 10 employees per store, equated to 6,000 employees. Good heavens! Were they entering a publicly listed company? A company with various benefits, comprehensive insurance, and structured work weeks, with 2 days off every week. Currently, they were poised to expand to 600 stores, with plans to reach 1,000. This was a rhythm leading toward an IPO. "Leave the recruitment to me, and I will ensure it is handled impeccably," Lu Feijie declared, thumping his chest with confidence. "Excellent." Qian Ziyong nodded in agreement. "From today onward, you are the Assistant Human Resources Manager of the Bubble Tea Shop, with a monthly salary of 50,000. Your primary responsibility will be recruitment." He intended to have Lu Gaoda come on board as the HR manager. He dared not let Lu Gaoda manage the hot pot restaurant, as who knew what complications might arise. Lu Feijie had already recruited dozens of individuals. With the task of recruiting thousands ahead, the position of assistant manager was more than sufficient. A salary of 50,000 was entirely justified. He also had to ensure employee salaries were reasonable. Otherwise, the system would not permit it. Upon hearing of the 50,000 monthly salary, Lu Feijie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Standing at attention, he saluted with fervor, proclaiming, "Boss, I will not betray your trust." Qian Ziyong patted his shoulder. "Work diligently, and I believe in you." With that, he began to stamp the contracts for the employees. During their conversation, the employees had already printed and signed the contracts. Qian Ziyong stamped approval upon each one with a satisfying thud. Seeing their contracts being sealed, the employees could hardly contain their exhilaration. "You can leave the matters here to you," Qian Ziyong stated as he prepared to head out for a meal. He was tired of pig trotter rice. More importantly, he was concerned that with all the couriers he had recruited from the vicinity, there might be no one left to deliver his meals. He intended to indulge in the local cuisine of Deep City. The thrill of taking a legitimate absence from work was exhilarating. However, upon reflection, the system would not pay him for the time off. So what constituted an absence? This boss had never received his salary, and he could not touch a single cent from the system in Oppos as funds. He could only mutter silently in frustration. As the boss departed, The employees could no longer restrain themselves and erupted in cheers. However, turning around, they noticed Qian Ziyong had returned. The atmosphere turned awkward. "I forgot my phone," he chuckled, retrieving it from the table. "Oh yeah," he exclaimed, raising his fist joyfully. He felt genuinely pleased. Having employees was indeed a blessing. He could delegate tasks to them and enjoy the fruits of their labor. The employees laughed heartily. "Boss, you are fantastic," Lu Feijie expressed sincerely. He had never encountered a boss quite like this before. Had he met someone like this earlier, he would not have had to endure the elements delivering takeout. Who genuinely wished to be a delivery person? No one desired that. It was exhausting. Yet, for the sake of survival and meager earnings, one had to toil. The boss offered him such a high salary and exceptional benefits that he felt a surge of passion coursing through him. At that moment, he sensed the call of the times. Lu Feijie was ready to ascend to his own stage. Watching the boss and Oppos, as departing figure, the others remarked, "Manager Lu, are we dreaming? The boss hired us without even an interview." Lu Feijie chuckled. "I told you the boss trusts me. Anyone I bring will surely be accepted." He had boasted while intoxicated the night before, claiming everyone would pass. Now, bringing so many people, he felt a twinge of anxiety. However, he had made a promise. If he were to retract it, he would become a laughingstock, unable to navigate the world thereafter. The process unfolded remarkably smoothly, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, someone chimed in. "Lugu, the boss shared the bubble tea recipes in the group, and I think I've seen them before." He quickly searched online and soon retrieved the recipes. The group exchanged glances, bewildered. Lu Feijie responded, "That's quite normal. The boss is young and unfamiliar with the bubble tea industry. By the way, Gongzi, didn't you previously run a bubble tea shop? Do you have any particularly delicious recipes?" The young man known as Gongzi nodded. "I have 2 recipes I stumbled upon. They taste quite good." Another chimed in. "Why complicate things? We could just ask other shops directly. Which bubble tea shop in Deep City are we not familiar with?" They all agreed. Lu Feijie realized they had traversed the city countless nights, especially the bubble tea shops. It would be abnormal not to deliver dozens of cups in a day. They were already well acquainted with the staff at these shops. Why ask for recipes when they could simply recruit employees from other stores? With such a high salary, he doubted anyone would refuse to join. One of them declared extravagantly, "It's nothing. The confidence comes from the high salary the boss provides." Chapter 75. I am capable. Lu Feijie pondered for a moment and felt that what he said was quite reasonable. You should each go and rescue them from their plight. I trust you are familiar with the employees of the milk tea shop. With a salary exceeding 10,000 and comprehensive benefits, I am sure you understand the implications. Our mission is to help our brothers escape their hardships and join the family of our milk tea shop. Lu Feijie spoke with fervor. As the human resources deputy manager, he was determined to fulfill the task assigned by his employer impeccably. Who could be more qualified for the job than the existing employees of other milk tea shops? This was indeed a shortcut. By the way, our group is named Fei Huang, and I recognize a few names that I've heard online, a young man remarked. Fei Huang? Fei Huang Supermarket, someone exclaimed, connecting the dots. I know it. The Fei Huang Supermarket in Hansheng is quite popular online, known for its low prices and transparency about costs. Many people visit it to take pictures. The crowd, mostly comprised of young people who were well-versed in online trends, quickly grasped the reference. My goodness. The milk tea shop is actually backed by Fei Huang Supermarket, and the owner is Qian Ziyong. Could he be the legendary Boss Qian? They murmured in awe. It was rumored that Boss Qian was exceptionally generous and treated his employees well, with a mere 6-hour workday and ample benefits. Employees enjoyed 2 days off each week, and profits were shared as bonuses. The group was taken aback. Upon examining the contract, they realized the work hours and benefits indeed aligned. They had unwittingly become part of the Fei Huang group. Excitement spread like wildfire, with some even leaping up in joy. Lugo, does this mean we will also receive bonuses if we make a profit? Someone inquired, their tone laced with certainty. Indeed, they were filled with anticipation. Initially, they had worried that such high wages and benefits might lead to the shop and Oppo's downfall due to excessive costs. But now their fears dissipated. This was Fei Huang Supermarket. They were under the stewardship of Qian Ziyong, a commercial legend lauded online as having achieved great heights without ever faltering. Under his guidance, the milk tea shop was bound to flourish anew. Qian Ziyong was young, and so were most of the delivery personnel. They had followed his journey online and were astonished to encounter him in person. The phenomenon of meeting someone they idolized in reality was nothing short of magical, filling them with newfound confidence for the future. Eager and invigorated, they reasoned that with boss Qian and Oppo's reputation, they need not overthink the matter. Simply announcing their hiring would draw countless applicants without the need to poach. Just as they were strategizing their plans, Zhou Kaidi-in returned, weary and fatigued. He was utterly exhausted. After visiting several shops, he was parched and hungry, having not even had time to eat. He was surprised to see so many people at the company. Upon noticing a newcomer, Lu Feijia asked, "You must be here for an interview, right? Did you bring a resume?" Zhou Kaidi-in paused, then smiled. "I am the president of the Ice Honey Milk Tea Shop. And you are?" Upon hearing this, Lu Feijia was elated. "You're President Zhou? What honor." "I am Lu Feijia, the newly appointed Human Resources Deputy Manager by Boss Qian." Zhou Kaidi-in raised an eyebrow, impressed by the speed at which they had recruited so many employees. "What were you all discussing?" he inquired with curiosity. Lu Feijia explained, "I was thinking that since we're hiring for the company, we should seek the best talent possible, especially from other milk tea shops, since we are familiar with their employees and our wages are so competitive." Poaching everywhere, Zhou Kaidi-in was taken aback and shook his head vigorously. "Absolutely not. We must not create enemies. Feihuang Supermarket has always maintained amicable relations. Such underhanded tactics are unacceptable." A bit disheartened, Lu Feijia pondered, but Zhou Kaidi-in continued, "However, there is one exception. Qingwe Milk Tea Shop. Our boss has a history with them." This revelation caught the group and Oppo's attention. Lu Feijia was curious. "What is the history with Qingwe Milk Tea Shop?" Zhou Kaidi-in did not hold back, as it was not a secret. "The son of the Qingwe Milk Tea Shop owner openly mocked our boss for being poor and insulted his parents. To be frank, my reason for opening a milk tea shop in Shanshi is not only due to its profitability, but also to address the insolence of Shi Hongzhuang, the son of the Qingwe owner. He has been exceedingly arrogant, leveraging his connections to the Sakura Nation. Our boss aims to show him a lesson. The addresses of the new stores are in the group chat. You should see that all our new locations are near Qingwe Milk Tea Shop," Zhou Kaidi-in added. The group eagerly checked the addresses, and, being well acquainted with Shanshi, especially the milk tea shops, they quickly realized the truth. Indeed, their new milk tea shops were situated around Qingwe, with 2 new openings right next to it. One young man, filled with anger, declared, "I despise people from the Sakura Nation. If our boss has a grudge against Qingwe, then let us not hesitate to recruit their employees. We need 10 people for our shop, while Qingwe can accommodate at most 4. It won't be difficult to clean them out." Everyone nodded in agreement. Pointing at his phone's map, one individual said, "I'm familiar with this shop. A friend of mine works there. I'll go and recruit from them." "I'll take this one." Another volunteered eagerly. With most of them knowing someone at the shops, they quickly divided the tasks. Lu Feijia expressed his delight. "Excellent. After your shifts, arrange to meet them and finalize the details. By the way," he turned to Zhou Kaidi-in, "do you need my assistance with the new stores? I am very familiar with the various commercial streets in Shanshi and even know several shop owners. Whether it's for leasing or purchasing, I can be of help." Zhou Kaidi-in beamed with joy. Could it be that Lu Feijia was precisely the talent boss Qian had intended to leave for him? It was certainly a possibility. As the landlord Chen Jingfu mentioned, Qian Ziyong was a strategist who understood timing, geography, and human relations. Qian Ziyong preferred to plan 10 steps ahead. Was Lu Feijia perhaps the secret weapon Qian Ziyong had purposely set aside? Chapter 76. Irreverence. As long as it works. Zhou Kaidi-in earnestly declared, "Lu Feijia, I am in dire need of your assistance." The moment Lu Feijia heard Zhou Kaidi-in and Oppo's words, he felt elated. This was an opportunity for him to showcase his capabilities. After careful consideration, Lu Feijia articulated, "I possess a certain understanding of retail spaces that can be categorized into Yin streets and Yang streets. The Yang streets are bustling with foot traffic and thriving businesses, whereas the Yin streets may appear busy but yield little to no patronage, resulting in dismal sales. Furthermore, some premises are simply not viable, such as those with steep entrances. These locations harbor poor feng shui, and any business that takes them on is destined for failure. The more Zhou Kaitian listened, the more exhilarated he became. This was not merely a superficial understanding. Lu Feijia was exceptionally knowledgeable. After all, as a delivery person, he traversed various streets and was intimately familiar with bubble tea shops and small eateries. Consulting taxi drivers for directions and inquiring with fellow delivery personnel proved to be a sagacious strategy, as these individuals were seasoned veterans in the field. Zhou Kaitian grasped Lu Feijia and Appo's hand firmly. "Brother Lu, I implore you to assist me. I have been utterly exhausted these past few days. I fear I may not fulfill the tasks assigned by my superior. Each day has been a relentless struggle, leaving me sleepless at night." Zhou Kaitian spoke with tears in his eyes, overwhelmed by the immense pressure he faced. Within a span of 10 days, he was tasked with launching 600 establishments, a Herculean endeavor. Opening 60 shops in a single day was an insurmountable challenge, even if the locations were readily available. Negotiating leases with shop owners within the constraints of a day seemed impossible. Moreover, if a shop owner was unavailable, he would be left waiting, wasting precious time. Even with a continuous 24-hour effort, it was inconceivable to open 60 shops in one day. As for the others, apart from Li Lian and Zhu Daqiang, who demonstrated some reliability, Yi Shaoqin lacked the necessary competence, and Wei Xiaoyan was simply a slacker. Although Wei Xiaoyan possessed ability, she looked down upon such tasks. Upon arriving in Shenzhen, she chose to indulge in shopping under the guise of market research. Most importantly, their boss had explicitly instructed them not to work overtime, leading to secretive efforts to extend their hours. Wei Xiaoyan adhered strictly to the boss's directive, refusing to work even a moment longer, leaving Zhou Kaitian with no grounds for complaint. Should he report her to the boss, he would likely face reprimand himself, given his understanding of the boss's temperament. Lu Feijia and his colleagues were akin to a timely rescue in a moment of need. "General Manager, we are prepared to go through fire and water for the company," Lu Feijia solemnly assured Zhou Kaitian, while the others regarded him with sincere expressions. In their line of work, as long as customers tipped, they would brave the elements, unafraid of hardship or exhaustion, striving to fulfill every customer request. With a salary exceeding 10,000 a month, along with comprehensive benefits, they would undoubtedly overcome any obstacles in their path. The following afternoon, after a day of absence from work, Qian Ziyong stretched and exited his hotel, heading straight for a nearby restaurant. Having recently acquired wealth, he treated himself well, opting for a suite instead of standard room. He no longer ordered takeout. Instead, he preferred dining out personally. However, today seemed unusually crowded. Upon arriving at a small eatery, he surveyed the bustling scene, perplexed. Why are there so many people today? Yesterday, it wasn't an Appo's tea this crowded. Entering the restaurant, he ordered his favorite dish, the clay oven chicken. Its preparation typically took time, especially under such crowded circumstances. Nevertheless, Qian Ziyong was patient, having little else to occupy his time. Yet, with the crowd, he found no available seating, and it appeared he would have to take his meal back to the hotel. Internally, he mused, what on earth is happening? Why are there so many patrons today? Last night was far less busy. Is lunchtime surpassing dinner in terms of business? Generally, restaurants experienced better traffic in the afternoon and evening, with midday sales being comparatively lackluster. Just then, he overheard a few nearby diners voicing their complaints. "In an Appo's outrageous. I ordered takeout today, but the platform couldn't and Appo's to even send it out. Is there a shortage of delivery personnel in this vast city? You only just realized? I had to wait ages for my order to be dispatched yesterday. Something feels off." Another chimed in. "I heard that a particular company has whisked away all the delivery workers." The crowd erupted in indignation at the revelation. How could anyone abduct delivery workers? This is preposterous. I can't into Appo's to even get a meal, and now I have to rush downstairs myself. I must find out who is responsible. They shall face dire consequences. I agree. Count me in. I want to tear them apart. One person exclaimed, dramatically mimicking tearing the chicken apart with his hands. Causing the piece in his grasp to split in two. Witnessing this, Qian Ziyong instinctively tightened his legs, drenched in cold sweat. Just then, a staff member arrived with his clay oven chicken. "Your chicken." Startled, Qian Ziyong turned to see a beautiful attendant extending the dish toward him. He quickly lowered his head, snatched the chicken, and fled the scene as if escaping some calamity. The onlookers were left baffled by his sudden exit. That was a close call. Having narrowly avoided disaster, Qian Ziyong patted his legs and wiped the sweat from his brow. Although the weather was somewhat chilly, his back was drenched. The expressions of those around him were tinged with resentment. It was evident that many had been forced to venture out themselves due to the unavailability of delivery services. He could deeply sense the collective frustration among them. "I must hurry and get a cup of milk tea before returning to the hotel. This place is too intimidating." Qian Ziyong hastily departed. If it weren't an amp, Oppos, tea for the clay oven chicken being a meaty dish requiring a beverage to complement it, he would have rushed back to the hotel immediately. There were plenty of milk tea shops nearby. Spotting a familiar establishment, he exclaimed, "What is going on? Why is Qinghua milk tea closed? It was perfectly fine yesterday." Confused, he did not dwell on it, knowing that where there was a Qinghua milk tea, there must also be an ice honey milk tea nearby. Indeed, looking up, he noticed 2 ice honey milk tea shops flanking the now-closed Qinghua milk tea. At that moment, someone nearby noticed the closure and expressed dissatisfaction. "I wanted to drink Qinghua lemon today. Why is the shop closed?" The girl was visibly upset, her face flushed with anger. "Not only can I not order takeout, but the milk tea shop is closed. How am I supposed to survive?" Qian Ziyong felt an odd connection to the situation and instinctively shrank further into his clothing. Her friend tried to console her, saying, "Don and Oppos, tea worry. The ice honey milk tea shop next door serves a similar drink called ice honey lemon." Fuming, the girl retorted, "I want Qinghua lemon. You know it's my favorite. I have to have a cup every day." Her friend, Xiao Ju, rolled her eyes and replied, "The staff at that ice honey milk tea shop used to work at Qinghua milk tea. Same employees, same ingredients. The only difference is the name, and the taste is identical. Qinghua lemon is 16 yuan a cup, while ice honey lemon is only 6. The girl's eyes widened as she looked at the staff at ice honey milk tea. ISN and Oppos. Tea that the same staff from Qinghua milk tea? Did they switch jobs? 6 yuan a cup? Same taste. I can finally enjoy my milk tea freely. It's not that I'm trying to save money. I just think ice honey lemon sounds prettier. Qinghua lemon," she scoffed disdainfully. This name, at first glance, exudes an air of frivolity, unworthy even for a dog to drink. Chapter 77. Severing again and again in a luxurious villa in the deep city, the owner of the Qinghua milk tea shop, Shi Yongchang, was awakened by a phone call early in the morning before he had even risen. The general manager of the milk tea shop informed him that a grave situation had arisen. What? The employees of the milk tea shop had collectively resigned? They had all flocked to the neighboring Bingmi milk tea shop? Shi Yongchang was taken aback. He was utterly unaware of what the Bingmi milk tea shop entailed. He hurried to the company at the fastest pace possible, eager to clarify the situation with the manager in person. The general manager reported the occurrences and his own investigations truthfully to the owner. Upon hearing the report, Shi Yongchang and Amp, Oppos' face turned pale. In other words, it was all caused by my cherished son. Anger surged through him, causing his body to tremble. The general manager remained silent. Shi Yongchang felt as if he were on the verge of exploding with rage. "How can this be resolved?" Shi Yongchang inquired. The general manager replied, "Boss, with the employees having resigned, we can only recruit new staff as swiftly as possible." Upon hearing this, Shi Yongchang suggested, "Can we not transfer some employees from other stores to tide us over?" There were numerous Qinghua milk tea shops, not only in the deep city, but also in other cities. Transferring one employee from each store should not pose a significant problem. The general manager grimaced and shook his head. "I'm afraid that won't work. The Bingmi milk tea shop is right next door. If we bring someone over, they might be lured away by their higher wages. If all the transferred employees are poached by the Bingmi milk tea shop, the consequences would be dire." Shi Yongchang shivered at the thought. If they transferred employees from other stores and they all ended up at the Bingmi milk tea shop, not only would they fail to reopen the closed stores, but the others would also be affected. The general manager added, "Boss, aside from the stores that have already closed, The others are also significantly impacted. The Bingmi milk tea shop is aggressively recruiting our staff. I worry that if we bring in employees from other provinces, they will simply take them, no questions asked. Hearing this, Shi Yongchang slammed his hand on the table in frustration. This is serious. Can those stores remain closed indefinitely? The general manager continued, Boss, we cannot sustain this indefinitely. The Bingmi milk tea shop has stolen our employees and, after changing their name, is now producing the same milk tea we offer. Shi Yongchang seethed with fury. Producing identical milk tea was a blatant encroachment on their business. If they remained closed for another few days, customers would likely only recognize the Bingmi milk tea shop and forget about Qingyu milk tea shop. The general manager further elaborated. The most infuriating part is that their prices are significantly lower than ours. We charge 16, while they only charge 6. This isn't merely a slash in prices. It an amp, Oppos, as a merciless cut. The revelation that the same milk tea was being sold for 6 caused Shi Yongchang to be utterly flabbergasted. Can they even make a profit selling at such a low price? Shi Yongchang asked. The general manager shook his head, for what I understand. They're certainly not making any money. Shi Yongchang frowned. So, they're losing money just to undermine us. No, it's not merely about undermining us. Offering the same product at more than half the price while stealing our customers is akin to cutting off our lifeblood. At that moment, Shi Yongchang sensed impending doom. It was no longer a matter of merely reopening the stores. Even if they did, what difference would it make? With the Bingmi milk tea shop engaging in such targeted and malicious competition, they will be left with no business. The general manager stated, This is not even the most serious issue. Shi Yongchang was taken aback. If this was not the most serious issue, what could be worse? The general manager continued. The most severe aspect is that the Bingmi milk tea shop is still opening new locations. Before long, we will see 2 Bingmi milk tea shops springing up near every one of our stores in the deep city. They offer the same milk tea at significantly lower prices. While we only have 1 location and they will have 2. Furthermore, their service is better. I honestly cannot envision how we can prevail in this competition. Once our business dwindles, the inevitable outcome will be a plummet in stock prices. Upon hearing the mention of falling stock prices, Shi Yongchang staggered backward and collapsed into his chair. Qingwen milk tea shop boasted 5,000 outlets nationwide, yet the deep city was their stronghold. If not a single store in the deep city was profitable, with customers flocking to the Bingmi milk tea shop, how could they instill confidence in their shareholders? The stocks would undoubtedly suffer a catastrophic decline. Aware of the impending crisis, Shi Yongchang paced anxiously in the office, as restless as an ant on a hot pan. True to his status as a businessman with assets exceeding 100 billion, he managed to maintain his composure during this critical moment. First, reopen those closed stores. Recruit new staff immediately. I refuse to believe that the Bingmi milk tea shop can poach even our new recruits. Even if they do, we will simply hire more. There are as many people in the deep city as we need. While wages cannot be raised, we can offer some subsidies. In no time, Shi Yongchang devised a response strategy. However, this would merely provide temporary stability. It would not improve their business nor restore confidence among shareholders. Yes, the general manager promptly agreed to take action. This chaos was all caused by Hong Zhuang, that scoundrel. The more Shi Yongchang contemplated, the angrier he became. Unable to contain himself, he hastily returned home and dragged the still sleeping Shi Hongzhuang out of bed, delivering several sharp slaps. Shi Hongzhuang was left dazed and confused. He had still been dreaming. The moment he opened his eyes, he received a slap, and closing them only resulted in another. He was utterly lost. A woman, startled awake by the commotion, shrank back under the covers, terrified at the sight of Shi Yongchang, who was in a furious rage. Who dares to strike me? Shi Yongchang bellowed in anger. Having drunk excessively the night before, he was still not fully sober. Dad! Upon realizing it was his father, Shi Hongzhuang could not fathom why he was so furious. I am not your father. You are my son. In his frustration, Shi Yongchang resorted to using his belt, striking fiercely. Shi Hongzhuang trembled under the blows. Since reaching adulthood, his father had never struck him like this again. Shi Hongzhuang scurried away, crying out, Mom, Mom, hurry and save me, my dad has gone mad. As he shouted, he fled, not even taking the time to put on his pants. Their villa was vast, with one building for him and another for his parents, separated by over 100 meters. Shi Hongzhuang dashed over, pursued by Shi Yongchang. Two housekeepers watched and could not help but comment. The young people today truly know how to be extravagant. Before long, Shi Hongzhuang reached his parents' villa, throwing himself into his mother's arms as she was having breakfast. What happened? Shi Hongzhuang's mother, Chen Wanbai, was deeply concerned upon seeing the marks left by the belt on her son. Chapter 78. Howling at this moment. Shi Yongchang had also caught up. Upon seeing Shi Yongchang wielding a belt and resembling a ferocious beast, Chen Wanbai quickly shielded her son behind her. What are you doing? Why are you hitting my son? Chen Wanbai stood up, positioning herself between the two. Shi Yongchang bellowed in anger. A doting mother raises a wayward son. You've spoiled him to this extent. How could I have not shot him against the wall back then? How could he turn out to be such a wretch? Dad, what have I done? Shi Hongzhuang cried, tears streaming down his face. I haven't fought or caused any trouble these past few days. He truly had been well-behaved lately. Chen Wanbai furrowed her brow. Her son hadn't left the house in days. She was aware that he had brought back a beautiful woman, and they had been occupied in his room. Surely, he hadn't had the time to stir up trouble. She had rarely witnessed her husband so enraged. Shi Yongchang glared at Shi Hongzhuang and asked, Did you provoke Qian Ziyong? Qian Ziyong? Shi Hongzhuang looked bewildered. After a moment, he recalled who Qian Ziyong was. That loser? He said dismissively. He had encountered many people, and Qian Ziyong seemed utterly ordinary to him. He had always looked down on such individuals. In school, he relished bullying other students. Some were weak and timid, never daring to retaliate. Loser? Shi Yongchang raised the belt in his hand and struck down. Shi Hongzhuang yelped as he jumped up, the pain overwhelming. He pressed his hand to the wound and felt it dampen. Upon inspection, it was blood. He immediately burst into tears. Chen Wanbai and Appo's heart ached as she embraced Shi Hongzhuang. Have you been drinking fake liquor? What madness is this? She scolded Shi Yongchang. Shi Yongchang, filled with disappointment, replied, The loser you speak of has opened countless milk tea shops in the deep market, all aimed at undermining our Qingyuan milk tea shop. For every one of our Qingyuan milk tea shops, he has opened 2 Bingmi milk tea shops. They've poached all our employees, and now we have no staff left. All our stores are closed. Do you understand what this means? The deep market is our headquarters. With our stores shuttered, our stock will plummet beyond recognition. If the stock crashes, our family will be finished. Though Shi Hongzhuang was a spendthrift, he understood the significance of the Qingyuan milk tea shop and Appo's stock to their family. He often boasted about owning a publicly traded company because he knew what it entailed: access to substantial cash through stock, the ability to live in luxury, drive fancy cars, and support multiple women without working. If the stock plummeted to worthlessness, the bank would demand repayment, leading to the loss of all their assets and a mountain of debt. At last, Shi Hongzhuang comprehended why his father was so furious. The person he had always looked down upon, Qian Ziyong, was now ruthlessly targeting them. Qian Ziyong, I will tear you to shreds. Shi Hongzhuang clenched his fists tightly. Shi Yongchang slapped him, leaving a clear imprint of his fingers on Shi Hongzhuang's face. Shi Hongzhuang covered his face, tears streaming down. This is all you're doing. I told you, there are always greater powers in this world. Not everyone is someone you can provoke. Your father cannot bear all troubles. Shi Yongchang lamented deeply. Having been struck hard by Qian Ziyong, Shi Yongchang realized that all his years of hard work could potentially be in vain. Moreover, if they could not survive this calamity, it would lead to their family's ruin. Dear father, you must have a solution, right? Shi Hongzhuang trembled in fear. He was genuinely afraid of losing everything. This was no mere matter of being slapped by his father. Chen Wanbai was equally distraught, realizing the gravity of the situation. Now you understand? Where were you before? Shi Yongchang trembled with rage. You are nothing but a troublemaker. Chen Wanbai suggested, what if we take some gifts to apologize to Qian Ziyong? Didn't you stockpile dozens of boxes of fine wine? Let us send those worth millions to him as an apology. Shi Yongchang shook his head in despair. It's too late. If I had gone to apologize immediately after offending Qian Ziyong, it might have made a difference. But now he has already opened his stores and hired staff, investing billions. Do you think he will care about a few million worth of wine? Qian Ziyong and Amp. Oppo's intention is clear, to step on us in the milk tea industry. If we collapse, they will establish themselves firmly in the deep market. Shenwan Bai turned pale. Is there no other way? Suddenly, Shi Hongzhuang thought of the Shanjing family. Dad, we still have the Shanjing family. Shi Yongchang sighed. It seems we can only seek help from the Shanjing consortium. Do you think I am unaware of their capabilities? Seeking their assistance comes at a cost. The only bargaining chip I have is the stock in my hands. Meanwhile, Qian Ziyong was unaware of the turmoil at Qinghua Milk Tea Shop. He had been closely monitoring his own Bingmi Milk Tea Shop, which had been thriving remarkably well, to the point of startling him. It was so successful that he found it incomprehensible. Thus, he retreated to his hotel, hiding in his room to play games, convincing himself that as long as he didn't see it, nothing had happened. What Qian Ziyong did not know was that customers were giving rave reviews of Bingmi Milk Tea Shop. In the deep market, ordinary milk tea shops rarely sold for less than 10 yuan, but Bingmi Milk Tea Shop offered many options below that price. Notably, many of their milk teas were quite similar to those at Qinghua Milk Tea Shop. This clearly conveyed to customers that they were merely lower in price, not in quality. In recent days, patrons at Bingmi Milk Tea Shop had repeatedly disparaged Qinghua Milk Tea Shop. 6 yuan for what they charge 16 for at Qinghua Milk Tea Shop? They're profiting at least 10 yuan off us. If they were to charge 10 yuan more for items priced at 30 or 40, they could accept that. However, profiting 10 yuan on a total of 16 at Qinghua Milk Tea Shop was simply unacceptable. In no time, Qinghua Milk Tea Shop and Amp. Oppo's reputation plummeted, with most people recognizing it as an unscrupulous establishment. Meanwhile, Bingmi Milk Tea Shop was bustling, with long lines of customers every day. The staff at Bingmi Milk Tea Shop were numerous, with 4 employees per shift, all vibrant and cheerful. In stark contrast, the employees at Qinghua Milk Tea Shop appeared as if they owed millions, treating customers with disdain even while serving them. Chapter 79. Life in the supermarket. The Ice Honey Milk Tea Shop has become an astonishing success, thriving beyond expectations. The allure lies in its remarkably low prices and decent flavor, situated in a bustling urban area. Even with just 4 employees, there is a perpetual queue outside the shop throughout the day. Zhou Kaitian and his companions, witnessing the flourishing business of the milk tea shop, are invigorated and hasten their own expansion efforts. In merely 7 days, they have invested 300 million. Qian Ziyong breathes a sigh of relief. Despite the popularity of the milk tea shop, it is not turning a profit, which brings him joy. The prices at Ice Honey Milk Tea are so low that the costs of wages and rent are exorbitant. In the deep market, real estate is indeed a precious commodity. For an average shop, rent can soar to an astonishing 500 per square meter. A 30 square meter milk tea shop incurs a monthly rent of 15,000. Some locations even reach a staggering 1,000 per square meter, totaling 30,000 a month. Coupled with the terrifyingly high personnel costs, the monthly expenditure can reach an astounding 200,000. An employee can sell a maximum of 3 cups of milk tea per minute, totaling 160 cups per hour. With 8 employees working in shifts, the extreme potential is over 40,000. In reality, sales average around 30,000 a day. With a profit margin of 20%, that amounts to 6,000, totaling around 180,000 monthly. On average, each shop loses about 20,000 monthly. He operates under the guise of competing with Qinghua Milk Tea, so no one doubts his intentional losses. He finds solace in his losses, secure in the knowledge that Qinghua Milk Tea is likely also suffering. In recent days, Qian Ziyong observed the dismal business at Qinghua Milk Tea, which was nearly desolate. He harbors no concerns about its potential closure, knowing it is a publicly listed company backed by a Sakura Nation conglomerate, vastly different from Yongyan Supermarket. Nevertheless, he secretly envies Qinghua Milk Tea. The losses they endure, with rent alone costing at least 20,000 a month, not including wages and utility expenses, surpass his own. It is truly frustrating. Though he admires Qinghua Milk Tea, he acknowledges that their owner possesses greater acumen, given that he is a novice in the milk tea industry with limited experience and capability. Sigh, he muses truly envious of Qinghua Milk Tea. Deep City is an intriguing place, but he must return. Moreover, there is a shortage of delivery personnel in the vicinity, making it inconvenient for him to procure meals himself. Han City is far preferable. Zhou Kaitian and Wei Xiaoyan remain in Deep City to continue their expansion, aiming to establish at least one ice honey milk tea shop near every Qingyue milk tea outlet. He departs with his team, boarding a flight back to Han City. I am Sun Xiao, an ordinary employee at Feihuang Supermarket. This morning at 8:00 and Oppo's clock, I rose punctually. After brushing my teeth and washing my face, I exercised for 20 minutes in a nearby park. I arrived at the supermarket by 8:40. Feihuang and Amp, Oppo's cafeteria offers complimentary breakfast. When I arrived, numerous customers were already enjoying their meals. A bowl of noodles costs merely 4 yuan, quite economical. Even with an addition of beef, it is only 10 yuan. As a Feihuang employee, all meals are complimentary for me. I order a bowl of beef noodles and a fried dough stick. I have a fondness for fried dough sticks, though I have heard they are unhealthy due to the reused oil, so I seldom indulged in them before. However, I need not worry about the oil used in Feihuang's cafeteria, as they utilize quality oil, replacing it daily. I relish soaking the fried dough stick in the beef noodle soup. The delightful contrast of crunchy yet soft textures is truly exquisite. After finishing breakfast, I leisurely clocked in and commenced my work. The tasks are straightforward. I simply need to stock the shelves. Each employee is assigned a specific area, and I am responsible solely for my designated section. While some items are heavy, the presence of trolleys facilitates the task. After working for approximately 4 hours, it was time for lunch. I headed to the cafeteria, which was already bustling with patrons. "Mom," I greeted with a smile. My mother manages the dish service in the cafeteria, while my father oversees the warehouse. Our family of 3 earns a monthly salary of 30,000. "Xiao, today we have your favorite, little fish and shrimp," my mother cheerfully said as she prepared my meal. The fried fish and shrimp are crispy and delectable, my absolute favorite. However, this dish is not always available, so I was pleasantly surprised to find it today. My mother was busy, so we exchanged few words. I also ordered a serving of vegetables, meat, and a small bowl of soup. With 3 dishes and a soup, I happily enjoyed my meal in a corner. The only downside of the cafeteria is the overwhelming number of customers. I needed to eat quickly to free up space for others. During my half-hour lunch break, I stood aside to rest after my meal. The supermarket is frequented by several of my relatives and close friends. We joked and chatted together. Just as I was engaged in conversation with a friend, a melodic voice rang out behind me. "Sun Xiao, I bought this milk tea, but accidentally got an extra cup. It an Oppo's, strawberry flavor. Please enjoy it." It was Han Yuyin, the girl I hold dear in my heart. She graduated from a second-tier university and is the same age as me. We were classmates in high school. I used to dream about her, harboring a secret crush throughout our school years. She excelled academically and was strikingly beautiful, akin to a delicate lily in my eyes. I am acutely aware that I am unworthy of her affection. She is so intelligent and gorgeous. I accepted the milk tea and took a sip. The flavor was delightful. Sweet and reminiscent of first love, it was truly refreshing. I knew my face was likely flushed. I quietly asked, "Are you free tonight? I would like to invite you to a movie." My voice was barely audible, unsure if she heard me. "Sure," Han Yuyin replied with enthusiasm. "Let us plan on it. Come find me tonight, and we could go watch a movie together." "Okay." I nodded vigorously, elated to the point of wanting to leap. "I want to interrupt your work any longer. See you tonight." Han Yuyin waved goodbye. I also waved, watching her skip away with grace. She is so beautiful. The moment has passed. Lower your hand. A friend teased from beside me. I shyly chuckled. My face must be as red as a monkey in Amp, Oppo's backside now. However, the thought of watching a movie with Han Yuyin filled me with pride. I, Sun Xiao, am liked by a girl, and not just any girl, but the class beauty from high school. I recalled my past self. After graduating from university, I struggled in an electronics factory for 2 grueling years, rotating between day and night shifts, tirelessly assembling screws day in and day out, until I could barely recognize my own exhaustion. Chapter 80. There will always be malicious individuals who wish to harm me. Those who have never personally endured a month of night shifts in a factory can never truly comprehend the sensation. I resigned from the factory after 2 consecutive months of night shifts, as it drove me to the brink of madness. Each day, I entered the factory just as dusk fell and exited with the dawn and Oppo's early light, deprived of sunlight. This disconnection from society over those 2 months was profoundly distressing. Gazing at the sky, it felt as though the world and I were strangers. Witnessing others basking in sunlight filled me with envy. Regardless of whether I worked day or night shifts, seeing the sun was a rare occurrence, plunging me into a deep depression. Thus, I chose to leave the factory and return to my hometown. The economy of Hansheng is not robust. The average salary here barely surpasses 3,000. Upon my return, I diligently sought employment, but every job requiring 8 hours of work offered no more than 4,000. To earn 4,000, one had to toil for at least 10 hours, often in strenuous labor. I began to doubt myself. After a decade of diligent study, how had I ended up in such a predicament? Fortunately, fortune smiled upon me when Fei Huang Supermarket was hiring. I applied and successfully joined their ranks. Fei Huang offers a mere 6-hour workday with a monthly salary of 6,000, which later increased to 8,000 and eventually reached 10,000, alongside bonuses. In just 5 months, including bonuses, I earned over 70,000. The supermarket allowed for family recruitment, and without hesitation, I brought my parents to work at Fei Huang. Now, our family earns at least 30,000 a month. Previously, while working night shifts in Shenzhen, I would be lucky to take 2 days off a month, bringing home only 6,000. Meanwhile, my mother earned a mere 1,800 from odd jobs, and my father, farming at home, barely made 20,000 a year. Now, our family in Oppo's monthly income has astonishingly reached 30,000. In just 3 months, we in Oppo's VE accumulated what I would have earned in 5. Moreover, the cost of living in Hansheng is significantly lower than in Shenzhen. With our current income, we could afford to purchase a house outright by the end of the year, a notion I had never dared to dream of. My parents seldom wore smiles. Burdened by the tightness of our finances, they could not afford to fall ill, buy new clothes, or indulge in any form of entertainment, all in the name of saving for my future marriage. The bride price in Hansheng has skyrocketed to 150,000, with the added demands for a car and house. The exorbitant bride price and extravagant expectations left them gasping for breath, their smiles replaced by worry. However, all of this transformed dramatically after I joined Fei Huang Supermarket. Our monthly earnings of 30,000 allow us to save 28,000. Furthermore, the company provides 5 insurances and a housing fund, alleviating future concerns for our old age. How wonderful! Before my employment at Fei Huang, when others introduced potential partners to me, the bride price demanded was an astonishing 150,000. Yet, after joining Fei Huang, I discovered I no longer needed introductions. Numerous young women in the supermarket began showing interest in me. Some even approached to propose without asking for a bride price, a car, or a house, simply because of Fei Huang. My gratitude towards Fei Huang knows no bounds. Coming to work each day feels like returning home. I am invigorated and wear a radiant smile. My confidence has soared, and my voice has grown louder. Those who once looked down upon me now treat me with respect. As I took a half-hour break, I patted my stomach and prepared to resume work. Before I knew it, 2 hours had flown by, and the day in Oppo's work came to an end. Tomorrow, I would have a day off. Having 2 days off a week is truly delightful. During my breaks, I can enjoy meals at the supermarket, relishing the river catch even more. I could take Han Yuyin to enjoy the river catch, I thought. Since Han Yuyin is not an employee of a supermarket, I would have to pay half of the hot pot. In the past, this would have pained me, but now, spending a little over 100 is a trivial matter. As night fell, I arrived at Han Yuyin's doorstep. After calling her, she promptly emerged, dressed in a stunning white dress, resembling an ethereal spirit amidst the darkness. My phone was dead, but I had brought a charger, she smiled. My eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly leaping with joy. What does this mean? Even my dull mind could grasp the implication. Thanks to Fei Huang, how could I have such a beautiful girlfriend? Meanwhile, Qian Ziyong finally arrived in Hansheng, returning to his beloved supermarket. He would no longer set foot in Shenzhen, where the people harbored malevolence towards him. Moreover, the delivery service was inadequate, making even ordering takeout a hassle. As he approached the supermarket entrance, the employees greeted him with fervent enthusiasm. He nodded and exchanged pleasantries with everyone. Upon reaching his office, Yi Xiaoqin had already prepared tea for him. Just as he pulled out his phone, eager to start gaming, Lu Gaodao rushed in, brimming with excitement. "Ziyong, I have wonderful news," Lu Gaodao exclaimed. Qian Ziyong looked up in confusion. "What news could you possibly have for me? Given that you're not working at the hot pot restaurant anymore? Is it about the quadruplets?" "No." Lu Gaodao shook his head. "With all of you gone, I and Amp, Oppos, you've been left to handle the workload alone, and it's exhausting." Qian Ziyong scrutinized Lu Gaodao. "You seem to have gained quite a bit of weight." Lu Gaodao scratched his head. "With good food at the supermarket and restful sleep, it's only natural I'd gain some weight." "So what is this good news?" Qian Ziyong casually asked as he opened the game. Lu Gaodao chuckled. "Ziyong, I earned the supermarket 15 million. "What?" Qian Ziyong sprang to his feet. "You made me 15 million? Wait." He interrupted Lu Gaodao, quickly typing a voice message. "Brothers, I apologize, but my wife is about to give birth. Can we restart this game? Thank you all." Upon hearing that Qian Ziyong's wife was going to give birth, the other 4 players graciously chose mages. "Thanks again." Qian Ziyong expressed his gratitude. He looked up at Lu Gaodao. His expression changed. "Lu Gaodao, tell me how you earned that money for me." Qian Ziyong enunciated each word deliberately. Lu Gaodao, believing he had earned over 10 million, assumed Qian Ziyong was going to treat him to a meal since he was so generous. "Let's go out for a meal. We can chat while we eat," Lu Gaodao suggested. "Who's ever brothers?" Qian Ziyong retorted angrily. "I considered you a brother, and yet you treat me like this? Do you know how I've been living in Shenzhen these past few days? I've been exhausted every day." Qian Ziyong suddenly realized he hadn't done much in Shenzhen. He had only recruited staff for a day and then spent the rest of his time hiding in a hotel. Well, it's not that he didn't want to work. It's just that many people in Shenzhen harbored ill intentions towards him, wishing to tear him apart. In short, it was tough for him. But what about Lu Gaodao? He was raiding my home. Curse him. The more Qian Ziyong thought about it, the angrier he became, and he kicked out in frustration. Chapter 81. Dividends doubled. Lu Gaodao was left bewildered by a sudden kick. Where was he? What was he doing? He had earned over 10 million, and yet Qian Ziyong was intent on attacking him. Brother, it ain't Amp, Oppos, me Lu Gaodao, not a pine in the mountains." Lu Gaodao shouted anxiously, convinced that Qian Ziyong had mistaken him for someone else. "I'm targeting you," Qian Ziyong retorted fiercely. He understood that he could not blame Lu Gaodao for the money he had earned, nor could he harm him. Yet he was seething with rage. Over 10 million. In this system settlement, he would only pocket a little over 10 million himself, while Lu Gaodao had made him a fortune. Anyone who obstructed his financial path would face his wrath. "Oof, brother? Nonsense." Recalling the late elder, Qian Ziyong exclaimed, "Gaodao, the elder has passed away. It's all your fault. You caused his death. Tell me, if it weren't and Amp, Oppos, for you bringing the elder into the supermarket, would he have died? Speak up." He kicked Lu Gaodao repeatedly, but Lu Gaodao and Amp, Oppos' ample physique seemed impervious to the blows, merely bouncing back, as if he were a robust creature indeed. "Help! I and Amp, Oppos, am being killed," Lu Gaodao cried, scurrying about the office in a panic. The sturdy office desk creaked under his weight until, with a loud crack, it collapsed. In his tumble, he inadvertently pulled down Qian Ziyong's trousers. At that moment, Yi Xiaoqin, Zhu Daqiang, and Li Lian burst in upon hearing the commotion. They found Lu Gaodao sprawled on the floor, while mortified Qian Ziyong stood awkwardly without trousers. "Disgusting pervert," Yi Xiaoqin exclaimed, covering her eyes, yet peeking through her fingers. Her cheeks flushed. Qian Ziyong hastily pulled up his trousers, but in his rush, he tore them. "Ah!" he cried, on the verge of a breakdown. His 22 years of chastity had been ruined by Lu Gaodao. Zhu Daqiang quickly retrieved a pair of trousers from the supermarket shelves and handed them to Qian Ziyong, helping him regain his composure. "Ha!" Qian Ziyong gasped, trembling with rage. "Lu Gaodao!" He clenched his fists. "Not my fault," Lu Gaodao protested innocently, shielding his head. Qian Ziyong, having calmed down, realized there might still be a way to salvage the situation. "Tell me, how did you earn over 10 million? He inquired, with enthusiasm. Lu Gaoda replied. Boss, the river is always bustling with activity, right? Many people come to fish, often waiting over an hour in line. I took over the hot pot restaurant at Yongnian Supermarket and transformed it into a branch of our river fishing. Aside from the hot pot base, everything else was replicated from our river fishing. Once I switched the hot pot base and transferred a few employees from river fishing, the transition was seamless. As I expected, after completely mirroring river fishing, business boomed. Thus, we netted over 15 million. Plus, the space was ample. The Yongnian restaurant spanned 2,000 square meters. Within days of opening, I made a few alterations, expanding the hot pot restaurant by an additional 2,000 square meters. If needed, we can still expand further. The Yongnian supermarket has already closed, and the landlord won't find a tenant anytime soon. So converting the entire place into a hot pot restaurant would be effortless. Qian Ziyong was taken aback by the scale of Lu Gaoda's ambition. How ruthless! Had Lu Gaoda taken over the supermarket entirely and converted it all into a hot pot restaurant, the outcome would have been far more significant than just over 10 million. Once his temper settled, Qian Ziyong ominously declared, "It seems I must spend this 15 million at the supermarket." He exited the office, his mind racing. I believe the supermarket needs some additional facilities. Li Lian shook his head. Boss, the supermarket is already well equipped. It lacks nothing. A 50 million renovation has provided everything one could desire. Qian Ziyong insisted, I feel it lacks. Li Lian countered, it truly does not. He was unwilling to spend money, as Qian Ziyong typically invested profits into new projects or distributed dividends, never keeping a cent for himself. It would be advantageous to retain this over 10 million, he mused. The supermarket still lacks vehicles. Let us acquire 2 for the supermarket. 1 business vehicle and 1 sports car. This had been his plan all along. Initially, he intended to make the purchase in the next cycle, but Lu Gaoda and Oppo's unexpected windfall of over 15 million forced his hand. Fixed assets were indeed essential. Truth be told, had time not been of the essence, he would have refrained from acquiring fixed assets. After a moment's thought, Qian Ziyong picked up the phone and called Zhou Kaitan. Manager Zhou. Boss, Zhou Kaitan answered amidst his busy schedule. I and Oppo's am currently occupied with the renovations at the milk tea shop. What can I do for you? Zhou Kaitan was swamped with 600 stores, barely managing to keep his feet on the ground. I have 10 million here. Could you help me invest it? Qian Ziyong asked. Zhou Kaitan grimaced, shaking his head. Boss, please spare me. I and Oppo's done all I can. Just let me catch my breath and organize these 600 stores first. Hearing Zhou Kaitan and Oppo's exhausted tone, Qian Ziyong felt a pang of guilt. He knew Zhou Kaitan was working tirelessly, often sacrificing sleep. All right, take care of yourself. Don and Oppo's. Tea over work, he said with concern. Zhou Kaitan was indeed a valuable employee, contributing immensely to Qian Ziyong and Oppo's struggling business. Qian Ziyong glanced at Lu Gaoda. You should take a page from Manager Zhou and Oppo's book. Look at how hard he works. And you, on the other hand, create chaos every day. Lu Gaoda lowered his head in a pitiful manner. Qian Ziyong sternly declared, I want to take responsibility for the mess you and Oppo's created. You must bear the consequences. The next dividend you receive shall be doubled. Do you understand? Yes, Lu Gaoda responded, still processing the shock. Double dividends? Huh. Lu Gaoda and Oppo's spirits soared, nearly causing him to leap for joy. However, upon noticing Qian Ziyong and Oppo's grim expression, he immediately lowered his head. Yet he couldn't and Oppo's suppress a smile, nearly turning his face purple from the effort. With Zhou Kaitan overwhelmed, it seemed Lu Gaoda would have to step up his efforts. The supermarket undoubtedly needed more supplies. As Qian Ziyong surveyed the store, Li Lian remarked, Boss, the supermarket truly lacks nothing. At that moment, Qian Ziyong spotted a little dog being led by a young lady. Manager Li, you still claim there's nothing missing? How could it be reasonable for large dogs to enter the supermarket? Qian Ziyong stated. Chapter 82. More exercise. It is widely acknowledged that allowing large dogs into supermarkets could lead to significant disturbances. Should a child be bitten, the consequences would be dire. In fact, many supermarkets do not permit even small dogs. Qian Ziyong suggested, if dogs cannot enter the supermarket, why not prepare some cages for our customers? He instructed Manager Li to immediately arrange for spacious cages to accommodate dogs, ensuring they are placed in shaded areas. Upon hearing this, Li Lian promptly directed the staff to take action, and we must also provide ample hand-washing stations. Moreover, to elevate the supermarket in APOS as standards, we will implement a 7-day return policy for any unsatisfied customers. Qian Ziyong declared as he strolled through the supermarket. He arrived at the fruit section and noticed the exorbitant price of durians, 39 per pound, while the cost price was only 29. This is truly expensive. If we cannot afford it, let's incur some losses. He proclaimed, from now on, whether it be watermelons or durians, the supermarket will provide them pre-cut. If customers are dissatisfied, we shall exchange them. The surrounding staff were taken aback. Is there truly such a business model? Li Lian was at a loss for words and how to dissuade Qian Ziyong. He continued onward, spotting a cluster of electric scooters outside. Manager Li, you mentioned that the supermarket lacks nothing. Yet here we are, in dire need of a large shelter for these scooters. Ensure it is spacious, capable of providing both rain and sun protection. I do not want customers to suffer from scorching seats during the summer heat. Qian Ziyong was adamant, envisioning expenditures that could reach millions in mere moments. As he walked further, he contemplated the expansive square outside. This place requires a grand lamp to illuminate the night sky. Remember when criminals attempted to set our supermarket ablaze? Although we escaped unscathed, it indicates that much remains to be addressed. A bright light will ensure that wrongdoers cannot hide. Li Lian nodded gravely, recognizing the importance of safety. Furthermore, how long has it been since this road was repaired? It is inconvenient for customers. And what if someone were to fall? Li Lian replied, but this road is not our responsibility. It should be the landlord's duty. They are merely tenants. Why should they bear the cost of repairing the entrance road? Besides, this road leads not only to our supermarket, but also to other businesses. Why should they fund repairs? Qian Ziyong shook his head. Such narrow-mindedness. A person with grand aspirations cannot afford to be so petty. If I see a problem, I shall take action. The priority is to provide excellent service to our customers. Everything else is secondary. He nearly divulged his true sentiments. Nearby, Lu Gaoda patted his sizable belly and waved dismissively. Manager Li, such minor expenses are inconsequential. I will earn that back in a matter of days. Qian Ziyong was incensed by Lu Gaoda's meddling, feeling that he was flaunting his profits. The funds for road repairs, dog cages, and scooter shelters would all be classified as renovations, counted as fixed assets. If it were not for dire circumstances, he would prefer to allocate these resources differently. Gaoda, I believe it is time for you to exercise, Qian Ziyong remarked. Lu Gaoda glanced down at his belly and acknowledged its size but remained unconcerned. As long as a man has wealth, what does it matter if he's a bit heavier? Ziyong, you once encouraged me to indulge in meat, claiming I was too thin. I feel I haven't gained weight. I'm still just 249 pounds. He protested. Look at yourself. You are nearly reaching 250 pounds and still refuse to lose weight. What sports do you excel at? Basketball, swimming, cycling? Qian Ziyong pressed. Lu Gaoda sheepishly admitted, I can manage basketball, but swimming is not my forte, and I cannot ride a bicycle at all. What? You cannot ride a bicycle? Qian Ziyong was taken aback. Lu Gaoda smiled awkwardly. I find it quite unsafe. I've always struggled with balance. Nodding in understanding, Qian Ziyong turned to Zhu Daqiang, acquire a bicycle for me. I know. We already have basketballs at the supermarket, and there is a basketball court behind it. Zhu Daqiang responded cheerfully. Lu Gaoda, feeling more at ease, exclaimed, It has been years since I played basketball. Let's engage in some exercise together today. As he spoke, he began to stretch. Qian Ziyong shook his head. No. We should buy a bicycle. I envision an old-fashioned model with a large horizontal bar, one that is challenging to mount and ride. Zhu Daqiang pondered. Are you referring to A and Oppos, 280 and Oppos, bicycle? Precisely. Qian Ziyong exclaimed with delight. I will pay for a bike for Gaoda. It is a fitting way to express my gratitude for the money you have earned me. Lu Gaoda panicked. Ziyong, let's stick to basketball. I believe playing basketball would help me lose weight faster. Qian Ziyong countered, I do not care for your opinion. I care for mine. Life passes swiftly, and if you cannot even ride a bicycle, how will you manage? I do not want you to look back on your life and regret, wishing you had learned. Lu Gaoda was bewildered. Who regrets not knowing how to ride a bicycle? One only regrets not having made money or enjoyed life enough. Qian Ziyong gazed skyward, earnestly articulating, the most precious thing in life is existence. It is a singular occurrence. When one reflects on their past, they should not lament unfinished tasks or missed opportunities. In any case, you must learn to ride a bicycle. Though he struggled to articulate his thoughts further, he was determined that Lu Gaoda would ride a bicycle today. After all, Lu Gaoda had caused him to miss out on significant savings from the system. This debt must be repaid. Perhaps I could ride a regular bicycle. A smaller one, Lu Gaoda suggested timidly. Qian Ziyong resolutely shook his head. How can you evade this? You must confront challenges head-on to overcome them. Moreover, given your size, a smaller bicycle will not withstand your weight. Trust me, the Appos, 280 Appos, model is ideal. It is sturdy and reliable. With a firm resolution, Qian Ziyong declared, it shall be the Appos, 280 Appos. Zhu Daqiang hastily departed to procure one. Lu Gaoda, filled with trepidation, followed closely behind Qian Ziyong to the basketball court behind the supermarket, where a group of young men were energetically playing. Watching them sweat and enjoy their game, Lu Gaoda felt a pang of envy. He yearned for such exercise, not the prospect of riding a bicycle. Chapter 83. Galloping across the world before long, Zhu Daqiang returned, pushing an antiquated bicycle known as the Dabong. Boss, he exclaimed, I traversed 8 streets and Kuden and Appos to find an Dabong. Fortunately, an employee at the supermarket lent me one. Zhu Daqiang chuckled as he approached with the bicycle, its rusty frame revealing its age. A fine vehicle. Qian Ziyong beamed with delight. Noticing the young men playing basketball were somewhat fatigued, Qian Ziyong inquired with a smile, Gentlemen, have you had your lunch? I hear the hot pot at Healy Lao is quite delectable. Upon hearing the mention of the hot pot, the basketball players exchanged nostalgic glances. I dined there yesterday. The flavors were delightful, the service was excellent, and the waitresses were beautiful. The only downside was the price. One of them remarked, to which the others nodded in agreement. My dear brother, Qian Ziyong continued, you are already in your 20s and yet cannot ride a bicycle. Your grandest aspiration in life is to ride this Dabong and gallop across the world. How about we borrow the venue, and I treat you to hot pot? What do you think? The crowd exchanged glances, and one young man tossed the basketball aside, approaching with a grin. Did you say you would treat us to hot pot? Qian Ziyong replied with a smile. Manager Zhu, please take them to Healy Lao and reserve a private room. Let the bill be on Lu Gaoda's tab. Even if he treats us, he must still pay. He cannot use a single penny from a system. This system is quite stingy. It only allows him to profit through losses while blocking any loopholes. Upon hearing that he was to use his own money, Lu Gaoda protested. Ziyong, why must you use my funds for your treat? Qian Ziyong shrugged. Who told you to learn to ride a bicycle? Borrowing the venue requires a show of appreciation. But I don't want to ride a bicycle, Lu Gaoda exclaimed, staring at the towering Dabong with trepidation. Qian Ziyong insisted, you shall ride the bicycle. Without further ado, he hoisted Lu Gaoda onto the bike. Lu Gaoda pedaled awkwardly, while Qian Ziyong encouraged him from behind. Use your waist. Put your back into it. How can a 200-pound man have such a weak waist? Lu Gaoda was drenched in sweat, and after Qian Ziyong let go, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Thankfully, it was winter, and his thick clothing cushioned the fall. For 3 consecutive days, Qian Ziyong relentlessly guided Lu Gaoda in learning to ride. Just when Lu Gaoda began to doubt his life choices after numerous falls, he finally mastered the Dabong. Qian Ziyong then made himself scarce. In his office, Lu Gaoda wore a look of grievance, while Zhu Daqiang and Li Lian offered comfort. Sipping hot tea, Lu Gaoda sighed. Ziyong has changed. Zhu Daqiang shook his head. I believe Qian Ziyong has not changed. Rather, he has grown closer to you. Lu Gaoda, puzzled, countered, then why is he still angry with me after I earned over 10 million? He even kicked me. Zhu Daqiang chuckled, as the saying goes, and Appos. To hit is to show affection. To scold is to love. And oppos, when love runs deep, a kick may follow. I believe the boss values you highly. His reprimands are merely a form of encouragement. Is that so? Liu Gaodao mused, touching his head thoughtfully. Li Yin chimed in. Manager Zhu is right. I too believe the boss is motivating you. Consider this. Why does he only reprimand you and not others? Have you not noticed that after earning over 10 million, you seem a bit carried away? Liu Gaodao pondered. That does seem to be the case. Li Yin took a sip of tea and smiled. You are young, having attained wealth that most your age could only dream of, along with a few female admirers. It is only natural to feel a bit elevated. But be warned, the higher you soar, the harder you may fall. In my youth, I too achieved a measure of success and felt invincible, as if there were no challenge I could not overcome. Yet, I later faced immense losses and accrued debts. If only I had someone like the boss to awaken me back then. As Li Yin reminisced about his youthful experiences, Liu Gaodao was taken aback. Was it really that dire? Li Yin nodded. Consider those who achieve great success at a young age. How many truly sail smoothly? Youthful arrogance is not a virtue. For those of us in business, we must remain grounded, as a single misstep could lead to ruin. Liu Gaodao's expression turned serious. Li Yin, an experienced elder, had traversed more paths than Liu Gaodao had walked. I truly envy your fortune, Li Yin lamented, to have encountered the boss at such a young age. With him as your guiding light, constantly awakening you, your future is indeed bright. It is said in oppos, reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. Traveling thousands of miles is no match for the guidance of a wise person. Liu Gaodao wholeheartedly agreed. I too find Ziyong remarkable. Whatever I undertake alongside him seems to flourish. Despite my utmost efforts in opening the hot pot restaurant at Yongyan Supermarket, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. I feel constrained, as if I cannot fully embrace the opportunity. Unlike Ziyong, who spends freely, conveying sincerity to customers and making employees feel valued. If Ziyong were here, he would undoubtedly say, "It's not my money, of course. I can spend generously." Li Yin responded, "Speaking of your venture at Yongyan Supermarket, I believe the boss has a plan for you. You have not yet reached your full potential." Liu Gaodao scratched his head in confusion. "Do you know why you were sent to Yongyan Supermarket?" Li Yin asked. "To go undercover?" Liu Gaodao replied uncertainly. Li Yin nodded emphatically, "Of course. You are there to be an undercover agent. Your relationship with the boss is akin to that of father and son. He trusts you unconditionally. While others might cause the boss concern if they were undercover, he has no worries about you at Yongyan Supermarket. That is the essence of his trust in you." Liu Gaodao's face lit up with realization. Ziyong trusts me, which is why he assigned me to go undercover. After so many years of camaraderie, he undoubtedly believes in me. Suddenly, Liu Gaodao had an epiphany. I understand now. Ziyong wants me to establish the hot pot restaurant at Yongyan Supermarket. Once Yongyan Supermarket closes, I will seamlessly take over the hot pot restaurant. Ziyong has orchestrated everything. Li Yin shook his head. "It's more than that. I believe the boss envisions you taking over Yongyan Supermarket entirely, transforming it into a branch of our Feihuang Supermarket." At that time, our Feihuang Supermarket was thriving. Acquiring Yongyan Supermarket would have allowed both to prosper. Now it may be too late. What a pity. Had we taken over back then, we would have surely reaped substantial rewards. Chapter 84. A prophet. Liu Gaodao felt a twinge of regret. He had indeed been too cautious. If there were to be another opportunity, he vowed not to hold back so much. By the way, I have always been puzzled as to why Ziyong insisted that I learn to ride a bicycle. Liu Gaodao remarked with a hint of confusion. Zhu Daqiang interjected eagerly. "I know. It must be part of the boss's strategy. Our next project is likely to be bicycles." "Is that so?" Liu Gaodao was not entirely convinced. Li Yin pondered for a moment and nodded. "There is a strong possibility. The boss has always been one to plan ahead, and it is very likely that the next project will involve bicycles. Preparations have already begun. Then it seems the upcoming project will be your moment to shine, Liu Gaodao." Just then, Yi Shaoqi knocked and entered. "Manager Liu, the boss wants you to go to Shenzhen to manage the employees at the milk tea shop," she informed, holding her phone. "What?" Liu Gaodao's heart raced. "They're sending me to Shenzhen?" He was reluctant to leave. Life in Hacheng was so much better. He could watch them dance at home, enjoy free hot pot from the river, and the employees adored him. Whether at the hot pot restaurant or at home, he was held in high esteem. In Shenzhen, who would even know who Lu Gaoda was? Moreover, he truly didn't tee one apart with the quadruplets. The bosses said you must go. By the way, the flight tickets have already been booked for tonight. Yi Xiaoqin added. Lu Gaoda was taken aback. Meanwhile, Qian Ziyong, who was responsible for transferring Lu Gaoda to Shenzhen, was anxiously awaiting the system settlement. System settlement beginning. Settlement complete. Host, Qian Ziyong. Personal assets, 54 million. System funds. Cash, 10,000. Fixed funds, 97. 85 million settling. Personal funds, 54 million. 100 million. 97. 55 million. 4. 99 million. The system had omitted amounts under 10,000. Ultimately, he was settled with 45 million. Adding his original 54 million, he had a total of 99 million. Qian Ziyong gazed at the 966 yuan in his bank account. His expression a mix of complexity. He was unsure whether to laugh or cry. If it weren't for Lu Gaoda, he would have certainly surpassed 10 million in this settlement. Lu Gaoda's betrayal had cost him several million in potential gains. He wished he could send Lu Gaoda to the farthest reaches of the frontier. Was there not a place called Ningguda in ancient times? That would be an ideal location for him. Qian Ziyong thought fiercely. Opening his phone, Qian Ziyong transferred 3 million to his mother. In that moment, he felt an immense sense of pride. While other children were still asking their parents for money right after graduation, he was directly sending millions to his parents. After a while, his mother sent a text. Money received, currently on vacation, do not disturb. Qian Ziyong felt as if he had given 3 million to a dog. He swore that if he sent more money home, he would be a dog. He glanced at the system. Current cycle task, 200 million, time limit. 3 months upon seeing the 200 million task, Qian Ziyong and Oppo's eyes sparkled. 200 million, a considerable sum, yet he felt no pressure. With 200 million in hand, he would acquire the finest luxury cars and villas. There was still ample time. 3 months remained, and he was not in a hurry. He could first dabble in stock trading and incur some losses. As long as he learned to trade stocks, he could easily lose money while comfortably seated at home. Qian Ziyong had long desired to venture into stock trading. He had heard that it was a wealth destroyer, turning many affluent families into debt-ridden ones. Previously, he had steered clear of stocks, but now he felt it was worth a try. Just as he contemplated this, his landlord Chen Jingfu and Sun Yu and Oppo's from Shenzhen arrived. Brother. Upon seeing Qian Ziyong, they were visibly excited. We made a profit at the milk tea shop. Sun Yu and Oppo's, and exclaimed, carrying a box of liquor. Qian Ziyong hurried forward to accept the gift, noting its substantial weight. Xiaoqin, why haven't you poured tea for Brother Sun yet? Qian Ziyong instructed. As for Chen Jingfu, who had come empty-handed, he was not welcome here. Qian Ziyong embraced Sun Yu and Oppo's, and, Brother, I've missed you terribly. Why did you take so long to visit me? Sun Yuan patted Qian Ziyong's hand, saying, I recently returned from trip abroad, incurred some losses, and it's complicated. Qian Ziyong felt a wave of emotion. Sun Yuan had treated him so well. Despite suffering losses himself, he still brought him liquor, unlike some others who arrived empty-handed, only to mooch off a meal later. At the same time, Qian Ziyong also envied Sun Yu and Oppo's. Why hadn't he shared the details of his losses? That was not true brotherhood. You just said the milk tea shop made a profit, but it's not making a profit. Qian Ziyong protested. He was quite invested in the milk tea shop, having put in 1 billion, assisting both of his brothers with an investment each of 1 billion. He had funneled most of the profits from Fei Huangqi and the hot pot restaurant into it. Currently, if each shop lost 20,000, 600 shops would amount to a loss of 12 million monthly. This was a significant burden for him. Therefore, the milk tea shop was his treasure, and he held it in high regard. Chen Jingfu interjected, Brother, your perspective is limited. To us, earning money is not solely about immediate profits. It can also be about future gains. Huh? Qian Ziyong scratched his head in confusion. How does one earn money in the future? Chen Jingfu explained. Our milk tea shop and Oppo's market valuation has already reached 600 million. Most importantly, Our shop is incredibly popular. Countless investors are eager to buy into our milk tea shop. Qian Ziyong was puzzled. But our milk tea shop is losing money. We're losing over 10 million a month. He could not comprehend why the shop, which was operating at a loss, would be valued at 600 million. Why were investors so eager to invest in the milk tea shop? These people were quite strange. Did they also have a system for losing money? Sun Yuan laughed heartily. Brother, it seems you know nothing about capital. Losing a mere 10 million a month is insignificant. Our milk tea shop is thriving, with customers filling every seat, effectively crushing competition. Who would think our shop is losing money when they see how busy it is? That's why so many want to invest in our Bingmi milk tea. Furthermore, losses are only temporary. Having popularity is what truly matters. Once we capture a significant market share, our Bingmi milk tea shop will be the most dazzling star in Shenzhen. Once we go public, our shares will soar into the hundreds of billions. You, Qian Ziyong, will also transform into a billionaire overnight. Upon hearing Sun Yuan and Appo's words, Qian Ziyong was so startled that he plopped down onto the ground. A billionaire? More like 100 billion debtor, in an effort to recover 300 million. Zhou Kaidan had nearly run himself ragged. He had spent several anxious days in Shenzhen. Losing $1 billion? That would be worse than death. Chapter 85. Avoid the stock market suddenly. Qian Ziyong had an epiphany. As long as he did not go public, the money would never find its way into his pocket. Stocks, much like real estate, are classified as fixed assets. In fact, these two forms of fixed assets are assessed at their full value during settlement, unlike renovations, where investments can be halved on the spot. Therefore, he would rather invest in renovations than purchase property or vehicles, with the exception of the 2 cars from a supermarket, which he intended to drive himself. My dear brothers, I believe it is in our best interest not to take the milk tea shop public. I simply cannot engage in such practices that exploit investors. Qian Ziyong spoke earnestly. Chen Jingfu and Sun Yu and Appo's and exchanged glances. Sun Yu and Appo's and remarked, the entire investment sphere operates this way. Whether a business is profitable or not, the aim is to secure as much financing as possible. We are merely following the trend. Do not burden yourself with guilt. Qian Ziyong resolutely shook his head. There are principles to uphold. Wrong is wrong. Just because many are misled does not render it right. I firmly believe that if I cannot provide returns to investors and can only lead them to losses, then I shall steadfastly refuse their investments. You are all aware of the state of the stock market. It is precisely because some individuals are solely focused on going public and siphoning off funds that it experiences incessant declines. I, Qian Ziyong, have always acted with a clear conscience. Unless I possess the capability to yield profits for investors, I shall never consider going public. His heartfelt words nearly convinced even himself, charged with sincerity and deep emotion. In short, he was adamant. Going public was out of the question. Should that occur, it would spell disaster for him. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu and Appo's, and sighed and patted Qian Ziyong on the shoulder. In my youth, I shared your sentiments. I aspired to establish a successful venture, enabling my family and friends to believe in me and profit alongside me. However, I later realized my ambitions were overly fanciful. Earning substantial sums legitimately is exceedingly challenging. Coupled with the allure of quick gains through dubious means, I lost my way for a time. Beside them, Chen Jingfu chuckled, brother Sun. You have maintained a commendable sense of moderation. You refrain from pursuing excessive wealth. Unlike certain individuals in the investment realm who, regardless of the consequences, chase after any and all money. I recently heard of a group preying on college students. With the current trend of entrepreneurship, many inexperienced students have been led astray, losing their way entirely. They partner with lending companies to exploit these young minds. The most troubling aspect is that all procedures are legal. Even when students realize the deception, they find themselves with no recourse. Qian Ziyong was taken aback. Such nefarious deeds existed. There are far too many villains in society. What young person does not yearn to build a career? Upon graduating from university, he too had dreams of entrepreneurship. However, he was self-aware, understanding the challenges of starting a business, and thus chose to first gain experience in the workforce. Fresh graduates are like blank slates. How could they possibly compete with seasoned veterans who have navigated the market for years? Many disdain the idea of targeting students. Yet there are those with impure intentions who exploit the vulnerable. Sun Yuan amp, oppose, and chuckled. One must have principles. Compared to money, our standards are far too low. He continued. I oppose. He also heard of a group exploiting women, offering loans for cars and homes, deceiving them for both money and affection. As they lamented the state of society, Sun Yuan suddenly lifted his gaze toward Qian Ziyong and declared, Brother Qian, I believe in you. You're unlike the others. We may lack the ability to create a successful enterprise, but you possess talent. You need not enter the stock market to achieve great wealth. You can thrive and contribute to societal progress. Thanks to you, the GDP of Han City has risen by a percentage point. You have enabled many to live dignified lives free from want. In helping others, you have also uplifted yourself. Both men expressed their admiration for Qian Ziyong and Amp, Oppo's, talents. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, feeling undeserving of such praise. If he truly had talent, he wouldn't and Amp, Oppo's, be struggling financially. Brothers, I wish to venture into stock trading. Qian Ziyong felt that losing money would be a challenge. Their conversation made him believe that stocks might be his salvation. Sun Yuan and Chun Jingfu exchanged concerned glances. Chun Jingfu quickly advised, no, ordinary people should steer clear of stocks. They can become addictive. Winning breeds a desire for more, while losing only leads to deeper entanglement. ISNT, they're saying, investment carries risks. One must tread cautiously. Sun Yu and Amp, Oppose, and added, I'm not worried about your potential losses. With your ability to generate income, any losses will be temporary. My greatest concern is that you might neglect real business in favor of stocks. Compared to trading, earning through solid enterprises is laborious and slow. When you find yourself making millions in mere moments, the arduous earnings from genuine work will seem trivial. Many successful entrepreneurs have lost everything in the stock market, ultimately abandoning their businesses. Be cautious. Both men urged Qian Ziyong to exercise caution, but he felt reassured. Hadn't they just mentioned that losing money was easy? That was precisely what he desired. Wouldn't that mean he could lose it all in an instant? My dear brothers, I wish to give a try. Qian Ziyong and Oppo's resolve grew stronger. Seeing their advice fall on deaf ears, Chun Jingfu sighed. I came to invite you to my home for a visit. I happen to know some traders. If you wish to dabble, I can arrange for their assistance. Qian Ziyong's determination to explore the stock market was unwavering. Chun Jingfu believed that having him around would be better than without. At critical moments, he could provide guidance. Qian Ziyong nodded. The markets will be closed for a couple of days. I will come by Sunday evening to pick you up. Chun Jingfu said. Qian Ziyong nodded eagerly in anticipation. Brother, you are truly kind to me. He recognized Chun Jingfu's genuine care. Such a brother must not suffer losses. Qian Ziyong resolved that when the time was right, he would forcibly acquire the shares of the milk tea shop from his two older brothers. The current market valuation for milk tea had reached 600 million, doubling in worth. This meant that to forcibly acquire their shares worth 100 million, he would need to expend 200 million. Excellent. Quite splendid. Qian Ziyong mentally commended his earlier foresight. Indeed, the decision to include forced acquisition in the company's articles was a stroke of genius. With this systematic influx of 200 million in cash, he aimed to secure at least 100 million. The ability to forcefully acquire shares while also losing money in stocks. He was uncertain how he would profit this time. It was extraordinarily stable. Even if Liu Gaoda attempted to disrupt him, it would not pose much of a concern. In a word, stability. Qian Ziyong felt a surge of satisfaction within, completely devoid of worry. This cycle would undoubtedly be the most stable and comfortable one yet, requiring neither toil nor strife on his part. Chapter 86. The Eye's Heart decision on Sunday evening. Qian Ziyong was received at Chun Jingfu and Amp, Oppo's, residence. Though referred to as a home, it was merely a temporary dwelling in Wushi. ISNT, this temporary abode, a tad too grand, right in the city center by Donghu. Qian Ziyong marveled at the villa before him. Initially, during the car ride, upon hearing Chun Jingfu describe it as merely a temporary residence, Qian Ziyong felt a twinge of disappointment. However, upon arrival, he realized the limitations of his own perspective. The lake was just outside, with all of Donghu serving as an expansive garden. Moreover, within the villa, there was an enormous courtyard where one could lie on the grass at night and gaze at the stars. A truly delightful experience. To his astonishment, the basement housed a vast indoor swimming pool, accompanied by a gym. The first floor boasted a media room, a nanny and Oppo's room, a game room, and a billiards room. The living room featured a 6-meter-high ceiling, a large television exceeding 100 inches, and a stunning crystal chandelier suspended from above. The dining area offered both Western and Eastern styles, with the kitchen and Oppo's dining table surprisingly accommodating, both a round Eastern table and a long Western one. Ascending to the second floor, he discovered 4 rooms, 2 guest bedrooms, a master suite, and a workspace. What truly amazed Qian Ziyong was the third floor, which was entirely dedicated to the master suite. This expansive bedroom included a walk-in closet and a bathroom, the latter featuring a lavish double bathtub. How much water must one waste to indulge in such a bath? He pondered, noting that this bathroom was larger than his previous rental accommodation. On the 4th floor, there was a drying area, a glass room adorned with a starry garden, and another glass room containing a bed designed with 360-degree visibility. Lying there at night, one could count stars until dawn. Qian Ziyong felt like Lu Lao, marveling at every corner. This was nothing short of a dream mansion, no? He had never encountered such opulence before. Lacking the imagination to dream of it, he felt as though he were living in a realm of divine beings. What a splendid place, Qian Ziyong thought, wishing to compose a poem of praise, but after much contemplation, he could only muster a single commendatory word. Chen Jingfu, ever humble, remarked, "I'm glad you like it. If you wish to stay, feel free to come any time. A house is meant to be lived in, and leaving it vacant for too long is detrimental." Qian Ziyong nodded with a smile. "You are truly kind, my friend. If time permits, I shall certainly come to stay." He adored the location, but did not desire to reside there permanently. Were it his own abode, he would revel in it every day. However, this villa was not his, and living there would instill a sense of constraint. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. He preferred the liberty of his own space. With eager anticipation, Qian Ziyong inquired, "How much did you purchase this villa for?" Chen Jingfu chuckled. "I acquired this villa some time ago for around 30 million. Now, it has appreciated to approximately 50 million. Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyong felt reassured. If he succeeded in leveraging the system for 100 million during this cycle, he could afford 2 such villas. Excellent. Quite splendid, he thought, feeling invigorated. At that moment, 2 stunning women, akin to ethereal beings from a painting, captured Qian Ziyong and Oppo's attention as they gracefully emerged with a platter of fruit. One wore a fitted blue dress, her long hair cascading down, accentuating her slender waist and elegant curves, causing Qian Ziyong and Oppo's cheeks to flush. The other, adorned in a white gown reminiscent of a bride, approached and placed the fruit on the table, then nestled beside Chen Jingfu. "This is Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, this is my brother Qian, the owner of Feihuang Supermarket." Chen Jingfu introduced them with a smile. Qian Ziyong admired, "Sister-in-law is truly beautiful. If I could marry someone as lovely as you, I would be ecstatic." Chen Jingfu laughed heartily. "Rest assured, with your capabilities, you shall certainly find such a partner." Chen Jingfu then introduced the woman in the blue dress. "This is Xiaoyu's close friend, Ning Shuang, who has never had a boyfriend." Ning Shuang extended her fair hand, and Qian Ziyong cautiously shook it. Chen Jingfu playfully patted Xiaoyu's slender waist, and she looked at him with a gaze that spoke of affection, reluctantly parting from his side. Ning Shuang followed suit. Qian Ziyong continued to munch on the watermelon at the table, silently reciting the heart peace mantra, with a heart as clear as ice. One is unperturbed by the collapse of heaven. Amidst myriad changes, tranquility prevails. Lost to self, one remains steadfast. Gradually, Qian Ziyong and Oppo's heart settled. As he glanced up, he inadvertently caught Ning Shuang and Oppo's radiant smile, accompanied by her melodious laughter. His heart raced uncontrollably. No amount of meditation could quell his restless spirit. He hastily lowered his head. closed his eyes, and summoned his ultimate technique, reciting the ice heart decision. Pure as water, water is the heart. With no breeze, no ripples arise. Alone in the bamboo grove, I serenely play my lute, observing Qian Ziyong and Appo's flustered demeanor. Chen Jingfu erupted in laughter. Qian Ziyong and Appo's face turned crimson. Brother, you are truly unkind. You know full well I'm young and cannot withstand such temptations. Chen Jingfu shook his head. Women are drawn to young and accomplished men. Ning Shuang has no boyfriend, and if you fancy her, Qian Ziyong interjected. Right now, I only wish to earn more money. Women are too troublesome. He spoke of his own wealth accumulation, not of the system's. As long as he could exhaust the system's funds, converting losses into personal assets, he was tirelessly devising ways to incur losses daily. Truth be told, Qian Ziyong felt a tinge of envy towards Chen Jingfu. His brother, in his 40s, was with Xiaoyu, who couldn't be more than 23. Brother, I have a poem for you, Qian Ziyong declared. Intrigued, Chen Jingfu responded, go on. An 18-year-old bride with an 80-year-old man. White hair confronting a rosy visage. In the double bed, pairs embrace, while a pair tree bows under the weight of blossoms. Old cows grazing on tender grass. What a shameless affair. Qian Ziyong internally derided Chen Jingfu. Truly, good cabbage is wasted on pigs. Chen Jingfu laughed even louder. Brother Qian, you have yet to adapt to the life of the affluent. Chen Jingfu sighed, standing to gaze at the night scenery outside. The world is indeed unfair. Wealthy individuals enjoy the company of numerous women, while the destitute toil for their daily bread. Money is a splendid thing, truly a remarkable asset. Some lose themselves in pursuit of it, while others veer onto paths of no return. A gentleman cherishes wealth attained through righteousness. You are young and possess great commercial talent. All that I possess now, you shall acquire in the future, and what I currently lack, you too will possess. Brother, allow me to impart some wisdom as an elder. Heed my words if you will, or dismiss them as mere folly. Qian Ziyong perked up his ears. Chen Jingfu advised, remain true to your principles to achieve your goals. In the future, the temptations you face will multiply. Never act against your conscience. Remember, a single misstep can lead to lifelong regret. Some mistakes cannot be rectified. The greater your abilities, the greater the potential harm. At least ensure you do not harm others. This is why, despite my age, I remain unmarried. With my status, I could marry and venture out without fear of reproach from my wife. Yet some choices are worth making, while others are best left unpursued. Chapter 87. Inability to be reused. Qian Ziyong remained silent. Until now, he had only perceived Chen Jingfu as a wealthy merchant, but he now realized that he possessed such strong principles. Chen Jingfu retrieved a bottle of red wine from a nearby cabinet and slowly opened it with tools. He poured 2 glasses and inquired, would you care for a drink? Qian Ziyong shook his head. I am not particularly fond of alcohol. He believed that beverages were far more enjoyable. Beer and red wine were sour, while white wine was bitter. Chen Jingfu chuckled. This is XO, worth 20,000 a bottle. Qian Ziyong rose from his seat. I'll have a glass. Chen Jingfu poured him a drink. Qian Ziyong took it and tasted a small sip, grimacing at its sourness. Without any food to accompany it, how could one possibly swallow? It was outrageous. He nibbled at the watermelon on the table, while Chen Jingfu savored his wine with a sense of tranquility. Opening the window, he welcomed the breeze from the lake, relishing the wine and enjoying life. Qian Ziyong mused that if he were not present, the young girl, Xiaoyu, would undoubtedly be nestled beside Chen Jingfu. I too aspire to live as effortlessly as you, my brother, Qian Ziyong remarked. The life Chen Jingfu led was truly enviable. Unlike him, who had toiled for so long, only managing to scrape together 5 million. The villa cost 50 million, and he had barely acquired a fraction of that. This was merely one of Chen Jingfu and Appo's temporary residences. He yearned to emulate Chen Jingfu and Appo's nonchalance. Chen Jingfu smiled. My dear brother, money is significant. I trust that with your talent, it will not be long before you find yourself in a similar position as mine, provided you steer clear of stocks. Qian Ziyong resolutely shook his head. I have faith in myself. Should I falter, I will heed your advice and refrain from engaging in that realm. With that, Qian Jingfu ceased to persuade him further. By the way, Qian Jingfu continued, your good friend Lu Gaoda lacks the capability to manage a company or even a department. With you by his side, the issues may not be apparent at present. However, over time, significant troubles may arise. Qian Ziyong pondered for a moment and replied, are you suggesting his abilities are insufficient? But he was the one who founded the hot pot restaurant. He too believed Lu Gaoda and Oppo's capabilities were limited. It was precisely because of that belief that he had chosen to elevate him. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Gaoda had successfully established the hot pot restaurant, generating substantial profits for him. Perhaps he had misjudged Lu Gaoda. He might indeed be a hidden commercial genius. If that were the case, he dared not assign Lu Gaoda a higher position, lest he earn him vast sums of money again. For instance, Lu Gaoda had even opened a branch of the hot pot restaurant by the river. Currently, he had tasked Lu Gaoda with managing personnel, deliberately stifling his potential. After all, he had already arranged the personnel at the milk tea shop in the deep city, leaving Lu Gaoda with little to do. He had moved Lu Gaoda to prevent him from disrupting his money-losing scheme. Now, Qian Jingfu claimed that Lu Gaoda lacked talent. If that were true, then relocating Lu Gaoda might have been a mistake. Qian Jingfu chuckled, my brother, I merely wish to convey my thoughts about your friend, and I hope you won't take offense. I'm not fond of gossiping behind others' backs. When you call me brother, I must live up to that title. Hence, I made a point of warning you. Of course, if you believe I am mistaken, feel free to disregard my words. Qian Ziyong, with a serious expression, stood up. I implore you, please guide me. I am young and surely lack your wisdom. I greatly need your insights. Your guidance will be forever etched in my heart. And how could I possibly hold any grievances against you? Qian Jingfu, whose assets exceeded 100 billion, was someone Qian Ziyong could hardly have hoped to meet before. Now, to hear his guidance was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. While teachers in school would willingly impart their knowledge outside of academia, few would invest effort in educating others without reward. If Qian Jingfu were to take on apprentices, many would eagerly deplete their fortunes to follow him. Qian Ziyong was self-aware. He was merely an ordinary university student. In comparison to Qian Jingfu, he felt immensely inferior. Hearing Qian Ziyong's words, Qian Jingfu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He sighed, do you know why you, a young man, have captured the attention of both myself and Sun Yuan? Even my relatives' children hardly receive such attention from me, let alone my careful guidance. Qian Ziyong scratched his head, curious, why is that? Qian Jingfu replied, because you are humble and possess boundaries. Most young people, upon achieving even a modicum of success, become arrogant, thinking themselves exceptional. I have encountered many such individuals. It does not take long for them to stumble. They might rise again, growing humble, or they might never recover, rendering their lives futile. Taking a sip of his wine, Qian Jingfu continued, as for boundaries, I once believed they were unimportant, even moral principles. I thought a person's capability was paramount. Ability and talent determine one's ultimate achievements. However, after encountering many individuals, especially those worth hundreds of billions or trillions, I came to understand that lacking virtue while holding power, possessing limited intelligence while scheming grandly, or bearing small strength while shouldering heavy burdens all lead to ruin. Virtue ultimately determines the extent of one's success. Furthermore, if one lacks boundaries and prioritizes wealth above all else, Sun Yu and Oppos, and I would worry that one day you might betray us for money. In the investment world, we have faced our share of betrayals and learned a crucial lesson. Investment is not merely about projects, but about people. If a person is unreliable, no matter how good the project, it is futile. Conversely, a capable person can succeed even with a subpar project. Qian Ziyong scratched his head, finding Qian Jingfu and Oppo's words profoundly insightful yet somewhat perplexing. However, he grasped one point. His brother admired his humility. This was a grand misunderstanding. The profits from the supermarket and hot pot restaurant were mere serendipities. He lacked true capability. His perceived humility was simply self-awareness. What a monumental misunderstanding. Qian Ziyong was at a loss for how to clarify. He believed the success of the supermarket and hot pot restaurant had nothing to do with him. It was pure chance. Yet Chen Jingfu would hardly believe that. He would only see it as a display of false modesty. It was truly impossible to explain. Seeing the hint of confusion in Qian Ziyong and Appo's eyes, Chen Jingfu smiled. It is perfectly fine if you do not understand now. As you gain more experience, it will become clear. Qian Ziyong then inquired, "What about Lu Gaoda? I believe he is similar to me. He should also be a talent, right?" Chen Jingfu shook his head. "Lu Gaoda pales in comparison to you. Just a glance reveals the disparity between you two. He has achieved a modicum of success and has become arrogant, his character transformed, losing all sense of direction. Such individuals, if not constantly reminded, will inevitably stir up significant troubles. The majority of his current success is due to your guidance. The strategies for the hot pot restaurant were all devised by you. Lu Gaoda is merely an executor. Anyone with normal intelligence could perform adequately in that role." Chapter 88, Qian Ziyong remarked, "In other words, Lu Gaoda lacks capability." Chen Jingfu nodded in agreement. Perhaps he has the potential to become an elite, but before that, he should start from the grassroots level. I am aware that you are a person who values emotions. However, one must not let sentiments interfere with business. Feelings are feelings, and business is business. If you find it unsuitable, you could assign Lu Gaoda to a more leisurely middle management role, allowing him to develop his skills before nurturing him further. Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyong nodded, understanding the implication. If Chen Jingfu perceives Lu Gaoda as lacking in ability, then indeed, Lu Gaoda's capabilities are truly inadequate. But does he need Lu Gaoda to be exceptionally competent? The lesser Lu Gaoda's abilities, the better. If the profits from the supermarket and hot pot restaurant were entirely his own, he would certainly not allow Lu Gaoda to occupy a high position. As Chen Jingfu stated, a lack of virtue to match one in Appo's S rank will surely lead to disaster. Yet, he does not desire profits. Rather, he seeks losses. What more is there to say? Lu Gaoda must be utilized, extensively utilized. Previously, he feared that Lu Gaoda had earned considerable profit from the hot pot restaurant and worried about Lu Gaoda and Appo's as capabilities. Now, with Chen Jingfu and Appo's S endorsement, he felt completely at ease. Such a talent must undoubtedly hold a prominent position. Qian Ziyong eagerly awaited the impending calamity. He had already decided to recall Zhou Kaitian and appoint Lu Gaoda as the head of the milk tea shop. The lesser one in Appo's S abilities, the greater one in Appo's S responsibilities. He could not believe that with such a talented individual like Lu Gaoda managing the milk tea shop, it would still yield profits for him. It was a more secure bet. Qian Ziyong held high hopes for the milk tea shop. With Lu Gaoda at the helm and a formidable competitor like Qingyue Milk Tea Shop, coupled with his clandestine traps laid for the milk tea shop, it could be said that there were external adversaries and internal spies, with the owner being the enemy. No matter how much money was invested, it would surely be squandered. Ahaha! Qian Ziyong chuckled foolishly. "Brother?" Chen Jingfu called out, looking at Qian Ziyong with curiosity, wiping the saliva from his mouth. Qian Ziyong quickly covered up, saying, "Brother, I just thought about how excited I am to start stock trading tomorrow." Chen Jingfu nodded lightly. Do not harbor excessively high expectations for tomorrow's trading. After conversing for a while, Qian Ziyong noticed that Ning Shuang seemed to be waiting at the door for Chen Jingfu. He hurriedly took his leave and returned to his guest room on the second floor. That night, he soaked in a spacious bathtub, luxuriating in comfort. The tub was quite large. Qian Ziyong even attempted to swim in it and surprisingly managed to do so. After half an hour of bathing, he emerged from the tub and flopped onto the expansive bed. The bed was so large that he felt he could comfortably accommodate 3 Lu Gaodas. With his slender physique, even 4 would not feel cramped. Gazing at the chandelier above, Qian Ziyong speculated on its price. It was indeed a beautiful light fixture, and the ceiling was equally exquisite. The bedding appeared to be silk, and the mattress was delightfully soft. Eventually, he drifted into a slumber. In his dreams, he successfully harvested billions from the system and purchased a villa by the lake. However, he wondered why this villa lacked a bathroom. After searching for what felt like an eternity, he finally found a towering tree in the garden. Thinking that no one was around, he approached the tree, and just as he began to relieve himself, he felt a warm surge soaking his thigh. Instantly, Qian Ziyong jolted awake, horrified. At his age, he had wet the bed. After dressing, he stepped out of the bathroom to find his soiled bedding and underwear, feeling utterly flustered. It was all due to having consumed too much watermelon the previous night. Grabbing the blanket and wrapping his underwear within its folds, he stealthily made his way out. There were 2 laundry rooms, one in the basement made into Oppo's as quarters and another on the 4th floor. Naturally, he would head to the basement. Cautiously descending the stairs, he peeked out to ensure no one was around. Finding the coast clear, he swiftly made his way to the 1st floor. Qian Ziyong, a crisp voice suddenly called out behind him. He jumped, turning to see Ning Shuang standing gracefully behind him, her small hand tapping his shoulder. Qian Ziyong, what are you up to? She asked, her round eyes wide with curiosity. Qian Ziyong felt his face flush crimson and quickly hid the blanket behind him. In nothing. His voice trembled. He silently prayed, please don't discover the blanket. Please don't. Yet, no amount of prayer could change the inevitable. The blanket was too large to be concealed by his slender frame. Perhaps it would have been easier if Lu Gaoda were in his place. Ning Shuang noticed the blanket behind him and inquired curiously, what do you have the blanket for? Qian Ziyong, in a panic, quickly concocted an excuse. I've always been a bit of a neat freak. I felt a bit dirty after sleeping last night, so I wanted to take it a wash. His speech was stammered and disjointed. Such a neat freak? Ning Shuang praised. I always thought most boys were rather untidy. I didn't expect you to be so clean. However, you don't have to wash it yourself. Just give the blanket and clothes to me, and I'll have a maid wash them. Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyong panicked, shaking his head vigorously. And no, it's not good. My mom said I should wash my own underwear. Besides the blanket, there are also my underwear. I should wash them myself. Ning Shuang nodded. All right then. The laundry room is in the basement. Take your time washing. If you need help, just call me. Hearing this, Qian Ziyong breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly dashed to the basement. Wait, there's an elevator. Why didn't I take the elevator? If I had taken the elevator, I wouldn't have run into Ning Shuang. Qian Ziyong mentally scolded himself. But it was not entirely his fault. He had never lived in a villa before, so he instinctively took the stairs. Thankfully she didn't catch on. Qian Ziyong pressed a hand against his racing heart, trying to calm himself. If he were discovered, he felt he could perish right there. At the top of the stairs, Ning Shuang watched Qian Ziyong flee, her nose crinkling as she caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Suddenly recalling something, her cheeks flushed a bright red. Meanwhile, having finally washed his clothes, Qian Ziyong made his way to the dining room, where the maid had already prepared breakfast. He relished the meal, reflecting on how, apart from a few unexpected incidents, everything had been so delightful since yesterday. It was truly the epitome of a life of ease, where everything came effortlessly. He had grown fond of this lazy lifestyle. This was how life should be lived. He vowed that once he acquired wealth, he would purchase 2 villas, one for himself and one for his parents. Just as he was lost in thought, Lu Gaoda and Sun Yuan entered, accompanied by Chun Jingfu. Following them were a group of young professionals, each carrying laptop bags and dressed in suits, unmistakably the elite of society. They must be the operatives Chun Jingfu mentioned. Today, he could finally trade stocks. Qian Ziyong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 89. Intensifying the challenge, Qian Ziyong hurriedly approached. Chun Jingfu smiled as he introduced Qian Ziyong, saying this is Li Yanwei, who has been trading stocks for 5 years and possesses a wealth of experience. Qian Ziyong grasped Li Yanwei's hand firmly. Brother Li, I implore you to assist me. From now on, let trading be your realm, let tranquility be your domain, and please do ensure that I avoid losses, and instead earn profits. Qian Ziyong nearly voiced his innermost hopes, but quickly corrected himself. Li Yanwei looked earnestly at Qian Ziyong. Rest assured, I will take care of everything. Qian Ziyong then greeted the other 2 traders, deliberately ignoring Lu Gaoda. Brother Sun, you have arrived. Qian Ziyong exclaimed, surprised to see that Brother Sun was also present. Sun Yuan oppose and chuckled. If my younger brother Qian is to conquer the stock market, I certainly must witness it firsthand. Qian Ziyong waved his hands repeatedly. I am merely an absolute novice. By the time it oppose S over, I will likely face devastating losses. As he spoke, Qian Ziyong was already preparing himself. How could he possibly make a profit? As a complete beginner, a tender sprout in the vast field of capital, he was destined to be mercilessly harvested by the scythe of finance. The obstructive Lu Gaoda stood before him. Ziyong, I have arrived, Lu Gaoda exclaimed with enthusiasm. Curious, Qian Ziyong inquired. Did you not go to the Shenzhen market? Why are you back? Upon mentioning Shenzhen, Lu Gaoda and Amp Oppo's eyes brimmed with tears. Ziyong, the Shenzhen market is a torment. I do not understand why there are so few delivery personnel near our company. I ordered takeout, and it took 2 hours to arrive. I nearly starved to death. Dragging my hefty body, I struggled down 8 streets to buy something delicious. After walking all that way back to the company, I was hungry again. Thankfully, there were shared bicycles in Shenzhen, but the quality was dreadful. I broke 3 of them while riding. The shared bike company has blacklisted me. Ziyong, is this easy for me? Lu Gaoda lamented his plight, his words soaked in sorrow. Seeing his brother in such misery, Qian Ziyong felt a pang of sympathy. Alas, I initially intended to bring Master Zhou back to appoint you as the CEO of the milk tea shop, but it seems you are better suited to remain in Han City. Qian Ziyong sighed. Upon hearing Qian Ziyong and Amp Oppo's words, Lu Gaoda and Amp Oppo's tears ceased instantly. Ziyong, I believe I can succeed, Lu Gaoda asserted, straightening his back and thumping his broad shoulders. A CEO, the president of a 300 million investment company with 6,000 employees. Some of the domineering companies portrayed on television may not even compare in scale to our milk tea shop. One day, Lu Gaoda could become a powerful CEO. Although I may be a bit overweight, which doesn't quite align with the image of those CEOs on screen, it matters not. As long as I become the president, I will be the brightest star in Shenzhen. Seeing the determination in Lu Gaoda's eyes, Qian Ziyong remarked, Did you not mention that there are too few delivery personnel in Shenzhen? Lu Gaoda shook his head. The delivery personnel work hard. They need more rest. And I can empathize with them. Qian Ziyong continued, Do you not think the shared bicycles are prone to breaking? Lu Gaoda resolutely shook his head. Just look at me. I have become as round as a ball. I should engage in more exercise. Very well. Qian Ziyong nodded. I hereby officially appoint you as the CEO of Bingmi Milk Tea Shop with full authority to manage the entire establishment. Yes. Lu Gaoda straightened his posture. Upon hearing that Lu Gaoda had become the CEO of Bingmi Milk Tea Shop, the other traders treated him with newfound respect, addressing him as Amp Oppo's brother Lu and Amp Oppo's, which delighted Lu Gaoda immensely. The traders, having resided in Shenzhen, were well aware of the meteoric rise of Bingmi Milk Tea Shop, which had become a sensation. With the approach of the new year, business at other shops had dwindled, yet Bingmi Milk Tea Shop continued to thrive, with lines forming regardless of weekdays or holidays. They had tried the milk tea themselves. Indeed, it was affordable. While the flavor and DCOR were average, the service was commendable, which explained its popularity. Being the CEO of Bingmi Milk Tea Shop could lead to immense wealth upon its eventual public offering. Even a mere 1% stake could yield billions. It was imperative to curry favor with him. Meanwhile, Sun Yu and Amp Oppo's expression darkened. He pulled Chun Jingfu aside and whispered, Did you not inform Qian that Lu Gaoda lacks the capability? Chun Jingfu shook his head. I did mention it. I was quite clear. Qian must have understood. Yet, I cannot fathom why he disregarded my advice. It is perplexing. With Qian Ziyong's business acumen, he should not make such a simplistic mistake. I have invested 100 million into the milk tea shop alongside Sun Yu and Amp Oppo's. This is no trivial sum. We will continue to invest further, harboring significant expectations for the shop. Sun Yu and Oppo's, and contemplated, hesitatingly adding, perhaps Qian has his own plans. Trusting a person means believing in them fully. Since we have faith in Qian, we should trust him completely. Chun Jingfu nodded, though he acknowledged Sun Yu and Oppo's, and in Oppo's words. A shadow of doubt loomed in his heart regarding the situation. Soon, the traders had prepared the computers. Boss, all equipment is functioning properly, and the account are ready, Li Yanwei reported. Chen Jingfu nodded, turning to the impatient Qian Ziyong. Are you planning to trade domestically or internationally? Sun Yuan interjected. Currently, international markets are performing well, consistently rising with a low risk. I have funds abroad. While I may not have several billion, 100 million is feasible. If you wish to pursue international trading, I can lend you the funds. Upon hearing that international markets were on the rise, Qian Ziyong promptly dismissed the idea of trading abroad. Did he desire an upward trend? He preferred a steady decline, ideally plummeting to the ground. Qian Ziyong quickly shook his head. I will not trade internationally. I shall focus on the domestic market. Hearing this, the others began to persuade Qian Ziyong otherwise, but he remained resolute. Observing this, Chen Jingfu nodded. Then we will proceed with the domestic market. How much capital do you intend to use? Without a moment and Oppo's hesitation, Qian Ziyong declared, I will go all in. I will use the 200 million in my account. Everyone was taken aback. Sun Yu and Amp, Oppo's, and cautioned, brother, since this is your first venture into stock trading, it would be wise not to act impulsively. I believe 1 million would suffice. Qian Ziyong, however, shook his head with determination. I will use 200 million. Chen Jingfu chuckled. It seems my younger brother is quite confident. That is a positive sign. Very well, we shall use 200 million. However, if you incur losses, do not continue trading. Qian Ziyong remained silent. Not trading after a loss? Absolutely not. Should losses occur, one must persist and intensify their efforts. Chapter 90. Which stock to invest in beside him? Li Yanwei remarked, Boss Qian, with a 2 billion investment, only a few large-cap stocks in the domestic market can accommodate such a sum. Qian Ziyong appeared somewhat perplexed, as he had never engaged in stock trading and was unfamiliar with the nuances. Sun Yu and Amp, Oppo's, and interjected. Certain stocks only see a trading volume of a few billion in a day. If you inject 2 billion, you might not even have a counterpart to trade with. In essence, you would be playing against yourself, which is hardly feasible. Gradually, Qian Ziyong began to grasp the situation. So, which stocks can I invest my entire 2 billion in? He inquired. Li Yanwei recommended several options. Energy stocks, bank stocks, and material stocks. Could you elaborate on those? Qian Ziyong asked. Li Yanwei, with a professional demeanor, explained, energy stocks have been performing robustly in recent days and are quite popular. They should yield profits. Bank stocks are suitable for investment as they remain stable, providing annual dividends without significant fluctuations. However, earning from bank stocks can be slow and losses are less likely. Therefore, they're a safe choice, slow returns but reliable. If you seek higher returns, opt for energy stocks, albeit with greater risk involved. Qian Ziyong opened his mouth, wanting to inquire about the stocks that might incur losses, but he realized he must conceal the existence of his system and ultimately refrain from asking. Invest in bank stocks? They're said to be low risk and stable, but how long would it take for them to incur losses? He pondered the alternative of investing in energy stocks. If he aimed for profit, he would undoubtedly choose energy stocks. Yet, he also anticipated losses. Li Yanwei, why do you not recommend any stocks that could potentially lose money? Gazing at the stock trading software on his computer, Qian Ziyong aimlessly scrolled until he suddenly noticed a stock with a sharp downward trend. His eyes lit up. This stock seemed to be the one he had been searching for. It appeared to be a liquor stock, which, for reasons unknown, had been languishing and consistently declining. Best not to touch this, Li Yanwei quickly cautioned. Qian Ziyong inquired, is its market capitalization substantial? Can my 2 billion be invested? Li Yanwei scratched his head and replied, this stock has a very large market cap. Investing 2 billion is no issue. Even 10 billion would be fine. Elated, Qian Ziyong declared, then this is the stock. Invest all my funds into it. Wait, everyone exclaimed in unison. Sun Yu and Oppo's, and cautioned, brother, didn't he just say that this stock has issues? It's not a wise investment. Losses are likely. Chen Jingfu added, Li Yanwei is a professional trader. His judgment holds merit. For safety's sake, if you wish to invest, consider a smaller amount rather than putting in the entire 2 billion. At that moment, Ning Shuang entered with a platter of fruit. Observing the group's attempts to dissuade Qian Ziyong, she remained silent, curiously glancing at the computer screen. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Ziyong concluded that investing in liquor stocks would likely incur losses, especially since the trend was downward, and everyone believed that liquor stocks would falter. Thus, he felt compelled to dive in without hesitation. With a decisive slap on the table, he announced, "It's liquor stocks. Ligue, invest my $2 billion into it." Witnessing Qian Ziyong's unwavering determination, the others exchanged glances. Lu Gaoda was the first to step forward. "Ziyong, I believe in you. I will invest $1 million alongside you in liquor stocks." He was resolute. He understood that his current success stemmed from Qian Ziyong and Appo's guidance. Without him, he would likely be working in the deep market, leading a life of hardship. Furthermore, Qian Ziyong had appointed him as the CEO of the milk tea shop, presenting an invaluable opportunity. While others hesitated, he chose to support Ziyong. He firmly believed in Qian Ziyong's exceptional capabilities. Having amassed considerable wealth and established a substantial enterprise at such a young age, both Zhou Kaidan and Li Lian spoke highly of him. And even Chen Jingfu and Sun Yuan frequently mentioned his name with admiration. Despite his own limitations, Lu Gaoda felt that aligning with someone competent was sufficient. With Lu Gaoda leading the way, Chen Jingfu contemplated and added, "Brother, I'll invest a bit too. 1 million, perhaps. With 1 million and leveraging 10 times. We'll secure a total of 10 million to invest in liquor stocks." The stock market was unpredictable, and none of them had ever profited from it before. Yet, given Qian Ziyong and Appo's resolute stance, he felt it was worth a shot. Even if he lost everything, it would only amount to $1 million, a risk he was willing to take. However, he remained cautious about high-risk investments, never going overboard. Upon hearing that his friends intended to invest with him, Qian Ziyong quickly shook his head. "No, I'm utterly clueless about stocks. My choice to invest in liquor stocks is purely instinctive. I merely found the K-line appealing and visually satisfying, which led me to this decision." A continuous downward trend was the most favorable scenario for him. Should the stock plummet further post-purchase, that would be even better. Yet, he could not disclose to his friends that his intention was to incur losses. He could never allow those who placed their trust in him to suffer losses. They were all genuine friends, and he could not bear to let them down. "Ziyong, I believe in you." Lu Gaoda's earnest gaze fixed on Qian Ziyong, his sincerity palpable. Infuriated, Qian Ziyong slammed the table, realizing, "By the way, Gaoda, didn't I transfer you to the deep market? Why are you back today?" He had been preoccupied with stock research, and it suddenly dawned on him that he had personally purchased Lu Gaoda and Appo's ticket. Why had he returned? "I intend to incur losses." "Why are you joining the fray? Raising quadruplets doesn't come cheap, does it? Maintaining a sports car isn't inexpensive either. The losses I face are from the system, while yours are from your own pockets." Upon hearing Qian Ziyong and Appo's question about his return, Lu Gaoda replied with a hint of grievance, "Because today is my day off. Each week allows for 2 days of rest, as per your rule. You strictly forbade overtime, and I have adhered to your directives." Qian Ziyong paused, realizing he had indeed established such a policy. He did not wish for his employees to toil solely for his benefit. Thus, he enforced a strict no overtime rule. Additionally, he mandated that all employees, whether resigning voluntarily or being terminated, would receive in-one compensation. These regulations were all designed to facilitate his desire for losses. The group exchanged looks of disbelief. "Goodness, the milk tea shop has just begun, and you were just appointed as CEO, yet you still enjoy 2 days off? Is this the right attitude for building a business? Even if not working around the clock, shouldn't you at least be committed during the initial stages? What CEO of a fledgling company takes weekends off? Only 6 hours of work a day." Chen Jingfu and Sun Yuan Appo's subtly shook their heads, but chose to remain silent. The milk tea shop was under Qian Ziyong's management and operation. He held absolute authority, while they were merely investors without the right to interfere. In business, the greatest fear is the board's unwarranted meddling. Hence, in personnel matters, they could only offer suggestions. They could never make decisions on his behalf. Chapter 91. True brothers. Qian Ziyong spoke solemnly. "Gaoda, like you, I have never traded stocks. If you wish to invest, do so on your own." He was determined not to let Lu Gaoda share in any potential losses. That was his principle. Lu Gaoda lowered his head, feeling aggrieved. The pressure weighed heavily on him. After all, with 4 siblings at home, the monthly expenses were significant. If Qian Ziyong was unwilling to involve him in stock trading, then he would embark on this journey alone. Perhaps he, Lu Gaoda, was a prodigy capable of excelling in the stock market? Qian Ziyong was right. He had never ventured into stocks himself and was not necessarily more adept than Lu Gaoda. Lu Gaoda acknowledged that he could never match Qian Ziyong in business acumen, but when it came to stock trading, the outcome remained uncertain. It was impossible for one to excel in every field. He had heard of renowned physicists who suffered significant losses in the stock market. Thus, capable individuals did not always succeed in stock trading. Qian Ziyong might not outshine him in this arena. With this thought, Lu Gaoda felt a surge of confidence. However, Chen Jingfu harbored a different perspective. "Ziyong, I trust you," he said, patting Qian Ziyong on the shoulder with a smile. Qian Ziyong regarded Chen Jingfu with seriousness. "Brother, to be honest, I have no expertise in stocks. I'm truly a novice. It would be better for you to manage it yourself." Chen Jingfu shook his head. "I have dabbled in trading and lost over 200 million. If I were to trade on my own, it would be akin to tossing money into the water. At least when throwing it into the water, you can hear the splashes. Investing in stocks is like practicing the art of wealth disappearance, vanishing without a trace. A mere 10 million, if lost, is inconsequential. I am not bothered, so you should not feel pressured." Upon hearing this, Qian Ziyong found himself at a loss for words. After all, Chen Jingfu was different from Lu Gaoda. Lu Gaoda was a friend whom he could scold and send off to play alone. Now, residing in Chen Jingfu in Oppo's home and being guided by him in stock trading seemed unjust to him. Qian Ziyong reiterated, "I genuinely do not know how to trade stocks. I may incur losses." Chen Jingfu waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, even if there are losses, it is normal, and I will not blame you." Qian Ziyong was about to offer further persuasion when Sun Yuan interjected, "Brother Qian, it's only 10 million. It's a small amount. If you lose it, it's no big deal." Seeing Sun Yuan into Oppo's demeanor, he seemed inclined to invest himself. Qian Ziyong dared not accept any more funds and quickly replied, "All right, I shall begin." He fixated on the red and green lines on the computer screen, his gaze sharp with determination. Down, which stock is plummeting? It was the liquor stocks. Upon market opening, liquor stocks continued their previous downward trend, hitting a new low. "Invest in liquor stocks. Quickly," Qian Ziyong exclaimed furiously. Had he known, he would have invested in liquor stocks sooner. He was taken aback by how swiftly they fell. This decline meant losses for him. The trader, Li Yanwei, displayed professionalism as he inquired, "The liquor stocks are falling. Are you certain you wish to invest?" Qian Ziyong clenched his fist tightly and slammed one down on the desk. "Invest now," Li Yanwei asked again. "Should we invest all of it?" "All in," Qian Ziyong declared. Li Yanwei's hands trembled. He sensed that Qian Ziyong was playing with fire. After years of experience, he had never witnessed such aggression from Qian Ziyong. Li Yanwei glanced at Chen Jingfu, his eyes seemingly questioning, "Boss, should we risk your funds with this reckless young man?" Chen Jingfu deliberated carefully, then slowly shook his head, signaling for the trader to proceed. Seeing this, Li Yanwei returned his focus to the computer, addressing his colleagues. "Gentlemen, let us get to work." With racing hearts and trembling hands, Li Yanwei and his companions hastily began purchasing. Buy. There was no need for strategy. They simply needed to buy in portions. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. It was not long before they accumulated 300 million in stocks. After completing the purchases, Li Yanwei and the other 2 traders breathed heavily, as if they had just engaged in a fierce battle. In reality, the trading process was not difficult. It was rather simple. However, this counter-trend buying required immense courage. After all, this was 300 million. "Boss Qian, we have made the purchases," Li Yanwei reported. Qian Ziyong nodded and began to enjoy the fruit on the table, feeling remarkably relaxed, a stark contrast to his earlier intensity. The group turned their attention to the liquor stocks, which continued to decline. In a short span, Qian Ziyong had already lost half a point, equivalent to 1,500,000. Even after deducting Chen Jingfu's investment, Qian Ziyong had personally lost 1 million. Despite the loss, Qian Ziyong appeared remarkably at ease. His demeanor was steady, like an old dog. Lu Gaoda, observing Qian Ziyong's investment plummet, felt a twinge of relief. He then noticed that the energy sector, as Li Yanwei had predicted, was indeed experiencing a significant trend. Having risen 2 points at the market opening, he quietly approached Li Yanwei. Li Gu, could you assist me with financing? I wish to invest in energy. Li Wanushi Rupiya. Lu Gu, you're too polite. Just call me Shaoli. Financing is easy. How much do you wish to finance? Lu Gaoda answered without hesitation. I want to finance tenfold. Financing 1 million at tenfold would amount to 10 million. The potential gains and losses would both be magnified tenfold. Li Yanwei nodded. All right. You wish to buy energy stocks? Is this the one? Lu Gaoda affirmed. Li Yanwei and the two traders executed the orders efficiently, and in no time, they completed the purchase of 10 million. Not long after the transaction, the energy stocks began to reveal their upward potential, rising 1 point. It's rising, Lu Gaoda exclaimed, witnessing his investment grow. In a brief period, he had earned 100,000 from his 1 million investment, causing him to feel exuberant. The three traders shared in his joy. Qian Ziyong raised a drink towards Lu Gaoda. Gaoda, congratulations. You made 100,000. It was indeed a cause for celebration. While Lu Gaoda profited, he had incurred losses, creating a bittersweet joy. The only downside was that he had also lost Qian Jingfu's money. However, upon reflection, if Qian Jingfu ran out of funds, it would make it easier for Qian Ziyong to purchase shares from him forcefully. He intended to use cash to reclaim his stake in the milk tea shop and continue investing in it. Previously, Qian Jingfu had invested 100 million in the milk tea shop. Acquiring shares would require 200 million. This meant that Qian Jingfu effectively earned 100 million. Even if he lost this 10 million, he had still effectively earned Qian Jingfu 90 million. Losing 10 million was indeed trivial. With this thought, Qian Ziyong felt even more elated, almost wishing to celebrate with champagne. However, celebrating with champagne after incurring losses would surely make others think he was unhinged. He could only revel in private. He raised a toast with Lu Gaoda. Lu Gaoda accepted the drink, emotionally moved. Ziyong, you lost money, yet rejoice in my gain. I am truly at a loss for words. We are brothers for life. Let us drink to our friendship. He could see the genuine happiness in Qian Ziyong and Appo's eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and they cannot be masked. A true brother was genuinely happy for him. Indeed, they were true brothers. Chapter 92. Two chives cheers. Qian Ziyong nodded. He held a drink, pouring it into cups for everyone present. Come, let's raise a glass to our continued success and auspicious beginnings. Qian Ziyong exclaimed, his drink held high, filled with excitement. He toasted to himself, celebrating his newfound method of consistently losing money and to the extent of his losses from luxury cars to mansions. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished. It was their first encounter with someone who could lose over 1 million, yet still smile and celebrate. Truly remarkable, especially for Qian Jingfu, who had just lost 500,000. While it was a significant amount, he didn't dwell on it much. However, this celebratory toast felt utterly uncomfortable to him. Observing the beaming Qian Ziyong, a flicker of admiration rose within Qian Jingfu. Regardless of the losses, the other man could still revel in joy. He was either foolish or possessed a higher state of mind. Drink. Qian Jingfu lifted his beverage and took a small sip. After all, one should maintain a clear mind while trading stocks. Beside him, Ningxuang also raised her drink, intrigued. Qian Ziyong seemed different. Losing 1 million and still exhibiting such grandeur was no ordinary feat. After finishing his drink, Qian Ziyong remarked, since the stocks are locked in, I'll deal with them tomorrow. With that, he bid farewell to everyone and took his leave. Qian Ziyong departed nonchalantly, treating his invested money lightly. While Qian Jingfu could not replicate that ease, he remained fixated on the stocks. Nearby, Li Yanwei offered consolation. Boss, stocks are unpredictable. They may very well rebound soon. Just as Li Yanwei was attempting to reassure him, Qian Jingfu and Appo's eyes widened in surprise. It's rising. The liquor stocks are climbing. Everyone turned to the computer screen, noting that the once declining liquor stocks were steadily inching upwards. Though slow, the ascent was resolute. The group remained silent, fixated on the screen. Even Sun Yuan, who typically abstained from drinks, took sips, his gaze never leaving the monitor. Suddenly, a whale captured everyone and Oppo's attention. At another computer, Lu Gaoda sat, eyes glued to the screen, his face pale and distressed. The group glanced over to see the energy stocks, which had been rising, now plummeting sharply. Up, 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 Lu Gaoda cried out, desperately urging the stocks to rise. With a tenfold leverage, each point lost equated to 100,000. If he lost 10 points, he would exhaust all his funds. Lu Gaoda's cries were loud, and others understood the gravity of the situation. After all, a single point represented a hefty loss. Despite his frantic pleas, the stocks continued their downward trajectory, unresponsive to his struggles. Meanwhile, the liquor stocks stood proudly, ascending steadily. In the blink of an eye, they had risen by 2 points. A smile spread across Qian Ziyong's face. 2 points meant he had gained 2 million. While not a fortune, the thrill of earning millions in moments was undeniably exhilarating. Conversely, Lu Gaoda and Oppo's energy stocks had shifted from a 1-point gain to a 3-point loss. In just half an hour, he had lost 300,000. The stock market was such. Some became infatuated, some went mad, while others harbored deep resentment. On the other side, Qian Ziyong, engrossed in a game, remained oblivious to his stock and Oppo's profitability. He lamented, "Why won't the system allow me to leverage? If he could borrow 10 times like Chen Jingfu, losing 200 million would be a breeze. Perhaps he could squander it all in 2 days." With a sigh, he delved into the system's regulations, finally comprehending the restrictions on leverage. In essence, leveraging meant borrowing money, which entailed risks of significant losses. If he borrowed 2 billion at 100-fold leverage and invested it all in stocks, only for them to crash, he would lose everything. The most troubling aspect was that if the stocks hit their limit down, he wouldn't even be able to exit his position. A single stock could fall by 50% in such a scenario. Instead of losing 2 billion, he would owe 100 billion, of which 98 billion would be debt. After all, borrowed money must be repaid, and failing to do so would render him a defaulter, an illegal act. The system prohibited any unlawful actions, hence forbidding leverage entirely. The game commenced, and Qian Ziyong shook his head, dismissing his worries, and immersed himself in the gameplay. By noon, having triumphed in the game, he stepped out for lunch, only to discover that his stocks had surged. "What? My liquor stocks are soaring," he exclaimed upon hearing the news from a despondent Lu Gaoda, who lay on the sofa, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish, pale and weak, as if he were gravely ill. "What happened to Gaoda?" Qian Ziyong inquired curiously. Chen Jingfu interjected. "He has lost a fortune." "Lost?" Qian Ziyong was puzzled. Hadn't Gaoda and Oppo's energy stocks been soaring just moments ago? Li Yanwei stepped forward, brimming with energy. "That is how stocks work. They rise and fall unpredictably. Just like your stocks, which, despite an initial dip, have surged by 3 points. You invested 2 billion. So 3 points translate to 600,000. Hearing he had made 600,000, Qian Ziyong recoiled, his face paling visibly. "How did this happen?" "Congratulations to Boss Qian on your significant profits." Li Yanwei was the first to applaud, followed swiftly by others. Their applause thundered like a storm, celebrating Qian Ziyong's remarkable stock gains. The cheers felt like slaps to Qian Ziyong's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. This stock market was truly ruthless. How could it have risen so unexpectedly? A volatile stock? Chen Jingfu inquired. "How did you foresee such a rise in the liquor sector?" Qian Ziyong, feeling drained, replied, "I merely thought the liquor chart looked appealing and dived in, only to find myself buried within it." Now, he contemplated whether to cut his losses. Having already gained 600,000, he wondered how long it would take to lose that amount. "Brother, you jest." Chen Jingfu laughed heartily. With Qian Ziyong's 600,000 profit and his own 300,000 gain, they both reveled in the rapid fortunes of the stock market. Meanwhile, Lu Gaoda lay on the sofa, pondering whether to cut his losses as well. The two novice traders had been thoroughly schooled by the stock market on their very first day. Chapter 93. Let us cut our losses during lunch. Everyone was in high spirits. Qian Ziyong, having earned 3 million, treated everyone to a sumptuous feast featuring abalone and lobster. However, the merriment was not shared by Qian Ziyong and Lu Gaoda. Lu Gaoda suffered a loss of 300,000, rendering even the finest delicacies tasteless to him. Qian Ziyong, preoccupied and listless, only began to regain his composure as the afternoon trading session commenced. As the market opened, both Qian Ziyong and Lu Gaoda were filled with trepidation. The afternoon's market trends mirrored those of the morning. Liquor stocks continued their ascent, while energy stocks plummeted. By the close of trading, liquor stocks had risen by 4 points, while energy stocks had fallen by 5. The volatility of energy stocks proved to be more severe. Whether they were rising or falling, they exhibited greater ferocity than liquor stocks. Of course, Lu Gaoda faced a more severe setback. His investment of 1 million, leveraged tenfold, had dwindled to just 500,000 within a day. Qian Ziyong stared at his stock account, watching his 300 million swell to 312 million, his heart aching at the thought. This profit exceeded that of his business endeavors. Moreover, he bore full responsibility for his decisions. There was no one else to blame. After the market closed, while others felt invigorated, Lu Gaoda and Qian Ziyong were visibly exhausted. "Let us call it a day," Qian Ziyong weakly gestured, leaving in a downcast mood. Lu Gaoda followed behind, dejected. He planned to stay the night, as there were ample vacant rooms, and Qian Ziyong had already extended an invitation. With his funds still tied up, he hoped to be freed from them by the next day. Lu Gaoda spent the entire night tossing and turning, unable to find rest. The thought of losing 500,000 in a single day tormented him, and he longed to slap himself in regret. In the past, he would fall asleep effortlessly, but now he found himself restless in bed. When he finally dozed off, nightmares jolted him awake. Sweaty and shivering, he cursed himself for the vanished 50,000. Had I known, I should have followed Ziyong into liquor stocks. Regret consumed him. Meanwhile, Qian Ziyong held his phone, completely disengaged from his game. Previously, his supermarket had earned him 20 million a month, and he feared the impending disaster, believing running a supermarket was exceedingly profitable. However, he now recognized that the true peril lay within the stock market. Compared to stocks, supermarkets, and hot pot restaurants seemed trivial. Indeed, finance was not a realm for the faint-hearted. He fervently prayed for a decline in liquor stocks the following day. On the next day, both Qian Ziyong and Lu Gaoda woke late, having suffered from insomnia. By 8:40, just before the market opened, they appeared disheveled, sporting dark circles under their eyes. The sight startled everyone. They could understand Lu Gaoda and Amp, Oppos, as disarray, but how could Qian Ziyong, who had made 8 million, look so haggard? Qian Ziyong waved his hand dismissively, offering a vague excuse. "I was thinking about the milk tea shop last night and couldn't sleep." Everyone nodded in understanding, recognizing the potential of the milk tea business. It could one day transform into a billion or even trillion yuan enterprise. As the market approached opening, Qian Ziyong took his place at the helm, with Lu Gaoda seated at an adjacent computer. Each trader was at their station, poised for action. The others stood behind Qian Ziyong, and Li Yanwei respectfully inquired, "Boss, what is our strategy for today?" After a moment as contemplation, Qian Ziyong replied, "If liquor stocks continue to rise, we'll sell. If they fall, we'll ignore it." Li Yanwei paused, taken aback. "If they fall, we disregard it. But we sell what is profitable. That contradicts everything I've learned." "Yes," Qian Ziyong affirmed, and Li Yanwei, a professional trader, knew better than to argue. He had to follow the boss into Amp. Oppos' orders, however unconventional. As the market opened, liquor stocks surged, maintaining the strong momentum of the previous day. With each increment on the screen, Qian Ziyong's heart raced, watching his account swell by hundreds of thousands. "This is moving too fast. Sell, sell. Let us cut our losses," he urged impatiently. He had initially hoped to recover his previous day's earnings if the stocks fell, but the current momentum suggested an upward trajectory with no end in sight. "Cut, cut," he commanded. Hearing this, Li Yanwei hesitated, while the other traders were at a loss. "Boss, cutting losses means selling a loss. We should be cashing out profits," which is termed taking profits. Qian Ziyong nodded. "Then let us take losses. Just sell everything." To avoid confusion, he emphasized, "Sell all our stocks, every last one." Li Yanwei, no longer hesitating, along with the other traders, began executing the orders swiftly. Boss, we VE realized a 6% profit, totaling 212 million. Li Wanwei exclaimed gleefully. He then turned to Qian Ziyong. "Boss, you've made 6 million." Due to the tenfold leverage, a 6-point rise equated to a 60% profit. Conversely, a 6-point drop would result in a 6 million loss, and a 10-point drop would trigger a forced liquidation. In just one day, Qian Ziyong had adeptly utilized leverage to earn 6 million. Upon hearing of his earnings, Qian Ziyong joyfully patted Qian Ziyong on the shoulder. "Well done. Keep it up." He then addressed Li Yanwei. "Continue leveraging for me," raising it to 160 million. Alarmed by Qian Ziyong's insistence on further investments, Qian Ziyong pleaded, "Brother, this was purely luck. I don't know why my fortune has turned so badly. Please, don't invest more in me." Qian Ziyong chuckled. "Qian, you're great. Except for one flaw. You're too humble. While humility is commendable, excessive modesty may lead others to underestimate your abilities. Rest assured, even if I lose everything, it's no great loss. I'm not relying on this money for my livelihood." Qian Ziyong could only nod helplessly. Meanwhile, Lu Gaoda, his eyes bloodshot, shouted, "Sell, sell. Manager Li, assist me in selling." He had been wavering on whether to cut his losses, but the thought of reducing his funds to 500,000 made him reluctant. At the market's opening, energy stocks remained stagnant and had now dropped by a point. He was down 6 points, with tenfold leverage. That translated into a 60% loss. If the trend continued, he would lose everything. Chapter 94. Buying stocks against the trend, he aimed to close his position and mitigate his losses. Li Yanwei reacted swiftly. As soon as Lu Gaoda indicated the need to liquidate, he immediately assisted in doing so. The losses had dwindled to a mere 400,000. Even with a tenfold leverage, that amounted to only 4 million. To withdraw 4 million, there was no need for a gradual exit. A single sale would suffice, allowing for a seamless exit. After selling, Lu Gaoda gazed at the remaining 40,000 in his account, overwhelmed by despair. Beside him, Qian Ziyong also noticed Lu Gaoda's account. He patted Lu Gaoda on the shoulder and sighed. "We are both wanderers in this world, sharing the same plight." The stock market had proven to be ruthlessly unforgiving. In just one wave, it had stripped Lu Gaoda of 600,000, while it had brought him over 10 million. Truly a trap. This was all within a single day. Indeed, the stock market was fraught with peril. No wonder the warnings echoed. Investment carries risks. Exercise caution when entering the market. Lu Gaoda lifted his pale countenance, tears threatening to spill, and lamented, "What am I to do? My money, the money I earned through hard work." Previously, he made daily settlements, earning a maximum of 200 a day, which amounted to a meager 6,000 a month after exhausting labor. Yet now, he had lost 60,000 at once, requiring 100 months of foregoing food and drink to amass such wealth. Fortunately, he had Ziyong. Qian Ziyong provided him with a generous salary. He was truly Lu Gaoda's savior. "Foster father, I believe the stock market is not suited for me. I must focus on managing the milk tea shop, ensuring its expansion throughout the city." Having incurred losses in the stock market, he sought to recover elsewhere. Daily settlements? That would take a decade to recuperate. It was far more reliable to follow his foster father. With a monthly salary of 100,000, he could recover in half a year. However, the thought that even a salary of 100,000 would take half a year to recoup only darkened Lu Gaoda's expression further. Qian Ziyong was at a loss for how to console him. He too faced his own misfortunes. Recognizing the necessity of timely withdrawal, Qian Ziyong sighed. He too wished to retreat, yet he felt a deep-seated reluctance. To be silently subjected to a loss of over 20 million was intolerable. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. The adage held true: endure a moment, and the anger only grows. Take a step back, and the losses multiply. He refused to accept defeat. He would not be victimized by the market. As long as he could recover his gains, he would promptly cease trading. Ultimately, Qian Ziyong set his sights on energy stocks. Thankfully, Lu Gaoda had acted swiftly, as they had already dropped 3 points. Had Lu Gaoda hesitated, he might have been left with only 200,000. At least Liu Gaoda had managed to escape with 40,000. Could energy stocks truly be his lucky charm? After a moment in AMP, Oppo's hesitation, witnessing the plummeting energy stocks, he slammed his hand on the table. Energy stocks it is. Having made his decision, Qian Ziyong wasted no time, his gaze filled with determination as he commanded. Purchase energy stocks for me. Understood. Li Yanwei nodded in affirmation, inquiring, how much should we acquire? All of it. Qian Ziyong replied, his voice strained through clenched teeth. Li Yanwei turned back to Chen Jingfu, who calmly nodded, proceed, invest all the funds in energy stocks. Upon receiving the order, Li Yanwei immediately began to invest all available capital into energy stocks. Chen Jingfu and AMP, Oppo's funds amounted to 16 million, which, with leverage, reached 160 million. Qian Ziyong and Oppo's capital was 200 million, plus the previous gains of 12 million, totaling 212 million. This was all net of transaction fees, with a few thousand remaining. However, those trifling amounts were inconsequential in the eyes of either Chen Jingfu or Qian Ziyong. The trio worked swiftly, and within an hour, they had converted all available funds into energy stocks. Liu Gaoda observed from behind, witnessing funds transform into shares as if they were cannonballs being launched into the market. The sensation of spending money with such abandon, as if steering the course of a mighty river, was intoxicating. Yet, Liu Gaoda harbored a deep disdain for energy stocks. They were notorious for their volatility, plummeting at an alarming rate. Initially, Liu Gaoda intended to withdraw, but the sheer volume of capital flowing into the market ignited a fervor within him. He felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. Manager Li, invest the entire 40,000 into liquor stocks. Liu Gaoda declared loudly. Excuse me? Li Wanwei responded, sumawat perplexa. Hadn't Liu Gaoda just stated his intention to steer clear of stocks and focus on the milk tea shop? How could he so swiftly forget his own words? Yet, upon seeing the fervor in Liu Gaoda and AMP, Oppo's eyes, Li Yanwei understood the allure of the stock market. Are you certain? Li Yanwei asked in response. Liu Gaoda nodded vigorously. I am certain. Apply tenfold leverage and invest 400,000 into the stock market. After a moment of consideration, Li Yanwei cautioned, if we employ tenfold leverage, a mere 10-point loss would result in the total loss of all funds. Liu Gaoda acknowledged, if I do not employ the tenfold leverage, recovering my losses would require a staggering 150 increase. Given the sluggish pace of stock price increases, I might wait years, or perhaps never witness that day. It must be tenfold leverage. A mere 15-point rise would allow me to recover all my losses. Li Yanwei ceased his attempts to dissuade him, and without further ado, executed 2 transactions to convert the entire 400,000 in cash into stocks, specifically in the rising liquor sector. Both Qian Ziyong and Liu Gaoda's stock accounts were invested. Trading was no longer possible today. They would have to wait until tomorrow. Despite the inability to trade, Li Yanwei felt a twinge of anxiety. This was nearly 400 million in capital. All eyes remained glued to the computer screen. Even Ning Shuang, who stood at a distance, felt the tension in the air. 400 million, an amount that would take most individuals a lifetime to earn. Each fluctuation represented hundreds of thousands, equivalent to the earnings of an ordinary person over half a lifetime. It's rising. Li Wanushi suddenly shota. He had witnessed the energy stocks begin to ascend, having risen a whole point. Though only a single point, it represented nearly 4 million in profit. Most importantly, it instilled a sense of hope. The stocks that had just plummeted were now rebounding. This was a promising sign. Everyone was elated. Chen Jingfu produced a bottle of champagne from seemingly nowhere and suggested, shall we celebrate? After all, our funds are tied up in the market and cannot be moved. Since trading is off the table today, why not unwind a little? As he spoke, Chen Jingfu began pouring drinks for everyone. The big boss personally served the drinks, and Li Yanwei held his glass with excitement. However, Qian Ziyong's expression remained grim, his eyes locked onto the computer screen, revealing a glimmer of determination. Chen Jingfu whispered to Sun Yu and Oppo's, and beside him, this is the first time I've seen someone approach stock trading as if it were a battlefield. I can sense the warrior's spirit within Qian Ziyong. a relentless resolve that refuses to yield. Chapter 95. Endurance. Sun Yu and Amp, oppose, and naturally remarked. A single point fluctuation in stocks represents a sum of money that an ordinary person could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Therefore, it is entirely understandable for Qian Ziyong to be so invested in the market. In contrast, we seem to approach trading with far less seriousness than he does, which is quite regrettable. However, he found it puzzling that despite Qian Ziyong and Oppo's profits, his demeanor when observing stocks resembled that of someone confronting a bitter enemy. As they spoke, energy stocks surged by another point, bringing in nearly 4 million in profits. Qian Ziyong chuckled. Do you think Qian Ziyong and Oppo's success stemmed from genuine talent or mere luck? Sun Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. Once could be attributed to luck, twice perhaps as well. We shall see. However, Qian Ziyong and Oppo's courage to buy against the trend and sell when profitable demonstrates a mindset that is not easily matched. Qian Ziyong inquired with curiosity. ISN and Oppo's had said that one must wait patiently to reap significant gains in stocks. There is a well-known adage in the stock market, and Oppo's be friends with time, and Oppo's thus. Those who truly profit are often those who cast their lines far and wide. Yet, Qian Ziyong and Oppo's daily operations and constant vigilance over his stocks make him seem somewhat like chives. Don and Oppo's. Do you think? After some reflection, Sun Yu and Oppo's replied. If we disregard the stocks he purchases and focus instead on his expressions and methods of operation, it becomes evident that Qian Ziyong does share similarities with chives. However, the true chive here seems to be Lu Gaoda, who is utterly lost in confusion. Qian Ziyong may appear to be a chive on the surface, but his keen gaze and fierce actions reveal him to be a scythe in disguise. At that moment, Lu Gaoda and Oppo's anguished wail pierced the air. The crowd turned to see his liquor stocks plummeting after his purchase, descending rapidly. Lu Gaoda was there, beating his chest in despair, a truly pitiful sight. The onlookers glanced at Qian Ziyong, who sat composedly, his expression vacant and unfocused. The contrast between the two was stark. Lu Gaoda was suffering immense losses, while Qian Ziyong was reaping significant gains. Li Yanwei, standing nearby, addressed Lu Gaoda. Why not sell? Your funds are limited. I can assist you in offloading your stocks through the institution. Stocks operate on a T1 basis, meaning purchases today can only be sold the next day. However, institutions have stocks available for borrowing, enabling T0 transactions. Yet such operations are limited to a few stocks. Even the institutions Woon and Oppo's have access to the billions worth of Qian Ziyong and Oppo's holdings. Lu Gaoda shook his head vehemently. No, I will not sell. If I sell now, I will incur another 100,000 in losses. If I sell, even with leverage, when will I ever break even? With bloodshot eyes, he fixated on the computer, his resolve unwavering. Qian Ziyong and Sun Yu and Oppo's exchanged discreet glances, silently shaking their heads. He was trapped in his investments, unwilling to face the losses, clinging to the hope that the stocks would rebound. The day passed swiftly, with both Lu Gaoda and Qian Ziyong in poor spirits, as liquor stocks declined while energy stocks surged. The liquor sector fell by 4 points, resulting in a total loss of 160,000 for Lu Gaoda. Conversely, energy stocks rose by 4 points, netting a profit of 14 million, of which Lu Gaoda's share was over 840,000, with the remainder belonging to Qian Ziyong. Thus, the day drew to a close. The following morning, at the crack of dawn, Lu Gaoda was already seated at his computer, researching stocks. As the market opened, he bore the weight of fatigue, evident in the dark circles under his eyes. The trading session was imminent, yet Qian Ziyong had yet to appear. Qian Ziyong and Sun Yu and Oppo's exchanged knowing glances. Shall I call for Qian Ziyong? Perhaps he was preoccupied with thoughts of the milk tea shop last night, suggested Qian Ziyong. Sun Yu and Oppo's shook his head. I believe Qian Ziyong is well aware of the situation. Let him rest a while longer. If there truly is a significant market movement, we can wake him then. The group found merit in Sun Yu and Oppo's, and in Oppo's reasoning. As trading commenced, Qian Ziyong remained absent, and Li Yanwei took the lead. Manager Li, will my stocks rebound today? Lu Gaoda asked, his anxiety palpable. Li Yanwei considered his words. Manager Lu, you know better than anyone that the stock market is unpredictable. It may recover or may not. Lu Gaoda, exasperated, thought what a waste of a minute listening to such platitudes. Li Yanwei could sense Lu Gaoda and Appo's silent reproach. Yet he felt powerless. If he could predict stock movements, he would not be a mere trader, but a wealthy investor in his own right. The truth was that no one could ascertain the market's fluctuations. Perhaps only a deity could possess such foresight. No, there was one person who might hold the key, Qian Ziyong. Though he had made only 2 trades, each was executed with remarkable precision and brilliance. If it was luck, it was one thing. If it was skill, then Qian Ziyong was undoubtedly a new generation stock market sage. Was it luck or skill? It remained a mystery. As the market opened, a hushed silence fell over the room. The stocks exhibited vigorous activity, continuing the previous day and Appo's momentum with ferocity. Liquor stocks plummeted as if under the influence of a laxative, while energy stocks soared as though invigorated by a stimulant. Within the span of an hour, liquor stocks dropped by 5 points. This meant that if they fell by just 1 more point, Lu Gaoda would face forced liquidation, resulting in total financial ruin. Lu Gaoda was rendered dazed by the decline, his hands trembling. Beneath his fingers lay the sell button. A mere click could liquidate his holdings. Should he cut his losses or endure? Just then, the phone rang. Li Yanwei answered. It was the brokerage firm calling. Manager Li, they are inquiring whether you wish to add more funds, he relayed. Adding more funds would mean investing additional capital. Should he choose not to, another loss would lead to forced liquidation by the brokerage. No, I will not add funds. Lu Gaoda managed to force out. It was not that he was unwilling. He simply could not bear the thought of accepting defeat. Yet, he was out of money. Beyond 10,000 for living expenses, he had nothing left. Supporting quadruplets for a month required 10,000. He had hoped to earn a little to help with household expenses, but now, it was over. Boom! Lu Gaoda watched as liquor stocks fell again.